About 4,000 years ago, humanity is still the weakest being in this world. But there is such a human being. His presence changed all that. No matter how many monsters, with a wave of his hand, he could easily solve it. Just a human being. How dare you encroach on our territory? Say I'm just human. I am the guardian of the world order. A righteous messenger who has the courage to fight against the underworld. Humanity's strongest 9-star Grand Magister Lucas Traumen. It's been all these years. Why are you still these cliches? People like me. After all the personal ideals have been realized, I always want to contribute to world peace. Think of it as a dedication of love. Bold fanatics. I thought that with your carving insect skills can beat us. The voice did not fall. In the hands of Lucas Traumen, a huge magic array has appeared. You're right. That's what I thought. But so what? I saw Lucas wave his hand slightly. The ground under his feet. It was instantly enveloped by powerful magic. Wait for the smoke to clear. All the monsters were wiped out. Pathetic monsters. Humanity is not as weak as you think. What a conceited guy. Lucas Traumen. I saw the sky. Suddenly, a huge eyeball appeared. The ensuing wave of air also made it difficult for Lucas to resist. He didn't understand. What exactly is this sudden appearance? That's when it happened. A large figure appeared beside him. We are the laws of the world, in charge of the whole chaos. I'm demigod. That is, the God in the mouth of man. I've never acknowledged the existence of God. Your behavior disrupted the order and law that had been maintained for thousands of years. I can't continue to sit idly by. It's hilarious. A world of order and law. How could it be like this? You are indeed much more capable than ordinary people. Even so, you can't. It's a human being. At the moment when Demi-Det finished speaking, Lucas was clasped tightly by both hands. He suddenly realized that he could no longer use his magic. As a human being, challenge the divine fist. This is a mortal sin. You will fall into the bottomless abyss. Be in the company of darkness. All day long. Endless doubts. Eventually doubting their own existence. Endless pain is your only companion. Remorseful for his existence. This is what I have given to humans who challenge the gods. The punishment deserved. I don't know how long it took. Lucas saw a glimmer of light in the darkness. He seemed to hear something. It seems that someone is desperate for power. Lucas looked around, attempts to find the source of the sound. But in this bottomless abyss, except for him, how could there be anyone else? Lucas, since that day, I've been stuck here all the time, unable to move. He didn't know exactly how long it had been. Is it hundreds or thousands of years? The punishment of fighting against God. It's this endless fear. Maybe the one who craves power is none other than that. It's himself. Until now, he realized how small human beings are. But Lucas didn't know. The sound he had just heard was not an auditory hallucination. That was 4,000 years later. The truest desire of a teenager's heart. The third young master of a wealthy nobleman. But he suffers humiliation every day. Do you want to pass the money on you? The third young master of the dignified black family. It's such a tight life. What about being born in a wealthy family? Compare yourself to your brilliant brethren. You're just a piece of trash. But Wu Lei, I'm just like that. Not only to disgrace the glorious family. He is also known as the first stupid talent in the history of the Academy. You still have the courage to live until now. That's amazing. If I were you, maybe I'll die 1,000 times a long time ago. Maybe yourself. I don't know. There's still a little value in your life. With that, the boy slammed his fist into Frey's face. You're the only one, after all. I can't get tired of beating people no matter how I fight. And so the yellow fur rode on Frey. Punch after punch smashed. I don't know how long it took. Maybe it's because Huang Mao is tired. He grabbed Frey by the hair. Push to your companion's side. Frey was greeted with a kick from Chubby. And so Frey went from a man's punching bag, turned into a sandbag for two people. I don't know how long it has been. The two looked at Frey lying on the ground with satisfaction. Frey's bruised body. It seems to be the sustenance in their eyes. Even the wail from Frey's mouth. It has also become a pleasant music to their ears. I saw the yellow fur slammed on Frey's face. I seem to remember that there will be a magic sparring tomorrow morning. It's a coincidence. You happen to be one with me. Don't worry, I'm so kind. I'll be merciful. Tomorrow will be something you will never forget. Because from tomorrow, you can't walk on your legs anymore. Go home early. Remember to stay safe. We're going to play together tomorrow. Luck may not last forever. But suffering is different. Frey returned home scarred. But again he heard sad news. Father, what are you talking about? I said you're not my son anymore. I can't stand you ruining your family's honor any longer. I can no longer remain indifferent. Get such an answer. Frey couldn't believe his ears. Is weakness an unforgivable sin? Shut up, you're not qualified to ask this question. The Black family does not tolerate weak people. I'll just treat you as dead. You must have never had a father like me. That's it. Frey's father left without a hint of nostalgia. Unlike the Black family, Frey lives in a dilapidated attic, kicked out of the family. It was the last straw that broke Frey's back. Obviously, I have made up my mind. But his hands were shaking. It turns out that death is easily talked about by people. It's so frightening. Meanwhile, Lucas is still in the bottomless abyss to accept his own punishment. But day after day of torture, and it didn't make him doubt himself. What the hell is God? Order and law. Are you so happy with this ridiculous world? I finally knew why the world was so ugly. Who is to blame for all this? Demigate. As long as it can give you a heavy blow, I was willing to endure hellish torture. It was at this time. The effect worked. Frey spurted out a mouthful of blood. Lucas with a face in the bottomless abyss. For the first time, I saw the light so clearly. The strongest 9-star Grand Magister. Because of the challenge gods, they were sealed in the bottomless abyss. 4,000 years later, Lucas finally saw a glimmer of light in the darkness. It was a boy's last extravagant hope before he died. I don't blame anyone. Birds without wings will eventually be eliminated by nature. Survival of the fittest. This is the law of nature. It's all my fault. It's me who is too weak. It is strong that cannot be born. It's all my fault. Lucas was still the first time. In the bottomless abyss, you can see people other than yourself. And this boy brings more than just light and shadow. Demigate's seal on Lucas. It is gradually lifting. After this child came into his consciousness, Lucas felt surrounded by warm sunshine. After the seal is broken, Lucas came to the boy. The boy's consciousness then passed into his brain. If only it could be respawned. Be sure to break through the ground with your feet. Rush to the highest place in this world. See the whole world. There must also be a pair of giants. Big, strong wings. Able to soar freely. Frey, who was already dead, snapped open his eyes. He looked at everything around him in disbelief. He couldn't believe it. I actually came back. 4,000 years of tormented in the bottomless abyss. It's finally over. Frey Blake, the weakest people in the world. Lucas Traumen, once the most powerful magister in the world. Their destinies are intertwined. From now on, you are me. I'll be you. Since you have given me freedom, then let me give you wings. Frey opened the window. Breathe in the hard-earned fresh air. The scene in front of you. He hadn't seen it in 4,000 years. Demi dit. The so-called gods. How dare you keep me there? Exactly 4,000 years. You wait for me to give you a heavy blow soon. We'll see you again soon. Demi dit. That night, Frey came to a suburb. Start building this body. Frey's body is too weak. It's not enough to use all his abilities. So the first thing to do is to improve your stamina. It is necessary to lay a good foundation for carrying magical power. To confront Demigate, It must be restored to its original strength as soon as possible. Frey is well aware. Jinping is not enough. He's going to get stronger. Otherwise, it will only repeat the mistakes of the past. But there can be no rush now. It was an opportunity he had waited 4,000 years for. Now should focus on the present. Build this body well. Unconsciously. It's dawn. Frey still stood still. I don't know how long it took. A powerful wave of magic erupted from Frey's body. Just one night of effort. Frey has already reached the realm of 5 stars. But he didn't have time to rejoice. But he spat out a mouthful of blood. It turned out that these were all impurities that had accumulated in Frey's body. He had to spit it all out. Otherwise, this body would not have been able to get to that point. Minutes and seconds passed. Frey finally stopped vomiting blood. He couldn't remember how long he had been throwing up. The blood on the ground was shocking. These are all toxins in Frey's body. Fortunately, it's all over. Lucas Traumen to the body of Frey Blake. It's back. Huang Mao went to school on time for the first time in more than 10 years. Because today is the day to practice against Frey. The opportunity to beat the 3rd young master of the wealthy family in front of everyone. Not all the time. I saw him yesterday in the infirmary. He went to get a bottle of sleeping pills. Just like his bear. How could there be such courage? Let's bet on 10 meal vouchers. Meanwhile, Frey was eating and drinking in the college cafeteria. Have lived so long. Actually, he didn't want to go to school with these little kids. But only with Frey's knowledge reserves. There is simply no way to make up for his 4,000-year gap. He had to understand the current state of the world. Only then can you get revenge on Demigate. After calming down the good mood, Frey tried to look like a student, walked into the classroom. But as soon as he appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. This way suicide can fail. Great, you're going to give me 10 punches. Frey didn't know what they were saying. What exactly does that mean? But he saw it. Huang Mao stopped his feet in his own way. My dear Frey, I thought you wouldn't be here today. Almost at the same time, Chubby also came behind Frey. Give me 10 tickets. Since you made me lose the bet, you will be responsible for compensation. Although they claimed to be friends with Frey, but their eyes betrayed themselves. And Frey's body trembled involuntarily. Frey didn't have a trace of fear in his heart, but the body reacted instinctively. During Frey's reflections, Chubby had already raised his right hand high. Surprisingly, Chubby's slap was empty. Almost everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Chubby didn't understand what had just happened. But Frey understood one thing. It is these people who make this body the master. Gave up life. You're pretty fast today. I was really caught off guard. Since you like to hide so much, then I'll let you hide enough. I saw a flash of light on Frey's left hand. The next second, Chubby looked as if he had been hit by something. Fly straight upside down. Fly all the way to the end of the classroom. That's when it stopped. Look at Chubby's appearance. He had already lost consciousness. No one could see what was happening. The little fat who shot first was already lying on the ground. Do something like this. Frey didn't have a glimmer of joy. Instead, because he bullied a little kid and feel deeply guilty. And just like that, he was in everyone's eyes. Walked to their place. Huang Mao was still immersed in the shock just now. He couldn't believe it was really Frey's doing. I can't believe that Frey really has this ability. It was at this time, Professor Dior, who was preparing for class, came to the classroom. I saw the Chubby lying aside. He also walked straight over. But see the scene in front of you. Dior couldn't believe his eyes. Because of the chubby chest. It is a trace of martial arts full of magic. Even if it's a professor in the academy. No one else has that kind of strength. So he couldn't imagine. Which student can do this? The name of the Hippolyte School of Magic. But by a lewd fat man as a teacher. Because Professor Dior took Chubby to the infirmary. So for the time being, Kevin will take it. From the moment he entered this classroom, the gaze never left the girl's body. Seeing so many cute girls, Kevin felt that the air in the classroom had become sweeter. In these girls, his favorite is Isabel. Kevin relied on his status as a professor and scrupulously scrutinized every girl in the classroom. But at this time, he saw a figure that surprised him. Follow his gaze. That's where Frey is. That's a rarity. Frey, you're actually coming to my class. Just look at the professor's appearance. He didn't have a good relationship with Frey, so it's not a joke. Frey didn't expect it either. His body looks weak and can't help it. And his former owner turned out to be a troubled teenager. Professor, I would appreciate your understanding. I was too busy. As everyone knows, Frey didn't come to class before. It's all because he is often bullied by Kevin. So you mean there are more important things than my classes? Right, I guess so. After all, am I in the middle of puberty? Yes, you're in adolescence. I'm not an old stubborn either. I don't always put class first. But Frey class. Can you keep up? Well, answer me a few questions first. If you can't answer a question, then you are a student of this college. Be responsible for the attitude you just provoked. First question, what are the 3 weapons of the demon Tao warrior King Kaskin? Hear this. Frey froze. What did you just say? Do you mean Kaskin? Hear this familiar name. Frey's thoughts drifted back to the past. That was 4,000 years ago. At that time, he was still Lucas Traumen. Among his friends, there happened to be a samurai named Kaskin. He's a just punch. A samurai who can level a mountain. Take it easy. There's not much left of you here. Mountains if these animals lose their homes. You'll have to take care of them then. It's been a long time. After a brief greeting from Kaskin, Kaskin took Lucas home. You guy, I haven't seen each other in so many years. I come all the way. You still only know training. Didn't I pour you tea? Drink it, you reckless man. Every day, I only know training. Can you find a wife like this? About women. Lucas, don't you do the same? What is wrong with me? You guy, I care that you're still wrong. Affection can shake the ordinary heart. How could I not even be able to control my desires? As a samurai, women should be treated as stones. Aren't you magicians like that? Lucas Traumen. Kaskin is one such person. Old-fashioned and stubborn. So Frey couldn't have imagined 4,000 years from now. Tuscan, a stupid melon, actually became the king of the demon path. But in the eyes of other students, Frey was trembling out of fear right now, because it's a problem that isn't even documented in the literature. This lewd professor, always like it in this way. Show off your knowledge. Excuse me, Professor Kevin, I think you just questioned. It has nothing to do with the history of this demonic school. The professor wanted to teach the boy with his knowledge. Moment of truth. The students he liked also stepped forward to help. But he wasn't helping Kevin. Rather, they're puppets who have been harassed. Kaskin was a samurai. He just uses magic to strengthen his physical fitness. How can you call him a magician on that basis? So you're saying Kaskin wasn't a magician? Isabel-san, you're insulting all right now. Do you want to be a demon warrior? Theoretically, the claim of a demon warrior is not true. It was hard for the students to believe that this sentence would start from one. A student said it, but it's really an insult. He was called a magician rather than a samurai. Has always been an insult to himself by Kaskins. Isabel-san, I thought it must have been an interesting discussion. Well, let's go to my lab now. Let's have a good discussion. Isabel subconsciously shook off Kevin's hand. What do you want? I didn't expect that. You're so rude. I still think of you as my favorite student. Then it's up to you to answer instead of Frey. The 3 weapons of the demon path dancer Kaskin, the Tiger King Gauntlet. Belt of the Giant. Tempest Necklace. If I'm not mistaken, Kaskin only has this outfit. I didn't talk anymore. Am I wrong? That's right, Frey-san. You answered very correctly. Hear Kevin's words. Frey couldn't help but cheer. The surrounding students finally found out. There's something wrong with Frey today. Isabel-san, you were so rude just now. I now order you to follow me to the lab at once. I'm going to teach you how to be a good student. Professor Kevin, did you know? Demon King Kaskin. There is a passage that often admonishes others. Admiration can shake the samurai's normal heart. But anyone who wants to become a samurai, and all of them shall regard women as stones. If you are deceived by desires and forget your duty, it is impossible to gain a foothold in this world. Such a person will become a person who is inferior to a beast. What do you mean by that? Say whatever you want. Please don't take it personally. See what the professor looks like you are now. I wonder if Caskin was wrong back then. Frey Blake. Just answer one question correctly, and you dare to be presumptuous. I'll see how long you can run amok. I just said that. Just one mistake. You're going to pay the price. Now get ready to answer my next question. But it didn't take long. Kevin was already sweating profusely. Because Frey actually knew the right answers to all the questions. This is something that even professors don't necessarily know. About the history of the Age of Light. He couldn't imagine. This Frey in front of him. It's a shame for Hylett College. Professor, do you have any other questions you'd like to ask? Although the answer is interesting. But I'm hungry right now. Kevin was already speechless from the shock of Frey. He doesn't care anymore. What will these students think of themselves? Frey left the classroom and headed straight for the cafeteria. Isabel followed him closely. Frey-sama, are you going to eat? Frey glanced back. This is the girl who just helped him get ahead in class. But he just glanced at it and immediately turned away. Everywhere he went, there were girls following him. But he wasn't just unhappy. On the contrary, he was distressed by this. Follow me for what to do. The little woman was also preparing to go to dinner. What's going on with your breath? That's weird, isn't it? The family style is rigorous. Thank you for your understanding. In the end, the two went to the academy's cafeteria together. It didn't take long to sit down. Fule ordered a lot of food. Can you eat so much alone? You're hungry for 4,000 years. Every meal is a gift to me. What do you just mean by 4,000 years? It's none of your business. You guy, why have you been following me since just now? Don't get me wrong. It's just that there is no place in the cafeteria. How do you know so much about the Age of Light? What is the Age of Light? It was the era when the four great men lived 4,000 years ago. That's also historical. One of the most glorious eras of demonism. Frey didn't expect it to be 4,000 years later. On the contrary, the study of the devil's Tao has declined. He couldn't help but be suspicious. Could it be that this is also because of Demi? Date is the most in the history of demonism. The Great Four are the Demon King Caskin, Great Sage Hugh Xaviersman, the Black Witch Elise Pizaman, and known as the strongest magister, Lucas Traumen, who is also the dream lover of thousands of girls. He really was a great man. If he were still alive, the little girl would have proposed to him. You little girl, who doesn't have any hair, actually said that he was proposing. Thank you for your kindness. But little girl, this handsome guy is not interested in small children. How rude you are. The little lady did not propose to you. The scene of the two fighting in the cafeteria. Seen by many people. I really didn't expect the two of them to be together. I heard that Isabel took the initiative to chase after her. No way. He was one of the top honor students at Hylett College. I heard that even David was rejected by him. And David in their mouths. It was the yellow hair that bullied Frey before. At the moment he was staring at the front with great seriousness. Staring at Frey and Isabel who were playing. That bastard looks really an eyesore today. The last question that Professor Kevin just asked. The 3 cultivation methods of Shiosai's. Your Excellency's answer is fairy tales and growth and struggle. But the little woman, I only know the 2 things of fairy tales and growth. Can you tell me what kind of cultivation the struggle is? Then tell me first how many stars you have cultivated now. I'll tell you the truth. The little girl has reached the 3-star proficiency stage. Not bad. At such a young age, it has already reached such a high level. Start with just now. The little woman felt it. Your Excellency looks like a man who has lived for a long time. Yes, it's been a long time. I can't even remember some of the things I can't remember. But aren't you the same age as me? It can be said that it is. It can also be said that it is not. What do you mean by that? But Frey had already finished eating. I'm not going to continue talking about you. Haven't answered the little girl's question yet. What kind of cultivation method is struggle? You'd better go read a book. What I have is not knowledge. It's experience. So I can't teach you anything. Here's such an answer. Isabel's eyes widened. Not knowledge. It's experience. Where did you know this? I don't care about the beautiful girl around me. I like female professors in their 40s. It all started a few minutes ago. The first class of the afternoon was a magic sparring class. This was the opportunity David had been waiting for. He can tolerate Frey bullying his good brother. Kittens, but never allowed. He was so close to his goddess. Everyone listen up. This sparring can only use one-star magic. Besides, nothing else is different from actual combat. Even if you get injured during sparring, I can only blame myself for not being good at learning. Please take this as a real battle. Give it your all. Did you see the professor? What's his name? Are you talking about Professor Wayne, who is in charge of this class? That's right, it's him. He's so beautiful. Are you crazy? Would have a bad idea of a female professor in her 40s. Are you serious? You little kid know what? That's the perfect woman. The two sides of the match were David and Frey. David's eyes were extremely gloomy. This is the opportunity he has been waiting for. How's your state? I'm getting impatient to wait. I didn't sleep well yesterday when I was excited. I didn't think that Frey completely ignored him. Walked straight past him. David felt insulted. And in public. Insulted by students who claim to be the disgrace of the college. I finally knew. Why have I been asleep for so long? It's all about seeing you. Don't look at how young I look. But I'm much more mature than you are. Can you not tonight? I would invite you to join me for lunch. Give me back. I won't say it a second time. So how about that? If I win the game, let me treat you to dinner. If you win, I'll treat you to dinner then. It's ridiculous. Even one-star magic can barely be used. I still want to beat me, who is already 3 stars. This beautiful lady. Please don't forget the agreement between us. After Frey left, Wayne even felt a little weak in her legs. She didn't know what the hell was going on with her. But reason told her, you can't be tempted by a child. Frey, did you go crazy yesterday after being stimulated too much? I didn't expect you to like that genre. Or do you want to ask him to cancel the competition for you? Why cancel? I made an appointment with the lady. Looks like you slept soundly last night. I haven't figured out the situation yet. Listen, I'm going to break your vocal cords first, then break all your limbs one by one. I want you to survive. You can't die. I said starting today. You can't walk on your legs anymore. There doesn't seem to be any alien magic. It can beat people to that extent. Don't forget, I'm David. With the teacher's order. The contempt has finally begun. Almost at the same time, David used magical words. I saw only one stone after another. Towards the top of his head. Is this rhetoric? Why can this trick still be used in contempt? Professor Wayne, isn't contempt a rule that only alien magic can be used? That's right. But David, he didn't break the rules. Why is this kind of magic not a violation? This is the heir to our family. To be eligible for use. Magic cheats, although powerful, but eligible. Even one-star magicians can use it. It can only be used by family heirs. Magic cheats, but his opponents. But it's the strongest magus from 4,000 years ago. Magic cheats are the symbol of every family. You're using him to bully others. Why now you're finally scared? Not really. This level of magic doesn't scare me enough. As he spoke, a ball of light slowly floated out of Frey's hand. For a while, all the students outside the field were downcast. Laughed at me. You even want to fight with an Olympiad bullet. Words forget it. After all, you guy can only use the lowest level of magic. However, Frey was very happy with his Olympiad bomb. At least the colors look good. I saw Frey slowly put his hand next to the Olympiad bomb. Flick it gently, The Olympiad bomb actually broke through the rhetoric directly. Finger struck David, in the location where the Olympiad bullet hits. It's the raw egg that David said before. That's it. David was struck to the ground by the lowest level of magic. Constant convulsions. For a moment, everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Even the professor couldn't believe what was in front of him. This will only be low-level magic. Frey, known as the disgrace of High Luther College. With just one Olympian bullet, he defeated the mighty David. In addition to students of the same level, there were also 2 seniors on the sidelines. Look at everything here. Doesn't it mean that this is just a C-level magic practice class? The blonde man didn't say anything, just silently looked at the fragment of words in his hand. Actually use magic cheats in such a place. You're dishonoring your family. David was eager to say something, but he couldn't make any sound. By the way, what did you just say? Break my vocal cords first. Later I remembered. You said you were going to slowly remove my limbs one by one. David wanted to apologize. Would love to beg Frey for mercy. But he couldn't speak. Just like that, Frey popped up another Olympiad bullet. Almost instantly, David's left leg was broken by Frey. He wailed incessantly. Keep crawling backwards with your hands. Don't. That's your proposal. Shouldn't you feel excited? Professor Wayne, the winner is decided. Please end this contest. The other side has not yet surrendered, but his vocal cords have been shattered. Isabel San, I've said it from the beginning. It is necessary to treat this competition as a real battle. Magister's path. It's not the kind of danger that comes in. Someone will step in to stop it. Such a cowardly mentality can go on the road. Here's such an answer. Isabel wasn't arguing either. He just thinks Frey is a little scary now. Aren't you happy when you bully others? But it's not cool to be bullied by others. People like you. Calling himself a magician. Shame everywhere. That's how the world becomes. People like you don't deserve magic. That's what is good for society. I saw Frey walking towards him step by step. David was terrified. Idiot's joking. I thought I was going to take your limbs. Do you remove them one by one? You know I'm a good person. Look at you, so pathetic. Just break your legs. Let the rest go. I saw Frey leave step by step. David finally breathed a sigh of relief. Excuse me. I almost forgot about it just now. It seems to be 2 legs. I was so careless. It also uses only the lowest level of arcane bullet magic. It was easy to crush David, who had the secret of magic. The inconspicuous ball of light in Frey's hand. But this moment brought David endless fear. He lay on the ground and wailed. Attempt to stop Frey's next move. But it's a pity. All in vain. He seems to be in the 1st grade. Who the hell is it? It looks like the strength is not bad. The blonde man didn't answer the people around him. After watching this competition, he left them without looking back. The purpose has been achieved. There is no need to stay here any longer. Soon, the news of Frey's defeat of David spread throughout the academy. But not only did they not sympathize with David. On the contrary, I was glad that I couldn't see him for a while. And for the other protagonist in this event, there was a little more jealousy in their eyes. Hello, are you Frey Blake? I'm your 4th grade senior. Dermot Minort. It turned out to be a senior. Do you have anything to do with me? Frey Blake. I would like to invite you to join the Traumen Roundtable. You mean the Traumen Roundtable? That's right, I'm from Sierra College. You've probably heard of it. He represents an organization of Hillig College. This is the Traumen Roundtable. It's not an organization that everyone can come into. Only those who are approved by us are eligible. This is a ring that symbolizes the members of the Traumen Roundtable. Don't you think it's handsome? It was made by the famous craftsman Plumius himself. Because it's pure gold. Just take a bite. It can even leave a mark. As long as you have this ring, after graduation, you can choose your future path at will. Other words, in the future, there is no need to worry about eating. There are also those who lead the Traumen Roundtable. But he wasn't done yet. Frey had already turned away. Dermot doesn't have to hold on anymore. This kind of thing doesn't appeal to him in any way. Lord Phil-Anjuin, you're here to speak. Derman bowed respectfully. Hear movement behind you. Frey couldn't help but turn his head as well. It's the first time we've met. Frey-sama, I am the General Director of the Traumen Roundtable. Phil-Anjuin, I apologize to you first on behalf of Delman, but I'm just like him. We hope you'll join us at the Traumen Roundtable. Although Philin is very young, but Frey is well aware of his strength. I don't want it when it's not good. I really don't fit to join this organization. I don't want the infringement fee in my name. Go for it. Seeing Frey's attitude, Derman was immediately furious. However, Philin stopped him, although it is not clear what Frey's strength is. But he could feel it. Frey is not as simple as everyone thinks. At the end of the day's lessons, finally, it came to the part that Frey was most looking forward to. As agreed, I'm here to treat you to this meal. But why one more? Didn't I tell you to stop coming with me? Put down your fork quickly. Don't eat any more. Please don't care. Come to think of it, and I'm not here because of the two of you. Hurry up. Why don't you have any eyesight? Because I don't care how I look for it. None of the information on the struggle was found, and you don't want to fight, so I can only follow you all the time. Don't. Are you talking about Kaskin's cultivation method struggle? Frey, I thought I could enjoy the world of two people with the professor. I didn't expect Isabel to follow with a dead face. Unless your excellency tells me the cultivation method of struggle. Otherwise, the little girl will always follow you. Don't. Are you talking about Kaskin's cultivation method struggle? Professor Wayne, do you know about it too? I've heard about it before in the Demon Tao Association, but there is no literature about him. If it weren't for your hearsay, I'd love to hear what the hell is going on. Then that, I can tell you something even more wonderful. I'll go to your room and talk about it later. Wayne didn't know what the hell was going on. Obviously, Frey is 20 years younger than himself. But his physical and mental feelings. I don't listen to myself at all. But they forgot about Isabel on the side. You are not allowed to be rude to our professors. Why hasn't this fun-busting guy left yet? Because of Isabel's existence. Until the end of the dinner. Frey didn't succeed. Look at the thriving city. Frey couldn't help but wonder if this world, already completely ruled by demigod, that should be a thorn in his side. The remnants of the eye can be the traces of their own years. It wasn't erased by him. It's been 4,000 years. There is no distortion in what is said about them. Frey couldn't help but speculate. Did someone inherit their will? Has there been a confrontation? I don't know when. Isabel was already standing behind Frey. He suddenly discovered. Frey looks pretty handsome when he's serious. Isabel, I want to ask you something. Who is the boss of this school? You mean the boss? Your Excellency's question is too naive. It doesn't matter if it's a student or a professor. Who is the strongest person? But you haven't answered my question yet. Just tell me. I'll be able to teach you. The strongest of the students was fine. And the professor. The strongest are Professors Dio and Ethera. But the strongest in the school was my aunt. Isabel's aunt was the dean of this college. Charlotte Trisner. He is a 6-star magister known to the Empire as the Igloo. Is the strongest in this school only 6 stars? Although the realm of the magister can theoretically reach 9 stars. But except for 3,000 years ago, no one else has ever reached it. And this seems to be full of questions. So everybody thinks the Magister's realm can only reach a maximum of 8 stars. The Grand Magus can reach 8 stars. There are less than 10 people in the world. Maybe 9 stars are just a legendary existence. The magic circle that protects the school. Did the dean make it? I don't know. I guess so. But Frey is well aware. This is not a demon that a 6-star Magister can plant. He couldn't help but think of that organization. Traumen Roundtable. Nowadays this era is full of a lot of points. He was curious. Hella Tristner wouldn't know something. The best thing to do now is to meet him first. But it occurred to Frey that it had occurred to him. I don't know Demi yet. How influential Gates is. It's too dangerous to get these people involved. and there is a possibility that he will have a conflict with the dean. Looks like trying to figure out these things. You'll have to get to the 7 stars first. As we all know, it takes at least 20 years to become a 7-star magister. But the tail of the crane in the academy threatened. Half a year is enough. Having a dream is a good thing after all. What if it happens someday? Except for dreams. I love you a lot too. Would you like to confirm it? But there was an inopportune coughing sound from the side. I advise you to be careful. If you dare to do something bad to your professor, I'll report it to my aunt right away. So, that's why I hate imps. It's just the most annoying thing about the little kids. Professor Wayne, what do you mean by that? After the two left, Frey was lost in thought again. We can't afford to act rashly yet. You have to deal with the things in front of you first, step by step to improve your strength. That's the only shortcut. 2 weeks later, a familiar figure appeared in the academy. Frey, you damn bastard. I don't know what you're up to, but there's no way I'm going to lose to you this kind of waste. Footsteps approached. The classroom door was slammed open. Frey, do you think I'm going to let you go like that? I'm going to make you regret being born into this world. I'm going to take my little brother and give you bastard. But David wasn't done yet. A bomb from Frey. It had already hit him. David, who was not fully recovered from his injuries, lay on the ground again. In order to be able to recover yourself. A handsome face like ever. David went home again to recuperate. Frey walked aimlessly through the academy. There was no magic here for him to learn, and not even a decent opponent can be found. White hair, over there. Stop. I heard about the man who beat David half to death. It's you, bastard. Frey looked back. I found out that I didn't know the person at all. I've heard from them that you're very good. That's it. Frey obediently followed him to a basement. You bastard doesn't even know me. I'm Alec Dramif. I am your esteemed highness. As soon as people like you see me, you should immediately kneel down and surrender. But you guy, dare to take advantage of me to stop bullying my lovely junior. David's leg bones and nose bones were broken by you. How do you want to compensate? I would like to ask, are you trying to bully me now? What kind of tone is this? Believe it or not, I'll beat you to death. For I never thought about it. One day I will be bullied like this by a group of little kids. You don't seem convinced. Do you think that if you can defeat David, you will be invincible in the world? Do you know who I am? The last time I was at the Grady Demon Path Conference, took the top 16. Name, do you know what that means? That means you're dead today. A person who comes with a group of people to bully a junior. Even before it started, he sold himself and boasted. Don't be too afraid. They're just here to see the fun. Hit a crap like you. They don't need to do it at all. But the portrayal of Alex is not finished. Was directly sent out by an Olympiad bullet. And even during the flight, Alec also knocked out quite a few people. You bastard. Actually sneak up on someone else to talk or transform. How can you attack when the time comes? I just felt it all of a sudden. It's ridiculous to play around with you little devils. You bastard. Less arrogant for me. Do you know who we are? I don't want to know any of that. So he directly used the Olympiad bomb. With the sound of Olympiad bullets. Eventually, Frey was left alone. The students here are just too weak. Frey was afraid to go on like this. You will become like them. Frey only relied on one hand to count the bullets. It set off a bloody storm in the academy. You know, do your classmates call you the Death Olympiad now? What can I do? There's no chance that I'll be able to use more powerful magic. Isabel looked at Frey, who was rolling around. He suddenly felt, I seem to be attracted by his beauty. Is there something you came to me for? I tried it according to your words. I know it's a good idea to take the orc's blood magic array. But after the magic crystal is mixed in a ratio of 7-3, the effect is unimaginable. Actually, the blood of the orcs is better, because they have a thick, dark aura on them. So, what are you going to teach me this time? Actually, Frey didn't know. Why did he suddenly start teaching him? But Isabel is very talented after all. Just nurture well. You might be able to reach the level of 8 stars. Isabel, I'll teach you what a struggle is this time. During the holidays, I will go out for special training. If you go with me, you can see what a struggle is, but you risk losing your life. So if you don't have confidence, it's better to give up early. I'll go with you. Please take me with you for special training. Time came to the holidays in a flash. Isabel brought a lot of things to the table for this special training. Are you going camping? Where did you get so much luggage? Of course, a woman has to prepare a lot of things when she goes out. Your Excellency really doesn't understand it at all. The woman doesn't have to say that. Where are you going to take me? I'm going to take you to the Eden Mountains. That place isn't called a monster paradise. And the extremely dangerous of that mountain range. Do you know how to get there? Your Excellency is really speechless. If you go to the Eden Mountains, even after relying on elf stones to Islam, it's a long way to get there, and it's a long way to go. There will be a lot of monsters stopping us on the way. Do you know now that you're afraid? Please don't insult me, Your Excellency. I didn't think about it at all. How comfortable it will be to travel with you. What is that elf stone you just talked about? That thing allows us to move fast and long distances. It's nice that there was no such thing 4,000 years ago. What are you saying strange things again? That's when Frey knew. Although the study of magic has not developed at all. However, industrial technology is developing rapidly. No wonder. The strength of these children will be greatly reduced. I forgot to tell you, there is a long distance from Karaponi to Islam. It is estimated that it will cost 10 gold. Hear Isabel's words. Frey broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately stopped, started rummaging through the bag. But even after searching every corner of the body, his entire fortune was still only 1 gold coin. Frey suddenly thought, Isabel was also a nobleman, so he must have a lot of money. What's wrong with you? Is there something wrong with you? Isabel, tell me quickly, how much money you have for this special training. I didn't take the money. A life of abundance can make one lazy. How can it be possible to take money and enjoy it on the path of cultivation? You give me a hurry home. Then he took a lot of money and came back to earn his own travel expenses. That's the meaning of practice. In the end, Frey failed to convince Isabel. What's even more terrifying, neither of them did. The experience of part-time work is approaching on vacation. Frey took Isabel to start training. But because neither of them has much money, they were forced to start a budget trip. Where they want to go first, it is the capital city of Karaboni. When the two of them came to the port, they couldn't believe their eyes, because they're about to ride. It is an incomparably luxurious cruise ship. The point is that this is only for the students of High Luther College. Free and open. No wonder you can see a lot of students here. The food must be delicious too. I've heard that they only serve the highest level of cuisine. I'm drooling just listening to it. I suddenly fell in love with High Luther College. But when the two of them were about to board the ship, only to be told that it was full. The next departure is in 4 days. Or the two of you will ride the Parrot first. The good news is, the Parrot was away from the cruise ship they were supposed to be on. Not far, but the two ships are comparative. The gap is huge. The Parrot will arrive in Karaboni after 5 days. In our ship, it will remain free for High Luther students. To save time, Frey, they eventually had to ride the Parrot. Meanwhile, a group of pirates was sitting in a cabin. Captain, we're all ready. Very well, we're going to do a big deal tonight. I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. How did you gouge out your eyeballs? It's disgusting to watch. Captain, you're really... The one-eyed is the symbol of our pirates. Then you can't just gouge out your own eyes. Back to business. Our goal today is the ships passing through Stanford. When they passed through the capital of Osakati. Let's get straight to the point. Did you hear it all? Looks like we're going to make a big profit tonight. But what is the name of that boat? I don't want to lose my other eye. Just write it down for me. The boat was carrying a flock of rich second-generation parrots. Meanwhile, the Parrot has also taken its scheduled course. Welcome aboard the Parrot. I am the captain of this ship, Mark Maldis. We are the ones who should be pleased. If not for the boat, we could have to waste 4 days. The boat obviously looks great. But why are there so few passengers? The boat will pass through the capital of Osakatadu. Mainly, there are a lot of pirates there. Hear this? Isabel was also taken aback. But don't worry. Although the ship has 2 frigates, but every corvette, there is a 4-star magician in charge. They were all battle mages from the Marshal Tower. As long as they're there, no matter how many pirates come, it doesn't matter. It's actually a battle magister. It's really reliable. If pirates weren't stupid, I didn't dare to touch the parrot, which was escorted by Imperial warships. But he had just finished speaking. Immediately, I received an alert that there was an attack by pirates. And that pirate ship, he had already driven in front of the parrot. How could there be such a big pirate ship? Captain Mark, big things are not good. The frigates have all sunk. Just one attack. There will be 2 4-star magisters frigates. All sank. That's impossible. The 2 warships were sunk in an instant. There is no way a pirate could do such a thing. 2 warships with 4-star magisters. It was actually beaten by the pirates' attack in an instant. Mark couldn't imagine. It's something a group of pirates can do. Time goes back a few minutes ago. The pirates had already seen the parrot through their binoculars. Sure enough, there were 2 warships next to it. What do we do now? Give me a little quiet. The adult will watch it. I'm here for today. But I spent a lot of money to hire it. He'll take a good look at it. This is Lord Durard the Lich. He can make us a lot of money. See this legendary existence with your own eyes. It's still pretty scary. Elvis Felika, I'm having nightmares. When the captain said that he was going to attack a ship escorted by a warship, I thought you were completely insane. I didn't expect you to make a pact with the Lich. The captain is simply in the history of pirates. It's a legendary stroke. Just as the 2 were talking, the Lich unleashes the magic ice lance. 2 4-star magisters. Something strange in the air was spotted almost at the same time, although they have done their best to prop up the shield. But the 3 ice guns flew straight towards the ship, even if they've used up the last shred of magic in their bodies. Still unable to stop the 3 ice guns that fell. Great. Our plan worked. Now come with me and make a big profit. Master Durard, you're amazing. It was unexpectedly sunk, such a large warship at once. It's kind of weird. It's obviously 3. There are obviously 3 ice guns I summoned. But why didn't the ship in the middle have anything to do with it? Master Durard, I told you before. Don't sink that ship, for I will take the men of the ship as hostages. The Lich just glanced back at the pirate. Immediately shut his mouth in amusement. He didn't dare to resist at all. You can only curse the Lich in your heart. I do. I don't want them to run away or resist. Cause pointless trouble. And it wasn't powerful enough to sink that ship just now. So, what do you just mean? There's something on that ship that's holding me back. Meanwhile, on the parrot, Captain Mark is trying to control the panicked students. In a no-man's corner, a man in a teasing hat sat there motionless. He gasped. It seems like you've just experienced strenuous exercise. So. Unlike others, Frey and Isabel were calm. Though, Isabel was also frightened by the scene just now. But at least he was able to keep his senses. Calm down, they're just a bunch of pirates. Then them. I'm more concerned about something else now. There are obviously 3 ice guns, but one of them suddenly disappeared on the way down. Did you do it? It's not me. That's why I'm curious. In fact, Frey had already felt the strange magic. But it happened suddenly. He still couldn't stop it, because I feel the same breath as Demigate. In that moment, his mind went blank. After calming down, Frey felt it carefully, although it's a lot like that. But this is the magic that belongs to the undead. If it wasn't for your doing. Who's that? I don't know. I don't know who it is, though. But I'll have to say hello to him. After all, if it weren't for him, we are already struggling in the sea by now. An attack that even the strongest magus can't stop was stopped by a mysterious man on the ship, but not waiting for them to be happy. The pirate ship had crashed straight ahead. After the ship came to a stop, The pirates made use of ladders and hooks. Came to the parrot. Oh no, it's pirates. The pirates are coming. The crew who have been in disarray. Effortlessly killed by the pirates. Those who survived have also completely lost their fighting spirit. There was little hindrance. The pirates boarded the parrot. It seems that I underestimated the ship. I didn't expect there to be so many people up there. There are almost 40 people who look like rich boys. Maybe it's done. I don't have to work hard in this life. Dear students who have money and dreams. Hello there. We are friends with everybody. Scarlet Marauding Regiment. Damn pirates. You know what this ship is? What a ship. Of course I do. This is a treasure ship carrying a group of rich second generations. After all that is said, the rest of the pirates burst out laughing. You damn pirates. How dare you underestimate us? Haven't you figured out the situation yet? The people on these boats. But in the future, I want to become an excellent student of the Magister. You've hit the nail on the plate today. As he spoke, the man began to chant mantras. Prepare to cast your magic. Can be a second. A throwing knife flew straight at the man. You little one. I don't have any eyesight. Do you think I'll give you time to recite the mantra? The knife was pinned tightly to the man's neck at the moment. Just a little more off. I'm afraid the man won't have a chance to tremble. See this scene? Students who have just calmed down. Again in a panic. Frey found out. Someone secretly changed the trajectory of the knife just now. And I finally saw the figure of the mysterious man on the ship. It's not an opponent you can resist. Stay quiet. Don't make a big deal. Why did you miss it? This is our god of wealth. How can you hurt them? Less nonsense. I won't miss again this time. That four-eyed boy doesn't look like a rich second generation. Hear this. The bespectacled student collapsed to the ground in fright. A warm current also slowly flowed out from under his crotch. It's disgusting that this little guy actually peed his pants. It's not okay to smoke my god of wealth. Go wash it for him. In this way, the pirate carried the boy with glasses. Without a hint of hesitation, the boy was thrown off the parrot by them. Help, help, help. Who's going to save me? It didn't take long. The sea was calm again. Unexpectedly, the two-star orca would die like this. But in the eyes of pirates, they just did a very ordinary thing. You damn pirates. Dare to kill orca. Why are you students so verbose? Didn't the teacher teach you well? Almost instantly, 2 bolts of magic flew straight towards the pirate. The 2 pirates who couldn't dodge lost their lives in an instant. When the magic is about to hit the pirate captain, a shield that suddenly appeared, but blocked their magic. He even fought back while blocking the attack. This strange magic that suddenly appeared. It made the students suffer a lot. After the magic is gone, a black figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Could this be the legendary Lich? One move to kill the murderers of 2 5-star magisters. It's actually a legendary Lich who can live forever. You have made a pact with the undead. Are you crazy? The undead and the living do not trade. You're just being used by him. We just need to make money. Because we're pirates. You guys love money no matter how much. You can't do that. It was at this time. Isabel hugged Frey tightly. Frey just wanted to push him away, only to find that his whole body was trembling all the time. They are no ordinary pirates. It feels a little dangerous. Lich's words. There is also at least 5-star strength. I can finally understand why the 2 battle mages were defeated by his men. The person who just blocked my magic, come out quickly. I know you're right here. Hurry up and get me out. If it doesn't come out, I'm going to kill them all now. Lord Lich, you say so. So will we. But the Lich just glanced back at the pirate captain. I didn't dare to continue. Past this time, the hooded mystery man still stood up. Are you the one who just stopped my magic? Humans, tell me your name. At the moment when the mystery man takes off his hood, the students present were all stunned. It turned out that the person who had just blocked the attack. He is the strongest student in the academy. Phil and Isabel. Do you know this person? In our school, There is no one who does not know him. He is the highest organization in the hospital, the leader of the Traumen Aid Pearl Society. It is also one of the 3 most influential families in the empire. As second son, and his grades are particularly good. It's a competitor who competes with me for the first place in the hospital, even if the grades are about the same. But his realm is several times stronger than below. After seeing Firen, students at West Lutheran College also felt saved. If it's Firen, fully capable of unraveling the Lich's magic, it's possible that he will really help us through the crisis. Don't make a fuss. That's impossible. Haven't you found out yet? It's hard for him to even stand now. The realm of the Lich is at least 5 stars or above. The man named Fan. Although after awakening, it seems that all the impurities in the body have been removed. But he's only just getting to 5 stars. He blocked magic that was higher than his own. It's not dead yet. It's already a miracle. At this time, Farron regretted it very much. Because I don't want to be too eye-catching. We chose a boat with fewer passengers. I didn't think about it, but it became the biggest bane. Although just blocked the attack. But just one blow made him a little overwhelmed. He knows it well. The enemy in front of him is an existence that he cannot deal with. I have to say, you're in luck. I didn't expect to find such excellent material as you. I would like to ask the captain a question. What is your purpose? Several rich second generations with noble status pass through the dangerous capital of Osaka. As a pirate, how could I sit idly by? So I'm going to get you all safely to Karaponi. Isn't it very intimate? Of course, the premise is, you can give us a satisfactory reward. Case. Then we might as well make a deal. Please let the others go. Just kidnap me. The strongest student of High Luther College. After realizing that you can't defeat the enemy in front of you, he wanted to make a deal with the pirates. Our military family. It will give you twice as much as you want. So I hope you guys will let the others go. Are you an idiot? We got a Lich Lord on our side. In addition to you, we can get other people's ransoms. So why listen to you? You're right. I'm certainly no match for the Lich you've hired for. But I'm confident before that. Take you pirates with you. Hear Fern's words. The pirate captain was visibly frightened by him. Frey, on the other hand, grew fond of Farron. In his opinion, that's the kind of courage a magister should have. This country really has a promising future. But this time, the Lich suddenly cast a spell. Your magic has a particularly enticing flavor. I'm going to suck you straight away. Then turn the flesh into an immortal like me. Serve me forever and ever. From now on, you're already mine. You've all heard that. Negotiations have broken down. Now get everyone on our boat. For a while, the students were all focused on running away on their own. The ambition of once wanting to become a magister. When danger really comes, it's all gone. You boys are fast. At least keep me one. This little sister looks really good. Then I'll choose you. Little sister and big brother go over there to play. Big brother will definitely not treat you badly. You stinky boy. Get out of here. Don't disturb Uncle Ben's yaxing. You bastard. Will you talk well in the end? Looks like you're in the rebellious period. Come here, I'm going to teach you a good lesson. Won't you come over yourself? Who do you think you are? And let me pass. You're crazy. Why provoke him at all? Don't add fuel to the fire. Frey, haven't you been too arrogant lately? Give me less energy. Be honest with me. But the pirates were now clearly enraged by Fred Ward. You know, the first one to die. What kind of people are they in general? They're generally like you. People who don't have the eyesight to see. But here's the surprise. The people who flew out were the pirates who took the initiative to attack them. You're right. But it seems like you're the one who doesn't have the eyesight to see. All couldn't believe it. Frey at the end of the college crane actually has this kind of strength. Everything that just happened. Only Philin could barely see it. Instantaneous mana increments. Let him strike faster than a knife. This speed. Philin was confident that he would never be able to do it. He thought Frey was strong. But I didn't expect to be able to use magic in this way. Defeat the pirate. Frey then used his hand to protect Isabel behind him. Don't be afraid to take a closer look at the Lich. Do you have any opponents you can deal with? No matter what, you have to protect yourself. You're a magister. Just after that kind of thing happened, everyone on board stopped what they were doing. This idiot one-eyed dragon was blinded by a woman. Actually dealing with a student will be missed. But the voice just fell. Frey was already in front of him. In the absence of any reactions, Frey's hand ran through the pirate's chest. Philin, the strongest of the students, is trapped. Just when they gave up resistance altogether, Frey stepped forward. He stabbed his knife straight through the pirate's chest. It's nice to have someone negotiate with you and agree directly. I'm not like him. My personality is a bit rushed, but you don't have to worry too much. I have never taken a human life. Of course, I never thought of you as a human being. This guy is not crazy. Brothers, let's kill him together. Frey backhand. He threw the pirate into the crowd. As he raised his hand, a powerful magic force gradually condensed in his hands. This time he can finally use it. It's a magic that's more powerful than the AO bullet. Well, he's just run out of magic. Let's get rid of him. Can be a second. The pirate's behind Frey. It was swallowed up by a powerful magic. He didn't use any magic. It's just that the magic in the body is released. I can't believe it. Is he really a magister? The way Frey fights now, it's clearly a demonic samurai. But the demon warrior, how could it be possible to use that kind of powerful magic? As a result, many pirates were frightened by Frey. It was also at the moment when he was stunned. Frey had already rushed towards him. Just one kick. Frey rescued the girl from the pirates. Is he vacating now? Take this opportunity to take him down. Frey stepped on the pirate's head. Jump into the air. You guy, can you grow your eyes? Why chop your own people? Frey took advantage of the pirate infighting. I've already accumulated mana in the air. Look at that guy. What the hell did he want to do? Don't wait for them to think about it. Frey had pushed the magic in his hands to the deck. Moment. The terrifying magic fell straight down on the deck. Wait for the smoke to clear. The group of pirates just now is gone. Frey slowly fell from the sky. You bastard. Hurry up and stop it. You're too fast, aren't you? If you dare to lift a finger. I immediately wiped his neck. Do you think you can do it? It turned out to be Isabi. You have already taken advantage of this gap to quietly chant a mantra. The next second, terrifying lightning burst out from his hands. The pirate who had just tried to take him hostage. At this moment, he was lying on the ground and did not move. Time. No one expected this to happen. They didn't expect that. It's so easy to resist these pirates. How about my strength? It should be not bad. You're not very capable. That's what a Mage should be. Wonderful. It's just wonderful. Gray hair, you're amazing. Look at your body. I guess I'm a student guard. It was my negligence. I shouldn't underestimate you. Since you have this strength, let's make a deal. I know you're not an ordinary person, but want to beat us all by yourself. It's still a bit difficult. Go on. Let me hear if there is value in trading with you. You can take half of the people here. That should be enough for you to go back and cross. Hear this. Students began to cry and complain. Isn't that nice? I'll give you a step. Our losses are also not very large. It's simply a win-win deal. A part of the pirates was easily dealt with. After realizing how powerful Frey is, the pirate captain offered to make a request for a deal. You can take half of the students back to the errand. It's a win-win situation for us. You guys such a scumbag. I've killed so many of your people. You can even say it's a win-win. We're pirates. Isn't it normal to have casualties in the course of the battle? You can handpick who you want to take with you. Let's choose now. The moment I heard this, a girl broke free. Catch yourself, pirates. Please, please, you must choose me. I'll give you a good sum of money. How about 100 gold? Enough if not enough for you. Let me do whatever I want. As long as you promise to elect me. With the appearance of the first person, other students followed suit. They had all been caught. At this moment, they broke free from the shackles of pirates one by one. It's a real headache. Isabel, should we take the opportunity to earn a fortune? It's now up to 200 gold. Is there anyone else going to keep adding up? As the number of gold coins continues to increase, some students have begun to report to their homes. As a student at Hillig College, almost all of them have illustrious family backgrounds. In the future, I will become a senior official. We'll definitely meet all your requirements. Think about who can give you the most power. You're not done yet. It's annoying. I'm just kidding. You actually started bidding. Get away from me. The heat died, and the humidity was very strong at sea. A group of imps know how to take money and smash people. Is that your money? It's not what your parents worked so hard to earn. People who want to become magisters are so greedy for life and afraid of death. I can't imagine what you'll be like when you grow up. Listen to it all. Magisters are heroes who protect the weak. As a magister, even if you encounter a situation that threatens your life, save other people's lives first. That's what a magus should look like. Hear these words. The pirates were well aware that the negotiations had broken down. But he was curious. Why didn't the Lich have the slightest intention of doing it? He couldn't help but speculate. Isn't this skull confident that he can win him? Don't guess I'm not going to lose to a mere human. The captain was startled when he heard this. He didn't expect the Lich to have the ability to be poisonous. I'm just watching him. It's the first time I've seen his magic. It looks like it's very strong. However, he is only at the level of a 5-star magus at best. It could never be my opponent, Durad. My lord, I believe in your strength. Feel the magic change on the side. Frey also looked back at the Lich. Magisters like you, I don't even know how many I've killed. Let's give up hope and be a part of me. It's disgusting. Even the tone is the same as that of Demigate. The black demon didn't spare his hand. Directly launched a magic needle-stabbing group attack. I saw 3 spikes flying straight towards Frey. But Frey tilted his head slightly. Easily dodged the attack. Frey, be careful. That's tracking magic. We'll always follow you. Of course I do. As he spoke, Frey turned over again. Dodged the spikes. FJN realized the current situation is very unfavorable for Frey, because this magic doesn't need to be controlled by a black demon. So the black demon can take the opportunity to sneak attack. Just as Frey dodged the spikes, the black demon secretly unleashed a second spell. Able to take out Frey, the Lich is no longer left behind. Needle Prick, which can automatically track the target, is used directly. Boxing while Frey was busy dodging. He quietly unleashed a second spell. I saw countless hands suddenly appear out of thin air on the deck. Now, Frey's attention was still on the 3 spikes. When he discovers the second magic, Frey didn't have time to dodge. The hand of hell struck Frey's body with precision. It's good that Isabel is in time. Shielded the spread of magic. It's just the remnants of the hand of hell. It makes those students who don't have time to react miserable. After blocking an attack, Isabel, for the first time, looked in Frey's direction. But there was nothing but shattered guardrails. Frey was nowhere to be seen. FJN realized their last hope was gone. But at this moment, the 3 spikes in the air moved. Surprisingly, 3 spikes shot straight at the Lich. Cannot. Already a Lich can only open a shield to block its own magic. In order to be able to completely solve the self-release of the Needle Swarm machine, the Lich even had to, untied from Furin. He didn't understand why the spikes would attack him. If the target disappears, magic should be gone too. That's when it happened. The Lich saw their incredulous looks. He suddenly realized, could it be that the human is hiding behind him? The back of your head looks much more pleasing to the eye. That way I don't have to see your disgusting face. Because Frey was never able to be seen. The Lich had to jump into the air on its own initiative. He couldn't imagine how exactly Frey dodged those attacks. and how it came to his back in an instant. But he was well aware. He would never have been able to do such a thing himself. The strength of the man in front of him. By no means what a human being can have. Frey, are you all right? Those attacks just now. But the moment Frey looked back, Isabel was suddenly stunned. It was as if the man in front of him was not Frey at all. Rather, he is the most powerful magister in the history of mankind. Lucas Traumen. What is that? What does this lich want to do now? It turned out to be in the gap just now. Once again, the lich used the magic of sinking the warship. In an instant, all the students were once again enveloped in despair. The same is true of liches. So he had to sink the ship right away, then run away. However, this will not be able to absorb Fine's magic. But after all, it's better than losing your life here. A huge magic shield that can suddenly appear. Again shattered his illusions. And that shield, it was Frey who was released alone. The lich is unimaginable. All of his spears were blocked. You must know that Farron, who is also a 5-star. Just block one and go straight. Vomited blood. Isabel was also completely shocked by Frey's strength. But this time, the lich unleashed a much larger class. You're just a human being after all. Give me death. This time Frey didn't use magic. I saw that his legs were accumulating violently. In the next second he relied on the flesh. Shattered the icicle larger than the ship. Lich at the moment, also immersed. The shock of his own magic being destroyed. Didn't notice it in the slightest. Frey was already in front of him. Magisters are only in the flesh. He broke an icicle bigger than a ship. After the crisis is resolved. Philin and Isabel. The protective shield was also propped up in time, when the ship blocked the ice that had been shattered by Frey. At this moment, Frey had come to the lich. You rookie, who doesn't have enough 5 stars. How could it be possible to block my magic? Because I know some shortcuts. It's so easy to deal with your magic. What do you mean? Do you know how to break through 5-star magic? Can you push harder? It's hard to be able to use the magic of the Olympiad bullet or more. It made me happy. You megalomaniacal fellow. Who are you? I'm Frey Blake. It is said to be the tale of the 10,000-year-old crane of High Luther College. But my real name is Lucas Traumen. It was specially reborn from the world of 4,000 years ago. Teach you a lesson. The strongest magister. The others could only look at the two in the air from afar. I couldn't hear what they were saying at all. Hear Frey's words. The lich seemed to be greatly stimulated. Sling the bull. Lucas Traumen is long dead. Sure enough, the back of your head is the most pleasing to the eye. The next second, Frey ran his hand through the lich's body. That's the core of who you are. If not ruin him, you will never die. Each lich has a different core location. To identify your core, it took me a lot of time, as Frey popped the core of his hand. The black demon's body also turned to ashes in the air. I didn't expect him to really win. And it was easy to win. It's disgusting that I didn't expect the black demon to lose. So what do we do? What's going on? Isn't he an immortal? Why would he still die? But at this moment, Frey has appeared quietly. Behind the pirate captain. I don't need to say it. You should know that too. Negotiations have broken down. Now you can all die. Almost in the blink of an eye. The pirates were all killed by Frey. Frey shook his hand. Clean up the blood on your hands. The rest of the ship. They all watched in silence as they saw what was happening in front of them. This fantastic journey is finally over. After Frey disembarked, someone stopped him. You're very strong. It turned out that the person who caught up was Farron. I admire you. Unexpectedly, Frey didn't say a word. Turn around and leave. But behind him, Farron's movements. But it caught his attention again. He was my savior. I will never forget this kindness. Don't do that. Please look up. See Phil's stubborn look. Frey couldn't help but sigh as well. How it feels. Resisted the attack of the black demon with all his might. Your internal organs must have been injured quite a bit. Nothing serious. Instead, he vomited the blood away. Felt better afterwards. Don't be pushy. You stinky boy. Do you think I won't be able to see it? What the hell is going on with you? A black demon that even court magicians can't easily defeat. Actually, the back. And I've heard your name a long time ago. Heard? You are the least gifted student in the history of the college. And you're coming to prominence in the last few weeks. Have you been hiding your strength before? Whatever you want. As the saying goes, life is impermanent. Fan didn't get angry when he heard this. Yes, you have a point. Life is impermanent. Do you want to come to my house after a while? I want to thank you so much. Frey saved Firen's life. I was invited by the June family. But here's the surprise. Frey actually refused. I'll go when I have time. Are you crazy? It was the June family, one of the 3 major families of the empire. A lot of nobles want to get in touch with them. Hear Isabel's words. Frey suddenly thought of something. Phil, lend me some money. Not too much. 20 gold coins are enough. You took this opportunity to ask him for money. As a practitioner, can you pay attention to your words and deeds? You're hilarious. And it's not because of you. This guy doesn't bring any money with him when he goes out. Actually, it doesn't hurt for me to give it to you. Where are you going to use it? We want to use a portal in Karaponi. But the cost of picking up gold coins over there is too expensive. So you want to go to the capital. This is for you. This is my thank you. So it's okay if you don't have to. Frey didn't expect Philin to make a move. He gave himself 300 gold coins. Not so much. 20 gold coins are enough. I don't have any change on me. You'd better just take it. Frey felt suddenly, I hate these rich second generations a little. Though, I'd love to invite you to my home right now. But I'm getting ready to get married now. If you go back, there must be a lot of trouble waiting for me to deal with. Are you showing off this guy? Don't do that. That's not something to be happy about. Because my father forced me to do so. Hear Fern's words. Frey seemed to have thought of something. That's right, your fiancé. Does he have a sister? He seems to be from the country of Leonov. It doesn't matter, no. Sister's words. Anakin, too. He seems to be the young lady of the wild Kurdish family. Their family has cultivated a lot of outstanding momentum. I don't know if I'm a good match for him. If only he knew I was a thin magician. I'm sure I'm going to be disappointed. You are a top student in our college. You are not weak at all. Farron, you must not be discouraged. Aren't you handsome? If he has a sister or an aunt, please be sure to contact me immediately. See Frey like this. Isabel finally couldn't help it. But Fine on the side couldn't help but laugh. I don't know how long it has been since I've laughed like that. You're such an interesting person. They already have different destinations. Soon the time will come to separate. Don't forget to come to my house. Don't make me an ungrateful person. Yes, I'll see if I have time. I don't know why. Isabel has a special feeling. Seems Frey and Firen are old friends who have known each other for a long time. After saying goodbye to Firen, the two change their outfits. It's back on the road. This thing is really amazing. You can even use subspace magic. Put the bottom bag. Dozens of times the space is put in. Is this your first time meeting? It's not really that big. Look at the bustling scene around you. Frey couldn't help but sigh. Now compared to the era in which he lived, technology has advanced a lot, and the population has also increased a lot. It's been 4,000 years. The world hasn't changed much. This can only be indicated. Demigate deliberately limits human development. But he didn't understand. What is the reason for Demigate's doing this? He's obviously one. A guy who is very good at stealing the fruits of human development. What are you thinking? We're already on the portal. Frey knows that too. There is no point in thinking about these things now. It's better to meet Demigate next time. Just give him a good beating. He is the strongest 9-star magister in the history of mankind. But he was demied by the self-proclaimed god Demigate. One-handed repression. After 4,000 years of sealing, Lucas finally took on the role of Frey, reborn in this world. But he found 4,000 years. the world has largely changed. This means the development of humanity was deliberately limited by Demigate. But Frey is no match for Demigate at all. So his primary purpose is to improve himself. So he and Isabel relied on the teleportation array, came to the Eden Mountains, known as the Monster Paradise. He found that even 4,000 years had passed. There is still no change here and before. In order to have a smooth rest in the future, the two walked into a local tavern. It is for 5 people. A little more bread and meat. Ask for another beer. I don't know. Why doesn't the Academy provide us with beer? If you don't take 2 more sips. I've almost forgotten what beer tastes like. It was during the time when Frey was whining. The boss had already come over with his meal. Look at you like this. Are you mercenaries? See the hearty food in front of you. Frey completely ignored what the boss had just said. You're going to the Eden Mountains. Looks like he's a newcomer, dressed in brand new armor and swords. Feel like you can kill a vicious path. Frey still ignored it, just gulping down beer. Actually, this is not a bad thing. After all, young people should be so ambitious. But you'd better go back after eating. The Eden Mountains are not for you little ones. I've heard that it's full of monsters. We also know that there is no wrong. Often dangerous, very dangerous. You don't understand anything at all. Sorry I was a little rude. I have a son about your age. When he was a child, he said that he wanted to be a mercenary. So as soon as I saw you, I thought of him. So how is he now? Have you become a good mercenary? He had recently lost his life after going to the Eden Mountains. He went in at that time. It was to protect a pair of maids who were collecting medicine. In the end, only the little girl survived. He was the one who told me about my son's death. So I advise you not to go there, even if it's a veteran mercenary who has been fighting all year round. If you go there, you may lose your life. Finally, Full, can you tell me what monsters are there? Really, even if you know you're going to die. Do you have to go? Frey didn't answer, but the look in his eyes said it all. Looks like I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight. Just like that, the boss took out the map. For Frey, the two of them gave a detailed introduction to the suspicious mountains. Thank you so much. How much do we have to pay for those who just eat? Forget it, let's take credit first. Give it to me if you can come back alive. How can you make money in this business? There are a lot of people who do say that about me. Your sausages are particularly delicious. Don't lie. Many people say that we have nothing but alcohol in our house. Everything else is garbage. I'll remember both, though. Next time I come, I'll make you even more delicious sausages. Do you still owe me money? So be sure to come back alive. Of course, I'd like to eat the sausages again. Just like that, under the watchful eye of the boss. Frey and the others took advantage of the darkness to enter the Eden Mountains. The Eden Mountains that became a monster paradise. At the moment, it has become a slaughterhouse for monsters. The reason for all this? Just because of the break-in? The two of them are worthy of the Eden Mountains. There are so many powerful monsters just entering the mouth. I finally knew. Why did Your Excellency bring me here? Just practice here for a month? It's definitely rewarding. You're thinking too much. I'm not here to catch these minions. We're here for Hughes. Copy, you were talking about the great sage Shiosai's. The one that was built. Although there you can find the power to command the world. Isn't that a copy of a place that only existed in legends? With that kid's character, even if it's a copy, it could never be an ordinary cave. Frey remembers. When I was still Lucas, Hughes once told him about the mountains that went straight to the sky. A lake high up in the mountains, and a small island in the middle of the lake. I'll be there waiting for your arrival. Straight into the mountains. It should be referring to the Delake Mountains. The lake at the summit is probably a volcanic lake. In Frey's opinion, it was indeed a place that Hughes would like. So just find the island over there. In fact, it can also be called a legendary place, because it will be especially dangerous there. You need to be at least 6 stars to check it out. So you have to reach the level of 6 stars in a month. You're not going crazy, are you? No matter how hard you try. I want to get the 6-star Magic Island Stone. It will take decades at least. But Frey ignored him. First of all, we must find a suitable place to cultivate. You have to look for it too, as long as it's a good place to concentrate your magic. Just like that, the two of them killed monsters at the same time, as he walked towards the depths of the Eden Mountains. Gradually, Isabel has been able to adapt to the monster strength here, but he still couldn't see it. What the hell did Frey want to do? Found here. That's what we're going to fix next. The place of refining. Originally, there is also a cave hidden behind this waterfall. After entering the cave, Frey used candlelight to act as lighting. This is where we're going to practice for a month. Isabel, from today onwards, I will teach you the cultivation method of struggle. I didn't tell you before. It's because this cultivation method is too dangerous. If you forcibly cultivate, you may even lose your life. So you just need to watch it for now. With that, Frey went into a meditative state. Slowly, all the magic of the Eden Mountains. It's all starting to converge here. Frey is absorbing all the magic of the Eden Mountains. See such a sight. Isabel was a little incredulous, and so it went on for a day and a night. Frey finally finished preparing for the struggle. He turned around. I found out. Isabel is also imitating herself. Soak up the magic. Although Frey had long known that Isabel was talented, but his strength is still beyond Frey's imagination. The most commendable. It's Isabel's thirst for learning. I don't know how long it took. Isabel finally opened her eyes. He found. At this moment, Frey was looking at himself with a lewd expression. Isabel was taken aback by Frey. I thought he was going to plot against him. You've just done a great job. It seems that you were very talented. But for now, let's take a break. It's time for us to eat. Once you get to the right place, Frey finally had to teach Isabel the cultivation method of struggle. The first step in cultivation. It is to inhale all the magic around you into your body. But if you want to continue, they also need to eat something to replenish their energy first. I'm not very hungry under it. So Your Excellency should keep it for now. It's you who absorb enough magic. So I mistakenly thought that I was not hungry. If you want to continue cultivating, you have to force yourself to eat it. That's it, two of them, comfortably chewing the flesh in his place. Until not so long ago, I never thought I would be able to cultivate with Your Excellency. In fact, I've been in Your Excellency for a long time. I felt an extraordinary atmosphere. Obviously, just an excluded student. But it is a reason to let you look at it from below. I guess it's the kind of temperament you have. But see Your Excellency these days. Feel like someone else again, although it is not very clear. But Your Excellency seems to know what path to take, and without a hint of hesitation. Which one do you think is the real me? Of course, all of them are real, because humans don't change easily. Humanity will only grow. Anyway, I want to thank Your Excellency for this change. If it is a former excellency, in order to train well, the two of them spoke of this alone. Isabel paused suddenly, because it occurred to him suddenly. Myself and Frey spend a month in such a tiny cave. Do not worry. I said it a long time ago. I don't have any interest in small children. Hear Frey say that. Isabel was even more unhappy in her heart. This time, he noticed that Frey seemed to be doing something at the entrance of the cave. I'm laying out shortcuts. I don't want to run into monsters while I'm sleeping. Okay, let's go to bed. Today is the first day. You have to get some rest. As soon as the words fell, Frey's snoring. It had reached Isabel's ears. Although Isabel is glad, Frey didn't do anything to himself. But his heart was very unhappy. I even wanted to beat Frey up. After a tiring day, Isabel also quickly fell asleep. I don't know how long it took. Isabel woke up, and Frey, he was already ready to enter the next cultivation. How long did I sleep? It's about 5 hours. Think of it as the last rest. I'm going to start cultivating hard today. Now begin the struggle for Kaskin's cultivation method. I'll say it again. This method of cultivation is particularly dangerous. So don't force me to do it just yet. You just have to look at it. As soon as the words were finished, Frey entered a state of cultivation. I saw that the magic in his body was changing rapidly. When everything calms down, the magic in Frey's body, it is divided into two different attributes. This is the first time Isabel has seen her. This way of cultivating, it gave him a great shock for a while. Now, the two magic forces of water and fire are constantly fighting in Frey's body. They did what Frey wanted, constantly fighting each other. Sometimes the magic of the water attribute suddenly takes over, but in the blink of an eye, the fire attribute magic suppressed it again. Frey constantly adjusts the two forces in his body. It's like adjusting a scale. This peculiar way of cultivating, it's the legendary struggle. Once you know the general method, Isabel immediately began to try. But the magic in his body had just changed. Began to riot. Isabel simply can't sustain this. Spit out a mouthful of blood. He was only slightly unbalanced. It brought so much pain. Isabel couldn't imagine. Frey can actually meditate, carry out this practice calmly. He couldn't help but wonder, what level of strength has Frey reached? Try the cultivation method of the great sage at a time. Isabel was highlighted by the magic array in her body. But Frey was able to do this kind of practice like meditation. After realizing the gap, Isabel also gave up the idea of forcibly cultivating. The days that followed, he tried to cultivate every day. Unconsciously, it's been 2 weeks. He didn't know how long Fu Lei would cultivate. After taking a shower, Isabel is back to the cave. When he saw Frey, he couldn't believe what was in front of him, because he can already see it. The magic that erupted from Frey's body. That means Frey has 2 weeks' time. I'm about to reach the realm of 6 stars. The rate at which this horror grows makes Isabel doubt her common sense. But he didn't know. Now, Frey also felt that his cultivation speed was too slow. After adjusting your mindset, Isabel began to practice again. With the experience of the first few times, Isabel has been able to hold on for a lot longer. Just like that, the week went by in a flash. The two are still cultivating and fighting in the cave. Isabel suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. As long as there is the slightest concentration, the magic in him, the balance will be upset. But this cultivation method brought him up. It was something he couldn't have imagined before. In his opinion, if the seniors all cultivated in this way, that's the current level of the Magister. Regression is a matter of course. That's when it happened. A loud bang caught Isabel's attention. He discovers that Frey's subordinate J is under attack. And it doesn't look like it lasts long. It can be a second. Jijia was actually shattered directly in front of his eyes. A huge monster walked into the cave. This monster was something he had never seen before. I don't know when. Frey had also stopped practicing. This is the immortal bird. Isn't the immortal bird in existence called a divine beast? Frey didn't answer him. But look at the way Frey looks. Isabel knew he wasn't lying to herself. Although Isabel knows. There are all kinds of monsters in the Eden Mountains. But he didn't expect that there were legendary mythical beasts here. I guess it's because I'm struggling to cultivate. He was taken by me. The fire attribute magic on his body attracted it. Frey, be careful. Mythical beasts are not something that humans can control. You'll have to see how long I go. Didn't you come to me just to ask me for help? Isabel also wanted to remind Frey, but he saw something unbelievable. Now, the undead actually rested its head on Frey's chest. How is this possible? The feathers of the immortal bird are fire. You can touch it with your bare hands. Because it's not hostile to me. Its feathers won't burn me. Don't be scared just because it's a mythical beast. You look at its body. There was a huge wound there. If you're not careful, your heart will be torn apart. It's a miracle to be alive. Du undit bötstito. It's an immortal bird. It just has more options than other creatures. It doesn't mean you won't die. Isabel couldn't imagine. An immortal bird that is a mythical beast. How could he have been so badly injured? It is impossible to imagine what kind of existence exists. It can inflict so much damage on the undead birds. The legendary mythical beast, immortal bird, actually broke the barrier. Come to the cave. But he's here for the purpose of it. But it's not to attack humans. Instead, he hoped that Frey could help him heal his injuries. Looks like you've had a big fight with a master. It's okay. I seem to be able to help you, said. Frey then channeled his magic to the immortal birds. Isabel felt that the mythical beast was in front of Frey. Like a fledgling, you've taken away all the results of my cultivation these days. The immortal bird chirped a few times, as if to express his apologies. Just kidding. It's over in a moment. This was the first time Isabel had seen it. Frey had this expression. And it's not just expressions. Even the tone is completely different from what it is on a normal day. Isabel even felt. Even the air around me has stabilized a lot. Much original. Frey is reminded of a friend of his own 4,000 years ago. Why are you so weak today? It can't be because it's raining. You're an immortal. It can't get so bad even if it rains. The immortal bird spreads its wings to vent its frustration. The state is not good, though. Quite a temper. See who reaches that peak first. Those who lose are not allowed to eat lunch today. Come to think of it, Frey opened his eyes, silently looked at the immortal bird in front of him. I suddenly remembered some of the past. One of my best friends is very similar to you. With the magic entering the body, the immortal bird's injuries gradually improved. After full recovery, the immortal bird also has the aura that a divine beast should have. It's a response to what you remind me of the past. Don't be so pushy next time. After the treatment is good, the immortal bird left without looking back. But he kept a feather in the cave. This stinky boy. He actually left me a gift. His feathers can be used to heal wounds. Or make magic items. It can be sold for a lot of money. It seems that this guy understands the into newspaper. Not the same with someone. To feed and clothe him for several days. It's not useful at all. Your Excellency, you weren't just talking about it. Your Excellency, you can't be kind to humanity. But Frey ignored him. At this moment, he has entered the state of cultivation. In this way, a week passed in the blink of an eye. These days, Frey hadn't eaten. Looks very weak. But in Isabel's eyes, Frey's whole body exudes an incomparably mysterious aura. If not superior strength, Frey looks like a street scoundrel. He was cold and sharp at times, but he is extremely gentle with the immortal birds. Feel like a virtuous sage. Or the archmagister like that. I don't know why. Isabel was again in Ferdin. Ray saw the figure of Lucas Traumen. He guessed himself. It's because I am full of admiration for Frey in my heart. It was at this time, the magic on Frey's body began to change rapidly. After a week of cultivation without eating or drinking, Frey finally opened his eyes. Under Isabel's gaze, Frey slowly stood up. It feels unbelievable, though. But Frey really did it in a month? Congratulations on becoming a 6-star magister. It only took him a month. It has become something that others can only achieve in decades. 6-star magister. Isabel has witnessed the process with her own eyes. But he still couldn't believe it. To know before Frey, the youngest 6-star magister in the world is also 35 years old. If let people know, the students of High Luther College entered the realm of the 6 stars. There will definitely be chaos in the world. Now, Frey can gather magic just by breathing. But the next second, he stumbled. Almost fell to the ground. I've only been hungry for a week. That's what the body looks like. Would you like to eat some dried meat? Let's go hunting. I want to eat something with oil and water. But the two walked outside the cave. But he was frightened by the scene in front of him. You can see it everywhere here. There are monster corpses everywhere. No wonder the barrier was broken. There are no monsters to bother with either. It turned out to be the guy who was the immortal bird. It seems that it is the divine beast that protects us. Frey remembered what she had said to him. I couldn't help but feel a little relieved in my heart. Looks like we don't have to go out hunting. Eat them and go straight to the Hughes dungeon. But at this time, a scream could be heard in the distance. It was the cry of a man, and it's not far. Damn, I'm starving. I saw Frey slowly squatting down. Push your legs hard. The next second, he just disappeared in front of Isabel's eyes. How can you leave me behind? People are gone at the same time. Where the screams came, a bruised mercenary was wailing. You suck too. At this level, he is actually the squad leader of the Skeleton Axe Gang. I'm ashamed of you. I drink too much. Okay, don't explain it anymore. Now it's my turn to show you. A bunch of idiots. Stop playing, let's go. Deputy Chief of Mission. Let me throw it again. I'm about to turn defeat into victory. I don't know. The woman named Dylon was still Damon. When to come? It's been almost a month. I really don't know. How long are we going to stay in this place? You stupid bunches. Show me clearly. I'm going to hit that guy this time. As he spoke, the man threw out the flying knife in his hand. Look at the approaching knives. The tied man kept wailing. But the throwing knife was about to hit him. I don't know what bounced it off. That's what it was just now. Didn't you hit it like that? Looks like I won. Now, even the wind is on my side. All right, let's go. It's time for the deputy head of the regiment to get angry. But an unfamiliar figure appeared beside the man. Scared me. Who are you guys? When did you come over? Almost instantly, the men held their weapons firmly in their hands. This kid seems to be dying. No, he seems to be dead. Use living people as targets to play darts. You bastards are pretty creative. Isn't he dying? What the situation? He can even speak. The next second, the person who had just spoken had already separated his hands and hands. His body fell to his knees. Not far away was a scythe. It all happened so fast. Everyone was still in place. Lawrence recognized it as the 5-star magical Reaper scythe. Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Now come and atone for your sins. Frey's first stop as a 6-star magister. I met a group of thieves who targeted the living. By the time Isabel arrives here, the battle is over. I saw only the ground. There were corpses of thieves everywhere. Frey just stood quietly in the middle of the corpse. It doesn't look like it's just going through a battle at all. Did you kill them all? I only spared one person, but I cast tracking magic on him. This guy seems to be the deputy head of the regiment, so they should also have a regimental commander in charge. Do you want to catch them all? Seeing this indiscriminate killing of innocent people, how could I stand idly by? Because humans hate each other. Fighting is a scene that Demigate likes to see. So Frey couldn't let him get his way, even if it's just a small thing. It is conceivable that Demigate will be happy. Frey felt disgusted. Excuse me, are you two here to save me? Although you are pathetic, but you've bled too much. There's no reason for us to take you along. Please, I can't die here yet. But Frey didn't seem to hear the man's voice at all. I also want to apologize to my father before I die. The moment I heard this, Frey silently looked back. Meanwhile, news that the 3rd squad has been completely annihilated. It has reached the ears of the regiment commander. Are you drunk? How could a ghost appear in the Eden Mountains? It's really Captain Custer. I've seen it with my own eyes. The guy had long gray hair, as thin as a whipping post, and I could smell the rot on him. He seems to be very good at fighting in the mountains. We didn't even resist before we were wiped out. In an instant, everyone's heads were cut off. I was the only one who barely managed to pick up a life. Hear the words. Custer calmed down. Begin to analyze it carefully. The ghost in his mouth is supposed to be a magician, and it looks like a very strong person. Heightened security. If that ghost is found, alert everyone right away. That guy is a battle mage. Kill him on the spot when you encounter him. Could it be that the wild Kurdish family sent it? That conceited knightly family. How is it possible to hire a magician to be a bodyguard? And also, did you just target a living person again? Who's your target? It's just a rookie mercenary. Not long ago, the people who were arrested in order to protect the mother and daughter who collected medicine. It stands to reason. It is impossible for such a person to hire a magician. Custer couldn't figure it out. What the hell is this magician? Soon after, There was an extra van in the forest. Besides, the ground was littered with knights' corpses. These people are without exception, all from the wild Kurdish family. Don't look at me like that. I'll be soft-hearted. Do you know how long I've been waiting for you here, uncle? The famous knight family is also the eldest daughter of Kurd, Dailin. Also Kurdish. Dailin didn't have time to answer Custer, because he also has to face the bandits that are constantly attacking. Although the strength of these thieves is not very strong. But after a long battle, Dailin's strength has also decreased significantly. His sword, there is no longer the irresistible momentum of the beginning. It's almost effortless. Dailin was sent flying by the thieves. But even now, Dailin can still rely on her skills. Hold steady. But she was well aware. I am no match for this group of people. The eldest daughter of the Ben Knight family. While passing through the Eden Mountains, an ambush was encountered. Now, the ground was already lying with knights of the wild Kurdish family. Even Dailin was exhausted. You're so charming. I don't want to give up even if I play like this. The side of the kingdom of Leonov really lives up to its name. It was not in vain that I lived in the mountains and forests for a month. Dailin Yi Kurd, you're the same as rumored. What a big beauty. As the eldest daughter of a famous knight family, stronger than any male heir. At the age of 18, a genius knight who was awarded the title of Rainstorm by the king. I'm right. Now there are only two maids left by Dai Lin's side, and Lu Tiqing, who has long since retired and has no combat effectiveness. Look at the opponent, and not only more than 20 people, and every strength is not bad. Dai Lin was clear. If there are no surprises, I'm going to die here. I'm curious about one thing. Where are your mage guards now? What do you mean by that? So far, are you going to continue to humiliate me? As a family of legendary knights, we don't need a magician to protect us at all. The magicians of this era are a bunch of underdogs. After temptation, Custer realized it wasn't Dai Lin's men who attacked them, so he wondered who that ghost really was. What exactly is he here for? Don't worry, I won't kill you right away. What do you mean by that? What do you think? Do I need to say anything more about this kind of thing? I didn't expect people like us. I had the opportunity to play with a noble lady. It's really exciting to think about. Hear this. Dellen was so angry that she trembled. Defiled by people like you. I might as well bite my tongue and kill myself on the spot. Then there is no way. Seemingly, we can only let those two young ladies play slowly with us. To catch you one, we've lived a trapeze life for a month. So everybody was feeling a little. You'll have to compensate us. We're not going to let you die so easily. Fall. That's when Dylan knew why these people stayed. Two maids who have no fighting power. Miss, please rest assured. We won't hold you back. If you can die for Miss Dylene's honor, that's an honor under that. Seeing Luchen's eyes, Dylan knew she had made up her mind. And so far, it really doesn't get any better way. I'm sorry, guys. It is I, my incompetent master, who has harmed you. Miss, please don't say that. We also grew up eating wild Kurdish food. Miss, please. Please help us with your own hands. If we become their plaything, there is no word to face the young lady in heaven. Dai Lin clenched the sword in his hand hard. Then we will meet in heaven. What the hell are you talking about? Do you want us to run for nothing now? For the honor of the two maidens, and the honor of the wild Kurdish family. I'm Dai Lin. The wild Kurds will embark on a new journey with you. Damn it, stop him. Don't be stunned. Give it all to me. However, Dai Lin had already swung the sword in his hand at this moment. But the next scene stunned everyone. Originally, also the two maids of the Kurdish family did not die. On the contrary, the sword in Dai Lin's hand had long since disappeared. After learning the purpose of the thieves, Dai Lin was about to do it herself. Kill your two daughters. But the moment of truth. But the sword in his hand was taken away. Dai Lin couldn't imagine it. There is such a powerful existence in this group of people. Until now, They are all still trampling on their dignity as knights. I'm sorry. It seems I can't let you die a glorious death. Now I am, in the name of the eldest daughter of the Kurdish family, ordered all the staff to bite their tongues and commit suicide. Miss Dai Lin, until the call of Luchin was heard. Dai Lin came back to her senses. We've been looking for so long. You're finally willing to show up. Dai Lin found out. A stranger with his own sword. Stand beside yourself. See Frey, who suddenly appeared. Dai Lin and her gang had absolutely no idea what was going on. My men are still looking for you everywhere. I didn't expect you to deliver it to your door in person. Frey casually returned the sword to Dai Lin. So you're their leader, right? Dai Lin, who took back the sword, looked confused. He didn't know whether the people around him were friends or foes. See the direction in which Frey came. Custer suddenly remembered something. How did you get over there? There should be our camp over there. This guy. What happened to your subordinates? Of course, you took good care of it. Kill me. That bastard. He must not be given time to recite the mantra. Guessed by previous intelligence. Frey is supposed to be a battle mage. And the combat power of the battle mage is just like that. It is simply impossible to gain an advantage in close combat. Can be a second. Sudden magic. And they beat these thieves to pieces. For a while, even Custer could only resist with difficulty. Custer, though, knows that the enemy is a battle mage. But I didn't know that his strength was so strong. And the attack is not over. There are also countless spells in the air that are closing in on Custer. Seeing such a shocking scene, the others were also stunned. Who the hell are you? What exactly is the purpose? You can rest assured. We are not your enemies. Custer is confident. No one knows battle mages better than they do. All magic has a specific attack frequency, so the offense can't go on forever, because magic is so powerful. So Custer guessed. Frey's main target of attack is himself. This meant that Frey would stop attacking because of the calamity, or because of a lack of concentration, hacked to death by his own men. But anyway, Frey's final fate was only a dead end. But at this time, he found his own subordinates are constantly flying past him. That illustrates all of them. At the same time, he suffered such a powerful magical attack. In Custer's opinion, it's simply not going to happen. A magician. There is simply no way to have such a great magical power. Karst was struck by magic without paying attention. He was already well aware. He is by no means an opponent of the magician in front of him. After Frey's attack stopped, very few people have survived, and those who survived were all covered in bruises. Custer, who was desperately begging for mercy just now, it seems that the hope of winning has been found. He had no magic anymore. Kill him now. Hear this. The thieves all tried their best to get to their feet. Are you out of magic? Let me help you. I saw Frey slowly raise his hand to stop Dai Lin. It's dangerous to get out of the way. A thief who was beaten by Frey and begged for mercy. The moment you see the magic stop, I want to fight to the death right now. Seeing this, Dai Lin also wanted to protect the unenchanted Ferdin. Unexpectedly, Frey reached out and stopped him. It turned out that Frey was using another spell at the moment. I saw that the earth suddenly began to tremble. Time. The thieves didn't know what was going on, until the ground shatters. That's when they learned that Frey had used seismology. But at this moment the thieves had no time to escape. Almost instantly, all were sucked underground. The only thing they can do. It's a constant wailing between the rocks. The scene in front of him brought a great shock to Dai Lin. He couldn't imagine. A magician who was despised by his own family. There is such strength. Just a few seconds, and annihilate all the enemies they cannot resist. Isn't seismology 5-star magic? He wasn't there just now, dealing with thieves. When the hell is it? Actually, those were all for the release of seismology. In the stalling of time, Dai Lin couldn't imagine the magic that was so powerful before. It turned out to be just a lead production. Actually, I've never seen it before. Before meeting him, I never thought magic could be used like this. Until now. Dylan only knew. How deep is my prejudice against magicians? I'm Dylan from the kingdom of Leonov. Wild Kurds. Lao Tzu's name is Frey Blake. You're rude. How embarrassed are you to say me? I just saved you. I'm really sorry. This guy doesn't know what to call in the next. It's Isabel Trisna. Just because I was still fighting. Dylan didn't feel the slightest stench on Frey. He could smell it clearly. A foul stench came from Frey. It turned out that he was a member of the black family, Luchan. Do you know him? That's Gast, one of the most famous families of the UK Empire. The current head of the house, Lit Black. He is one of the 8 7-star magicians of the Empire. He is also the owner of the 6th magic tower. Anyway, where are you going now? We're going to the closest city here. I heard that there is a city called Islam near here. Now, it looks like our destination is the same. I'll take you there. Thank you very much for your kindness, though. But we also have to deal with the bodies of our companions first. This is estimated to take a lot of time. Do you want to bury them here? There can't be so many people. You can't transport them all to the city. Then I'll help you get them to the city. Frey just raised his hand. The knights of the wild Kurdish family were all floating in the air. The carriage that just fell apart. It was also reassembled into a small van. This is an unbelievable scene. Once again, it gave Dylan a great shock. I'll help you. Dispose of the bodies of your companions. Let's go now. That's it. Several of them embarked on a journey to Islam. Duration. Dylan learned a piece of news that shocked him. Frey was only 20 years old. Just look at the appearance. He also thought that Frey would be in his 30s by 2030. It doesn't really matter. It's always good to be young. Frey's answer made Dylan on the side completely confused. Those people seem to have been waiting for you in the mountains. Do you know who instructed it? The eldest daughter of the wild Kurds was attacked. Tule was very curious about who was behind the scenes. According to the thieves, they had been waiting here for more than a month. And a month of words. It happened to coincide with the time when they left Leonov. We couldn't guess who was instigating. The wild Kurdish family has a lot of friends. There are also a lot of enemies. But even so, their strength is just too strong, since you can hire such a powerful group of thieves. The power of the man behind the scenes must also be great, although Frey subdued them in one fell swoop, saying, "How did you prove your power? I used to think magicians are just a bunch of weak beings. But today, because of you, completely changed my previous thoughts." Is this kind of question still to be asked? Of course, it depends on hard work. After Frey finished speaking, Dylan was left alone in the wind. Soon after, the group finally arrived at the port of Islama. They will wild the corpses of Kurdish knights, shipped back to the family. Also let a maid, responsible for keeping an eye on those knights on the ship. Under the gaze of several people, the brave knights set out on their way home. Thank you both. Thanks to you guys, they can return to the arms of their families. You're welcome. It's also our pleasure to help you. We also have our own things. Then there it is. Farewell. But as Frey leaves, Dylan rushed up and grabbed him. Frey was curious. I don't know what else he wants to do. Dylan looked shy. I want to repay you for your kindness. Don't be so polite. Just help each other. Please. If you let the two of you go back like this. What is the face of our Kurdish family? Frey, though, has a lot of experience. But I don't know anything about this kind of interpersonal relationship. As a last resort, he could only look at Isabel. Trying to get some help? Isabel didn't say anything. Just smiled and nodded. Then, treat us to a meal. I happen to know of a shop that makes sausages that are particularly delicious. And so Frey took them. I returned to the tavern before my departure. Dylan. This is the first time they've come to this kind of place. It's not quite used to it yet. Here's what it looks like. It doesn't seem to be suitable for the aristocracy to come to eat. This kind of dirty and messy shop will sell the most delicious food. You stinky boy. My shop is dirty and messy. You don't look at what you've become. But you came back alive. It's great to see you all again. We are not the only ones who came back alive. And one more person you may recognize. And that person, it was the mercenary that Frey had rescued from the thieves. The moment I saw a man, all the food in the boss's hand fell to the ground. Kazan, are you Kazan? Is it really not dead? After recognizing his son, the boss immediately took out a bandage to help him bandage. We've taken care of him. Just rest well for a few days, and you'll be fine. He was there to protect the mother and daughter. He was taken hostage by gangsters. Although I don't know whether he has the talent to be a mercenary, but he was a man. It's not at all as bad as you always thought. Father, I've always regretted that I shouldn't have quarreled with you. Also ran away from home. It's all right. It's good to come back alive. A mercenary rescued by Bray from a thief. It turned out to be the son who had long since died in the mouth of the boss. Isabel, curious how Frey knew. Do you need to ask? The two of them look exactly the same. You dragging your feet. Seems to be very good at healing magic. It was a surprise. The man who dragged his feet in your mouth. Are you talking about me? By the way, I was going to be with my companions. Stay here together today. But it looks like it's full. So many guests. It seems that this shop is very popular. Although it's a pity. But let's look elsewhere. I'm so sorry. The sausages at this house are actually really delicious. You guys fuck off. Didn't you hear? It's closed today. Said. The boss slapped the food off the guest table. He pushed and kicked away the guests who were still eating. I'm going to give you this meal today. Get out of here. After driving people out, the boss didn't forget to put a sign on the door that said it was closed. What does it mean to be full? Look at me. There was obviously no one in this store. Wait for me to play well. Let's go take a shower. They had all been in the Eden Mountains for so long. Naturally, there is no reason to refuse. As the eldest daughter of a nobleman, Dylene's arms are covered with ugly scars. He shook his hand. Seems to want to get these scars out of his arm. It's just that he knows it very well in his heart. It's just futile to do. Meanwhile, the table was already full of food. Frey hadn't eaten for a week, desperately stuffing bread into his mouth. It just so happened that at this time, Dylene split a bath towel. The ship has finally arrived. We've all been eating for a while. See Frey after taking a shower. Dylene for a while, occasionally blushing. Are you feeling unwell? Your face is so red. I didn't expect you to look like a human after taking a shower. But Dylan stumbled, almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Frey helped him up in time. You have too many wounds. Hear this. Dylan shook Frey's hand away. He clasped his arms tightly, trying to hide these scars. It's so handsome. These are all signs of your hard work. It's the first time I've heard someone boast about their scars. Dylene's face turned even redder. By the way, I heard that a few of them are going to Gastuk. Where is your final destination? We're going to go to the June family. Dylene at the moment. I don't have a bath towel draped over my body anymore. Hear the June family. Frey was both shocked. They remembered the villain they had met not long ago. You need to know. Villain is going to marry Miss Wildcurd. Are you going to travel to the June family to get married? Do you know Master Fian? Frey and Lord Farron, a friend of High Luther College, in the matter of the marriage contract. It was also told to us by Villain himself. It turned out to be Dylene, your Fern's fiancé. Farron, this guy is really blessed. Soon the night passed. The time has come for them to be separated. Miss Dylene, wish you can survive the rest of your trip unharmed. Frey waits for you to finish your business. Let's take a trip to the military family. If it's okay, then I'll go. Okay, I'll be waiting for you there. The woman who was inadvertently saved. It turned out to be Farron's fiancé. On the occasion of parting, Dylene extended the same invitation as Farron. Frey, after giving the same answer, embarked on the journey again. Aren't you happy? Can be favored by an aristocratic girl like Dylene. That said, Villain, that guy shouldn't be spent. It's a lifetime of luck. Isabel didn't understand. Frey clearly can't stop lusting for women. Why don't you even have a little eyesight? We have arrived at Hughes's copy. It's over there, Frey said. It was the mountain that towered into the sky in the distance. See the scene in front of you. Isabel couldn't believe her eyes. No wonder it's called the Derrick Mountains. It turns out that this place is full of drake dragons. No, one of the strongest creatures in the monster. It's the drake dragon. Do we want to get into the dungeon? Do you have to fight that kind of monster? If only it were that. Take a closer look at our feet. In front of the two, there is an incomparably huge footprint. The Dragon King seemed to be dozens of times bigger than them. See what you're looking for. Isabel fell to the ground with her legs limp. But it can't. I've never heard of such a large drake dragon. Panic what? This is the Eden Mountains. Whatever happens, it doesn't feel strange. A place known as the Hell Mountains. Isabel didn't understand. Why did Frey suddenly use magic? The powerful impact instantly knocked Isabel flying. The next second, a huge tree trunk. It fell into the position that Isabel had just placed. Your Excellency is out of your mind? Why are you suddenly attacking me with magic? Wait for him to look up. Only then did I realize that there was a monster holding a big tree in front of me. Although Isabel knows. Frey is there to help himself dodge monsters. But he didn't understand. Why didn't Frey just shout out to remind himself? The orc's in front of them. It has 3 eyes and red skin. There is no doubt that this is a mutant. The owner of the tavern said that there were mutants near the mountain. It seems that he is right. After the attack is dodged. Once again, the orcs chose Isabel as their self. Own goals. Almost at the same time, Isabel also reacted. He unleashed the fireball technique as he adjusted his position. Judging by the magic he unleashed, Isabel compared to before. There has been significant progress. But surprisingly, the blow hit the orc, but it didn't do any harm. His skin is highly resistant to fire. I guess it has something to do with those drake dragons. Could it be a tribute evolution? So what do we do now? What else can I do? Since the fire attribute is useless, then we just use ice. Frey only made 2 small show ice cones. It made Isabel feel like it was winter. Isabel didn't know why. Frey always reminded him of the Archmagus, Lucas Traumen. After the ice pick is formed, Frey didn't hesitate. Immediately swung forward. I saw 2 ice picks like cannonballs. Hit the orc. In the eyes of the 2. Such an attack can definitely kill the orcs in front of you in an instant. Can be a second. The orcs launched a new attack again. They can't imagine. Such a strong ice pick. They couldn't freeze through the orc's body. An ice pick made by a man. It makes people feel like winter is coming in an instant. He just waved his hand slightly. Icicles can shoot at enemies like cannonballs. But here's the surprise. Such a powerful icicle. It can't penetrate the orc's body. For a while, Frey and the 2 could only flee in embarrassment. This guy is really tough. It's already this time. Are you still in the mood for a joke? As she spoke, Isabel fired another fireball. Although it still did not interrupt the pace of the orc's attack. But it affected his vision. Gave the 2 of them time to hide. That guy except purified the attributes. I also strengthened my bones and skin. Generally well defended monsters. Fire attack is best dealt with. But don't forget that his skin is resistant to fire. It's like the last time I buried him with seismic. Do you want to use that kind of loud magic? Attract all the dragons around? Now he alone is already noisy. At this time we must have the will to attack a point. After thinking about countermeasures, Viewer took the initiative to stand up. How to use such a useless attack again? Not to say, do you have to attack a point if you want to succeed? Your Excellency is not thinking a little too simple? Frey didn't elaborate. Just line up the icicles all together. The 2 who saw the disappearance finally appeared. The orcs couldn't help but roar angrily. Can you not dismantle my platform? I don't even want to use magic that moves too much. You're still shouting so loud. With that, Frey shot his first icicle. This one hit the orc's head with precision. but the orcs were holding the ice picks on their heads. Straight ahead, sure enough, it still didn't work. Frey, use other magic. All you have to do now is watch quietly. Don't get in my way. Frey kept shooting icicles in the air, and without exception, all of them hit the orc's head with precision. Gradually, the orcs finally showed signs of falling, and at the moment, there was only one last ice pick left above Frey's head. There are no surprises. The last ice pick also flew towards the same goal. 10 ice picks. Makes orcs look like they have a horn on their heads. With a loud bang, the mutant orcs have finally fallen. See? Focusing on one point is the most effective approach. But at this time, behind the two of them, the roar of the monster was heard again. They can see it at a glance. This is the Drake dragon entrenched in the vicinity. Damn, orcs made it. The movement is still too much. He sucked all the dragons around him. Draw it. The dragon of Drake, who was attracted by the sound. At this time, 2 people on the ground were also found. It seems that this trip should not be too boring. The Drake dragon possesses a strong sense of fire magic. But to solve them for Frey, it's not that hard. So Frey thought. Use them as a test for Isabel. Deal with fire-type monsters. The best way to use it is water magic. But Isabel's 2 ice blades. But it was all bounced away by the dragon's body. Soon, the Drake dragon is about to be used on Isabel. When exhaling, Frey pierced his body with an ice blade just in time. That's it. All the dragons that chased after him were defeated by Frey. But at this time, there was a loud noise on the ground. In front of the 2 of them, a huge monster appeared. Frey solved it easily, a dragon drawn to by the orcs. But just when the 2 let their guard down, the Dragon King has appeared. Frey immediately covered Isabel's mouth. It's not a monster I could defeat right now, so let's wait for him to leave. The only thing they can do right now, it is to pray that the King of Dragons will not find himself. Now, a huge foot landed in front of them. Luckily, the Dragon King found no trace of the 2. After the Dragon King left, the woods were razed to the ground. But the footprints left around them tell them nothing was just now. The next 2 weeks, Frey has been here to fight monsters. After each battle, he began to meditate to regain his strength. And Isabel, it was to use healing techniques to help him recover from his injuries. Although there is no need to fight, but Isabel still looked tired. Thanks to the monsters here, though, Frey's strength will have a qualitative change, but he still has one thing to accomplish. A crucial thing. Let's go, Isabel. Now it's time to go there. Then the 2 of them used flying. Came to the towering peak. Don't let your guard down. Follow the character of Hughes. Raise a giant monster in this lake. And it's not a strange thing. How will your excellency know? Hughes' copy is here. Because that guy has a mantra. There's a beautiful lake in the high mountains that goes straight into the sky. And then there's a little island. He said he just wanted to live carefree. In such a desperate situation. How did you know that? But Frey didn't answer him. Just tell Isabel that she has found it. After 2 people landed, Isabel was also stunned by the sight in front of her. He had never seen such a beautiful island. I knew Hughes guy was going to choose this place. Underneath the island, there is a copy several times larger than this island. The island is just an entrance. Although it looks plain, but it's actually very particular. It's really that guy. After coming here, Isabel feels Frey seemed to be getting stranger and stranger. Not much. Several people found a huge tree. This tree is too big, too. At first glance, this is an entrance. It's so kind. He even left me a staircase. Isabel looked at the current Frey. He had countless questions in his mind that wanted to ask him. But in the end, he didn't speak. Because he knew it was impossible. That's it. Step by step, the 2 of them walked towards the depths of the dungeon. I don't know how long it took. A huge door appeared in front of them. How the hell is this thing going to be opened? This is the magic array built by Hughes himself. If opened with brute force, we're going to be killed. After some exploration, Frey placed his hand on the ball beside him. For a moment, a large amount of smoke erupted from the ball. The smoke slowly turned into a child in the air. Finally, someone came again. "Can you hear me? This boy is really arrogant. Who the hell is he?" But Frey didn't answer him. Now, Frey was trembling as he looked at the child in front of him. Bay has gone through a lot of hardships. Finally came to the Hughes dungeon. But the moment the child appears, he couldn't help but tremble all over. "Welcome to my copy. At first glance, I want to come here to make some benefits." Little magician. Frey reached out to the child in front of him with trembling hands. "But it's a pity. It's just fantasy. Let's put your hand over the child's face. It's like it's just a fantasy recorded with magic. You guy, how can there be so many tricks? How many years have you lost yourself? Damn stinky old man. Actually, it's good to see you like this. Hugh Zeslaw. So what are you here for? Let's talk about it." The moment I heard this, Frey's eyes were already welling up with tears. "But even if you speak, I can't hear it either. After all, this is an auto-generated recording. But it doesn't matter what you want. I'm sure I'll get it in the end. Because here is a copy of my Huzestrau." Frey thought for a moment. Eventually, that question was asked. "How did you die?" "Of course, I won't let you in easily. Want to enter the dungeon? You have to answer my questions. If you answer a question incorrectly, there's a good chance you'll never get out. So be careful." The voice and tone in front of him. It's all exactly the same as it was back then. It's like going back to the carefree days of the past. But now, no matter how much Frey shouted Hughes, he could no longer hear it. Frey realized it for the first time. "I became a loner. He used to love dearly. Those have long since turned to dust. And the guy who turned them into such a fate, still ruling the world at the moment. So Frey had to defeat those bastards. Dragging. Not a man at all. Then I'll start asking the first question. What I Hugh Straw hated the most." Frey replied without hesitation. "Demigate. Congratulations on your cute little magic that got you right." The door of the play slowly opened. Hughes' figure also vanished. Frey didn't say anything. Pointed straight into the door of the play. Isabel hurriedly followed. "Frey, do you hear Isabel's words?" Frey silently looked back. Isabel has a myriad of questions on her mind. He was tempted to ask Frey, but when the words came to his lips, he didn't know how to say it again. "What are you still doing?" This is a copy of Hughes. According to his character, definitely not so easy to get us in. No one knows what traps await us ahead. If you let your guard down, there is a real possibility of death. If you want to be stronger, abandon those distractions. Let's go inside. I really didn't know what was waiting for us in front of us was the beginning, or the end. After traversing the long corridor, Frey and the others also came to the second door. Previously, he had placed his hand on the ball, as usual. Summon Hughes fantasy. Hughes is still in the same attire. It's just that this time he has changed the appearance of a young man. It seems that every time you pass through a door, he's going to be like that. He's going to be like at different times. I won't say anything more. I'm going to start asking the second question. By the way, I forgot to explain. The deeper you enter, the more powerful you are. But you can only take one item. If the regulations are violated, these adorable figurines are sure to be very angry. If you take the wrong step, you will be sentenced. So more. Plus, be careful to say the copy of Hughes. There weren't any monsters in there. The way to clear this dungeon, it is to answer a series of questions posed by Hughes. Elise Pizaman, this woman is particularly annoying. I really can't understand the witch's way of thinking. We're fighting to save the world. He turned out to be, for a man, it doesn't matter whether the mainland is in dire straits. Elise Pizaman. Isn't that the Dark Witch Elise? Frey also recalls her impression of Elise. Her hair was as black as the night. A woman with a mysterious smile on the corner of her mouth. She is fully qualified to be called the Dark Witch. She didn't know. What man will be in the world? Don't bow down under her pomegranate skirt. At the thought of Elise, Frey couldn't help but drool. Elise is annoying, though. But I actually hate Lucas even more. Elise chased her so obviously. But the boy didn't know anything. I obviously like women very much. But there is no vision at all. What a magician. I felt the golem standing behind me. They all have more vision than her. Forget it, I'll ask you questions. Elise enslaves 3 powerful demons. One of them has 6 arms and holds different weapons. But Hughes wasn't done yet. Frey has the answer. His name is Azura. After giving the correct answer, Frey went deeper into the dungeon. Start here. The corridors are already filled with treasures. And the third door in front of the Hughes. There's been a change again. This time the illusion changed to a middle-aged man. That's when Frey knew. This entire copy is actually Hughesser's diary. But he didn't know, when Hughesser built it at the time, what kind of mood is it in the end. He was also curious. What the hell Hughesser is trying to send? That's Frey. Almost inside the Hughess copy. There was no obstacle. All the questions that Hughes asked. It's all questions that have nothing to do with demonism. With curiosity in your heart. Frey walked through the next door. This is already the last door. Hughes at the moment. It had become something Frey had never seen before. He couldn't imagine. This old man in front of him. It's actually a close friend who gets along day and night. Lucas Traumen. At the age of 40, he became the world's #1 great magister. He is also the mentor of all mankind. Be able to be friends with him. It's the pride of my life. It is also the greatest happiness. Actually, I'm also Shiosai's. Me too. Hear what Frey said. Isabel's eyes widened for a moment. I'm going to ask you one last question. Say my real name. Until this moment, Frey finally knew Hughess' purpose. Because he alone knows the answers to these questions. Freeton was 2 seconds. The answer is given. Hughes Xaviersman. Hear this answer. A smile appeared on Hughess' lips. Go inside, there's something I've got for you. I'll continue to ask you for the future. Hearing this, Lucas Frey hurriedly stretched out his hand. He also wanted to see his old friend again. It's just a pity that it's the same as before. Hughess' illusion dissipated into smoke. Frey still kept that move. His hands were shaking. Isabel couldn't believe her ears. Because Hughesser turned out to be called Frey. Lucas. Frey, after answering all of Hughess' questions, finally came to the last room. It's not the same as the previous ones. It's full of life. As soon as Frey came in, I rummaged through the boxes on the ground. In a few moments he got a bottle of potion. Finally found it. What is it? Almighty holy water. Your Excellency said that this is the almighty holy water. That's not the legend of being in the abyssal cavern. It takes 1,000 years to condense a drop of oil. I heard that you only need to drink 1 drop. It can increase the magic power and chi and blood of the whole body. Even ordinary people become a 4-star magus in an instant. You're right. This is the effect of the all-purpose holy water. But isn't that just a legend? Is this really all-purpose holy water? Of course. If I want to reach the realm of 7 stars in a short time, his help is necessary. Is that why you're here? Said. Isabel also began rummaging through the boxes. It didn't take long for him to find a pair of earrings. What is this? See the earrings in Isabel's hand. Frey was visibly stunned. Does Lord Hughess still like jewelry? But this style is really old-fashioned. Hughes a bastard. Actually put such a boring thing. Placed in the last room. It's called the Ring of Typhoons. That's what I built when I was bored before. What does that mean? Something you built. Why is it in the Shiosai's dungeon? Those were earrings I built 4,000 years ago. Originally, it was boring to relieve boredom. But Shiosai's especially liked it. So I gave it to him. I really didn't expect him to treasure it until now. Can you explain what you just said? Didn't you guess at all? I'm Lucas Traumen. Although Isabel has long been aware of it. But the moment the truth is learned, he was still as frozen as wood. 4,000 years ago, I fought with Theseus against Demigaltris, and in the end I was defeated by him, imprisoned in pitch-black hell for 4,000 years. Yet one day, a voice came to my ears through the darkness. It was Frey Blake's voice. I don't know why he called me. I don't know why my consciousness is tied to him. Anyway, I finally answered his call. The body I have now was given to me by Frey. And so I thought you wouldn't believe it. The story does sound absurd, but too much had happened before coming here. So now I feel the opposite. This absurd story is very convincing. Your Excellency is Lucas Traumen. Lord Lucas, greetings below. You'll call me Frey from now on. This also helps with my planning. And can you please stop being so sensual? I'm getting goosebumps coming off. After explaining, Frey found a place. Silently look at the Ring of Typhoons. This time, Isabel finds another bracelet in the box. It was the staff of the great sage. It's Hughes's favorite piece of equipment. You can't use this stuff. Don't get sucked up by then. Magic. After putting on the Ring of Typhoon and the staff of the great sage, a powerful magic. It gushed out from the body of the floating mine. Although I'm not a big fan of using magic gear, but this is a relic of my friend's life after all. Just as Frey sighed, Isabel has found something new. This is the heart of the golem. Look at the magical power stored in it. It doesn't seem to be an anti-thing. Let's take it first. Now all that's left is Hughes's desk. After getting to Hughes's dungeon, Frey gets his old friend's outfit when he died. The only place that hasn't been explored right now. All that's left is the desk, because it's infused with magic. And a candle that never goes out. Started a long time ago. He just likes this kind of mess. I felt it. Lord Huggeser wants to use the most welcoming environment. Greet your hard work. Lucas casually flipped through a book on the table. But when he saw the words on the first page, he was stunned. It says Lucas is gone. This is what Rhodes did. Because if it weren't for that guy, it is simply impossible to make Lucas disappear without a trace. What to do exactly? It's not just a 9-star magician. Disappear as simple as that. It's the backbone that can unite us. The last hope of humanity. And just gone. Hughes's diary. A record of what happened after Lucas's disappearance. The confrontation between the Demon King Caskin and the Cindy Lucid. Elise, the Dark Witch, also suddenly disappeared. After the entire continent was controlled by Demiget. Huggeser alone. It seems that I can't trust the same humans anymore. Because they look adoring on the surface. I actually wanted to get close to Hughes. And take his life. On the diary. A detailed record of every day of Hughes' struggle. The miserable appearance of Frey's best friend fighting alone. Lucas is the Inquisitor. No one can take his place. Although I have tried to carry his burden. But every time in that moment, I could feel my own powerlessness. And because of his vacancy, he felt deeply powerless. Sorry, Lucas. It's all because I'm so incompetent. Hughes, you idiot. Why hold on alone until the end? The mood of being left alone. After I went through it, I was able to understand it. Just let me be with the loneliness you once had. Now it's up to me to carry on this mission. Just look at me silently. Watch me clean up Demigate with all the rage. After Frey finished reading the diary. Keep your head down and prepare to leave. Wait a minute. There seems to be another page in the back. Those who see this page, please complete. Altos. All the clues are in my best masterpiece. Inside Altos. Lord Frey. What do you think Altos is? Frey pulled out the golem core he had just had. It is engraved with Altos. It seems that Lord Hughes. He hoped that someone could help him finish the golem. Shiosai's is quite an accomplished puppeteer. Called the finest masterpiece by that guy. What kind of existence is Altos? If that's you, it should be perfectly possible to use that core. Complete his masterpiece. But Frey, who heard this, fell silent. Because he has always been very bad at making golems. Was even ridiculed by Hughes for this. Lord Frey. What's wrong with you? Are there any other concerns? Just get this done anyway. You can figure it out. Isn't there a blank history recorded in the diary? And what is the blank history you were talking about? It was during my captivity. What happened? But this time, Frey's expression suddenly became unusually solemn. What's wrong with your excellency? Have we forgotten something? Isabel, out of this hole. You must get me back to the village right away. It turns out that the Dragon King of the Drake, with countless Drake dragons with him, squatting outside the cave, after Frey came out of the Hughes copy. Amazing discovery. Countless Drake dragons roam the cavern. Have you been waiting for me? The Dragon King of Horak answered me. I know you're already self-conscious. You're so interesting as a human. I have indeed been waiting for you. You bastard. Dared to trespass into the territory of Lord Torquay. You were in the woods just now. Let's find our traces. Why pretended not to see it at the time? Frey's voice was shaking. Again, Isabel. It's the first time I've seen him so nervous. For I am waiting for you to come out of it. The people who came out of there carried good things. I finally knew. Why did your body get so big? You used the dungeon as a trap to hunt humans. You actually took me. There is a place that is extremely cherished. It became a trap to fill your stomach. I'm going to make you pay the price you deserve. The moment I saw Frey's eyes, Torquay felt a hint of fear. At that time, he was not as strong as he is now. But that woman still left an indelible shadow in his heart. Your eyes reminds me of a person who makes me very unhappy. Isabel, get out of here now. I don't have the confidence to deal with him. Then you can't go even more. People like you eat best. So let me enjoy it now. Said, Torquay spat out a mouthful of dragon streams at the two of them. Frey immediately summoned the staff of the Great Sage. With the help of the staff of the Great Sage, Frey's magic interrupted Torquay's Dragon Creek. Haven't you figured out the current situation? If you guys stays around, it's just going to get in the way. Although Isabel would love to help Frey, but he understood that this was the truth. Your Excellency, hold on a little longer. I'll be back shortly. After Isabel left, Torquay's dragon lizard is once again charged. Frey this time, you can also dodge attacks without any fear. But Torquay chased after Frey. Torquay kept spitting dragon lizards at Frey. Frey, on the other hand, relied on his dexterous posture. Dodged the attacks one by one. But the next second, Frey jerked to a halt in the air. In front of him, at the moment, suddenly blocked by the Drake Dragon. As a last resort, Frey had to use magic to kill them. After summoning the Ice Times, Frey summoned another tornado. A combination of the two attacks instantly pass through the dragons of Drake. Hit it tightly. The dragons of Drake who stood in their way were all destroyed. But Frey is well aware. What he did didn't really make sense. As long as Tolka is around, this battle will definitely not. In looking at the huge Tolka, Frey suddenly had a plan. Burst is cast, but it takes 3 seconds. So it has to be according to his speed, as well as the direction of the attack. That's it. Frey unleashed his magic according to his calculations. Burst the moment Torquay flew in, but precision is at work in his body. After a powerful explosion, Torquay's body was already enveloped in flames. I have to admit it, you're really nice as a human. In such a short period of time, calculated my speed, caused an explosion inside. But now what's going on with you? That's a good idea. It's just that the power is too weak. A powerful burst bomb exploded inside Torquin's body. But here's the surprise. The attack didn't hurt him much. You weak humans are pitiful. Torquay was just flapping his wings. Powerful currents can interfere with Frey's flight magic. Now, in front of him is Torquon, the Dragon King of the Drake. Behind him were countless Drake dragons. Frey was in a complete dilemma. The only way, probably is, drink the all-purpose holy water that Huggiser left for him. But Isabel asked this question not too long ago. Isn't this just for the sake of the all-purpose holy water? Why not drink it now? Do you think this is really an ordinary nutrient? I want to stabilize holy water. Even it would take me at least a week. If there is no food and water, you can't stay here forever. So Frey was clear. To drink holy water here is to kill yourself. Frey wasn't in a fight. After taking out the Drake dragon that was in the way in front of you, he immediately accelerated his escape from the encirclement. I don't know when. Torquay had crept up in front of him. At the present distance, there was absolutely no way Frey could hide. Avoid this thing. Moment of truth. A pillar of fire slammed into Tortan. Rush to help. It was the undead bird that Frey had saved before. These Drake dragons are like little eggs at the moment. In front of the mythical beast immortal bird. They had no chance of winning. You guy, is it finally healed? Hear Frey's words. The immortal bird chirped a few times in response. What is this? Don't bother me, little one. Immortal bird, you go quickly. Not his opponent. But the immortal didn't seem to hear Frey's words at all. Straight to the flap of his wings and rushed towards Torquay. But the immortal birds attacked with all their might. But it didn't do much harm to Torquay. The immortal birds, let's go. He has a strong resistance to fire. Yes, he is your natural enemy. Run, stinky boy. Listen to me. The undead did not run away. His eyes were resolute, even though he knew he might die. But he still wanted to buy time for Frey. But Frey wouldn't run away. Or rather, Archmage Lucas Traumen. Never leave your companions behind and run away. Frey finally realized his weakness. Could it be because this body is not his? Or maybe it's because the magic of the whole world has faded. So he's getting a little sluggish? Frey is well aware. The real reason is because of my lack of determination. He was reborn in this era. I don't have the determination to become stronger. Without a hint of hesitation, Frey came to the cave closest to the battlefield, even though Frey knew he might die because of it. But death was for Lucas once. It's just a kind of everyday. With such a feeling, Frey swallowed all the all-purpose holy water in one gulp. Powerful magic burst through him, inflicted endless pain on Frey. Almost instantly, Frey's hair turned gray. But the magic of terror was not suppressed. Frey's mouth and nose began to bleed. He kept hammering the ground, trying to calm the magic. Frey knew, I have to win this battle, because there are still people fighting for him outside the cave at this moment. When Frey is about to be hit by Torta's attack, the immortal bird arrived in time, saved Frey's life, and bought him time to absorb the all-powerful holy water. No wonder it feels familiar. Aren't you not the same as it was not long ago? The beast that escaped from me. I had a lot of luck today, although the guy who escaped was also very good. But your vast life force is worth more than his. It turned out a month ago, the immortal bird was wounded by Torquay. Torquay wanted to kill the immortal birds, become nutrients for your own growth. But the immortal bird on the verge of death, still bursting with powerful energy. But in Torquay's view, such an attack has no effect at all. But he didn't expect it. Attack of the immortal birds. In fact, it was to cover for escape. Torquay didn't chase the undead birds, because as long as it's in the Eden Mountains, they'll always come across it. The dying undead bird escapes to a waterfall. There he met a human, that human with his magic, healed the wounds of the immortal bird. The immortal bird remembers. Humans have a saying when they heal themselves. My companion and I had the same experience. It is precisely because of this sentence. The immortal bird regarded Frey as its own. Now my companion is in danger. How could he sit idly by? Even if the enemy is a natural enemy who has almost killed him. But so what? It's a pity, though. Faith cannot bridge the gap in strength between them, no matter how hard the immortal bird tries. Natural enemies are natural enemies. Meanwhile, Frey's side also encountered greatly, although he had been prepared for it for a long time. But he didn't expect the side effects to be so big. A rebirth that was hard to obtain. it was still going to be destroyed by his own hands. At the moment of falling, he began to regret it. He no longer had the stamina to continue absorbing. But Frey didn't know either. Is it really just physical strength that he himself lacks? Just when Frey was about to fall into darkness, he felt a warm light appear in front of him. Don't move the Shuanchi ring yet. It hasn't fully worked yet. Isabel, how did you end up here? Your Excellency is not saying that you want to soak up the holy water to the fullest. Do you need some dry food and water? Your Excellency said that you are now the only one left. I can't relate to your feelings, though. But when I'm the only one left, I seem to have learned a little, although I don't know what your ultimate goal is. But believe in you below, and only trust your Excellency. So don't say you're alone. That's the kind of thing you can do. You're not a small oil bottle. But thank you so much. Until this moment, Frey finally knew what he was missing. What he lacked was never physical strength. It's not about persistence and determination. It's about trusting the people around you. Meanwhile, Tolton also felt the anomaly around him. There was an extremely powerful chill, erupting from the cavern. Just as he let his guard down, the undead bird attacked by surprise. This blow directly blinded Torquay in one eye. But the immortal bird was also bitten by him because of this. You ant, how dare you blind Lord Torquay's eyes? Said. Torquay smashed the immortal bird to the ground. He didn't eat the immortal bird in the first place. Instead, he is constantly venting his inner anger. You bastard. Obviously going to die. Why do you still laugh? I'll talk about it now. Rotten your wings, and then bite into pieces. The moment when Torquay wandered, the immortal bird pecked him blind. But he also, because of this attack, got a bite from Torquay. Just when the undead was about to be killed by Torquay, an attack suddenly struck at Torquay. If it weren't for Torquay's dodge in time, you may have died on the spot. Torquay didn't know what the hell is going on inside this cave. But this time, another wave of light spread outward. Light waves this time. Almost all of the Drake dragons have been affected. Any dragon that comes into contact with a light wave, all turned into ice sculptures. Torquay was a little bit of a foot. The ice on his body shattered immediately. But the other Drake dragons. But I didn't have such good luck. Torquay lived for thousands of years. It's the second time I've felt this way. Instinct told him to get out of here. The feeling that Frey brings to him now. Just like the woman who used to come here. Torquay did not hesitate in the slightest. Immediately about to escape. He couldn't imagine. I was terrified. And the two objects that terrified him. It's all human. Just as he was ready to wait for his eyes to heal. When you come back for revenge. Frey didn't know when. It's already in front of him. Torquay hurriedly flapped his wings to stop. He couldn't imagine. Human beings can be faster than themselves. Torquay was about to spit out dragon breath. Countless ice picks had already appeared in front of him. There is not a hint of a chance of reaction. The icicles were all stuck in Torton's body. But he still carried it. Didn't drive yourself crazy. Falling from the air. You damn human. How could you possibly defeat Lord Tolton? Can be a second. He found that Frey in front of him was long gone. Because you're too conceited. That's why it's so lax. A guy who has lived for thousands of years. He only knows how to fight with his eyes. That's when Tolton knew. Frey took advantage of the blind spots he couldn't see. To move the moment, Frey summoned an ice pick again. Directly hit Tortan. Just pecked blind by an immortal bird. You damn bastard. You are so despicable. Torquay then whipped Frey with his tail. Frey's body shattered many peaks at an unknown rate. Before stopping. But Torquay found. I just came into contact with Frey's place. It was frozen and buried in Frey's stone pile. There was movement again. Torquay couldn't imagine. Frey turned out to be intact in the attack just now. Are you really human? Who the hell are you, sacred? Why did you come to my territory? Isabel hid in the corner at this time and watched the two silently. Although now it seems it was Frey who had a great advantage. But Isabel is well aware. Frey could faint at any moment. It was at this time Frey has summoned one. Huge ice guns. What a powerful breath. Do you want to fight me? Torquay, though, didn't know what the hell happened to Frey. But this move is a move that even the dead birds can't resist. So, he decided the ice-like Frey couldn't stop it. While Frey was still charging, Torquay was taken by surprise. Unleashed his strongest killer move. He could have defeated the dragon with his speed advantage. But he just wanted to use his ice attribute. And the Drake Dragon, which has a fire element. One move determines the winner. It turns out that Frey at the moment, it does not completely stabilize the magic of the holy water. If you enter a protracted war, Frey could faint at any moment. Just while Frey was still charging, Torquay has already put his strongest killer move. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Frey's ice gun was also completed in time. The moment when two magical forces collided stirred up the airbag of terror. This force even makes Isabel feel the whole mountain is shaking. The moment is right in front of Isabel's eyes. A dreamlike state where fire and ice are entwined. It's simply beautiful. However, the fire attribute is the restraint of the ice attribute after all, and the magic power of the dragon. Nor is it comparable to human beings. Isabel realized, if it continues, Frey is likely to lose the fight. And this level of fighting, he was of no use at all. But the next second, Isabel noticed that something was wrong. Frey, who was supposed to be unleashing magic. At this moment, it is long gone. The winner is about to be revealed. No human being can surpass me. But Tolton wasn't done yet. Isabel's eyes were already widening. It turned out that Frey had already relied on the death scythe at the moment. Cut off Tolton's head, just when Torquay thought he was winning. The king of the Eden Mountains ended his more than 1,000-year reign. Isabel didn't see it at all. When did Frey come behind Tortan? He couldn't believe it. The 1,000-year-old king of Drake is really dead. And Frey isn't in his heyday. He couldn't imagine just how strong Lucas Traumen really was. But at this time, Frey fell from the sky without warning. Isabel hurriedly flew over to catch Frey. You're okay. Your body is now the same as ice. The immortal bird, take me to the immortal bird. Your excellency is really amazing. Defeated the king of Drake so easily. That's because he has so much less combat experience than I do. But he wasn't alive. Thousands of years. Massacres and actual combat are completely different. Fight against opponents of equal strength. Some strategy and tactics are needed. I use tactics to make him believe in me first, and then go all out. In fact, I only used 8% of the magic to release the ice gun. Then I used the last 2% of the magic. Moved behind him. Gave him the fatal blow. Just 8 achievements made such a big ice gun. Benefit a lot under it. It didn't take long. The two finally came to the place where the immortal bird was. It's a pity that they are still a step late. The immortal bird was already in the fierce battle just now. Lost life. Frey raised his hand. The body of the immortal bird floated into the air. What do you want to do? Your Excellency. You just saved me. Now I'm going to save him. Frey will be the corpse of the undead bird, transported to Torquay's body. Isabel was amazed to find the breath of fire that bubbled up from Torquay's heart. It is gradually being absorbed by the immortal birds. This energy is enough to revive the immortal bird. Torquay is gone. In order to compete for the position of king of the mountains, there will definitely be a big war here. Let you be the king. Please keep my friend's copy safe. You have to be the master of this mountain range. I look forward to seeing you again. During the week in Slane, Frey forcibly absorbed the almighty holy water drake. Tortan, the dragon king, had his head cut off. The immortal bird has not been resurrected until now. It's only been a few days, but it felt like a long time, and some of them are even 4,000 years old. But it's still like yesterday, obviously in the same time and space. Frey, however, always seemed out of place. Whenever he's alone, Frey always had a feeling of being abandoned by time. Fortunately, a voice pulled him back to reality. I've already booked a boat back. Ticket. But it's a pity that there are no ships that can sail today. It's okay. It's really hard for you. How does the body feel? It's okay, but I feel like I'm getting fatter. Huggister's weapon obtained in Torquay's lair helped us a lot. The powerful fire attribute of the Sharamanda cloak relieves the icy aura of holy water. You have to, though, get all the weapons in the lair back. The subspace wrap has become so bulging. Although it may not be used, but never put a friend's relics. Put it in that kind of place. Then again, school is about to start. It's been a long vacation. It always feels like years have passed. We've only been in Islam for a week. Shall we go to Lord Fine's house? Because the June family is in Terrapony. The two simply came to Fine's house. See this luxurious estate in front of you. The two of them are like primitive people who have never seen the world. When did you two visit the June family? Farron wasn't there. I'm here to find him. Please, who are you? I'm his friend. I didn't ask you this. What's your name? The guards are unimaginable. This impolite man turned out to be a friend of Fan. Frey wasn't the same as before. He said his name directly. My name is Frey Blake. You know, Fionn mentioned this before. I have a friend named Frey. He was the third son of the Black family. If he comes, reception will be carried out in accordance with the highest treatment. He couldn't imagine. This hillbilly in front of you. It's actually the little master's best friend. Exactly at this time, a carriage stopped at the door. This is the carriage of the young lady of the June family. What's wrong? What's going on here? Miss Ira. The two of them claimed to be friends of the little master. Brother's friend. It turned out to be Master Frey. I often heard my brother talk about his name. This should be Miss Isabel over here. I'm Farron's sister Ira. Please get on the bus. I'll take them in and sit down. Ira's words and deeds are full of aristocratic atmosphere. Frey wasn't impressed, but Isabel was stunned. What a beautiful young lady. Even if it's the same woman, it's tempting. I'm so sorry. Miss, we have not yet confirmed the identities of both of them. But Ira didn't say anything, just silently glanced at the guards. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have questioned them. I'm relieved for Miss. That's it. The carriage carried Frey and the two into the manor. Frey rode into the June family in Ira's carriage. But after a long time, I still haven't seen the June family's house yet. Ira kept an eye on Frey all the while. Why do you keep staring at me? Do you have anything to say to me? You don't feel the same way I did what my brother said. And isn't the hair gray? How did it turn white? That's what you say. A lot has happened during this time. You don't have to be so polite. After all, you're my brother's friend. And he is also a son of the Black family. Okay, no problem. Originally, I was worried that I would not get used to it. What's the matter? You said let me be polite. I heard that you and your brother are both students at West Lutheran College. At West Lutheran College. What kind of person is my brother? I didn't know that Farron was 2 years older than me, so I can't meet it at all. That's when Ira knew. Frey was about the same age as himself. But he couldn't imagine. Philin is actually friends with this kind of person. I don't know how long it took. Finally, you can see Farron's home in the carriage. The next journey, Ira led the way. After getting a message from the guards, Farron was also waiting early. Doorway Frey. You're finally here. Why are you here now? Any idea how long I've been waiting? How are things going? It's pretty much all solved. What's the deal with your hair color? Not bad, isn't it? I just got a new look. I'm dying of exhaustion. And I'm so hungry now. Look at how much weight you've lost. Even if I don't say it, I know. Ira is so big. It's the first time I've seen Philin so excited. Brother, don't you see your sister? No. How could I not have found our princess? Forget it, you guys might as well have fun. With that, Ira turned and went into the house. It's really snobbish. My sister occasionally loses her temper with me. But the reason for his anger will always remain a mystery. I think calling your sister a princess in front of others. On the contrary, it is even more of a mystery. Next, several people talked about what happened after their separation. Farron also heard about it. They rescued Daleen in the Eden Mountains. After coming to my house, he has been practicing swordsmanship frantically. After all, he's a very hard worker. Otherwise, nor will he be given the title of Rainstorm at a young age. But it's different from before. Daleen, I no longer hide the scars on my arms. I think it's a blessing for him to marry you. What are we going to do now? According to the rules of the June family, the guest first visits the owner of the family. Let me first introduce you to my father. It didn't take long. Frey too. He sat in the hall with all the members of the June family. This was supposed to be the time for the June family to have afternoon tea. Frey, however, was invited by Philin. Sit down at the table. Hello. Is your father, the Earl of Black, doing well now? Isabel felt a powerful sense of oppression. Frey didn't notice it. My father is doing well, but Frey's been in this body since then. In fact, I haven't met my father yet. The head of the June family, Sapler. June is one of the Empire's great 7-star magic. He is also the owner of the 4th magic tower. So Frey guessed. He may have clues about Demi-Dut. Frey during afternoon tea. I met the head of the June family. As one of the 7-star magicians of the Empire and the owner of the 4th magic tower. Frey guessed. He may have known clues about Demigate. The 6th magic tower is just too far away. Except for the annual magic tower meeting. It was difficult for me to see the count. Suddenly, I missed the days with him. That's a pity. Tattoo on Sapler's face. It's Hugh's magic guide tattoo. So Frey concluded that he must know something inside. It seems that except for our family Fian, his betrothed man also owes you a favor. I would like to express my gratitude to you for this. You're overrated. But why did you go to the Hell Mountains back then? I have some personal matters that need to be resolved. A private matter, because it's a small matter. So it's not worth mentioning. You're really funny. How's Fian's party prepared tonight? It's still in preparation. There will be a lot of VIPs attending this banquet. It's a practice. Supervise yourselves. I will follow my father's instructions. I won't let you down. Frey, you come with me too. That's right, Frey. I've been working on a new magic lately. I'd love to hear from you. Farron was curious. Father as a 7-star magister. Why listen to a student's opinion? Don't be so inhibited. I needed new perspectives and excitement. So I wanted to hear the advice of the young magister. But Frey was clearly aware of Sapler's other intentions. Fian didn't notice it, so he just left. Isabel, you can help Fian for me. That's it. Only Frey and Sapler were left in the hall. Frey Blake, it's time for you to tell your purpose too. Tell me what the hell you're conspiring with. The moment I heard this, Frey froze. He didn't know where he had made the disclosure. I want to know? Why did the Traumen Round Table come to my house? Frey reacted quickly. Himself was not exposed. Are you misunderstanding something? Using Fian is a good ploy. Did you find out through Farron? Will I be at the mansion during this time? But you're too daring, aren't you? He appeared here with that thing. Ring of Typhoons. Why did you dare to bring this thing to me? But Frey remembers the Traumen Round Table. It was a society that Fian had established in the academy. I do not know. Why the hell did the Duke say such a thing to me? These earrings are trophies I found in the Eden Mountains. Aren't you a member of the Traumen Round Table? Although Felon proposed it to me. But I refused, because I don't like to be a member of any organization. The moment I heard this, something was clearly wrong with Sapler's expression. That's not what I meant. I'm not referring to the organization that Fleen founded. But he quickly calmed down. He realized that he was too sensitive. I see. It looks like you're just an idle crane. It turned out that I had misunderstood. You don't have to be wary of me anymore. Since the Duke said so, then I'll do it. You little imp is really reckless. What do you think this place is? Of course, it's a friend's home. The moment I heard this, Sapler's pupils shook. I'm just here to see my friends. The Magister actually took the initiative to ask a student for magic advice. And the real purpose of Sapler is it's a test of Frey's identity. But fortunately, the two finally solved the misunderstanding. I'm just here to see my friends. I'm sorry though, but I didn't plan to come and see you. Although I can't fully trust you right now. But I'm willing to change my opinion about you. Still, I hope you'll take a stand. Since you've got that earring, I can't say that you have nothing to do with them. Who do you think is the true master of this continent? In the kingdom of mankind, the strongest should be the Gastic Empire. But even so, they also occupy only 1/10 of the continent. As you said, just think about it. You can name more than 10 of them. The race that inhabits the continent of Aina. Among them, human power is at most in the top 3. Just by that, it is difficult to say that humans are the masters of the continent. Frey actually knew who the owner was, but he couldn't just tell Sapler directly. In fact, the real owner has another reason. Those guys are Demigate. They are the masters of the continent. The moment I heard this, Frey's heart shook. Demigate is beyond humans. A godlike existence. Those guys. It is the real mastermind behind the domination of human society. Although for young people, it sounds like some kind of conspiracy theory. But this world does have an invisible hand. Sapler didn't understand. Frey, who heard the news, actually laughed. It turned out to be 4,000 years ago. At that time, desperately against demigates. There were only 5 of them. Frey thought, today's world has long since lost its so-called order. It has become a world of despair and ignorance. But he didn't expect it. There are people who have the same will as them. The resistance is growing. Apparently, he had already learned of Demigate's existence. But these people still don't. Select yield. They are hidden all over the continent. Preparations are being made for an opportunity to fight back. Learn such news. How could Frey be ineffective? It was the first time he saw the light of hope. Do you know something about Demigate? I know a little bit. How do you know? Frey quickly reeled from the excitement he had just had. Calm down. After all, now he can't tell everything and everything. I was before I got the earrings. Saw Hughes's diary. Is Hughes's diary true? Frey didn't elaborate. Nodded silently. Sapler immediately realized. Frey wanted to get himself to provide information first. Actually, we don't know much about Demigate either. We don't know how many of them there are. I don't know what their purpose is. I don't know why they chose to hide behind the scenes. But we can be sure of one thing. They are so powerful that a random decision, it can easily wipe out all races. Hear this information. Frey knew. These people have at least the most important facts. Demigate is only 100 or so in total. But each of them is a destructive being. About 4,000 years ago, there are 5 heroes who have fought against Demigate. You've probably heard the names of all 5 of them. Once a household name hero, the great sage Hugh Zestraw. Caskin, the king of the demon path, gradually tied lucid. The black witch Elise Pisaman. And the grand magister Lucas Traumen. But after the disappearance of the grand magister, all history has changed. There is a contradiction between the demon Tao dancing king and the cheap emperor. After that, the dark witch suddenly disappeared. Although the great sage has been fighting alone. But alone simply can't stand up to Demigate. That's it. Their names have been lost in history. These are exactly the same as those written in Hugh's diary. And this is history that is not recorded in the history books. So Sapler's intelligence is worth trusting. Our organization inherited their will. But it's an organization. But in fact, it has been divided into multiple forces. Over time, the unanimous will also fell apart. And now we've reached the point where we hold each other back and be wary of each other's degrees. Although we are divided into a lot of organizations. But now the most powerful is the Straw Risky Soul. Pisaman's Dark Knight Ruzid Megaship. Although I don't know much about other small organizations. But the situation at the Traumen Round Table does not seem to be very good. After the death of their president, half of the cadres seem to have gone to other organizations. The martial kingship of Tuscan is only the physique of the artist. We haven't found his heir yet. The organization in the Nasherid Academy. What's going on again? It was just a random formation by a few students. Although the occasional good talent is found, we'll do it. But those students simply don't know the affairs of the three major organizations. On our standpoint, that's not a bad thing. After all, this reduces our chances of being discovered. And no one knows. We're Demigate's eyes and ears. That's why I'm wary of you. After all, you swagger around with Lucas's relics. So, I thought I was proud of what I belonged to. A member of the Traumen Roundtable came and declared war on me. That's all I can tell you. Now it's time for you to tell me. How the hell did you get that thing? You just said you got him in the Eden Mountains. I've heard. There are indeed relics of heroes in the Eden Mountains, but not many people who go there and come back. And most of them are in vain. But it's also here. Fact. After all, most people don't know where the copy is. And even if they knew, Torquay will also be there waiting for them. Because my luck was exceptional. At that time, after being killed, somehow arrived somewhere. Then I found a copy of Hughest there. Could it be Hughest's diary? Did you find it there too? That's right, it's in the diary. Pretty much the same as what you said, Duke. Tell me how to get there. I also got there by accident. So sorry. That's what it looks like. Well, but let's be honest. I'm still a little skeptical of you. If you can you use the Typhoon Ring? For I didn't say no either. It was used immediately. The ability of the Ring of Typhoons. What do you think? You don't have to doubt me now. That's great. It seems that the situation is not as bad as it seems. I've always doubted you. It's not because I mistook you for Traumen, the one who catches bribes. There is an even bigger reason. A banquet belonging to the nobility. Everything here is in the best of luxury. The people in the room were busy talking. As long as you can make friends with more nobles, they will have a bright future. But Frey is out of step with everything around him. He is worried about the future of humanity. Although I found someone who knew Demigate. But now the situation has become more complicated. Although those organizations inherited their will. But now these people have divided into several forces. Frey didn't just have to get to know their situation in depth. You also have to stabilize the latent energy of the holy water. And it is necessary to find someone to make the altos of Husted. The ensuing troubles gave Frey a headache. He realized, it wasn't an accident that I got this body myself. That's when it happened. Isabel spotted Free Jean in the corner. Heaven shouldn't be happy, right? Why are you so sad? How about this dress? This was specially prepared for me by Miss Ira. I really envy you. Don't worry about so many things. Originally, Frey was still struggling with the reasons why Sapler was suspicious of him. At the Magic Tower meeting a month ago, Sapler had heard that someone had been in contact with Demigate. Frey was thrilled to hear the news. He couldn't wait to find out who this man was. Sapler did not answer Frey, but the look in his eyes said it all. That man was Little Black. That is, your father. Meanwhile, Carlsberg is working hard to pave the way for his future. He relied on his exquisite tongue, gained the hearts of many young nobles. After the purpose has been achieved, he began to enjoy the feast. Gradually, Carlsberg shifted his gaze to this group of young, aristocratic ladies. It was at this time he spotted Frey and Isabel in the corner. Frey, you're here. The lover is Firen's fiancée, Dylan. How are you doing during this time? Not bad. Isabel, how are you? Dylan noticed that Frey was staring at her. Isabel, you see, that's what it means to be able to get dressed. Why you should always target the following. My judgment is very objective. I hope you can explain it below. What is an objective judgment? After Frey and Isabel argued, that's when I turned around and asked Dylan, find yourself if there's something wrong. Dylan's face turned red. He also stammered when he spoke. Isabel is already aware of what is happening, but Frey was unaware. He also thought that Dai Lin was thirsty. That's what it looks like. Oh my God. Isn't this the third young master of the Black family, Frey? I didn't expect to meet you in such a place. Do you know him? I don't know very well. Frey struggled in his head, reminiscing about Carlsberg's memories. The sun is really rising in the west. It was here. Meet the people who were abandoned by the Black family. As soon as this remark came out, Frey knew there was no need to remember. The man in front of him must be a jerk. It seems that you were such a waste. You can also rely on the prestige of the Black family. Attend a banquet for Lord Fine. After all, Carlsberg, a local aristocracy. I can participate in a banquet of this level. But it came at a great cost. You kind of waste can get into Lucid Academy. It's a place I couldn't even pass in. I won't say it a second time. Give me the VIP who was personally invited by the master. Frey, however, encountered difficulties from old acquaintances at the banquet. But Carlsberg didn't know. Frey, whom he knew, was long dead. So he wondered, why did Frey dare to speak out against himself? Do you know Frey? Of course I know. This guy used to. I don't dare to be so presumptuous in front of me. Until this moment, Carlsberg finally discovered Frey's anomaly. Frey, who has always been known for his waste. There were two suffocating girls beside him. Although Carlsberg has known for a long time, Fine's banquet has always been full of beautiful women. But the two beauties around Frey, it's totally outstanding. The only thing he didn't understand, it is why these two beauties followed Frey, combined with Frey's attitude towards himself. Carlsberg thought it was, he wanted to maintain his image in front of beautiful women. What's wrong, Carlsberg? Are you in trouble right now? It turned out to be Mistress Patrick. How can you have time to come to my side? But Patrick ignored him completely. Walked straight past Carlsberg. I am Patrick, the eldest son of the Terra family. This beautiful young lady. Can you tell me your name? That's when Carlsberg knew. Patrice wasn't here to help herself. Instead, I fell in love with the two beauties here. You don't have to be so polite. I'm Delaney Kurd. The moment you hear the name, Carlsberg thought he understood everything. Daleen is one of the other Bole women. So I don't know what kind of person Frey is. But since I can't get it, that Carlsberg, surely no one else will take advantage of it. You should be called a rainstorm, the eldest daughter of the wild Kurdish family. Just now there are no beads under the eyes. Failed to recognize Lord Fine's fiancée. But Dai Lin, who heard this, instead, he looked at Frey for the first time. Actually, I'm not engaged to him yet. Why are you talking to me about this? The fiancé, who is the party host. Your hospitality is truly impressive. But Frey Blake is simply not worth leading. Miss, you personally entertain you. So you're the famous Frey. I know several of your brothers. Misa-sama and Char-sama. They all seem to be magicians of the Magic Tower. Heard, Misa-sama also became the Magic Tower not long ago. Layer Lord, what are you talking to me about? I've heard that you've been abandoned by Earl Little. I can indeed understand the Earl's feelings. Because I can't believe it either. People like you. It will be of the same blood as such a good person. The moment I heard this, Isabel stepped forward. You're going too far. Although I don't know what your excellency is capable of. But no matter how hard the people here try, not as much as 1/10, 000 of phrase. I hope you can apologize to him for your remarks. Apologize for being the eldest son of the Terra family. Why should I apologize to him? This young lady. You're not kidding me. The person who should apologize should. It's the bastard who brought that kid to this banquet. I really don't know who brought him in. As soon as this remark came out, the surrounding nobles also laughed at Frey. But at this moment, an unexpected person appeared. I'm sorry about that. Frey is an outcast by the Black family. Encountered the ridicule of almost all the nobles at the banquet. Some even threatened. The person who invited Frey was to stand up and apologize. But no one expected it. This time, Farron stepped up. I'm sorry about that. I was the one who invited Frey. What to do now? It seems that things are not going the way you would like them to go. I didn't expect that. Invite your own friends to the party, with the permission of your Terra family. Because this is a banquet that I have in my own name, it's true that I owe it to consideration. Yes, but I'll say it anyway. Frey was personally invited by me. He was more honorable than anyone present. You don't have to be too nervous. Enjoy this banquet. This is my home, after all, and you are all my honored guests. Otherwise, and you will die. Hear this. The few people who had made things difficult for Frey immediately ran away. Phil and those said they were his own guests, but there is no intention of retaining. It turns out that you guys have such a bad temper. I'm just learning from you. Just kidding. I'm a very gentle person. Before saying that, can you look in the mirror? I'm so dazzling. Where to dare to look in the mirror? Could it be that the reason for your change of style is hair loss? After Philin came over, the others walked away in amusement. But seriously, you're weird. With the prowess you showed on the parrot at the time, if known to everyone, surely it will not say that you are an outcast. Being a man, you can't go around flaunting your achievements. I'm curious what you talked about with my father at the time. Father? He took me for Traumen's rescuer. Do you finally want to join my organization? How can it be? Said. Frey thought again of what Sapler had said to himself. Sapler. The reason why the suspicion of Frey was lifted at that time is because there is a person who helped improve his identity. Frey was curious. Since you used the Typhoon ring yourself, none of them could dispel Sabaroa's suspicions. Who the hell is that person? It's Shez Black. He's just like me. He is a member of the Straw Riskers Association. That is your second brother. I know what your family has done to you. The pain in your heart certainly cannot be easily soothed. Although I am not in a position to comment on your family history. But I still want to say something. Charles is not like them. There is another reason why he agreed to drive you away. I hope you understand this. Farron, I'm not going back to High Luther. The moment I heard this, Isabel was stunned for the first time. Is everything you say true? After all, I have no reason to stay there. Isabel completely forgot about the lead on the side. He looked at Frey. My mind went blank. If Frey doesn't return to High Luther College, this means that he will soon be alone again. Do you have any plans for the future? I don't know. The Duke seems to have asked me to go to the third magic tower. That's not bad either. Isabel couldn't control her emotions anymore. He could only say goodbye to Dai Lin first. But at night, he still involuntarily walked towards Frey's room. If it's really as Frey said, then the two of them will have to go their separate ways tomorrow. Although after learning Frey's true identity, he had known for a long time that there would be such a day. But Isabel only found herself now. I don't seem to know what to do next. I can't accept the news that I am about to part ways with Fuhrer. Isabel came to his room alone in the middle of the night. But what he didn't expect was, there are people who are one step ahead of themselves. Are you leaving tomorrow? Yes. Thank you for your hospitality. This banquet was really nice. Fine lives up to his name. He is worthy of being the best genius of the June family. Genius is true. The first time I felt the magic was when I was 5 years old. Are you boasting? Of course not. But at the age of 5, you can feel magic. Very amazing news indeed. You know, even Lucas and Hughes. They first felt the magic at the age of 7. I reached the 4-star Magister when I was 17 years old. But externally, we say that it is 20 years old. Why are you doing this? Why deliberately hide your talents? Because it's you. I'm going to tell the truth. I feel like my talent is a curse. For I didn't know. Why did Fionn come up with such an idea? But just look at the way he looks. Philin wasn't joking with himself. I used to have a teacher. He is a 6-star magician. He is also the deputy tower master of the 5th demon tower. He had a full white beard. He is a very knowledgeable elder. Every time I asked him a question, he would always stroke my head, answer my questions gently. Whenever this time, I'm going to be very happy. So in order to ask again, I'm working harder than before. He taught me the doctrine of the devil, and a guide who leads me to success. That thing. It happened not long after I reached the 4-star Mage realm. That day, I asked questions that even teachers couldn't answer. He was in a state of panic. He roared angrily and said I was a monster. But think about it now. His expression at the time was clearly fearful. Teacher. He saw how quickly I was improving at a young age. I have long been afraid. Take me for a bad omen. Since then, I lost the leader of the demonic path, although I still love demonism. But every time it comes to a critical moment, it's time to break through that threshold. I would be reminded of the teacher's frightened face. So, I curse myself tens of thousands of times a day. Talent. I even think it's better to be an ordinary person. In this way, I am learning the knowledge of the demon Tao. There won't be any worries. Maybe, in this way, you will not be treated as a monster by the teacher. You stinky boy, can you moan without illness? Listen up. Those are called peerless talents. Someone with transcendent gifts. They have exhausted the realm that they could not reach in their lifetime. It is the ultimate of demonism. Meet a leader who is incompetent, suffered from his jealousy, and chose to retreat, never to reach that legendary realm. I can assert, the next time I meet you, my realm will be several times stronger than it is now. I really don't know if you're confident or complacent. I mean, you're going to be like me. Demigate. You probably know they exist too. They dominate all living things, including humans. And it also changed the original order of this world. It's all at their disposal. Humans who have found nothing. It's a bit silly indeed. But the choice is never to give up. Decide to take him down and regain the determination to save the world. It is also a manifestation of the infinite possibilities of human beings. This is something that only humans can do. If you just want to live a worry-free life in the Magic Tower, now it's entirely possible for you to stumble. But if you want to defeat Demigate, you can only pursue the study of the Devil's Tao. I would definitely choose the latter. What about you, Philin? Tell me about your options. Mig 8. It dominates all living things, including humans. Although most humans are unaware of this. But there are still people who have inherited the will of their ancestors, fighting for this. Now the only chance to bring them down. It's human beings with infinite possibilities, and want to defeat Demigate. Can only pursue the ultimate in demonism. I would definitely choose the latter. Then your Fian tells me your options. Do I still have a choice? It seems that teachers are not the only ones who lead the way. Compete with your opponents. Forge your own path. That's what it means. Frey didn't answer Philin. But that doesn't mean Philin misunderstood. Tulay just thought of Husey. The two of them used to be in this relationship as well. Even best friends. It is also the biggest opponent in the demonic path. I'll always be one step ahead of you. So rest assured, when we meet again, I'm definitely one step ahead of you. It's good that you're worthy of being my friend. The two didn't know. Isabel has been hiding outside the door. Listen to their conversation. By the moment, he was already in tears. Isabel also seems to have found her way. Early the next morning, Frey packed his bags and prepared to head to the Magic Tower. Aren't you going to ask me for this burden? That's when Frey found out. Isabel had already followed with her luggage. Is it cumbersome? I've never felt that way. It's chilling. Didn't you keep saying that being down there was a burden? If you come with me, what to do with the academy? And the next is also to seek the ultimate in demonism, before applying for admission to the college. But right now, there is a powerful magister standing. Who better to be a teacher than you? The road ahead is bound to be full of thorns. Will you regret it? Same words. I don't want to say it a second time. Even if it's hell ahead. I'm going with you next. Frey didn't say much. After all, he has learned to trust the people around him. The screen turns. Come to the 6th Magic Tower. You say Frey has been getting close to Firen lately. Yes, Mistress Mizsar. The relationship between the two seems to be very close. And Farron also announced loudly. Frey was his own guest of honor. And then what? Are you just here to say that? I just think you should tell the floor master about this. How Frey is with others. And what does it have to do with me? He's not part of the Black family anymore. Naturally, it's not my brother anymore. After Patrice is gone, the room fell silent again. Philin actually treated Frey as a VIP. Could this be the meaning of salted fish will also turn over? What do you think about this? Not interested after all their classmates. It's not surprising that the relationship is a little better. I knew you would say that. Miss Saul hesitated. Do you want to tell your father this information? Maybe you can use Frey a little bit in the future. After Samir left, Xiazi immediately changed his expression. He was no longer that indifferent. There was a hint of worry in Char's eyes. Pursue the ultimate in demonism. Frey set out on the journey again. You just said what this thing is. The Duke of Sapler gave me an identity tag. It seems to be going to take this thing. Get a ticket to the organization's assessment. A secret organization in order to re-establish the world order. If you want to gather information on Demigate, I have to get closer to this organization first. And the next actually before that. I've never heard the name Demigate. And the 5 heroes led by you. I just heard about it below. You exist to reconstruct this world order. But I really didn't expect that. You were defeated by Demigate. If you don't tell the words below, and the next will definitely think. It's just an absurd conspiracy theory. Actually, it's really terrifying. It's the kind of existence that is omnipresent and intangible. Humanity has lost its way to the future. The right to choose your own path. You can only choose to accept it silently. Waste your life. Satisfaction and accomplishment from nothingness. I didn't even realize the fact that I had been dominated for a long time. To the slave of happiness. This is the fate of humanity now. But we weren't defeated by them. We're just on our way to victory. It didn't take long. The two finally arrived at the destination of the journey. The third magic tower. It's the first time I've seen the magic tower. It's so powerful. Now, there is still almost half a year left before the entrance examination. Frey needed to stabilize the power of the holy water before that. Strive to return to the previous state as soon as possible. See a scene like this. Frey couldn't help but think of his old days. At that time, he began to learn magic in the magic tower. Merely, Elise and Hughes had been by his side. That's when it happened. The footsteps behind them attracted the attention of the two. It can be seen at a glance from their skin color and appearance. These people are dark elves. Frey couldn't help but be surprised. Why do dark elves appear in such a place? What's all the fuss about? Elves and dwarves. I have a lot of close contact with humans. Although Frey was in the academy when he was there, I've read books about it. But when he saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. After all, this is a sight that could not have been seen 4,000 years ago. And now the elves seem to be unified. Today, they live in the great forests of the northern border. In the days that followed, the two of them are there. Cultivation inside the magic tower. Isabel. Now he has mastered the cultivation method of struggle. Frey, on the other hand, danced a kind of dance every day. He's your companion in the tower. He's a celebrity here now. Every day, I know to do some weird dances. In the evening, I nest in the library. Everyone is saying that a strange guy has come recently. Although Frey's appearance looks funny. But Isabel mastered the struggle. I can already see the flow of true chi. So, he could see the fierce blow hidden in that body. This is at a speed that cannot be captured with the naked eye. After a blow, he returned to his original position. That's why it looks like it's dancing slowly. In fact, Frey's martial arts now. It's been a very masterful level. That's when it happened. A big man was violently knocked to the ground. Stop, I throw in the towel. Don't fight anymore. The dark elves who heard this also stopped his movements. You humans are so weak. The strong man who was tall was put to the ground with a move. Li Ongson couldn't help but sigh that human beings are really weak. Are you being too rude to a person who surrenders? Lee Ongson, this is you who call yourself a warrior. The character that was displayed. Sorry, teacher. Just now I was too conceited. Saying that, Lee Ongson stretched out his hand to defeat the person himself. Pulled up. That's when it happened. He saw the dancing fortress on the side. Isabel recognized Ongson Lee. It was the dark elf who had stood at the front of the line before. When Frey was still cultivating, a voice interrupted him. Are you a member of the Demon Dao 5? I'm a magician. The magician is really fake. Lee Ongson couldn't believe it. How can a magician do this? After the two introduced themselves, Ongson Lee also expressed his thoughts. Let's fight. Let's hear that. Frey couldn't help but be covered in black blood. I'm not provoking you. What are you going to say? That word is called sparring. Yes, this is it. I'm going to talk to you, said. Lee Onson's master had already walked in front of Frey. My name is Camille. Please advise me. This beautiful young lady. Yes, under is Isabel. Trisna, sorry to interrupt your training. You don't have to pay attention to what this idiot just said. The conversation that follows. They used elves. Isabel didn't understand it at all. Frey, however, also used Elvish at this time. Actually, I didn't care about his rude behavior just now. If he wants to compete, I'm here to help. You can even speak Elfish. I only know a little bit about it. I can't believe that I can meet such an interesting human as you. That's not as good as an elf who learns human magic. How can your tone be exactly the same as our elders? The exchange between the two soon attracted onlookers from the people around them. Quite a few people are skeptical. Is it that the Dark Elves are deliberately here to find fault? After all, it's a different race. Mankind. It is also difficult to fully accept these Dark Elves in the heart. Lionson's stance fits perfectly. The eerie and flexible identity of the Dark Elves. Full of wild flavors. While Frey was still observing, Leonson lunged over. But here's the surprise. Frey reacted in such a short period of time. Blocked the blow. After this, Lionson's attack couldn't even touch Frey. Look at Frey. It is to use Liang's son. Help yourself get acquainted with this body. Although martial arts have long been proficient, but after all, this is the first time to use this body. After getting acquainted with it, Frey immediately countered. Ongsun Lee was after dodging the attack. Quickly distanced himself. You look like you're wild. Completely beast-like. Interesting. This human being is also very strong. This time, the two directly began to stand on the pile and fight hand-to-hand. Humans are lamenting the ridiculously fast speed of the two. The elves were surprised. Free can be on par with Lionson. Meanwhile, the battle phase between the two has also come to an end. It's a pity until the end. Free and Lionson were also unable to tell the winner. Leonson was not willing to give up. Immediately rushed forward again. This can be seen from Frey's muscle mass. He's not a Demon Dao 5, so it's hard for Mikal to imagine how he relied on his emaciated body. Block Lionson's attack. Such a precise distribution of magic power. Plus he looks like he's in his 20s. Mikal couldn't help but wonder where Frey really was. Call it a day. Lionson, stop. There's no point in sparring any further. Just a physically weak magician. But he can fight with the Dark Elves who are good at fighting. There was a back and forth. Such a scene gave a great shock to the people around him. But the exchange between the two was finally terminated by Camille. Frey, you're amazing. Ongsun Lee, you're amazing too. If this is the wild, and it's at night, I don't think there will be any advantage. And you don't seem to be very good at hand-to-hand combat. Here's something like that. Leonson was thrilled. He finally met an opponent who knew him. How long are you going to stay in the tower? I don't know. About half a year. It's amazing. We can talk to each other more in the future. Your strength is indeed very strong. It's already so strong that it doesn't look like a human at all. That's when it happened. Camille saw the ring of Typhoon that Frey was carrying. What's the matter? Why don't you suddenly speak? Frey, why did you come to this third magic tower? I want to make a bottle of secret medicine. Here, after all, there are a lot of professional books. No wonder you stay in the library at night. But I don't think it's useful. I flipped through all the books. I didn't find what I was looking for. Then why don't you try to read the magic book? The library is full of level 3 books. The first level magic guide book can only pass the exam. It can only be read after being approved by the 3-layer masters. The exam you were talking about. When will I be able to take the test? If I remember correctly, it should be tomorrow, early the next morning. Frey waited early at the place where the exam was held. Yesterday his battle with Lionson. It's already spread in the magic tower. But they're curious. Why did a demon Dao 5 people come to take the exam? That's when it happened. Someone stopped Frey and Isabel from behind. Are you Dark Elves here to take the test? I heard that you were going to take the exam. I'll just come and take a look. Leonson was just brought by me. Actually, Isabel too. We'll play again when you're done with the exam. You want to talk to me? The two chatted. The 3 tiers in charge of the exam has appeared in front of everyone. All 3 of them are the layer masters of this magic tower, especially the guy in the middle, named Mage. It is a real person in power. We don't need to talk too much. Now let's start with the first test. The person taking the exam needs to make an energy ball. Here's what to do. It is to lock the energy ball in your hand. Everyone thought that this was the first item in the exam. That's why it's that simple. Meizung Mikar said, the energy ball is smaller than the marbles in your hand. To be qualified, the moment I heard this, the people who took the test were all unpredictable. Not surprisingly, most of them did not pass the exam. They even think, no one can pass this exam. And here it is. Time. Isabel became the first to qualify. But he just kept it that size for a few seconds. I'm already exhausted. Mikal soon had a new qualifier in front of him. You two don't have to go ahead and do the rest of the test. I agree with you to read the wizard book. That's when it happened. A shout caught Mikal's attention. What are you doing? Why don't you condense the energy ball yet? Do you want to give up this exam? The apprentice's Isabel was able to successfully pass the assessment. But as a master of Frey. But even the energy ball can't be condensed. After being attracted by the voice of the examinee, Mikal walked over. It's unbelievable. Mikal-sama, what do you mean by that? Hasn't this young man already given up? Don't rely on your eyes alone. Try to feel his magic. I didn't feel it. Energy balls. Has it been condensed to the point where it is invisible to the naked eye? Mikal looked at Frey. Found the typhoon ring he was wearing. Seemingly. You don't have to take the next exam. What is your name? The 3rd son of the Black family. Frey, I allow you to read the magic book. And can you talk to me individually? That's it. Frey followed Mikal to his study. Your strength is remarkable. Why come to the 3rd magic tower? I was introduced by the Duke of Sapler. Since it is the Duke of Sapler, then I can get straight to the point. Your strength should have reached the realm of 5 stars. I'm not denying it, although Frey is about to enter the realm of 7 stars. But he didn't have to tell Mikal about it. Then do you know about Demigate? I know a little. The Duke of Sapler also told me a few. Not long ago, we found traces of Demigate in Ute. To be exact, it should be the Trail of the Apostles. They are to be warned. Mage personally chosen. A group of people who pursue divine power. And they call themselves apostles. Now, centered on these apostles, the followers of Demigate are causing trouble everywhere. Frey couldn't have imagined. Demigate has actually started to use humans. This was something that had never happened 4,000 years ago. Ute. It's my jurisdiction and that of Luke's, who is a cadre. And so on. They estimated that several villages would be destroyed. So we have to investigate. Can you come with us? This task is very dangerous. I can give you a little more time to think about it. Then I also want to ask you a question. Why me? Mikal didn't answer Frey. I saw him slowly pull up his sleeves. Frey recognized Mikal's hand. It was Elise's relic. It seems that you are the one of Pisa man in the night. the leader of the Traumen Round Table, after being killed by Demigate. Those guys are getting more and more arrogant. So we need to be a little bit more secretive. The Dark Elves in the Magic Tower. We were specially invited to come. The members of the Black Fong who investigate together. But maybe it's because I'm older. So there are more concerns. You can't trust people completely. And that's when I met you. That's when I saw you with the typhoon ring. Fry didn't think of what he had made back then. It's so famous in this day and age. When are you going to go? It is estimated that it will take about a week to prepare. This means Frey must stabilize the power of the holy water within a week. Then again, why do you want to go to see the Magic Island? I'm going to make some secret elixir, so I wanted to study alchemy. If it's alchemy, compared to reading a magic book, I'd recommend you find that woman. And so, it was under the guidance of Mikau. Frey came to the room. This was the first time Frey had seen it. Yatra, known as a gifted professor at High Luther College. The professor is a mercenary group hired by himself at a high price. But the old man couldn't believe them at all. Instead, it was Frey who I met for the first time. Mikau, however, was willing to believe in him unconditionally. It's just because of the typhoon ring that Frey carried. It is a relic of Archmage Lucas. Lucas 4,000 years ago fought against Demigate with 4 heroes. And now Mikau is the object of his investigation. It was a group of humans who claimed to be the apostles of Demigate. After indicating their purpose, Mikau also learns that Frey wants to study alchemy. So, he let Frey go to the allegedly genius Professor Yatra. Who are you? How did you find me? I was introduced by Michael Sama. Frey, so you're the old man said you were. Find a place to sit casually. It's a mess here. Where can I sit? Frey didn't expect that. Known as the genius of Yatra. The atmosphere of life in his room is so strong. Explain beforehand. I'm a very busy person. I've been very tired lately, and the mood is not good. So you have to indicate your intention in 5 words or less. Tell me what you're doing with me. Craft liquid mana. You're rude. Isn't it a 5-word? I didn't think you had a lot of character. Tell me what mana liquid. See for yourself. As he spoke, Frey pulled out a small bottle. The moment I saw this bottle, Atra's eyes lit up. Here's what's going on. How could the concentration of magic in this be so high? That's Torquay. But Frey only said 5 words and then stopped to exceed the word count. Can you please not whet people's appetites? Let's put it bluntly. It was the heart of the Drake Dragon, which had lived for thousands of years. The magic power should be about 100,000. Can you help me make this with this? Some mana liquid. Are you crazy? Although it is said that it is so. But Yatra's expression had already betrayed herself. Is it hard? It's a bit hard. It's nothing to me, though. The biggest problem is the material. Because there's a material in it that's hard to get. Frey couldn't help but wonder what materials were needed. I want the feathers of the legendary mythical beast Immortal Bird. Professor Yatra, is there anything else you need right now? I need an assistant who is proficient in magic distribution. Almost. Energy balls can be compressed to the size of a fingernail. That's it. The two of them immediately began to enter the development of Meow. Who the hell are you? The Black Family. It's the family of Earl Little. The names of Misal and Shaz. I hear it a lot, but Frey was really the first time, regardless of the distribution of magic or the understanding of alchemy. All very superb, although your knowledge feels a bit old-fashioned. Obviously, the strength is very good. But why do I know your name now? You guy, do you want to be my assistant? But Frey decisively rejected Yatra's request. Can I give you more money? I can also teach you a manufacturing technique that you can't learn anywhere else. But Frey's attitude was too resolute. Archer could only think about whether there was any other way. Then again, why have you been calling me professor since just now? Didn't I tell you? I am a student at West Lutheran College. Yatra thought immediately. He could threaten Frey with credits and employment. But I'm out of school now. Are you kidding me? Professor, do you know how to make a golem? It's not my strong suit, though. but it's still a lot better than those who call themselves puppeteers. Before this humble little bead, it's actually a super prop that can complete the God Butcher project. 4,000 years ago, humanity was defeated by the self-proclaimed God Demedet. But the great sage, Huggis, on the other hand, kept the golem core. It contained his life's work and all the clues about Demi-Deter. But the great sage tried his best. The magic box that has been preserved, but it became the mouth of a genius in later generations. Crazy behavior. Frey thought that Artra was duplicitous again, but Yatra said she wasn't joking. In his cognition, there can never be a magic box with more than 1 million magic powers. Even if there is such a thing, if there is no flesh composed of oligon, and the nervous system made of mithril, there is absolutely no way to control this golem. Plus gilding and magic circle, and inject command language. These add up to something almost impossible to accomplish, not to mention making him self-aware. But this was the last clue that Hughes left for Frey. One way or another, Frey is also going to finish. Altos, what do you ask for? Is it on you? Is there a magic box with a mana value of more than 1 million? How could it be? I'm just curious. Didn't you say that? There simply cannot be such a thing in the world. In the following time, in addition to developing a magic liquid, Frey was sparring with Leon-san. After these days of familiarity with the body, Frey can now easily beat Lionson. And Isabel was at this time taught the Dark Elves' magic distribution. His lessons are simple and easy to understand. We Dark Elves, already completely open to him. That's pretty good. Have you made your key? I guess it'll be ready tonight. Then you're going to be a 7-star magician in no time. It's nothing. I'll just step through the door, because I don't understand the division of the realm of magic. Calmy doesn't have any idea about 7 stars. By the way, do you two want to learn? Elves, just sign a contract with your favorite elves. It will definitely help you a lot. Now that you've taught them magic, this is our thank you gift. I'll teach you now the traditional elven art of the Dark Elves. Time is fast. In the evening, Yatra also made a secret elixir as she wished. Are you really going to drink it? I advise you to stop. Here's such a tone. Frey thought that Yatra had failed. It's me who did it perfectly. The mana energy even tripled. If you're not careful, you'll die violently. Didn't think about such news. Frey was even more excited. Whatever you want, whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. Although the words of Yatra are more difficult to hear. But he still helped Frey a lot. So Frey gave him one. Adi's love that can improve concentration. After returning to the room, Frey began to prepare for the breakthrough. To suppress Torquay's fire magic. His room was sprinkled with ice attribute crystals. After you are fully prepared, Frey swallowed all the mana liquids into his stomach. Just for a moment, the chill around them was gone. Isabel, I want to ask you a question. How strong are 7-star magicians in the human world? It didn't take long for us to learn human magic. So there's no concept yet. But I heard that in the human world, the realm of magic is about the same as the status class. If you want to compare it like this, a 7-star mage is almost at the level of a great mage. No matter which country you go to, can get the title and treatment of the Earl and above. Even, you can engrave your name on the stone slab of the Imperial Palace. That is a figure that is enough to go down in history. I see. Does Frey also want to get ahead? Hearing this, Isabel shook her head. Mistress Frey said that. I'm just getting started. What he's going to do is harder than getting ahead, Dodai Migate. He wants to take back the world from them. Meanwhile, Tulay has finally reached the realm of a 7-star magician. 7 stars up, 7 stars too. Tulay finally became a 7-star magician. This means his battle with the gods is about to begin. Early the next morning, they went to a nearby village to gather information. This is the village where the apostles appeared. I didn't expect it to be so small. Isabel always felt eerie here. This breath of surrounding. It's the divine power used by Demidet, although it has been separated by 4,000 years. But Frey recognized the force immediately. It is a small village with just over 500 inhabitants, because it can be self-sufficient, so they don't have much communication with other villages. That kind of place would be a good place for the apostles to do things. I've said that before. The mission was very dangerous, since he is the one you brought. Then I won't say anything. But is that lady really okay? Don't worry. Don't look at him as weak. The strength is still quite good. It was at this time Isabel spotted the villagers. Isn't this the noble magician of the magic tower? Why did a few people come to such a poor and sour place? I'm Arad here. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hello, village chief. I would like to ask you a few questions. Just ask. Has there been any recent change in this village? For example, lifestyle habits. Something else? Or just a personal feeling? It doesn't matter. Does it feel different than before? What could happen in such a small place? Everyone's life is as uneventful as ever. That's what you say. Where have all the people in that village gone? I can't see anyone in broad daylight. It's like a ruin. Everybody has something to do today. It's all in the forest over there. Didn't you just say that? Is everyone's life as ordinary as ever? Leongson, please help us verify. As soon as the words fell, Leongson's figure turned into a gust of wind and disappeared. Mikhail couldn't believe it. A dark elf full of pride. I would even listen to the words of Fu Lei. It didn't take long. Leongson came back from checking the surrounding houses. There is no one here, but there was blood all over the house. I saw that the village chief and a few people suddenly turned into monsters. Damn you meddling magicians. Be careful, everyone. They are the believers of Demidet. Now that you've discovered it, then we must not let you leave alive. Kill the mage who took the lead first. With that, the two monsters rushed straight at Mikhail. Moment of truth. Isabel stood in the way of Mikhail. In the next 1 second, a pillar of rock rose from the ground. Directly killed a monster that rushed over. But here's the surprise. The other two monsters actually carried the rock pillar with their might. But at this time, Frey stepped forward. The monster's body was sliced to pieces in the air. We have the power of God. How could it be so easy for you? After realizing that he is no match for this group of people, Arad immediately turned and fled. But as soon as he looked up, only to find that Lionson had already appeared beside him. Leonson is just one move, and he put Arad to the ground. But to get information from him, Leonson didn't shoot outright. Now please tell me everything you know. What the hell is going on here? In order to gain great power, he took the initiative to abandon his human identity. But when they met the magician, still beaten and helpless, Arad couldn't imagine. Pay such a big price yourself. What exactly is it for? Now it's time to tell us everything you know. I do not know. I don't really know anything. Can't you be honest? Otherwise, let me do it. Frey wondered what Camille could do. Take advantage of this opportunity. Take a closer look at my elves. With a strange incantation uttered, the shadow at Camille's feet gradually rippled, followed by a strange eyeball monster, and he came out of Camille's shadow. This is the massage of the big crew. There's no one better suited to get intel than this guy. Big Crew controls the guy's spirit. After Camille finished speaking, Big Crew immediately pounced on Arad, despite the desperate resistance of Arad. But Big Crew still got into his stomach. See a scene like this. The magicians found it a little scary. Mikhail realized, one way or another, the dark elves must not be provoked. Frey even felt directly interrogating him would be a little more gentlemanly than he is now. Tell us now, where have all the people in the village gone? Dead. All of them died. What are the reasons why you are doing this? Because we need sacrifices. So they must die. In order to create more believers. Unleash the power of the apostles. But I'm only halfway there. Arad's body began to twitch violently. Danger! Everyone flee quickly. He's going to blow himself up. The next second, a terrifying energy. It burst out into Arad's body. These guys are forbidden in their bodies. They will blow themselves up before they can tell important information. He is truly a believer in Demidead. Looks like it's not going to be good. Why don't we go back today? These apostles can empower believers. With our current strength, we can't compete with them. There is no time left. We must take the opportunity to catch them all. They've already found us. If you miss this time, there will be no next time. Let's wait for Arnolix to come back. He is a 7-star magician. If it weren't for him, we will surely die if we go in. Then I'll fill his place. Now is not the time to be reckless. 7-star magician. But it has reached the realm of being able to merge repulsive elements. But for such a statement, the 2 dark elves were completely unheard of. Once the repulsive elements come together, there will be an explosion. Into the realm of 7 stars. It can break the laws of nature. Combine repulsive elements. I'm not being strong. Otherwise, you might as well come and see for yourself. As soon as the words fell, 2 different elements, ice and fire, rose around Frey. What are you going to do? If you make a mistake, all of us will die here. Frey didn't bother with Mikal. I saw his hands slam shut. Ice and fire are the 2 elements, immediately intertwined behind him. Don't stop yet. You're not young. But Mikal wasn't done yet. The 2 elements behind Frey had already fused. You've really reached the realm of 7 stars. Let me take Arnold's place. Anyone who has ever done magic knows it. When 2 opposing forces collide, they explode, but men in order to prove their strength. But he insisted on fusing the 2 elements of ice and fire. Just Mikal thought, when Frey wanted to blow them all up. The 2 elements of ice and fire miraculously fused. This means Frey has reached the realm of a 7-star magician, and he can also take Arnold Luck's place. Lead the team on, as several people continued to explore deeper into the village. Before you know it, it's night. Frey, come and take a look at this. At this moment, Camille had a charred corpse in front of her. This is not a sign of being burned by fire. This guy was killed by lightning. Other words, the people who made these believers. It should be a stone that is good at thunder attributes. It's actually a human who can use Demigate's abilities. It seems a little tricky. In fact, these apostles existed. It's not a bad thing for us. The place of our first crusade against the apostles. It is in Gastuk. Something surprising happened. After the death of the apostles, his master, Demigate, was also eliminated. Hear Mikal's words. Frey couldn't believe her ears. But not every time. We don't know what's going on, but we can be sure. Just get rid of the things that share the power of Demigate. To be able to influence his master, Demiguy. Frey couldn't help but wonder. Why did Demigate take such a big risk? Go and use these histories. This was something that never happened 4,000 years ago. Could it be this time? What has happened to the Demigates? Soon after, the group finally arrived at the forest of Arid's Mouth. But there is no life here. It's a dead land. The trees and animals are dead. Their vitality is sucked away. These bastards dare to defy all things natural. The whole forest seems to be a trap. It's like it's blocked by some powerful barrier. It is impossible to continue investigating. It seems that if you want to find out the truth, then we're going to have to blow up this forest. The forest has withered. In case of fire, it may even affect other villages. But you want to destroy such a complex circle. It will take at least 2 days. But Frey had already put his hand on the trunk of the tree by the moment. What he wanted to do, it seems to be to destroy the barrier. The arrangement of the formation is being explored. Can't think of a good way. So what to do? It's a similar thing to us dark elves. Frey, you just get it? We'll keep you safe nearby. Don't bother. I'm done. Everybody is standing behind me. From now on, don't leave. I saw a small hurricane appear in Frey's hands. The next second, a terrifying energy. It spread out from Frey's hands. Unbelievable. Is this really the strength of a man in his 20s? After the storm is over, the entire forest has been razed to the ground. Mikhail couldn't help but feel very ashamed. As the master of the lair, I didn't do anything along the way. We've all been here for so long. You're finally willing to show up now. His body was full of a disgusting aura of divine power. He was Demigate's apostle. You can see the moment when you come. Mikhail was stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. I don't want to believe the facts in front of me. But facts are facts. Arno Lux was Demigate's apostle. His betrayal. Arnolix turned out to be a betrayal of humanity. Become a lackey of the gods. But even if you have seen it with your own eyes, Mikhail still didn't want to believe it. Seemingly, Arno Lux was Demigate's apostle. Mikhail, didn't I say you should wait a little longer? Why don't you listen to me? Is there some misunderstanding here? How could someone like you? It's pathetic. The only downside of this guy is that you're too curious. Said. Arno Lux slowly raised his right hand. Goodbye, Mikhail. I hope you can get rid of this shortcoming in your next life. Moment of truth. Frey waved his hand to block Arnolix's attack. You blocked it. You're pretty good, little guy. But even so, Mikhail was still scared. You have to sit on the ground. That's impossible. As a cadre, Lord Arnolix, why betray us? Please take heart. The man. It's no longer the Arno Lux you know. Why would you want to betray the organization? Are you also part of the organization? You little imp really don't know how to be polite. Because I learned how powerful that Lord is. In the presence of the Lord. No matter how much we humans struggle. It's just a tiny ant. Humans are by no means ants. You just gave in. It was the first time Isabel had seen Frey so excited. He didn't know what exactly happened 4,000 years ago. Isn't it right to give in? I'm recognized. They have great power. This is a fact known to people within the organization. Do you think they are fearless against him? They just want to fight to the death. It's just a matter of getting yourself back on your feet. They're moving forward one step at a time. They just don't want to succumb to coercion. It's about guarding what you cherish. I don't understand at all. This is the will of man. This is the noble character you give up. The voice did not fall. A terrifying thunderbolt fell in front of Frey. I don't think it's noble. See this scene in front of you. Isabel was stupefied. He was acutely aware. The power of the apostles. You see, this is a pure lightning strike that even magic can't create. Not so much suffering. I can also gain great power. Just choose to give in. You can get it. More powerful than a 7-star magician. Dark clouds covered the entire sky. Can human power really reach such a state? No, it's not human power at all. This guy is using Demigate's divine powers. Frey, what do we do now? Head-to-head confrontation. We are by no means his opponents. We can only attack from abroad. Ongsun Lee, you take the lead. Don't forget now. You have the lives of 3 of us in your hands. Camille, you have to cover Lee Ongsun on one side, while supporting the magicians behind us. Mikhail-sama, please block that guy's divine power in the rear. Never do anything dangerous. Just cover us. And Isabel, I have something very important for you. Saw. Frey didn't know what to say in Isabel's ear. Isabel's expression became terrified. Wait a minute, it's too dangerous. I don't have time to argue with you. Complain to me when you survive. I can talk to you all night. The war began. Frey is finally going to war with the apostles of the gods. Almost instantly, Frey and Lionson rushed over. Ignorant human beings. How can you possibly stand up to the gods? Lionson, by constantly changing direction, dodged the falling thunderbolts. But even so, his attack was still shielded. Leonson also wants to continue the attack. But I felt a terrifying energy. Almost in the moment when he dodged. A huge thunderbolt. It burst out of Luke's hands. It was at this time, Frey suddenly appeared behind Leonson. This was the moment when Lux had just finished attacking. Frey didn't hesitate. immediately spoke. The ball smashed over. The power of this terror. Even Mikal, who was in the distance, was shocked. It's just a ball of salt for low-level magic. It can make the whole earth shake. Mikal was curious. It's because Frey is too strong. Or I can't keep up with the times. At this moment, Frey was just standing up. I felt a terrifying energy in the smoke and dust. With your own agile pace. Frey dodged Luke's thunderbolt. I advise you to stop making useless resistance. No matter how strong you are. Even human strength can't break this magic cover. Because that's the power of Master Demidet. Then you better expect. You can hide in this magic cover for the rest of your life. As he spoke, Frey gave a rant to the magic hood. When the smoke and dust have not yet cleared. Frey added another shot of ice. It's useless to say everything. Don't waste any more effort. It's impossible for humans to stand up to Demigate. It doesn't feel right. The original plan was when we dragged him back. Let Frey look for an opportunity to attack. But now all the attacks are going towards Frey. If this continues, Frey won't last long. Rest assured, our plans went very well. At least so far. It turned out just now. Except that the arrangement for Leonson is real. The other two's mission. Frey deliberately set it to Luke's. Because Frey's strength has been exposed. Therefore, Frey must not be used as the main attacker. Lux's divine power stems from thunderclouds in the sky. As long as the thunderclouds are still there. He is immortal. Isabel's mission. It was to work with the two people in the rear to extinguish the thundercloud. The real bait was Frey. Two adults. Try to concentrate your magic. The winner of this battle is in our hands. Meanwhile, Frey was still dodging Luke's attacks. But as long as there is a chance, Frey would immediately activate his magic. Even if the magic couldn't hurt him. But as long as it can block Luke's view, it will be enough. That magic of yours, young man, is of no use to me. That being said, but Lux knew. If it weren't for the power of Demigate, I'm afraid I would have been bombed by Frey a long time ago. So, even if the Freys didn't discover his secret, Lux is going to cut him down here too. Just as he was thinking, Frey hit a pitch again. Lux was curious. Frey already knew that magic was useless. Why waste mana all the time? After realizing this, Lux immediately turned to look behind him. Now, the three of Isabel have already accumulated their magic power. Gradually I discovered. Lux spotted the three men who were accumulating their magic. Once let them hit the thunderstorm with magic. Lux's power will be gone. So he must not allow such a thing to happen. I saw a flash of lightning. Hit the three unsuspecting people in the rear. Isabel. See a scene like this. Frey was very worried. After the smoke clears, the three of them were already lying on the ground and had not moved. A bunch of arrogant guys. Send me to hell. Luke's, your opponent is me. But the distance to the present in every. It's definitely too late to stop Lux from casting his magic. Moment of truth. Lionson appeared in front of Lux just in time. Leonson, can you help me block for a few more seconds? But to Lionson's current situation, there was simply no distraction to respond to Frey. Still, he relied on strength. Knock Lux out of the way. Frey took the opportunity to come to Isabel's side. Check out how they're doing. We're not that weak yet. What do you take us for? You just have to concentrate on him. Leave that damn thundercloud to us. Meanwhile, Leonson was still attacking the magic staff. Time. Lux was suppressed and didn't have time to summon the thunderbolt. You damn flies. I'm starting to get impatient. The next second, a big hand grabbed Leonson's neck. Leonson didn't expect that. A magic wand can attack. You're so young. Why are you in such a hurry to die? Since you want to die so much, let's stay here today. But in between Luke's words, Lionson's foot finally hooked his weapon. The next second, Ionson's weapon. An eerie angle scratched Luke's body. Leonson is also, because of the inertia of the body, distanced himself from Luke's. Damn bed bugs. Even to make senseless resistance. Stop wasting effort on each other. Isn't it good to go to hell obediently? That's when it happened. The light behind attracts Luke's attention. What is this? This powerful magic. It's the first time I've seen each other in my life. Frey has realized, you can't save mana anymore. Even if all the mana is exhausted, you must also be everyone's support. If it's this trick, it can be dangerous. Lion-san is now. Get out of the way almost at the moment you hear it. Leon-san even crawled, distanced himself from Luke's. Luke's was left in the center of the magic because of his wandering mind. That's Frey's current stage. The strongest magic you can use. Smoke hell. Frey can only hope for now. This trick can be effective, because at this moment, he has exhausted all his magic. Lion-san on the ground. At this time, Frey's strength was already deeply appreciated. Just a piece of magic. The terrain around them has been completely changed. But it's a pity. In the smoke and dust, Lux's figure stood up again. But it's so powerful. Luke's was also in very poor form at this time. This damn bastard. I'm going to kill you. When fighting, all the magic power was consumed. What a stupid guy. I'll show you what the amazing gap is. Exhausted. Frey once burned hell. Drained all his magic. But Lux took the blow hard. In the eyes of Luke's, a magician who has run out of magic, it is no different from an animal to be slaughtered. Unexpectedly, Frey stood up with his body. As a lackey of the gods. You even dare to talk to me about your experience. I'm a magician who can fight without magic. Leonson couldn't imagine. Frey hadn't given up the fight until now. I don't know in Frey's heart. Now is the best chance to beat Luke's. You damn bugs. Why don't you die yet? Frey, however, relied on his agile stature, dodged all attacks, and even seized the opportunity. A punch slammed into Luke's chest. This is since Luke's became an apostle. It's the first time I've been beaten so badly. Frey seems to want to take all the rage of 4,000 years. It's all on Luke's. With the last punch struck, Luke's was straight until he flew out. You guy, are you really human like me? Just like you. You're not human anymore. You're just a dog from Demigate. See Frey in front of you. For the first time, Lux felt like he was surrounded by fear. No kidding. I am now an apostle of God. How could I possibly lose to a human? Have you forgotten? As long as there are thunderclouds, I have infinite magic. No matter how much you struggle, you're just an ant too. Wait for me to regain my magic. But Lux wasn't done yet. Was kicked in the face by Leon-san. Self-righteous guys. You don't have that chance anymore. Just the invincible Luke's. Straight back to the ground again. At this moment, the three Isabel are still accumulating magic power. Frey and Lion-san held Lux at bay. But it's a pity. Over time, Luke's magic gradually returned. You damn bedbugs. That's the end of the game. Subjected to such a powerful lightning strike. Frey was already lying on the ground, unable to move. Damn bedbugs. Why don't you run now? I'm going to tear you to shreds. As he spoke, a bolt of lightning struck the floating thunder again. But at this time, the magic of the three Isabel has finally been accumulated. The magic of Mikal and Camille. It's all passed on to Isabel. A terrifying energy came from Isabel. Fly straight towards the thunderclouds. The thunderclouds were defeated. Sunlight shines through the clouds onto the ground. The darkness was banished. Luke's last hope also faded. The moment of exposure to sunlight. Luke's body began to fester. It's you who lose. Demigate is not invincible. Humans are not ants. More and more sunlight. Luke's body also became more and more broken. He couldn't believe it. I was actually defeated by a mere human. It's just that he forgot one thing. Lux was one of those people in the past. Lux kept praying for Demigate to save him, although they were his worst enemies. The dark clouds were shattered by the sun, just like Luke's as an apostle. It's over. In this battle, humanity has won the final victory. Experienced victory. Frey finally made it with Demigate, the victory of the apostles. But until this moment, Mikhail still couldn't believe what had happened. Lord Lucas, why did you betray me? Mistress Demigate said, he will save us humans. He also said to let humanity, liberation from illness and limited life, betrayed the things of humanity. You're right. That's all it takes. Let me find out. Please wait a minute. Now he must be dealt with quickly. Wait, please. Frey, just wait a moment. Lucas, don't you want to change your mind? Mikhail, are you sympathetic to me? Although the approach is different. But we're all for humanity. Can't you fight with us again? Hear this. Lux grabbed Mikhail's hand. Mikhail thought. The former comrades in arms finally changed their minds. I never thought that Lux was blowing himself up and taking him with him. I'm sorry I can't go back. Mikhail-sama, get out of the way. It's just a pity that it was too late. Mikhail paid the price for his kindness. A comrade in arms who once said that he would live and die together. Now they have fulfilled their vows. See the ashes on the ground. Isabel couldn't help but want to rush over. Why? Why do kind-hearted people end up like this? Why is that? It's really unfair. The world is in shambles. So we have to correct him. Remembered. Maybe next time it will be your turn and me. But even if there is only one person left in the end, we also have to keep fighting. After the end of this battle, the few who survived also returned to the magic tower. Frey still keeps remembering details from the battle with the apostles. If only he were alone. There was no way to win this battle. That's when it happened. The sound of the door opening caught Frey's attention. Master Camille goes to visit Pizaman and curses the night. This time, Isabel saw the gadget in Frey's hand. What is it? This is what was found on the remains of the apostles. If used properly, it could become a huge force. So I want to get him into the hands of Professor Yatra. After listening to Frey's explanation, Isabel didn't react. He was very different from his previous lively appearance. Haven't you recovered from Michael Sama's death? I'm sorry. It was the first time I saw the death of my companion. I've heard that Michael Mikhail is a Pizaman of the night. It seems that there are not only witches in there. Yes, too. Unexpectedly, Mikhail was actually a person from Pizaman's dark night. Frey couldn't help but think of himself. The day I just got the news, I thought there was only a witch in there. Even if it's a secret organization, we don't have enough people either. So as long as there is talent, anyone can enter the organization. If you're going to come in then, I would definitely raise my hands in favor. After all, it's a mainstay in our organization. It's a contractor and a summoner. So we organize fewer people than other organizations. But the influence of Pizaman's dark night. But it doesn't lose to them at all. Our president, Yurkan, signed a pact with Barbados. Barbados of Greed. Isn't that guy the Grand Duke of the Demon Realm? How would you know this? Are you also interested in demons? The Grand Dukes of the Demon Realm are all arrogant, because they treat humans like ants. So there is almost no pact with humans. Frey was the only person he had ever seen who had a pact with the Grand Duke. It's just Ellis. So he couldn't help but be curious. Yaren, the president of the Pizaman Night. What kind of person will it be? Looks like we're going to have to look into it. Pizaman was at ease. The contract is made. The great merit of the demon realm actually made a contract with a human being. This situation, Frey had only seen it with Elise. So he decided to investigate it when the time came. Pizaman is at ease. That's when it happened. A knock on the door caught the attention of the two men again. This time, the person who came happened to be Professor Yatra that Frey was looking for. After wearing Aoife's love, Yatra's form has improved a lot. How did you get here? I just want to go to you too. What's the matter? You still have guests here. Don't say that. He's not my guest. That's right. I'm here because Old Man John is looking for you. Who is Old Man John? He is the Tower Master of the Third Magic Tower. That's it. Under the leadership of Yatra, I came to the Tower Master's study. Nice to see you. I am John Montella, the Tower Master of the Third Magic Tower. Look up for a long time. Your name is loud and clear. I read what you wrote. Report on the mission dispatched 4 days ago. Very well written, especially the section on apostolic power, written in great detail, about Mikhail's great lord. I'm sorry. The guy is a very loyal guy. Hear Michael's name. Isabel bowed her head again. There is no mention of the identity of the apostles. Do you know him? Yes, you're still too anxious. You should wait for Lux to come back. Let's go back together. Hear the name Lucas. The expressions of the two suddenly became serious. Tell me about it. What Mikhail's last looks like. Until the end, he did not lose his faith and loyalty. Glorious sacrifice. Can I ask you for one thing? Frey couldn't help but wonder. There is something that the tower owner can't solve. You inherit Mikhail's will. Become a new layer master. Hear this. The two men, except Frey, were unusually surprised. I'm not too young to be the lord of the layer. Missal of the Black family. At the age of 26, he became a layer master. So if you say yes, you're the youngest. It seems that the Black family is really talented. Your father will be pleased. But even if John said so, Frey still didn't immediately agree to his invitation. Do you still need to think about it? After becoming an upper-level master, you can enjoy a lot of convenience. But here's the surprise. Frey still refuses to become the layer master. Do you really want to join the organization? It's not just that reason. I will respect your opinion when I know it. On the way back, Yatra has been complaining about Frey. Why don't you agree with the main ratio of the layer? Take what you said. I'd like to show you something right now. See the moment when the apostle crystallized. Yatra's whole body couldn't help but tremble. I heard that Mikhail was killed. I thought you had escaped. Therein lies the power of demigate. It only takes a few processes. It's more powerful than a dragon's heart. Professor Yatra, can I ask you something? You crazy guy. Leave this matter to me. After processing the apostolic crystallization, Camille also returned from Pisciman's night. And behind him, he was also followed by 2 members of the Pisciman Dark Knight. You're finally back. Camille is back. Camille has finally returned from Pisciman's night. With him, there are also 2 other members of the Pisciman Dark Knight. The fierce-looking old man. It is the cadre of the Pisciman organization. His name is Degenzer. His character is as ugly as his face. I advise you to be careful. And the people next to him, I don't need to say it. You should know each other, too. Give me human language. Can you stop talking in a whisper like a stinky mouse? That's you. Join Mikhail on a crusade against the Apostles' Kid. Hurry up and tell me. What the hell is going on? Follow the report. In the crusade against the Apostles. Mikhail-sama. I know all of that. Young age. Can't you understand people? Tell me more about the parts of the report that are not available. This old man. Calm down. Ongsun Lee. I'm not from your organization. So what? There's no reason for me to be treated like this. You bastard. Enough is enough for Degenzer. I'll take care of the rest. You also go away. I'm going to teach this stinky boy a good lesson. Degenzer. Same words. Do you want me to repeat it a second time? Hear the man's words. Degenzer has noticeably converged a lot. Just like that, the mysterious man is on the Frey side. Before removing his hood. Long time no see. Frey, yes. Long time no see. This man. That's what Sapler once mentioned. Frey's second brother, Shez Black. So Charles followed Frey to his room. I've heard of you. You seem to have a good relationship with Philin of the June family. I didn't expect to see you like this again. You've changed a lot during this time. It seems that you are still awake. Really? You also have the blood of our Black family in your veins. Although Charles is Frey's second brother. And he also vouched for Frey to Sapler. But Frey was still wary of him, because he didn't know what Charles was up to. Your actions were a bit rash. Degenzer was impulsive, though, but his status in the organization is very high. Conflict with others on the spur of the moment. It's still a bit immature. If nothing else, the family should send someone to pick you up soon. But But you must remember, reject them. Don't go with them. Now the Black family is very dangerous. It's time for Sapler to tell your father about it. Father, a month ago, I've already had contact with Demi-Dud. What are you doing? Felt the same as my brother. If my memory is correct, you don't think you think of me at all. Hear Frey's words. Charles didn't refute it. Because according to Frey's memory, these people, it was one of the main reasons for Frey's suicide. But now Frey has made a name for himself. Once these people who abandoned him. But he came over in the name of his relatives. I'm about the things I've done. No regrets at all. And there is no introspection. I just don't want you to learn magic anymore. I'm serious. Tell me what you mean by that. See, Shazi's eyes became less indifferent. But he didn't tell Frey why. One last word of caution. Don't put too much faith in the so-called organizations. Frey didn't have time to ask why. Xiazi left without looking back. Frey finally meets up with his second brother, Charles. It's obviously Charles who once took the initiative to abandon Frey. Now after seeing Frey get ahead, but put on the appearance of an older brother, began to care about Frey. But look at the way she looks. It seems that there is something unspeakable in this. Not long after Charles left, the Black family came over. Frey struggled in memory. Search for information about the person. The man's name was Alexander. He is the butler of the Blake family for many years. Frey feigned cowardice. It's Alexander. How did you end up here? Seeing the appearance of the third young master in front of him, Alexander added another contempt to his heart. He subconsciously thought, all about Frey's deeds is hearsay. The head of the house tells you to go back. I'll take you away now. Not now, not yet. Alexander didn't expect Frey to refuse. Because I still have some things to do. Help me say sorry to my father. I'll visit in person sometime. Know what you're talking about. This is the order of the head of the house. But there's a lot of stuff left to do here. These things are very important. It can't be delayed any longer. Until this time, Alexander finally found out. Frey still has some changes. Well, the Black family awaits your return. After Alexander left, Frey immediately reverted to his old self. The Black family has too many secrets these days. He had to be well prepared before he could go back. The next day, Archer finished making the crystallization of stew. I spent a few hundred gold coins on that. That piece of crystal, with the breath of thunder and lightning. The most difficult thing to control is the power of thunder and lightning. I'll pay for that money, and I'll give you the reward as well. I don't want a student's money. If you really want to repay me, otherwise come and be my assistant. Let's wait for the next life. Except for this secret elixir. The other bottle is something. It can be said that it is the essence of energy extracted from thunder and lightning. I don't know what words to use to define it. However, if you open it directly, something big can happen. Because I forced it in, it always feels like you're going to need it later. So it was put on. As soon as Frey returned to his room, he began to cultivate. Without a hint of hesitation, he directly took the mana liquid extracted from the crystal. I drank it in one gulp. Almost at the moment of drinking, a terrifying magic burst out of him. Frey couldn't have imagined. The effect of these mana liquids is so good. That's all. This makes the magic in the body an increase to unimaginable degrees. At night, Frey called Isabel out. Isabel, at a glance, I saw the black kitten on the chair. It's just heartwarming. What is a very cute-looking little animal? He is the dark elf god of the night. You've just learned elven art with Master Camille. Have you already signed a contract with the elves? The power of almighty holy water. You've absorbed it all into your body. There is also a new development in the news about Demigate. And you've also learned the art of elves. So what's next? It's time for us to get out of here. Okay, I'll go back and prepare for it right away. Frey finally decided to leave the third tower. Just as he was packing up his things in his room, there was an unusual smell outside the door. Not only is this breath absent, enmity, and it also gives Frey a sense of familiarity. But he opened the door and looked. only to find out that he didn't know this woman at all. "Okay, are you Frey Blake?" Frey recognized the emblem on the cloak at a glance. "Rash visit. I'm so sorry. My name is Asimo Benin. I am the president of the Traumen Round Table." Soon after, the three of them were seated at the dining table. "Why did the president come here? I'll get straight to the point. I would like to ask you to join our organization. But we haven't taken the exam yet. That's not very good. If there is an unusual new person appearing, major organizations will reach out to this person directly. It is expected that other organizations will soon come to the door. An unusual newcomer in the mouth of the president. I guess that refers to Lord Frey. Miss Isabel Trisner. Actually, you are the same. Your battle with the apostles. It's already spread throughout the organization. And the two superb plays. You got the top 3 organizations on their radar. In fact, I just did what Frey told me to do. Frey can now be confirmed, although it became a magic prop because of the formation. But the cloak on Benin's body. It's true that I've used it before. But compared to this, what makes Frey more concerned is Benin's identity. President Benin, you don't look like a human. Are you a dragon? The moment I heard this, Benin jerked up from his chair. As far as I know, dragons don't have a magic box. Because of the dragon's heart. Itself transcends all sources of magic. So, there is no need to take advantage of the magic of floating in nature. You also have a magic box in your body. But I felt a special wave of magic. You seem to know dragons very well. These are all things I read in books. Isabel had heard Frey mention it. Back when he was Lucas, his magic teacher was a dragon. Although you are really powerful, but you're only half right. I'm a half-dragon, a child born of dragons and humans. After a few people chatted for a while, you offered to leave. Then I'll wait for you below. Wait until I'm ready. I'll go down right away, too. After walking in Benin, the two of them didn't have to worry about his situation. For Traumen Round Table. What do you think? I found it in his words. The Traumen Round Table was in a very bad state. If you want to persuade us to join. In fact, it is enough to talk about the strengths of the organization. It seems that this man is not good at lying. You're right. But with his character, he is actually very suitable to be the president. But it was a surprise. Your Excellency actually took the initiative to say, I'm going to go to the Traumen Round Table to see what happened. After all, seeing is believing. Just look at it to understand it more clearly. Your Excellency has already decided. Are you going to join the Traumen Round Table? I don't want to go toe-to-toe with those organizations. What matters now is how to bring the forces together. That's when Isabel knew. Frey didn't join the organization for profit. Rather, I want to have all the decentralized organizations reunited. He couldn't help but think of that sentence in Hughes's diary. Lucas Traumen is our only axis. Even though 4,000 years have passed, Lucas still hasn't changed his original intention. Hit it. The 3 major organizations actually fought for Frey. Frey had just reached the top of the stairs. It was discovered that Benin was being reprimanded by Degenzer. Isn't this Frey Blake? You're worth a lot right now. You're alone, actually able to let us, leaders from the 3 major organizations, gathered together. We're all here for you. It's just that it looks like we're a step late. What do you mean? Do you want to join the Traumen Round Table? What if I said yes? Are you going to do it with me here? That's really like a gathering of likes. People live in groups. Hear Degenzer say that. Benin's body was trembling. Check out the Traumen Round Table. Come and check it out with us in the future. It is engraved with the straw risk. The portal at the coordinates of the entrance. I'm so sorry. We, the Lucid Giant, did not prepare any of this. But come to us when you get to the kingdom of Leonov. For those who respect themselves. Frey also gave them a certain amount of respect. Now a member of 3 major organizations. Degenzer was the only one left. You're still here. You're here to invite me too. There are a lot of people here. You come with me first. The president of Benin does not have to come with him. I don't want important things to be heard. The two simply decided to follow Degenzer to another place. But this time, Benin, stop Frey. Please be careful. Be sure to stay safe. Hear hints from Benin. Frey immediately guessed Degenzer's intentions. Isabel is also waiting here. It's good to go alone. President Benin, you wait a little bit for me. I'll go back as soon as I go. That's it. Frey left the tower alone with Degenzer. But it was obvious that the two of them had already walked deep into the woods. Degenzer still had no intention of stopping. It was a little spooky here. It's not like a place to have a good conversation. Presumptuous guys. Because I didn't intend to be a liar like you. That being the case, why did you call me out alone? It's up to you how you could defeat a piece of. I'm going to test your strength for myself. Dugangar stomped on the ground. Countless vines poured towards Frey. But Frey had no intention of dodging at all. You're really suspicious. What if I did defeat the apostles? Then you can't be my opponent either. You think it's the same 7 stars. Is our strength the same? You're right. Even if it's 7 stars. The strength is not necessarily the same. The voice did not fall. Vines around Frey. It was directly shattered by the magic power. You can actually inject attributes into the magic. Degenzer, listen up. You can't be considered a 7-star magician at all. You're just empty of a powerful body of magic. Other levels are not up to par at all. Degenzer could not have imagined. Frey hasn't done it yet. I'm already at a disadvantage. You presumptuous fellow. Even if you can inject attributes. Can be a second. His magic had not yet taken shape. Was destroyed by Frey. This means Frey read his magic circle in an instant, then reversed him. Just when Degenzer was taken aback. The ice had crawled down his feet to his hands. I admit I lost. Are you going to kill me here? Crushed and crushed. Frey actually crushed the cadres of the organization who came to find fault. Faced with Degenzer, who had repeatedly provoked himself. Frey didn't just want to let him go. You even have to help him become stronger. I'm going to give you a trial. If you can't break free from these soldiers by tomorrow morning, then you're going to die here. If your body and mind, it's really in line with my own 7-star realm, then you can break free. But if you fail, you'll die. You bastard. Dare to test me. What qualifications do you have? But I've just finished speaking. Degenzer had a strange feeling. The person in front of him is obviously just a little ghost. But it feels like a great magister. You're too impulsive. You have to forget who you used to be. Return to the original intention. As a magician, this is my advice to you. I really want you to wake up. That way we can add one as well. Power at the same time. Benin and Isabel have also come out of the magic tower. They only saw Frey alone coming back from the woods. It's okay. I'll keep you waiting. Let's go now. Is it really okay? How can you be like this? Don't you know me? Under did not say you. I'm referring to Lord Degenzer. Don't worry. I'm just teaching him a little lesson. He can't die. It turns out that the ice will break on its own tomorrow. But it is quite possible that Degenzer is so ashamed that life is worse than death. Due to the long distance to the Traumen Round Table, a few people found a place to camp and rest. President Benin, you seem to be particularly good at the wild. Because I'm used to it for a long time. I heard that the former president was Asimo. That is, President Benin, your father can tell me. Was he killed by some kind of demigate? How can you suddenly ask such a snobbish word? Actually, it doesn't matter. You probably don't know. There are also various grades inside demigate. And the highest grade of demigate, we will call him His Holiness. Frey couldn't help but think of 4,000 years ago. The one who sealed himself was demigate, His Holiness. There are also some demigates with special powers. We call them destroyers. Up to now, we discover the powers of the 3 destroyers. They are knives and poisons, respectively. And death. 2 years ago, my father, it's demigate, who has been used with the power of death, took lives. President Benin, I'm sorry to hear that. Hear this information. Frey couldn't help but think of something that happened 4,000 years ago. Except for His Holiness. He also knew the poison demigate. And his strength is really strong. It was some time again, The trio finally arrived. The Flemish forest, where the Traumen Round Table is located. What a powerful enchantment. This is laid out by you personally. It was my father who laid out the barrier. All I can do is fix him. Just look at this barrier. The former president had at least the realm of an 8-star magician. And you obviously have the power of a dragon. But it pointed to the realm of 6 stars. This is most likely because he learned the cultivation methods of human beings. If Benin doesn't have the power of a dragon, maybe he'll be stronger than he is now. However, Frey quickly dismissed the idea, because this is tantamount to insulting Benin. So many years of hard work. That's it. The three of them finally arrived at the site of the Traumen Round Table. Arrived at the point. Frey finally arrived at the organization that bears his name. But it's not so much a station. It's not so much a slum. This is where the Traumen Round Table is located. Let you see the smile. It doesn't look desolate. Just when Benin took 2 people on a tour, someone in the crowd suddenly stopped Benin. Big things are not good. President Benin, the period during your absence. We lost to each other in the battle for the treasure. The bastards of Bathory are coming for us again. 2 people who came into contact with the organization for the first time obviously don't know what the treasure battle is. I'm sorry. Frey, you've come here for a trip. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. So you're Frey Blake. We should have entertained you. Arlo, what treasure did they snatch this time? Red ring. Frey remembers. It was one of 7 rings that I made myself. But he doesn't remember anymore. He threw those things somewhere. That's when it happened. 4 people appeared in front of Frey. Let me see who this is. Isn't that President Benin? When we just came to you, you happened to be absent. Rantontul. I think I've been seeing you a lot at our site lately. What you said to me, it's a little chilly. We're just looking at you too much. I want to help you ease some of the burden, although I would love to have a cup of tea with you. But I'm a bit busy right now. We'll see you next time. Makes you smile. I wanted you to join us. But now I don't even have the face to mention it. What is the battle for treasures? That's a bet on the hero's treasures. Then the winner can take all the treasures. You'll think it's incredible. But this was supposed to be a major organization that was meant to contain each other. Able to promote friendships, set up special events. Although now the nature has changed, then it would be better if you just refused. After all, on the surface, it still promotes friendship. So it's hard to refuse. If everyone misunderstands that our organization does not cooperate with the work, then we really have to disband. I got a general idea of the decline of the Round Table. The Bathory organization wanted to take this opportunity. Snatch the treasures of the Round Table. Except for them, actually, there are also a lot of small and medium-sized organizations around. An alliance has basically been formed. They will take advantage of the absence of high-level officials such as the president of Benin. Take turns. You should also know, the situation at our Round Table is very bad. Now we are less than 1/10 the size of our heyday. Several talents with good strength are also in order to accumulate experience, working outside for long periods of time. Because if you don't, we may disband or absorbed by other organizations. We've invited you here. Now all he cares about is complaining. I'm really embarrassed. But the president of Benin has already ordered it. I'm going to tell you all the truth. Frey, take a look. Heard Isabel's words over there. Frey also came back to her senses from the conversation she had just had. I don't know when. They have come to Lucas, in front of Traumen's statue. The statue looks like Lucas 4,000 years ago, like an immortal bird standing on his shoulder. Frey stroked the name engraved beneath the statue. That's the name he used to use. It's been 4,000 years. In this way, Frey saw himself again. It had been 4,000 years since I met Lucas. I saw myself again, even after all this time. There are still people who inherit their will. It's fighting. You, Lord Frey. Do you like Mr. Lucas too? I don't like this guy very much. That's a pity. Introduce yourself. My name is Piano. It is the captain of the guard of the Round Table. I've heard the names of both. Welcome to the Traumen Roundtable. Piano, can I take the liberty of asking you a question? Yes, please ask. Why would you want to stay in an organization that is about to dissolve? It's not just you. And President Enro and Benin. With your strength, it is certainly very easy to join other organizations. So I'm curious, why are you in a boat that has long been leaking? Keep splashing water out with a scoop. Lord Foulet, can you not be so blunt every time? That's an interesting analogy. I know what you mean. Everybody understands that. In fact, disbanding now is the best thing for us to do. But we can't do that, because then the round table will disappear. Establishment of major organizations. It is based on the worship of several heroes. Although it seems to you that we are so stubborn, but we don't want to lose our original intention. You know Lucas. Why? Is it known as the only great Demon Island master in history? Because he is the pioneer of all the roads to the Magic Island. 4,000 years ago, the magician and the 5 demons despised each other, slander each other. There will even be fights, and the witch is regarded by everyone as a one-end element. No one thought of treating them as their own. But the appearance of Lord Lucas changed all that. He said the people who went to the road to the Magic Island, they are all companions who aim to reach the top. Although the Demon Dao 5 people and the witch, even the magicians began to despise him. But he never gave in. Finally, at his insistence, everyone is united. Finally, a world of merging with each other has been created. And I think our organization is the successor of his will. Maybe we're weak now, but we definitely won't give up. Just like he did, we need to unite the strength of all organizations. If you were still alive, I'm sure I'll do the same. Excuse me. Almost forgot you didn't like Lucas. Am I talking too much nonsense? Although no one answered piano. But Isabel's expression says it all. Lucas is really happy. He was really lucky. How can you have such an excellent successor? Inherit his will. In this moment, piano seemed to be on Frey. Saw the shadow of Lucas. It didn't take long. Frey. They said goodbye to the people at the round table. Benin they did not keep free. It is also not known which organization Frey is going to join. Before Frey left, asked me about the location of the Bathory organization. There are also various regulations before the organization. It seems that compared to the weak round table, he was more interested in the Bathory organization. Forget it. We're sure we'll meet better people as well. In fact, I was more concerned about his last question. He asked me, can outsiders participate in the battle for treasures between organizations? A roundtable meeting with one of the 4 major organizations. Now it has become the target of casual bullying by small and medium-sized organizations. But even so, the members of the round table are still persistent, because this is an organization named after Lucas. The great magic island they inherited was Lucas's will. Can be reborn to the fort. Lucas left the base as soon as he left the place. But he didn't want to abandon his heir. Rather, it is a treasure that will be taken away from the orb. Take it all back. The wall fell, and everyone pushed it. This sentence is very suitable for the current bead society. Rand even intends little by little. The beads will be blotted dry. Rand boss. There was a homeless man looking for a nun outside. Said he wanted to fight with you for the treasure. Where did the madman come from? Give him a kick and blast him out. But I remember following the rules. You can't refuse the battle for treasures. What are you going to do? How did you break through the outer barriers? So what is fragile is also called an enchantment? I thought it was for mosquito control. Damn the guys. How dare you insult our Bathory organization? Rand began to scrutinize Frey from the sidelines. If he can break the barrier, it shows that he has about 6 stars. So Rand didn't think Frey was his opponent yet. If you want to play treasure battle with us, you're going to have to get some color anyway. Frey threw a dagger at Rand's feet. This is the Kundalin dagger. If you know the goods, you should know how much this thing is worth. The material of this thing is mithril, and also carved the spirit of revenge on it. This is certainly a treasure of the Age of Light. It's actually the treasure of the Age of Light. I didn't expect a big customer to come this time. Okay, come with me. I'll take you to the place where the treasure battle is taking place. You hairy boy, do you know the rules of the treasure battle? You can't refuse the other person. You can only play 3 times a day. Apostle can be made by mutual agreement. Also, even if you kill the other party, you won't be held accountable. After clarifying the rules, Rand staked the red ring he had just snatched. But he made up his mind in his heart to kill Frey in battle. Get all the treasures in your hands. Alan Pecan, the first battle is up to you. To facilitate follow-up planning. The first battle, you must first find out the general strength of Frey. Look at you like this. Are you a demon martial artist? It's good to know. So what is your profession? Magician. Alan didn't expect it. A magician would dare to confront himself? He believes in his fists alone. Can make Frey suffer. But almost at the beginning, Alan's legs went limp. Fall directly to your knees. For a moment, everyone in the Bathory organization was intimidated. Alan, who was a member of the 5 people of the Demon Path. It was actually a magician for a second. And Frey seemed to be using 2-star magic just now. Blade arts. But judging by this power and cast speed, Rand guessed that it might be secret magic. The only downside of esoteric magic. It just takes a huge amount of mana. But at this time, Frey turned to leave. This move made Rand even more convinced. Frey had just used esoteric magic. So Rand immediately stopped Frey, who was leaving. As everyone knows, at this point he had fallen into Frey's trap. In the battle for the treasure, men are just one move, and the opponent he despised in seconds. But after he got the treasure, he left without looking back. So Rand guessed. Frey actually used esoteric magic. Now he has no magic at all. Stay and continue the fight. As everyone knows, at the moment when Rand starred in the retention, he had fallen into Frey's trap. It's coming. Otherwise I'll play for a while. This, I'll bet on you with Kyle mode and the speed boots. I can't help it. Then I'll bet you with the red ring and the Quanderland dagger. Okay, Kira. In the second game, you go up and fight him. The kid won it right away. In the game, because he used secret magic. So it consumes too much stamina. You just have to fight a war of attrition with him. Victory will naturally come to us. After the start of the game, you use the magic shield you do best. Don't worry, no matter how good he is. It's just a little ghost. Experience this kind of thing. But there is an insurmountable chasm. Those treasures will surely come back to us. Have you finally made a battle plan? What an arrogant little ghost. It was just our carelessness. You will definitely not be able to freeze this time. The moment the competition begins, another blade of ice flew straight at Kira. It's just that Kira has been prepared. The magic shield was released almost at the same time. In his opinion, this is the end of the competition. Can be a second. The ice blade actually pierced Kira's magic shield directly. Kira didn't figure it out until she fainted. Why is he the best at magic shields? It was actually shattered by a person who had little magic left. The people of Bathory. I couldn't believe my eyes at all. Frey was actually in such a short period of time. Esoteric magic is used twice in a row. Now there's only one last game left. Who's next? I don't know what tricks you played, though. But none of this worked for me. I'll be your last opponent. At the moment when the competition begins, Rand unleashed a war cry to strengthen himself. Frey. It was the use of esoteric magic, as they had expected. Up to now, Frey used it a total of 3 times. So Rand concluded that Frey's magic was exhausted. As long as he can stop Frey's attack, then victory will be his. It's finally over. The next step is to get close. But before he could finish his words, he was stunned. In front of Rand at this moment, impressively filled with the secret magic of his mouth. Have you been since just started? Aren't they all secret magic? What the hell are you talking about? This is nothing more than the most common ice blade technique. Are you kidding? Ice blades are low-level magic. How could it be of this kind of power? It's simple because I'm too strong. Or maybe you're too weak. Hear Frey's words. Rand was so angry that his whole body trembled. Everybody listens. Catch that woman for me right now. Frey was also the first to go. He looked in the direction of Isabel. Now all the magicians will attack him together. Almost at the moment Isabel was caught. A powerful magical attack consumed Frey completely. What a bullshit treasure battle. It's better to just kill them all and grab them all. Because dead people don't need any props. It is to promote the battle for beneficial treasures between organizations. Instead, it became the Bartoli organization. The best excuse to kill and grab treasure. They don't just send people to grab the Challenger's companions. Also take advantage of the Challenger's distraction. Have all the mages in the organization work together to cast magic. It's a pity that the person they met this time was Frey. The smoke cleared. Frey was still standing in place. How could this be? He was unharmed. Isabel, if I kill them all? What is generally referred to as an act? I only heard the sound of thunder and lightning not far away. What kind of problem are you? Of course, it's just self-defense. Until this moment, the people of Bathory knew. He looked down on the two people in front of him. Even if you're strong, but just the two of you. How is it possible to kill so many of us? A man who sends his subordinates to death when they are in danger. He is not qualified to be a leader at all. You bastard. Dare to speak out. This is where we stand. But the voice did not fall. Rand already had a wound on his neck. I don't know. When Frey had unleashed a blade. Be careful, I almost killed you just now. After deeply experiencing the imminent situation of death, Rand was so frightened that he sat on the ground. It was at this time, Bathory's president flew in at once. What are you doing? How could it be a mess here? You're the president of the Bathory Union. Isn't that a little too rude? But that's not the end of the story. Felix felt it. The terrifying pressure coming from Frey. He realized he is by no means an opponent of the person in front of him. My name is Felix Effet. What are you doing here? That's up to me to ask. President Felix, why did you form this union? Bastard, how dare you be disrespectful to our president? But the next scene, they couldn't believe their eyes. They don't understand. Why would his own president kneel before Frey? I form a union. It was to liberate all of humanity from Demigate. Then you tell me, what kind of existence is Demigate? They can destroy a city with a wave of their hand. It's a monster that transcends the realm of humans. It seems that you are well aware, really clear, but you are trying to expand your power. Let your men behave in a way. Just for a moment. The ground around it was frozen. Don't move, everybody. Otherwise, the meat will be frozen. Please, I will listen to your teachings. But please don't ruin our union. It's simple, as long as you hand over your head. If this is the case, the union can be saved. What about dying? I saw it in Frey's hands. Suddenly, a terrifying magic appeared. The president will run away. You can't die here, President. But Felix is well aware. If once run away on your own, the Bathory Union no longer exists. I saw Frey's hand slowly towards him. Felix approached. Felix was scared, though. But his heart was ready to accept death. But the next second, Frey did shatter all the ice around him. You're not bad as a president. A member of the Bathory Trade Union who has just been trapped. And all were saved. Felix for a while. I couldn't believe my eyes. President Felix, hand over all the treasures that were taken from the Round Table. You can rest assured, I will never keep a single treasure in my possession. Besides, there's another thing to tell me. None of the major trade unions in the surrounding area can be missed. Left the union that bears his name. Everyone thought. He dislikes that today's Round Table will be too weak. I didn't know that Frey was alone. He taught the surrounding unions a lesson. It's night. Benin was still at the gate of the garrison, watching the people Frey had left. President Benin, the temperature is low at night. You beware of colds. I don't know if Frey made it to Barty. You don't have to take it too seriously. You could definitely find someone better. You two don't sleep at night. Is it here to do emotional counseling? Aren't you all gone? How could I possibly say goodbye without saying goodbye? So where did you just go? Let's go for a walk around. At Frey's request, Benin will be stationed in the existing high-rises. They all called. Enro and Piano were still thinking. Why did Frey suddenly come back again? You asked me to call them over. Doesn't it mean that there is something important to say? I want Demigate to disappear from this world. So I need my own power. Here's something like that. Even Benin and others who have been fighting against Demigate. Still taken aback. But now, there isn't a guild I can trust at all. Don't talk about defending against the enemy together. They just know how to hold each other down. Trying to annex each other. That's what we do. Empathy. But there's nothing we can do to change that. So, I hope that the Round Table will be at the heart of all trade unions. I hope that the Round Table will be able to command the small and medium-sized trade unions. Even the top 3 unions. Now you're going to tell me, do you have that kind of awareness? If you're well enlightened, you may go through hellish scenes. Maybe, when the time comes, I will miss the miserable life I have now. But if everyone is prepared to endure the pain, then I will lead you to the top. With that, Frey took all the treasures in the space bag. All of them fell on the table. This is all the treasure that we have been taken from. No. Did he leave here yesterday? It is for the 6 small unions that are distributed in the neighborhood. Already conquered by Frey. They have promised to join the danger of the Round Table. It's unbelievable. Did Frey only spend a day? We had no choice but to agree to your offer. To get the treasure. How can it be? It's your stuff. I would like to think of it as a thank you for your kindness to me. It looks like you're going to need some time to think about it for now. Then I'll wait for you for a day or so. There's no need to think about it. As long as you can answer me a question. Is this really possible? Can we really lead all the unions at the Round Table? I swear I'll bet everything I have. Early the next morning, Benin will be on the full list of members of the Round Table. All together. Dear members of the Round Table, today I would like to announce an important matter. Seeing such a big battle, many people thought that the Round Table was about to be disbanded. I'd like to introduce you to the new guild administrator. As soon as this statement came out, the members of the Round Table immediately perked up. They remember it vividly. This person is obviously a Gap person who just arrived yesterday. I'm the new manager, Frey Blake. I know. A lot of people would be impressed by me as a young newcomer. Some are not convinced. But I'll just say one word. You don't have that qualification. It is a trainee who has just arrived at the organization. Just one night, but he became the manager of the organization. And still on the first day of his tenure. Provoking all members of the organization. Even threatened that as long as someone could touch the corner of his clothes, will give up the position of the manager of the organization. It turns out that Frey did this with 2 intentions. One is, I want to test the strength of the members of the organization. The second is to attract everyone's attention through provocation, thus ignoring the backs that made this decision. Frey's first opponent. It's a magician named Miller. For Frey, who suddenly became a manager. Miller seems to be taking it very seriously. Look at Frey. It's that he doesn't even have the intention of taking his hand out. If you play well, I'll pull my hand out and play with you. Hear this. Miller was furious. You arrogant fellow, said. Miller fired a fireball at Frey. Surprisingly, Frey actually hit one. The exact same fireball as Miller. That's it. 2 fireballs vanished in front of Frey. And Frey hadn't said the spell yet. That illustrates he has reached at least 6 stars. Then the realm. Miller was even more surprised. Frey's ability to control his magic. Are you a magician who specializes in using fire-based magic? How do you know? Unconsciously, Miller had already begun to use honorific titles for Frey. Do you know what the characteristics of fire magic are? Destructive power is right. The destructive power of fire-based magic. It's much stronger than other attribute magic. Your number of fireballs, a very proficient level, has been reached. It can be seen that you must have put in a tremendous effort, but you seem to keep put. The spirit is all focused on maintaining the state of mind, even if it remains perfectly spherical. The destructive power will not be increased either. I hope you can put your energy into increasing the destructive power. So what the hell can I do to increase my destructive power? You first have to understand what fear is. A long time ago, I have a friend. He thought the accident had been badly burned by the fire. Everyone thought he would never be able to become a magician again. But he persevered to the end. He also became an authority on fire magic, might and danger. Those weaknesses where good and evil hide under the light, because he understands the two sides of the flame. That's why so much has been achieved. Hear that? Miller felt a sense of lightness. It's the ability to imagine that matters. If you draw the essence of the flame with your mind, you can see the way forward. Just a few minutes, Miller already saw Frey as that, a mentor on the path of the majestic. Thank you for teaching. And people who haven't experienced it firsthand. Naturally, this feeling will not be understood. All lost the game. I don't know what you're happy about. You'll know if you fight him once. In addition to strength, he has a lot to learn. Just one round. He made me understand what I was missing. Mistress Frey knows how to guide us. It's all because you're too weak. We'll make these excuses. Or the old brother let you see what strength is. But the man was still defeated by Frey's move. After that, the man also changed his face. Mistress Frey really knows how to guide us. And so, it was in less than a day. Frey mingled with everyone in his own way. It is the management of the organization that is airborne. He was on his first day in office, provoked all the members of the organization, even threatened to take it as long as it could touch his kick, replace him in his place. But he didn't even want to take out his hand in the competition. But here's the surprise. Everyone who competed with him thought he can change the organization. With such an approach, Frey won everyone's approval in one day. See such a situation. The top brass of the round table also breathed a sigh of relief. But they don't know. I'm about to see the horrors of Frey. I will improve everyone's strength in 3 months. Of course, that includes all of you. After 3 months, we will have friendly battles with small and medium-sized unions in the neighborhood. It's not a treasure battle. A friendly match just for the sake of exchange. And they're already part of our affiliated organizations. So, everyone must defeat them by a landslide. To break the last trace of discontent in their hearts. Convince them to join us. This is also the first step in our growth. But that feels a little unlikely. Rest assured, 3 months is enough. I said I'd give you a glimpse of what hell is. Early the next morning, Frey led Benin to an empty ruin. President Benin, please use magic, and let me see. And so you forcibly created a magical soul in your body. Because if it weren't for him, I can't use magic at all. Dragons don't need to store their mana in their bodies. Because they can get their magic in nature at will. I need to destroy the magic soul in your body now. Then force out all the magic in your body, without waiting for Benin to refuse. The terrifying magic of the fortress poured directly into Benin's body. Only a few seconds passed. Benin collapsed to the ground in great pain. You're feeling bad right now. It's actually just an illusion, because you've created some extra magic circuits. So naturally, there will be a vice. The roll starts now. I'm going to destroy the magic circuits in your body. You have to concentrate. I can't let the magic in my body get in my way, since the destruction of the mana circuit is only now begins. Benin can clearly feel the increase in suffering, until the magic touches the magic box inside Benin. That's when Frey knew. It's not as easy as I thought. President Benin, you hold on a little longer. It might hurt a little now. The process of destroying the magic box is relatively long. Frey also didn't know if Benin would be able to make it to the end. although Benin's whole body couldn't help but tremble. But he was always in control of his magic. So, as not to get in the way of Frey. Is it finally over? The process was just too painful. I felt like I almost couldn't make it. Today's end of the day. What does that mean today? I want it to end completely. It should last at least a month. Not for a month. Do you want to kill me? Didn't I say that? It will give you a glimpse of what hell is. The second person to receive training was Piano. All he had to do was attack Frey with all his might. But he didn't care what angle he was attacking. No matter how many feints you used to disguise your intentions, Frey could easily block his attacks. He felt as if he was hitting a huge rock. Is a powerful 6-star magician. But he actually took the initiative to ask Frey, destroy your own magic box. It turns out that Benin's real identity is a half-dragon man. The existence of the magic box. It only limits his magic conversion rate. Only after destroying the mana box. He can only get stronger. After helping Benin, Frey began training Piano again. Piano, who is one of the 5 demon paths. It's the first time I've been crushed by a magician in a fight. Piano, you only have less than 2.5 players right now. I feel like my self-esteem has been hurt. That's good. This means you can get stronger. Your martial arts look straightforward. There are no transformations. There is no trick either. So if you fight a war of attrition, the other party will be able to see through my attack in no time. That's not the reason for martial arts. It's all because you're too weak. Your martial arts are straightforward. That's a pretty big point. Just observe and find the flaws in the other person. Can directly kill the other party in seconds. That's what you say. So, how do I make myself stronger? There are no shortcuts to the path of the Demon 5. You can only move forward one step at a time. And so is, seemingly. I can't reach your goal in 3 months. But I can help you speed up this phase. And it's very fast. It didn't take long. Piano was already lying on the ground and began to beg for mercy. Unexpectedly, Frey took a bucket of water and poured it on it. Didn't you sleep yesterday? Why do you want to lie on the ground whenever you have time? Hurry up. You're only halfway through your training plan today. After training the 2 of them, at the top of the round table was only Enro. Enro, you can use this weapon in the future. What is it? Kundalandaga. This is a treasure of the Age of Light. There are several kinds of magic engraved on it. And it's a dagger made of crypto silver. It was just perfect. But Mistress Frey, have you forgotten that I am a magician? You've been using a sword for a long time. I see you as if you're up to now. I have also been training in swordsmanship. How do you know? The thick calluses on your hands have already told me how strong your swordsmanship is. That's why I want to train you to be a magic swordsman. Although your magic is only at the level of 5 stars. But as long as you can give full play to your swordsmanship expertise, you can have a very good development. To be honest, I'm not sure. But I'll try. You put it hard. I'll help you rebuild your faith. After all, training has just begun. We've been together for a long time. It didn't take long. Aluo came back in a hurry. He kept muttering that this was hell. Enro, you're here. I'm sorry I can't move my neck anymore. Enro didn't take a few steps before lying directly on the ground. I couldn't lift my arms at all. It was at this time the 3rd victim of the devil's training appeared. Benin is the same as Enro. I found a floor I liked and lay down. I'll give you 5 minutes to eat. Then it's time for an evening workout. But at this moment, a voice from behind him caught Frey's attention. President Lenin. I am back. What the hell is going on? The man saw it at a glance. Round table high-level lying on the ground. And a stranger standing aside. Do you know what this place is? Day and night to help the members of the round table train. I didn't think about it, but I was hunted down by the top of the organization. Originally, Azak has been on a mission outside the country all this time. I don't know Frey, the newly appointed vice president. Plus see other round table executives lying on the ground. Naturally, he thought of Frey as an assassin who attacked the place. It was at this time, Yatra recognized Frey and Isabi. Benin lying on the ground. Frey was also introduced to Azak. That's when Frey knew. The man in front of him. It is the second strongest player in the round table. Azak, stop it. Officially, let's introduce it. He is the vice president of our round table, Frey. Next to him was Adjutant Isabel. Azak clearly didn't expect it. Someone so young would be the vice president. Archer was surprised. Frey had already taken the position of vice president. After the misunderstanding is cleared, Azak also apologized to Frey. Yatra asked how Frey became vice president. Professor, you seem to be a member of the Traumen Round Table, too. No, I should call you Archer right now. After all, I'm your boss now. Until this moment, Azak is still lamenting Frey's youth. But he's back this time. It's because he's near the great forest of Lanos. Found the trace of the heir of the demon Tao warrior king. And Azak also managed to get in touch with him. In the eyes of everyone, this is for the current round table. Undoubtedly good news. But look at Azak's expression. It doesn't seem that simple. Just as we imagined. This person's personality is indeed a bit unpredictable. He said he didn't want to talk to us at all. Minions of this group. This person knows about Demigate, though. But he was interested in participating in the organization and crusade against Demigate. There is no interest. It is also said that the pursuit of the ultimate in martial arts. It's my lifelong wish. After listening to this, everyone present fell silent. Isabel, approximately how long it takes to get to the great forest of Lanos. Head south to Grad. Then use the portal to go to Pilot. The whole trip can take up to 3 days. But there's one thing I have to warn you beforehand. Pirate is the domain of the Black family. That is your own family. President Benin, I'm going to meet the heir of the demon Tao warrior king. Don't you see the wounds on my body? This person is too dangerous. No problem. When are you ready to go? I'll pack up and leave now. Please be careful. Azak didn't expect Benin to trust Frey so much. He couldn't help but wonder where Frey was sacred. Before leaving, Frey and Isabel had a brief exchange. Isabel, there's something I want to talk to you about. I know if your excellency wants to this time. One goes inside the organization. I finally managed to stabilize the drive. During the period I was away. There is no guarantee that there will be no upheaval. Rest assured, I will take your place for the time being, ensuring stability in the rear, and achieve your ambitions. It's just that I hope you will write to me often. If something happens, I will not hesitate to rush to your side. It seems that 2 months here time. You've grown a lot too. Thank you. That's it for Traumen. Just parachuted into the vice president of the organization, and he reigned for 2 months. It also made the people of the round table suffer. But when Frey was leaving, all the members of the round table actually came to see him off. After this time of getting along, they know. Frey wanted to make everyone stronger. You're leaving too suddenly. If not you, what are we going to do? Less of this. A new week of hell will begin soon. I guess you'll soon forget about me. Don't look at how naive he looks. When I'm angry, I can't even resist it. Don't forget, everyone. What are you going to do in a month? Play a friendly match against a nearby organization. If you dare to lose a game, you should know the consequences. Please rest assured, we're going to catch them all. I'm looking forward to seeing you all again. The screen turns. Come to the Eden Mountains. By this moment, Torqua's body had turned into bones. A red-haired woman. Wake up at Torqua's side. It was the immortal bird that had absorbed the energy of Torqua's heart. He remembered what Frey had said to him as he was leaving. You want to reign over the land. You have to be the master of this mountain. Avoid my friend's copy. Again defiled by another Tordan. After absorbing the Tordan energy, the strength of the immortal bird has reached a new level. And the Eden Mountains will also have their own new queen. A few more days passed. Frey finally arrives in the city of Grad. In order not to be discovered by the Black family, he used magic to change his appearance. His current name is Karl Rakdon. Is a C-rank mercenary. Live in a city on the southern border. The 3-star magician of Tammet. Azak was curious as to why Frey was faking his identity. Originally, it's all because of the rumors about Little Black. Maybe, one day, Frey will come into conflict with the Black family. But at least not yet. That's it. Frey came to peer it as Carl. Mr. Carl Racton. I've confirmed your identity. This is Frey's hometown. I don't know why. This place. It always gives Frey a sense of deja vu. Frey didn't think much of it, though. The first time I came to Pirit's mercenary union. You noble magician. What are you doing in a place like ours? It seems that the prestige of our volcanic ruler has increased a lot. Frey didn't pay any attention to these people. Walk to the bar. Dear guests, you want to have something. Azak had told Frey before he came. The mountain road before the Pirit to the Great Forest. Not only long, and it's very steep, if you want to get to the Great Forest of Lanos without any problems. It is better to take a horse-drawn carriage. And Pirit happened to have a merchant group. They talk to the elves every month. Make a trade. So Frey is going to do it. It is to become their escort as a mercenary. I'm here to accept a commission. Do you have a commission you'd like to take? Isn't there a merchant group going to the Great Forest of Lanos? I want to be their bodyguard. You're only C grade. If you want to take on this task, the strength must be at least B level. Then I can apply for promotion. When are you preparing for the exam? Is it possible now? Come with me. The application fee is 10 silver coins. That's it. Frey followed the woman to the underground of the mercenary guild. In order to get to the Great Forest of Lanos, specially forged the identity of a mercenary. But he still didn't get the escort mission. I wanted to take this commission. The strength must be at least B grade. And Azak helped Frey forge his identity. But it's only C grade. As a last resort, Frey can only take the Mercenary Guild's competitive exam first. After a long time, Frey, led by Irene, meets an alcoholic. What happened? The regiment commander, he wants to apply for the competitive exam. You can do this kind of trivial work yourself. Drank too much yesterday. Now I have a headache to death. Explain beforehand. There are 2 ways to take the promotion exam: commission and certification. Entrust. It refers to the candidate's completion of the entrusted task issued by the examiner. In this way, you can prove your strength, and the proof is to show your strength in front of us in person. But for 10 years, no one has passed the exam by proof yet, because our vision is high. Which one are you going to choose? Even if it's a waste of time, or commission comparison, I choose proof. There's not much time left. Let's get started. Hear this. The drunkard also cheered up. It's been a long time since I've met such a funny guy. And so Frey was led by the 2. Came to an empty room. What should I do? Do I want to fight you? We don't want to waste our efforts. Use some magic against this wall. Rest assured, you can't break him, because we are the only 5-star magician in the Union. Countless protective spells are cast on it. Even if this old drunkard slashes with all his might, it is very mysterious. Anyway, are you a first-class leader? If only I shatter this wall. I'm going to be level 1. To this point, the 2 of the Mercenary Guild couldn't help but be frustrated. Head, don't you think this little guy is really cute? When you're done laughing, could you please let me know? Cute little guys. Then you have to do your best. But no one thought of it. As soon as Frey made a move, it was a 5-star magic fire blast. Luckily, Frey called out the name of the spell before casting the spell. Only then did the 2 of them have time to dodge. After the smoke clears, the inner blockade exerts a myriad of protective magic. It was shattered. I have recognized your strength. Me too. In this way, Frey became a first-class mercenary. You're so young and promising. My name is Loki. Do you have a mercenary group to which you belong? Sorry, I don't want to join any organization just yet. Is there any reason why you are in a hurry to do the promotion exam? He wanted to protect the caravans that were going to the Great Forest of Lanos. Do you have to go at this time? Is there something going on there? It's okay with your strength? It's perfectly fine to accept this commission. I'll talk to the merchant now. Meanwhile, A rumor has been circulating in the market for some time. It's been a long time since Count Lid has been to the Magic Tower, so he may have been fired a long time ago. Hear rumors about your father. Frey also hurriedly came over. I didn't have long since I entered the circle. I don't understand the world yet. If you can, I'd like to ask a few of them. Let me have a treat today. Let's order a little more beer. Rely on this way. Frey managed to blend in with the mercenaries. Actually, I wanted to join the Black family as a guard. I heard that the work there is stable, and the salary is not bad. A few people don't know the information about the Black family. Some inconsequential things can also be talked about. I think I've heard of this. He saw dozens of carriages enter the mansion. Generally speaking, delivery is not required. So many carriages. And it is said that screams were heard from the carriage. Rumors. The Black family had dozens of wagons in and out every day. And, from time to time, screams were also heard from the carriages. Most people, all of these are some special fetishes of the nobility. Only Frey knows. It is very likely that these were the sacrifices that Demigate needed. So, it just happened to be that Litled and Demigate had been in contact. Rumor is it that you're Karl Rakton? My name is Yarka. He is the captain of the Great Forest Guard of Lanos. Nice to meet you. I've heard Loki say you're a powerful magician. Loki, that guy has a vicious eye. I'm really looking forward to seeing what you do. It's just a simple escort mission, though. But I hope you don't take it lightly. Because last month, a merchant group was wiped out on the way to the Great Forest. Who did it? It's the undead. Recently, there have been a lot of undead people on the continent. Those guys were obviously very low-key before. Doesn't associate with any race. Anyway, just be careful. Once again, you're welcome to join our team. Frey suddenly thought of it. The lich he encountered earlier on the parrot. Now that I think about it, it's not natural for a lich to be there. But it's useless to think so much now. Frey had to focus on what's in front of him first. The mercenaries protecting the caravan are there. Yarkhan was in the same carriage. One of them was an old man with green hair. Caught Frey's attention. He didn't understand why this person was acting as a mercenary. Get in this carriage. But everyone has their own struggles. So Frey didn't ask him either. Tal, how are you doing? Head of Yarkhan. I'm feeling good now. Rest now. When we go into the forest, the nightmare will begin. Head of Yarkhan. The green-haired one. Who is the old man? His name is Siros. It's also a first-class mercenary team. Another 5-star mage outside of the deal. This person is very famous. Everyone called him the Wind of Nature. In a short time, the caravan was encamped on the outer side of the Great Forest. Frey deliberately found a corner where no one was there to eat alone. This young man. Can I sit here? Frey looked up. It was the magician known as the Wind of Nature. Of course. Please. My name is Siros. Your name is Karl Rakton. Don't know about me, old guy. Is it in the way of your eating? Here's such a statement. Frey couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? I remembered a happy thing. It's okay. You can continue. Are you in elven history? I'm on you. I felt a very rare elf aura. That's when Frey knew. His hallucinatory magic was not detected by him. Shiros just felt the breath of the night god. Lord Heroes. Is it a history of elves? I guess so. Although I made a pact with the elves. But I'm not an elven history. But, how you see that I have the scent of an elf? If it were an ordinary person, it would be impossible to find out. Hear this. Shiros suddenly became very flustered. If there is a bitterness, it's okay if you don't say it. But there's one thing I'm curious about. Lord Heroes, why are you on this mission? I want to find out why the undead are infested. In the vicinity of the Great Forest of Lanos, it is very rare to have an undead haunt, because nothing like this has happened in more than 1,000 years. People forge identities to infiltrate mercenary groups. But at mealtime, he was approached by another 5-star magician. However, Shiros did not see through Frey's disguise. It's because he sensed the scent of an elf in Frey's body. But just a few words. Shiro's was almost beaten. Frey discovers his secret. But Frey didn't break it. The soup is going to be cold. Hurry up and drink. Frey is well aware. The Shiro's in front of him is the same as himself. Illusion magic was used. So he was curious. Heroes as an elf. Why do you want to get involved in the merchant group? That's when it happened. A group of undead people appeared on the path of the merchant group. Not two. Yarkon could only lead the convoy to fight them. Calceros. We have to scout now. Enchant the weapons of all members of the scout team. As a 5-star magician. The two were very relaxed. The enchantment was completed for everyone's weapons. In the process, Frey felt a faint divine power. But this power is too weak. It's really not like Demigate's power. After the enchantment is complete, Tule also followed the team. Scout in the forest. It didn't take long. They smelled the rancid stench coming from the front. Yarkon immediately used the code. The next battle plan was indicated. Subsequently, then he led the convoy and rushed to the place where the rancid stench came from. To their surprise, there are only the corpses of the undead. How so? Until half an hour ago. They're standing right here. Frey immediately went to check it out. The damage to each undead's body. After probing, he also established one thing in his heart. These undead were all killed by the same person. And it only took him 10 minutes. And destroyed the undead. That's impossible. How could there be such a strong person around here? But Frey saw it clearly. This is clearly the trace left by the Martial King Fist. That's when it happened. A loud noise was heard not far away. In order to ensure that the next tasks can be carried out smoothly, Yarkon decided to lead the team to investigate. And where the sound comes from, the undead are suffering from someone. People beat mercilessly. The undead who are difficult in the eyes of others. Men can easily kill in seconds without much effort. See the scene in front of you. Everyone in the convoy was stunned. They can't imagine. This is the strength that 5 people in the Demon Dao can have. The man also saw it obviously. The escort that followed from behind. But the man ignored them. Who are you? Why kill those undead? Get out, or I'll kill you together. Hear something like that. Yarkon was so frightened that he retreated. Frey was clear. The man in front of him is the person he is looking for. Can't let him go. Let him go. It's too dangerous. This is the only way for caravans to enter the forest. A monster like him would definitely threaten everyone's safety. But we are no match for him at all. Let me try. I'll go see if he's a dangerous person. You go on your own. It's too dangerous. I'll be back soon. The captain continued to complete the rest of the task. Yarkon knew that Frey would most likely not return, because the Demon Dao 5 people have always been the natural enemies of magicians. He is the descendant of Kaskin, the king of the demon dance. Just one punch can easily kill the undead who are headaches. His body has been tempered a lot, even if you accidentally get bitten by the undead. He can also shatter the teeth of the undead with his body. Kill the undead. It's like crushing a bug to death for a man. So many more today. It's time for that guy to come out too. That's when it happened. The man saw Frey standing aside. Who are you? When did you guys come here? Frey didn't answer his question. How long have you been learning Martial King Fist? Looks like I don't have to ask. Is the dog of a certain organization bothering me again? You guessed it. I'm a member of the Traumen Round Table. The man didn't say a word. Directly facing the Buddha. Ray threw a punch. You Traumen Round Table. It's really tough. I didn't already warn about it. The one before was called or something. Bastard, see your people next time. I won't let you go easily. Could it be that those who learn Wulong Fist are idiots? His name is Izak. Can be a second. The man grabbed Frey directly by the collar. Pick him up. If you don't want to die, get out of here. I'm not interested in getting to know you bastards. A person who has inherited the will of the warrior king. I don't want to have an affair with Demigate. What do you mean? The purpose of the major organizations is to eliminate Demigate. Don't talk about rebelling against demigate. Not even basic beliefs. Why should I go into the pigsty to be with you? I didn't expect you to know so clearly. Now the major organizations are spending their energies on infighting. Didn't even think about crusading against demigate. You would go so far as to describe the organization as a pigsty. You are insulting the pig by saying that. What I'm trying to do now is revolutionize these organizations. Although the major organizations have long been decayed. But if you want to deal with demigate, you have to use them. In order to bring everyone together, we have to make a revolution. You say you want to unite organizations. I want them to join you in the crusade against demigate. I didn't expect an interesting guy to come this time. Let me see if you have the strength to preach. That's a lot of nonsense. If you keep it going, your fist will rust. Without saying a word, the man punched Frey. But Frey had expected to dodge. After pulling away from the distance, Frey used his size to keep moving through the forest. Unexpectedly, the man broke the tree with his body. Followed closely. You guy, why do you always like to make such a big movement? As he spoke, Frey performed both the ice blade and the storm at the same time. The ice blade flew towards the man at great speed. But after all, men are the inheritors of Wuwang Fist. He didn't choose to dodge. Punch at the end of the ice. But he didn't know. At this moment, he has fallen into Frey's trap. Could it be the successor of the Martial King Fist? Are they all the same virtue as Kaskin? It turned out that just now, when the man smashed the ice blade, Frey had already amassed a huge energy bomb. And I don't know when. Frey also used ice to control the man's steps. The man is well aware. Now, let's break free of the ice. It's too late. So he chose the easiest way. Bear this attack with your body. Although the heir of the hero. But he refuses to join the group to fight against derogate. It turns out that today's organization has long since lost its original intention. But Frey says he can change them completely. To find out if Frey can do it, the man was ready to test his strength. But he didn't expect it. I was completely suppressed by a magician. As a last resort, he could only carry Frey's atomic bomb with his body. As it stands, Frey thinks he should have recognized his strength. We can now sit down and have a good talk. Now, the man's whole body was completely encased in ice. Didn't think about it. In the next second, he directly shattered the ice cubes on his body. Almost instantly, the man dodged and came to Frey. If nothing else, Frey would never have been able to dodge this attack. Can be a second. The man found out that Frey was in the sky above him. It turned out that the man was in contact with Frey at the moment. He was thrown to the ground by Frey. Isn't this a bison head? How could you do this? Now can you sit down with me and have a good talk? Unexpectedly, the man got up violently, bumped into Frey's jaw. Just before Frey, when the reaction comes to an end, the man ran away. It's a shame that you are still the successor of the Martial King Fist. You're shameless, aren't you? That being said, Frey followed closely. After catching up with the man, Frey noticed that he didn't speed up and shake himself off. It's as if you want to take yourself somewhere. So Frey was curious. Why didn't he make it clear to himself directly? You're using a small pet right now, plus the bison head you just used. It seems that you have also learned the king of dance boxing. There is only one person in the Dancing King boxing generation. Who the hell did you learn from? This kind of thing. You'd better guess for yourself. Then again, you haven't told me your name yet. My name is Li Hong. My name is Frey. Where are we going now? You don't have to know. I don't know how long it took. Li Hong finally stopped in front of a dilapidated wooden house. I thought you were going. It's your home. Can be a second. Li Hong yelled at the house. I am back. You bastard. Can you just say hello to me before you shout? Don't shout so. That kid can't get up. Who the hell are you talking about? Li Chi, I just said. He's a demite I know. Am I mistaken? What do you mean? That's when it happened. The cabin began to shake violently. A white-haired man walked out of the cabin. What the hell? Is he your friend? The white-haired man in front of him was Richie. That is Demigate. and his divine powers. It's similar to the old man who used poison before. It's all the level of the destroyer. This kid is a member of the Round Table organization. He said he was going to lead those groups against Demodec. Heard Li Hong say this. Richie didn't react. Have I done everything I told you? Of course you should come in first. It's time for us to start planning for the next step. And then there's that round table. Come in with us. For a moment, Frey froze in place. He didn't expect that the heirs of the royal power would actually betray mankind. After a lot of hardships, finally he found the heir of the warrior king Kaskin. But Frey found out. He had already begun to reach out to Demigate. Frey couldn't have imagined. The heirs of the martial kings actually betrayed the human race. Explain it quickly. You are the descendant of the martial king. Why work with Demigate? Faced with Frey's doubts, Li Hong did not have any intention of refuting it. If the reasons are not sufficient, I'll kill you right away. It's up to you. I really don't know where you got your confidence. You asked me why I worked with Richie. Actually, the reason is very simple. Because he's the traitor. He betrayed Demigate. His purpose was to destroy all of Demidet. That's impossible. Demigate is impossible. It's never too late to wait until you've listened to what he has to say before making a decision. In this way, Li Hong took Frey into the wooden house. The moment you enter the cabin again, everything around began to twist. Not much. A long hallway appeared in front of them. It's space warp magic. That's what it is. He distorted the entire space. Then the area was expanded more than 10 times. If not allowed, it is simply impossible for anyone to discover this place. What nonsense are you talking about? I really don't know what you're talking about. It didn't take long. The two of them arrived at Richie's room. Feel free to find a place to sit. I didn't expect you to agree to let Frey in. You can tell by the look in his eyes. That's not a human being with a 100-year lifespan. The look you should have. Seemingly. This time you brought a very interesting human. Did you really betray Demi-Deter? That's right, but why would you want to do it? It's none of your business. I invite you. It's not about gaining your trust. Rather, I want to let you help me with the plan. If you kill Demided's minions, then his master will go into hibernation. In the meantime, even with this fruit knife, you can kill Dami Diet. Recently, there's been a large number of undead people in this area. It is precisely because of the minions that made them in this vicinity. I asked Li Hong to exterminate those undead. I just want to stimulate the people behind the scenes. That guy is in the great forest of Lanos right now. That's right for the minions in my mouth. In the words of you humans, it should be called an apostle. Said. Richie pulled out a portrait and handed it to Frey. Oridin Bedway is him. Has been manipulating the undead. Frey didn't expect the owner of the elf in front of him. It's actually Demigate, a destroyer level. Then I'll leave this kid to the two of you. So you mean, you want to kill Demigate, who has gone into hibernation? I didn't expect you to be different from Li Hong. He's a smart guy. But why don't you do it yourself? On your strength. It should be completely possible to crush the minions. Because the minions and the consciousness of the master are interconnected. If I make a move, we'll be found by them. Unless you personally cut Demigate. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made a move. If my betrayal is found out by them, that plan was all in vain. And that's still 4,000 years. Frey heard it for the first time, the way in which Demigate can be effectively dealt with. He didn't expect it to be so easy to kill Demigate. A conversation between the two. It has already made Li Hong on the side a little confused. Anyway, just kill those minions. It's not that simple. I've killed a minion who can use lightning before, although he is not at the destroyer level. But I still fought hard for a long time. There was a traitor among the gates. His goal was to destroy all of Demigate. Whereas, Richie, in order not to be discovered by the other Demigates, Li Hong was specially found. Help him take out Demigate's minions. So far, though, they are also trying to draw out the minions of the destroyer. And Frey was before that. Already took out one of Demigate's minions. So you've already killed Andra's minions? The only demigate who can manipulate lightning is Andra. Can you prove it? But the crystallization of the minions has been made into a key by Frey. Now, the only thing that can be proven, there is only the lightning energy that is separated from the crystal. It seems that you are not lying. This is indeed Andra's lightning energy. If not to kill Andra, there's no way you're going to get it. Looks like I'm going to have to show a little sincerity. Please wait a moment. As he spoke, Richie unfolded the space in front of him with a sword. Under the gaze of the two, Richie walked into a space. Gone? Where did he go? Rest assured he'll be back soon. It didn't take a while. Richie carries a human head, walked out of a space. He was none other than demi-det named Andra. The moment I heard this, Frey was so frightened that he retreated. He didn't expect that. Richie is as simple as that. Killed a demi-det. How about it? Can you trust me now? As I said, we have the same purpose. There's no reason why you shouldn't work with me. With that, Richie threw Andra's head into the air. Then he kept waving his hand at the skull. The next second, Andra's head exploded right in front of the two of them. Until this moment, Frey still couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. If all this is true, then why did Demigate still have to take his minions? The power that the minions can wield is minimal. Recruit such weak subordinates. They take a big risk. This also means that they have a last resort now. Fear. Demigate has mutilated too many living beings over the millennia. But our chief didn't care about it. But if it goes on like this, our Demigate clan may become extinct. Are you kidding? Who else in this world can destroy you? It is a god who cannot be understood by you humans. In simple terms, it is an absolute law that makes up the whole world. It was a giant mass of energy that balanced the whole world. Demigate, it's just a small fragment that falls from the energy ball. If it weren't for you, Demigate, who said it himself, I thought it was a cult leader who was preaching. So, is there really a demigate who has been destroyed by the gods? Aren't you talking nonsense? At least 20 demigate have already been obliterated by the gods. Let's start with our plans. A month later, including the chieftain, and 5 destroyer-level supreme councils. All demigates came together. Have a meeting. Before they gathered, we must take out Alardan. Because of the purpose of their meeting, it's just to find out the traitors. For decades, I killed several demigates who had fallen asleep. If not for idiots, they could definitely see that there was a traitor in the ranks. I just haven't found out that the traitor is me, including Oladin when the time comes. All of Demigate's minions will all attend the meeting. Wait until the meeting is over. It's possible that he's going to be with Noel. Disappeared without a trace. If that time comes, I guess even I won't be able to find them. Find the traitor in your party. All Demigates attend a meeting. At that time, the minions of Demigate will also be in attendance. Once the meeting is over, the minions will also follow Demigate. Disappeared without a trace. At that time, not even Richie could find them. Isn't that what I want to say? Do we have a chance to take out a destroyer this time? But we'll have to find a way into the Great Forest first. Isn't that simple? When you come here, I found out that you can fly. As long as you take me, won't we be able to fly from the sky into the forest? And then, is that your plan? No matter what method is used to enter, just set foot on that land, even if it's trespassing. I mean, as long as it is not discovered. There is nothing wrong with that. You're going to have to deal with this kind of guy all the time. I'm so relieved when you come. Li Hong, listen up. High elves in the village. There is a world tree that supports the entire Great Forest. It is the heart of the Great Forest. It is also the link that connects all the trees. The queen there is connected to the world tree. As long as someone invades, they will be able to spot the enemy in a matter of seconds. Is there something you can't say directly? So, what do? You say so. We seem to have a solution. The picture comes to the merchant group. At this time, people are still resting on the outer side of the large forest. These elves are really mean. We're all here. They didn't allow us to enter the village yet, but we didn't have any conflicts with the undead. It's lucky to be at your destination early. By the way, have you ever seen a high elf before? Those elf chicks don't mention how beautiful. What are you bastards talking about? We're going to do business with the elves tomorrow. Everyone, have a good night's rest. After everyone is asleep, Shiro's came alone into the forest. He could feel the whole forest crying. If not, dead feet keep appearing. The whole earth will be corrupted by them. That's when it happened. Shiro sensed someone coming from behind. In order not to reveal their identity, Shiro's hurriedly used hallucination magic. And behind Heroes, the man is the disguised Frey. It turned out to be you. Carl, I'm relieved that you'll come back safely. By the way, did you find the information about that big guy? That's when it happened. Li Hong also walked out of the woods on the side. This old woman. That's what you said. Can someone take us into the big forest? What's going on? Carl, why are you with him? Don't ask so much. You hurry up and lead us into the great forest. Otherwise, Lao Tzu destroyed the damned elves. However, Frey did push Li Hong away. You get out of the way. We're going into the great forest. Siros, can you help us out? Although I don't know the specifics. But what kind of way do you do this to an elder? Can be a second. Frey grabbed Heroes by the shoulder. I don't have time to act with you. This is a disaster for both humans and elves. Heroes, I knew you were a high elf from the beginning. Said, Frey took the initiative to disarm the illusion magic on his body. Now you know. I've used hallucinatory magic just like you. I'm a magician from the Round Table. Shiros, I need your help. Obviously a high elf who is as beautiful as a flower. But she has to disguise herself as an old woman with a wrinkled face. It turns out that Shiros wants to borrow the identity of a human being. Secretly investigate the cause of the undead's infestation. But Frey didn't just see through his disguise. Also told him, elves and humans are about to face a catastrophe. Heroes simply lifted the spell. What do you mean by disaster? What is this? I thought it was an old woman. I didn't expect it to be a skinny young man. The mission you have joined the Merchant Order. It's to investigate the undead. Then do you know Demigate? It seems to be the group of people who are closest to God. Could it be that when the forest appeared in Necromancer? That's right. He is most likely a subordinate of Demigate. That guy is in the great forest of Lanos. If you continue to leave him alone, something could happen. That's impossible. The great forest will never allow outsiders to enter. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't force his way in. I guess your queen has already found out. But there's something special about this guy's identity. What do you mean? Do you already know his identity? Although Richie has already told Frey everything. But Heroes is also a high elf. Frey couldn't tell him. The mastermind behind this is Olarden. I don't have time to explain to you right now. You know, now I am the only one who can track him. But you have to answer me a question first. You've said you're not an elf. So how did you sign a contract with the elves? It was the dark elves who taught me by hand. How can it be? Dark elves who are even more old-fashioned than us. How could they possibly teach a human elf? I think they're pretty open-minded. Especially the one who taught me Elvenism. A friend named Camille. Are you talking about Camille the Panther? You must know that Camille is famous in the Great Forest. So Shiros could not imagine. Big shots like him. We'll make a human friend. Now I believe in you. I can take you into our village. Meanwhile, elves in the village. Someone was holding a purple flame. Lord Nor, what the hell are you worried about? I saw a cloud of smoke beside the man, changing rapidly. Indra also died. We still haven't been able to find any clues this time. Are you referring to the traitor you mentioned last time? Before the next meeting, you have to be wary of the people around you. You'll be relieved to know. This is the territory of our elves. Just then, outside the door, there was an untimely knock on the door. After Noel disappears, the man let the outside in. Lord Olarden, Her Majesty summons you. Now that you know, go down first. I'll be there right away. I really don't know. How suspicious this guy is Noel. Who the hell does he want me to watch out for? As the Queen's older brother, in the great forest. I am a being under one person and above 10,000. Meanwhile, Frey and the others finally arrived. Is that the world tree? We all called him Hillel. What a strange name. This is the elf girl. Isn't that Siros? I didn't expect to come back so soon. The relationship between the two is good. As soon as we met, we began to greet each other. The two Freys behind them were completely ignored. Wait until you come to your senses. Bobby finally saw the two behind Shiros. Who are they? Could it be a human trying to break into the village? The appearance of the dead has polluted the land of the elves. For this, the elves sent Siros to search for the necromancer's trail. But they don't know. The real culprit, hidden in the palace of the elves. Another identity of Oladin as a minion. It was the elder brother of the elven queen. And at the same time, Frey and the others were also stopped by the elves guarding the door. This is my companion. They were when I tracked down the necromancer. Help me. Even so, outsiders must also see the queen first and get his permission to live here. Let me help you request a time for your appointment. Due to the elf girl used by the two, Li Hong couldn't understand what they were saying at all. We're going to say hello to the elven queen now. After getting his permission, we'll be able to stay here. I didn't expect to be able to enter the great forest so easily. But this time, Heroes, who was walking in front, stopped. Why don't you go? Could it be that the stomach is uncomfortable? Her Majesty is the master of the great forest. It doesn't take much time to meet His Highness. What are you talking to me about? I don't care about you. Her Majesty. But this time, Shiro spun around sharply. I advise you to be respectful when you see the queen. What a fuss. I'm usually grinning, so a lot of people think I'm rude. But it's all their prejudice. You're relieved. Wangwon is a martial art that exercises the body and mind. My name is Li Hong, nicknamed Gentleman. After Li Hong finished speaking, he hummed a little song and walked on. Frey, you know what? I suddenly had a sense of foreboding. You can rest assured. That kid is as virtuous as Caskin. Not much. A few people came to the palace of the Elven Queen. Are you the humans who helped Siros? Welcome to the Great Forest. My name is Snorad Bodvi. She is the queen of the ruling elves. At this moment, Frey and Li Hong were standing under the steps. Look at the Elven Queen. About Caskin. There is such a rumor. Everyone in the world knows that Caskin, the king of the Demon Dao dance, is a straight man. But as soon as he sees a beauty, he immediately relieves it. Look at it. I'll just say that this kid is the same as Caskin. However, after learning of the queen's letter, Ash learned about Oladin's relationship with the queen. And it's no wonder Oladin can be so unscrupulous in the great forest. Frey was curious, though. Why this year's elf queen? Not a high elf. Enola's eldest daughter. Heroes has met Her Majesty. These two were on my mission, offered a lot of help. They hope to start their next trip. Able to stay here for a few days. Her Majesty is well versed in the human language. Tell us about yourself. Shiro's turned back. Found that Li Hong had not come back to his senses until now. I've never seen such a beautiful woman. No, he's an elf. Li Hong couldn't think of it. What words can be used to describe his appearance? He didn't even think the word beautiful was worthy of describing him. And compared to the queen, Shiro's is like a goblin. Li Hong, what are you still doing in a daze? Introduce yourself. But Li Honggang turned around. I met the beautiful face of the elf queen. In this case, Li Hong has no way to introduce herself. He thought of what Caskin had said. Those who seek the realm of martial arts treat women as stones. So he immediately closed his eyes and stood where he was. It's the most beautiful woman a man has ever seen. But Li Hong didn't dare to look at him at all. It turned out that as long as Li Hong saw a beautiful woman, he would be relieved immediately. Moment of truth. He remembered Caskin's famous quote. Those who seek the realm of martial arts treat women as stones. So Li Hong simply closed his eyes and stood in place. To know. Now it was Li Hong's turn to introduce himself. Bold fanatics. You'd better be respectful. Snora glanced back at the minister. Just scolded the red. The minister immediately apologized to Frey and the others. May the blessings of the forest and the warm sunshine, illuminating the vast land. Frey, the magician of the Gastuk Empire, met Her Majesty. I didn't expect you to be human. I even know the etiquette of elves. I allow you to stay here. Rest for a few days and leave. Siros, you can take them and retreat. That's it. Frey. They were barely hindered. I managed to stay. However, Snora stared at the backs of several people, especially Frey's back, who knows elven etiquette. After going back, Siros also prepared dinner for the two. As a martial artist, Li Hong naturally couldn't accept only eating vegetables for dinner. Frey, on the other hand, had expected to pull out the meat from his bag. The precinct is so good. That's why I like you. Saying, Cyrus didn't see us after he brought us here. He must be busy too. It was at this time. Frey, however, suddenly began to speak. Things are getting tricky. Now someone is spying on us. Elves have dozens of times better hearing than humans. Hear this. Li Hong immediately turned around and looked out the window. Oladin is a relative of the queen. If in the absence of evidence, words of rash action, it's us who suffer. When the time comes, all the elves will be against us. Listen to Richie. When a minion wants to contact his master, with the help of special cheats, Oladin is sure to make a move when he contacts Nor. We'll find out when the time comes. Do you want to wait for the rabbit? But how do we know when he will act? If I'm right, he should be ready to do it in 2 days. You just wiped out the undead a week ago. As the undead do, Oladin is certainly a demon who kills without blinking. You feel like a character like him. In a village where the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant, you can last a few days without killing people. That's when it happened. After a busy day, Shiro's, a part-time worker, is back. They called me for a night. I didn't even close my eyes. Don't bother me, any of you. With that, Shiro's slammed the door shut. There were 2 men in the family who were not even afraid. I guess they didn't take us seriously. Li Hong, I have something to do now. I have to go out. There's something I'd like to ask you about. Please help me send a message to a friend. Soon after, Frey sat down in a no-man's corner. Although it looks a lot like a gale. But there weren't any magic fluctuations on Frey. It didn't take long. Frey's soul floated out of his body. After the soul leaves the body, Frey first walked around the elven village. Then he looked at the world tree not far away. Frey believed Hero will surely be able to solve the doubts in his heart. The truth of the catastrophe 4,000 years ago, and the whereabouts of his 4 friends. In these 4,000 years, what exactly did Frey miss? It's been 4,000 years. The man came to the world tree again. All the puzzles will be revealed. The truth of the catastrophe 4,000 years ago. Once, fight together against the whereabouts of the 4 heroes of Demigate. In these 4,000 years, what exactly did Frey miss? Just enter the world tree. Frey knows the answer. After entering the spiritual world, Frey finally reverted to his former self. He hadn't had this pleasure in a long time. You're finally here. Frey, I've been waiting for you. No, I should call you Lucas Traumen now. Sheila Cheese-sama. I'm so glad to see you again. What's wrong with you? Could it be that something happened to the elves? It turned out that Sheila Cheese was at the moment when she saw Lucas. I have already burst into tears. Walk this thorny path alone. It's really hard for you. I didn't expect you to be human. It was so much of a responsibility. As she spoke, Sheila wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Lucas, you're here to ask me something. Even I was controlled by the Demigate clan, resulting in the loss of freedom. But no matter what you ask, I will guide you truthfully. I wonder what happened to my friends. You who connect the whole earth definitely know something inside. Sheila did not answer Lucas directly. I saw him wave his hand. The spiritual world in which the two live. Immediately, it becomes a room. That's a long story. You might as well sit down and have a cup of tea first, said. Sheila Cheese really started to make tea without hurry. Your friend, Demon King Kaskin. He died in Taka Desert. He fought hard with a demigate for 7 days and 7 nights. Fight like Kilkenny cats. It was a really dark battle. It deserves to be him. This guy is so stubborn until he dies. And see Delucid. He perished along with his native Araka. What about show size? How did he die? I don't know if I should tell you about it. You'd better not ask. I had to know. Because I provoked a bunch of self-proclaimed gods. No matter how cruel the reality is. I also have to face the truth. It seems that you are ready to come to your senses. Then Lucas. Just take a good look with your own eyes. The next second, Lucas was teleported into a ruin. He was curious. What exactly does this have to do with Hughes's death? That's when it happened. Lucas heard Hughes's voice beside him. I didn't expect you to be that traitor. I finally knew why Lucid and Kaskine turned against each other. We trust you so much. Why would you want to? Lucas jerked his head back. It turned out that the traitor in Huss' mouth was none other than Ellis. Less deception. You didn't believe me at all. Although I didn't believe you. But Lucas is different. Actually, I've always trusted Lucas a lot. Do you know how much trouble you've gotten into it? The crusade against Demigate was Lucas's lifelong wish. By doing so, you are betraying him. Did the results make any difference? It's not your prejudices that put Lucas to death. Are you blaming us? Blame you. I'm not interested in you at all. But when you say you're going to replace Lucas, when the banner of resistance is raised, it does make me a little uncomfortable. You're right. I can't replace Lucas at all. It's a laughing death. What's the use of you saying this now? Then you tell me. Ellis, why do you want to follow? Demigate collaboration. What happened after I learned that I was sealed? Frey enters the world tree in the Elven village. He learned the cause of his friend's death from Sheila Cheese. I even heard it with my own ears. Ellis and Demigate's collaboration. For a moment, Frey couldn't believe his ears. He couldn't imagine. Elise would have teamed up with Demidet. If Lucas is allowed to see this scene, he's going to be very disappointed. Thankfully, he died early. Shut up, Lucas isn't dead yet. It was the first time Lucas had seen it. Elise was so angry. Elise with a smile on her face forever. He even showed such a terrible expression. Hughes still looked at Elise calmly. He didn't expect a sentence that Lucas was already dead. Can make Elise so angry. Soon though, Elise was back to that. Always with a smile on his face. Darkwitch say, I didn't expect you to die at my hands in the end. I'm not kidding you. As she spoke, Elise pierced Hughes' heart. Rest well, all of you. I'll do his best for Lucas. In this day and age, we simply can't beat Dynegate. Now we can only be patient, waiting for a great opportunity. I guess it will take about 4,000 years. Hughes saw the final scene. It's the back of Elise leaving alone. Because Hughes's death could not be accepted. Lucas didn't hear clearly what Elise said just now. All he knew was that Elise had killed Hughes with her own hands. That's when it happened. Sheila snapped her fingers. Lucas also returned to the room from the ruins just now. It's just that he hasn't recovered from the death of his best friend. He came back to his senses from the shock. Sheila seems to have guessed this outcome a long time ago. That's why Lucas was stopped. After learning the truth, both were silent. Lucas needed time to calm down. After a long time, Lucas spoke. Elise, his Pizaman Dark Knight Order is certainly still alive. But I can't guarantee that. If he were still alive, he's not the Elise you know. Hughes. This kid actually said sorry before he died. I'm the one who should have apologized. In the end, it all comes down to my lack of strength. It seems that even 4,000 years have passed. You're still very hard with yourself. Sheila Cheese-sama. There's going to be a big event in the Great Forest tonight. You don't have to tell me anything. You're Lucas. That's enough. May Mother Earth protect you. That's it. Frey's soul returned to his body. Lei found that a day had passed. But the elves who hide in the shadows and spy on themselves. But he hasn't left yet. The screen turns. Li Hong was exercising in the room. The sound of the room opening the door caught his attention. How did you just come back? Something happened. Meditation was spent a little more time. I've done what you asked me for. He said he would come to you when the sun went down. Thank you so much. Let's get here first. I'm going to settle accounts with Oladin tonight. When the time comes, you can practice enough. Hear this. Li Hong immediately stopped exercising. Then I'm going to have to take a shower first. Frey began to meditate. Get yourself back to your best. Cope with the battle at night. The man was meditating in the room, a figure, but he came to Frey unknowingly. You're a real difference. A stunned young man who claims to be the heir of the demon Dao Martial King. Surprise visit. And said you want to see me. Confused me. I really didn't expect it. We'll meet again in the High Elves village. Long time no see. Frey. It was Camille the Panther. The next tense. Frey explained his purpose to him. Camille was a little hard to accept for a while. Why is this man Oladin? When it was learned that the minions were relatives of the queen, I was also shocked. In fact, strictly speaking, they're not relatives. What does that mean? Queen Snora was adopted. He was not a child born in the Bedway family. Merely, the generation of the Bedway family did not give birth to daughters. And it is impossible for the position of the king of elves to be passed on to men. I see. I've heard that every generation of elven queens is a high elf. But after seeing Queen Nora, it scared me a lot. Queen Snora is an ice elf. Her family lives in the snowy fields at the northern end. It's a bit of a stretch. Then again, when are you ready to do it? We'll figure out how to lure out Oladin tonight. So what should I do? I'm going to help you get rid of those tough tales. You know me well. I just saw 8 elves watching you. We have such a good relationship. You also sent someone to inform you. Isn't that a clear intention for me to get rid of these tales? But you know it. I'm also an elf, so I can't make trouble here. If things get big, I'll just say that you instructed it. Then throw the wave all over you. Whatever you want, I guess no one believes it. You're going to be threatened by a human. Anyway, I still want to thank you. Do we need to say this in this relationship? But then again, why didn't Isabel come with you this time? He's an instructor now. You made such a well-behaved little girl. Be an instructor for you. Don't say that. Isabel still has the potential to be an instructor. How can it be? I guess no one listened to him. That's the end of the chat. It's time for me to get down to business. Frey, you have to be careful. Oladin is a very powerful magician. After becoming a minion, he was affected by divine power. So you can't use magic. But elven magic and divine powers do not exclude each other. What's more, that divine power is still at the level of the destroyer. Demigate gave it to him. Frey is well aware. Oladin. It must not be an opponent of the same level as Luke's. Meanwhile, Oladin was enjoying the tea that the maid had made for him. The maid discovers Oladin. I'm staring at myself. Lord Oladin, do you have any instructions? The next second, Oladin froze through the maid's belly with his hand. Why Lord Oladin? Why? Exactly. Oladin did not answer him. As soon as she looked back, her vitality was completely drained. After doing all this, Oladin couldn't help but laugh maniacally. It had been a long time since he had experienced such joy. Lord Oladin, what's wrong with you? Do you feel unwell in any way? If nothing else is told, can I go down? Pierced the woman's abdomen with his hand. He even tore his body to shreds. Can be a second. The woman appeared to the man intact again. It turns out that everything just now was Oladin's fantasy. The divine power of the breath of death is contained in the body. It has made him completely unable to suppress the killing intent in his heart. The screen turns. Worker Shiro's has just finished his day's work. Ready to go home. And he was coincidental or not. met Oladin, who was going out to relax. At the moment of seeing a living person, Oladin could no longer suppress the killing intent in his heart. He was eager to pounce on Shiros right now, tear him to shreds. After feeling that someone is following you, Shiros also turned around. Isn't this Lord Olardin? You're out for a walk so late. Good evening, heroes. You just returned to the village not long ago. It's going to be busy. It's really hard work. It doesn't matter, since I'm bringing outsiders back to the village. It must be made clear to everyone. I've heard you're tracking down the necromancer. How is it going now? It's a little weird to say. According to them, the necromancer is in our village. Well, it seems that things are really tricky. Originally, Oladin couldn't suppress the killing intent in his heart. And now Shiros already knows some clues. Then Oladin would be even less likely to let him go. Moment of truth. Li Hong pushed Shiros to the ground, because Li Hong appeared too suddenly. Shiros simply did not have time to react. Didn't I just give you meat? Are you pushing me like that? Stupid woman without me. You're long dead. That's when Shiros found out. Li Hong's face had actually been cut. Look at the high-level wind elves behind Olardin. That's when Shiros knew. Oladin just wanted to kill himself. I didn't expect the aliens brought back by Shiros. It's ruined. My undead demon warriors. You really think you're the queen's brother? Can it be lawless? I didn't want to reveal my identity yet. But there's no need to hide it from you dying people. Can be a second. Li Hong's fist had already reached Olardin's face. Oladin still relies on the acceleration of the wind elves. Dodge the attack. You lowly human. Dare to attack the noble elven royal family. Noble fart. You're just one of Demi-Gate's dogs. At this time, heroes did not know. Why did Oladin attack himself? Since you were seeking death. Then I will satisfy you. It just so happens that I need to vent my anger urgently. As soon as the words fell, I saw that the ground around Li Hong gradually began to crack. Now, heroes still didn't know what was going on. The next second, the undead began to pour out of the cracks in the earth. No matter how slow Shiros was to react, he has finally discovered the truth. Olardin. It was the necromancer he had been looking for. Lord Olardin. Why did you betray your people? But it wasn't Olardin's answer that greeted him. It's the blade of the undead. Moment of truth. Li Hong killed the undead beside Shiros with one punch. Why are you still standing stupidly? Don't you want to die? After Li Hong finished speaking, he immediately ran to the other undead. We're still thinking about what to do. I didn't expect you to be exposed so easily. You've seen him use his powers, too. You'll have to help me testify afterwards. The village of the spirit has been attacked by the undead, and the culprit turned out to be the noble elven royal family. Li Hong didn't expect it. Oladin exposed himself so easily. I didn't even think of it. These happen to be seen by Shiros in their entirety. If we are in the absence of evidence, accuse the queen's brother. There's a good chance that none of them will be able to run. Compared to the elven queen's brother, he is a necromancer. This thing, what surprised Shiros even more, Li Hong actually took the initiative to lure Oladin to expose himself. These friends who reek of death. Doesn't it look cute? As the saying goes, like gathers like. Together. So you do look alike. Especially your disgusting looks. You bastard. There is no end. But that's not the end of the story. Oladin saw it. A huge magic array under his feet. Fortunately, he found it in time. This was not burned by the flames that appeared in the magic array, but it's just the impact of the flames. Still drove Oladin into the quagmire on the side. Oladin didn't have time to wipe the stains off his face. He was stunned by the magic in front of him. To be able to use such powerful fire magic. The caster also has at least 7 stars. That's when it happened. Frey appears next to Olardin. Isn't my greeting too grand? Next time, you'll have to watch your step. Why did you come here, you stinky boy? Sorry, I just want to make it easier. This time, Frey turned to look at Olardin. No wonder everyone says it has to be up to me. This guy is uglier than I thought he would. Could it be because his face was covered in mud and he was still frowning? Is he an elf or not? I can't even compare to me. Olodin didn't expect it. One day I will be humiliated like this by two humans. I'm going to kill you. After saying that, Olodin slashed his palm. I saw Olodin's blood at an extremely fast speed. A contract circle was built on the ground. This kid is completely insane. As an elven historian, you should be a dog. He even made a pact with the demon. Really? I didn't expect to meet you here. A demon summoned by Olardin. It was the Azura that Elise had contracted before. Li Hong immediately raised his fist and rushed forward. It's just his goal. But it was the undead who were preparing to attack Shiros. I'm annoyed. Get out of here. Where can I go now? Hurry up and find that beauty. Let him call someone to help. I don't know why. Li Hong stiffened at the mention of Snora. Fortunately, Shiros understood his words. Left as soon as possible. But in fact, Li Hong's original intention was just to support Shiros. Because with his strength, not at all an opponent of the legendary Demon Duke, the Azura will kill them for me at once. However, Azura ignored Olardin. How did I come to the realm of the elves? What are you still doing? Kill them. Despicable elves. You deserve to talk to me like that. I really thought I had signed a contract. Can Lao Tzu be at your disposal? If you dare to yell at Lao Tzu again. Lao Tzu tore it alive first. You're just a demon who pays attention to nature. Although I have no grievances with the two of you. But now that I've been summoned, you can die now. Apparently, he has become a destroyer. And Demigade's minions. But Olodin's strength was pitifully weak. Just in Frey's thoughts, can easily defeat Olodin when he can. Instead, he summoned the Grand Duke of the Demon Realm, Azura. As long as the Azura falls with 1 foot, Frey and Li Hong would have died on the spot. Are you now known as the Lord of Hell for saucer killing? Azura, the Grand Duke of the Demon Realm. The moment I heard this, Azura stepped on the air. But even so, it's still shattering the land around it. You human, do you know the Grand Duke of my Demon Realm? Azura, you have a terrible memory. Azura suddenly discovered. The human in front of him seemed a little familiar. He immediately sent a wave of light at Frey. Frey also surprisingly did not dodge. See what Frey looks like. Li Hong on the side was so anxious that she couldn't do it. But he didn't know. At this moment, Frey has been brought back to the demon world by Azura. However, Frey, who came to the demon realm, was still calm. Tell me who you really are. And how do you know my name? Before asking me questions. Shouldn't you have answered my question first? Didn't expect you to be just a stupid human. You don't know where you are. What a situation now. But after listening to the words of the Azura, Frey still didn't panic. This is the hell of saucer killing. Here you just have to hook your fingers. I'm going to be gone. That's good. I can't let anyone know my name. It's not clear that he died like this. The next second, a loud and violent bang resounded throughout the sand. Azura, you're really sluggish. If I hadn't helped you back then, you can't sit in the position of great achievement. It can't be because I've changed my outfit now. You have forgotten your benefactor. Hear this familiar tone. The Azura finally recognized who the person in front of him was. I didn't expect you to become so weak. Lucas Traumen, what the hell happened back then? You are not the leader of the Demigate Diet. Did Rhodes be killed? Azura, I don't have time to talk to you right now. Hear Frey's tone like that. The Azura was not impatient. You're here to collect debts. It's really arrogant. Say I can grant you one request. Whatever you want. I heard that Elise is still alive. Since you have made a contract with him, then you should know his current situation. I'm really hard at answering that question. After he joined forces with the leader of Demigate, unilaterally tore up the contract with me. What did you say? You said that Demigate, who worked with Ellis, was Rhodes. That's right, except for me at the time. Barbats and Schreiber were also on the scene. He seems to have made some kind of deal with Rod. Call the 3 of us out. It's just to support yourself on the scene. He was conscious, and is not mentally controlled by others. So it's definitely a choice he made on his own. These are all things that happened when, not long after you disappeared. And so they made the deal. That's about 4 years old, 000 years. Has it been so long? By the way, one more thing. The white-haired, golden boy human. It seems to be a guy called the Great Sage. If Ellis were alive at all, he's definitely still looking for that guy. Because he said he was looking for something called a river. He has always been deeply in love with Lucas. But he was after Lucas was sealed by Rhodes. I made a deal with Rhodes for the first time. He also killed Lucas's best friend Huss with his own hands. Even find the relics of Shiosai's. Altos. Frey didn't understand. What is Ellis's purpose in doing this? Probably only after he made Altos. To know the truth of all this. Thank you, Azura. You don't owe me a favor anymore. Lucas, you're really not ordinary. I thought. You will ask me for the power to rule the world. I didn't expect you to only ask me about the whereabouts of the lover rescued. I don't have that kind of relationship with him. It's speechless. You're going to be killed by me as soon as you get out. Why is it still so calm? Slain by you. Have you forgotten that my contractor wants your life? Azura, where are you going? Don't you want to return my favor? Didn't you just say I paid it off? Make a pact with me. Aren't you skeptical of the contract itself? You should also know that I can't protect myself right now. What benefits can I get from a contract with you? I want to destroy Demigate once and for all. It's been 4,000 years. Are you kids still daydreaming? If I fail, then my soul will be yours. You're really funny, kid. You are fully qualified to be my contractor. Let me help you. Why did you suddenly roll your eyes and fall unconscious? I just went somewhere else to do something. Where have you been? Went on a trip to hell. Meanwhile, Olodin also learned news that Frey and Azura have signed a contract. I heard you right. What did you just say? You're deaf, and I just signed a contract with him. So I can't kill him. Now I'm going back. Lao Tzu finally summoned you. Whoever will allow you to go. Can be a second. An attack slashed past Olodin's ear. Just a little off. Olodin may have died on the spot. You poor wretch. It's better to think about what will happen later. Save your life. Said. The Azura left Olodin alone and went back alone. How did the demon go? I just made a deal with him in hell. After being humiliated repeatedly, Olodin couldn't take it anymore. Once again, he used his divine powers to summon the undead. How is this trick again? However, this time there are a lot more than just now. Don't underestimate the enemy too much. It's not just a matter of numbers. Originally, inside the undead summoned by Olodin this time, there was a group of knights on war horses. Are those knights any different from other monsters? These bloody knights are of a higher rank than the death knights. The strength is also several times stronger than those monsters before. I understand what you say. They're a group of cannon fodder who are slightly stronger. That's when it happened. Frey discovers Olardin's anomaly. Apparently, he has gained the power of Demigate. But Ordin fled. It turned out that he wanted to kill Hillel first, so that you can put Frey too. Along with the village, it was bombarded into slag. Leave it to me here. You go after that bastard. Then don't drop the chain. Are you kidding? I'm the heir of the Martial King Fist. Before leaving, Frey stroked Li Hong's fists. Please be careful. You can rest assured. Now I'm going to let go. Sell his body to become a lackey of the gods, in exchange for the divine power that can crush all beings. But when he faced Frey, he still chose to run away. It turned out that Olodin wanted to use the power of Sheila Cheese, destroy the entire village. Upon perceiving Olardin's intentions, Frey immediately chased after him. Olodin didn't expect to have a wind elf situation himself. It's still not as fast as Frey. As a last resort, Olodin was forced to land in an open field. Olodin never thought about it. After becoming a minion himself, would be forced into such a situation by a human being. This arrogant human, dared to buy my Azura, said that Olodin, with the help of divine powers, summons a huge magic circle In the next second, I saw an ancient dragon from the magic array swoop down towards Frey. Frey didn't hesitate, immediately summoned the battle of the great sage. Just for a moment, the giant ancient dragon turned into an ice sculpture right in front of Frey. It took a lot of effort for Olodin to summon the monster. It was easily killed by Frey. Olodin, yes. I've been curious about one thing since I started. Shut up. Speaking of which, Olodin summoned the undead again. Almost at the moment of appearance, the two undead rushed towards Frey. But Frey just waved his staff. The undead immediately turned into two ice sculptures. You seem to be able to summon the undead in addition to that. And there is no other ability. What nonsense are you talking about? I am the minions of the gods who can dominate death. Unexpectedly, Olodin's attack, but could not do any damage to Frey. You're just the most common necromancy. Shut up. I'll let you know right now what death is. Your master, Noel, is the true ruler of death. He can resurrect the bodies of the dead. Purple poison permeating the surroundings. It can even kill people on the spot. He waved his hand slightly. Can make big waves. Even the spirits trembled at his feet. Unconsciously, Frey walked to the Olodin body. What the hell are you trying to say? Frey didn't answer. Instead, he grabbed Olodin by the neck. Frey only pushed a little. Olodin was beaten to the ground. I found out from just now. Olodin, you're too weak. People like you. Is it really God's minions? At the moment of hearing this, purple smoke began to come out of Olodin's right eye. Venerable Lord Nor, your minion Olodin prays for your coming. I saw the purple smoke changing rapidly in the air. Frey didn't expect Olodin to have a backup move. The moment when the smoke is formed, Frey felt a powerful sense of oppression. He knows it well. Now appeared in front of him. It's Nor, one of the 5 destroyers. Lord Nor, I am your faithful apostle. This bastard insulted me. He said that the power you gave me was not worth mentioning at all. Not at all like what your apostle should have. I have summoned you in honor of honor. Interesting, though he's just a bait. But I didn't expect it to be exposed so quickly. You just said I was bait. What do you mean, sir? That's when Frey knew. Olodin was not Nor's apostle at all. So even if he kills Olodin here, neither can Richie take out Nor. I'm curious about how you found out about something. Ray completely cornered Olodin. At the critical moment, Olodin sacrificed his right eye to summon Nor. But Frey found out from Noel. Olodin was just a bait to lure out the traitors. Noel was curious. How exactly Frey found out about all this? The divine power around the big forest is so strong. How could I not know? Although there are occasional sensitivity to divine power. But don't you think that's too much of a coincidence? It always felt like there was a jerk who knew us very well, directing you in the back. Recent. We, the Demigate family, are a bit of a dispiece. There are already several strong Demigates. Inexplicably died. It's the first time I've met Demigate. But I didn't expect that. The noble Demigate turned out to be a chatterbox. You're a very interesting human. Who are you? Until this moment, Olodin finally learned his fate. After Nor appeared here, didn't even bother to look at him. He couldn't help but think back to that time. The attitude of the Azuras towards themselves. It doesn't matter if it's Azura or Nor. Almost none of them took Olodin seriously. Lord Nor, I'm here to follow you. But he abandoned everything. Why is it now a decoy? It's not fair. Lord Nor, have you forgotten your promise? But what Olodin didn't expect was, Noel actually reached out to himself. Kill the lowly elves. You dare to interrupt me. I saw a terrifying divine power surging towards Olodin. Just for a moment, Olodin became a shriveled old man. Spare your life, sir. Please spare my life. That's it. Olodin was completely reduced to ashes in front of Frey. The only thing left, it was the right eye that Olodin sacrificed to Nor. Now it's just Frey and Noel left. Frey is well aware. A little careless. You may also be wiped out on the spot. It's funny, I can't see through it. A human being who does not even live to be 100 years old. It's the first time I've met someone like you. Do you know what that means? That's it alone. I have every reason to doubt you, or even obliterate you. I'll pay attention to your every move next. When the time comes, I will come to you personally. With that, Noel vanished, until the crisis is resolved. Frey still stood still, not daring to move. The gap between him and Demigate is still too great. I don't know how long it took. Frey finally breathed a sigh of relief. Come out. You don't have to hide anymore. I didn't expect it to be discovered by you. The person who came was the Elven Queen Nora. Frey was curious. Why is the Elven Queen here? But if it weren't for the fact that Snorra deliberately showed his horse's feet. Frey also had a hard time spotting his presence, although Olodin has already witnessed the death of Olodin. But Snorra didn't blame fair. Thunder, thank you for sending off my unproductive brother. In fact, this matter should be done by this seed himself. It seems that you already knew that he had fallen. Did Hillel tell you? Of course not. That's because of demi-diet. It's also involuntarily. Who the hell told you that? Olodin is clearly well hidden. Of course. The one who told you who my brother really was. Do you think I look like a good deceitful? Don't try to trick me. Demigate, who has the supreme sword technique. Richie, I'm not wrong. The necromancer that people have been tracking. His real identity is actually the elder brother of the Elven Queen. And the Elven Queen? I learned the truth of the matter a long time ago. It's a pity that Snorra ended up being one step too late. Didn't kill Olodin with his own hands. Frey was curious. How exactly did Snorra know these things? Didn't think about Snorra. Not only knows the relationship between Frey and Demigate, also directly said Richie's name. You don't have to be nervous. We are not enemies. How would you know these things? Who are you? The Elven Queen, of course. No kidding. I didn't ask you this. That's when it happened. The ground began to shake violently. Could it be an earthquake? It seems that something happened below. Frey hurriedly looked over to where Nora was looking. I saw him in front of him. There was an incomparably huge magic array. Meanwhile, Li Hong had just thrown her final punch. He was alone, resolved all the immortals summoned by Olardin. Although those monsters are not difficult to deal with. But after all, there are a lot of them. Li Hong was also a little tired, just as he was about to take a break. The tremor from behind caught his attention. See the scene in front of you. Li Hong couldn't believe her eyes. He simply couldn't imagine that the world could be so huge. Of dragons. Even Frey, who had fought against Torquay. I was a little stunned for a while, since it devoured Olodin's abilities. It wasn't any ordinary monster that was summoned. That's when it happened. Snorra pulled out a mask and put it on. Almost instantly, his hair turned black. The village is now in danger. Can you help this seat? But Frey was indeed frightened by the change in Snorra's body. This is the surface of the lurk. My looks are too eye-catching. Sometimes a beautiful appearance can also bring some trouble. Meanwhile, the ancient dragons have begun to attack the village of the High Elves. The High Elves came out to defend themselves almost immediately. But the way they attacked, there are only wind magic and bows and arrows. And these two attacks, barely able to deal any damage to the ancient dragon. If it goes on like this, the village will be completely destroyed. We are no match for him at all. But when the Guardian organization is not there, this kind of big thing, the elves could only watch. Ancient dragons gather magic in the air, even if they know what's going to happen next. But there is still nothing they can do to change that. There are no surprises. The ancient dragon's breath hit the village straight away. Almost instantly, the lives of the trees were taken from them. Houses were blown up. The elves had to flee in all directions. If it continues like this, it's not just the village. Even the Shira flood could be destroyed. But now, no one can stop the ancient dragons in the air. That's when it happened. The violent impact caused the ancient dragon to close his mouth tightly. This force even caused the ancient dragon to plummet straight to the ground. For a moment, the elves stopped fleeing. They were curious to see what was going on. "You're a tough bastard to deal with. It took me a lot of effort." In the next second, countless ice spikes appeared in the air, almost at Li Hong's departure. In an instant, the ice spikes hit the ancient dragon's body in unison. See this frightening number of ice spikes. The elves even suspected that an army of magicians had arrived. At the moment of seeing the two of them, Shiros understood. The village was saved. That is, the ancient dragon that the power of the elves and the whole village cannot defeat. But he was punched into the ground by a man. He was then greeted by a sky full of ice spikes. The moment when I saw Frey and Li Hong, heroes knew that the village was finally saved. What is the situation now? What about Olarden? It's dead. Now it's just a matter of solving him. Really, you're talking about lightweight. Originally, the ancient dragon had already recovered from the attack just now. Almost at the moment when Li Hong spoke, the ancient dragon's claws struck at him. In Li Hong's current state, it's hard to dodge an attack from such a close distance. That's when it happened. The Elven Queen swung her sword and interrupted the ancient dragon's attack. Li Hong was curious. And who is this woman who suddenly appeared? Don't say those frustrating words. We have to kill her. The moment you see the Elven Queen, the elves are boiling again. It's Sophia-sama of the Guardian Organization. Great, we have help. Your second identity seems to be famous, too. So I'm going to get a third identity. Here's what's going on. Who is this guy who is even more arrogant than Shiros? Although I don't know if he can be trusted. But we're still companions for the time being. You're going too far. Can you change the rhetoric? The offensive was interrupted several times. Gu Long fell into complete madness. Several people also understood. Now is not the time to chat. They must first find a way to kill the ancient dragon in front of them. But see this scene in front of me. The elves were all frozen. One is because they didn't expect it. Sophia. He actually knew the strangers brought by Shiros. The second is because the combat effectiveness of the three people in front of him is too much. Strong after all. Sophia is a member of the Guardian Order, which they are familiar with. So, it's no surprise that he can cut off the claws of an ancient dragon with a single sword. But Li Hong is a foreigner. He was able to burst Gu Long's other claw with one punch. Even more terrifying was the white-haired magician. He only unleashed a spell, can trap the ancient dragon on the ground, and can't move. Sophia reacted almost immediately. Take advantage of the opportunity when the ancient dragon can't move. Cut off the ancient dragon's head with a single sword. But Sophia overlooked one thing. As a result of the slash, just now, the head of the ancient dragon flew right towards the elves. Moment of truth. Li Hong forcibly blocked Gu Long's head with his foot. With a loud bang came. The crisis in the elven village has been resolved. I'm dying of exhaustion in Kairos. And the stomach is still hungry. I don't want to eat vegetables today. I'm going to eat meat. Okay, I'll go get ready. Fast forward a week. The elven village was also rebuilt. Snorri took Frey and the two, called to his palace alone. Li Hong, why haven't you grown at all? How long are you going to put up with it? In the face of Nora's provocations, Li Hong didn't care at all. I didn't plan to open my eyes at all. As a queen, you're really not wary at all. I didn't even bring a single guard. Just stay in the same room as two men. You can open your eyes. Rest assured, the strength of this seat is enough to protect yourself. See Sophia in front of you. Li Hong was taken aback. Isn't that the arrogant woman? This work is a thank you to both in the name of the Queen. Especially Frey. I didn't expect you to take only a few days. And rebuilt our village. And the evolution magic you use is bounced into a magic skill. Your strength is really amazing for this work. We don't need these kind words between us. It's right. It's time for you to tell me who you really are. Ostensibly, the elven Queen Nora. Behind the scenes, it's Sophia of the Guardian Organization. He also knows about the relationship between Frey and Rich. So Frey was curious. What exactly is Snorri's true identity? This seat is actually Richie's minions. What kind of kid even has minions? This is the only surviving ice and snow spirit in the whole continent. See the people who were slaughtered by Demigate. Although I would love to avenge them, but not at all a match for Demigetter. So I couldn't refuse Li Qi's offer. What Li Hong said just now was right. Your vigilance is too low. Even if we are Li Qi's people, you shouldn't expose yourself either. If we were other the people sent by Getter to spy on Li Qi, I don't believe you because of Li Qi. That's because my mother, Sheila, trusts you. Heard. You and your mother have met in the inner world of the sacred tree. Mother, thank you so much for your continued efforts. A simple thank you won't get us away. You don't need to say it. This seat also knows. Come with me. I'm here to give you some good stuff. If what kind of vegetable? I can't spare you. That's it. Frey and the others followed Snora to the bottom of the palace. Where are we going? Go to the rhizome of the world tree. You're the first to get in. Several of them are now clearly underground, but it's still very bright. Is this a fly that emits light? Those are elves. It's truly a rare sight in the world. We're here. That's what I'm going to give you. There was even a tree in the tree. This is the essence of the world tree. After some selection, Snow stretched his hand and plucked 2 fruits from the tree. Eat him. As she spoke, Snora handed the fruit to the 2 Freys. Didn't I say I didn't want to eat vegetables anymore? This is not a vegetable. This is the fruit. Is there any difference? This is no ordinary fruit. Just eat him. Doubles your magic power in a single day. Looks like I'm going to have to thank Sheila Lang. As he spoke, Frey put the fruit into the space bag. Don't you eat it. I just don't eat it for a while. Unprepared with the fragile body of a human being. You may have to stay in bed for a week if you take this fruit. I'll talk about it when I'm ready. You're so bored. See how casual your friends are. That's when Frey knew. Li Hong directly will. The whole fruit was swallowed in one gulp. Are you crazy? Didn't you hear what I just said? The next second, a terrifying magic erupted in Li Hong's body. Calm your mind. Although I temporarily dispelled his magic, but it's going to come back soon. This woman actually poisoned me. Shut up and focus. Snowa, on the other hand, began to gloat. It looks like the village will be quiet this week. I'm going to kill you. It's all your fault. As she spoke, Snora took off her mask. Because it's really fun to fight. It didn't take long. The elves threw a feast for Frey. Be a hero who saved the village. Frey is favored by a lot of elves. They don't stop expressing his affection to Frey, although lived for so many years. But Frey didn't know how to deal with the situation. He even began to envy Li Hong, who had eaten the grain. Love is the hero who saved the elven village. Frey was favored by many young elves. He clearly couldn't take the enthusiasm of these elves. What's going on? How our big hero looks a little embarrassed. The person who came was none other than Frey's old acquaintance, Camille. You're for the previous bazaar. Let's go now. It turned out that Frey was not used to this feeling. He wanted Camille to help him cope. Soon after, Frey finally escaped from the elves. But he didn't expect it. Snora was waiting at Cirrus's house early in the morning. His Majesty. Then I'll quit first. After Shiro's left, only Frey and Snora were left. When I first came here, Heroes is my friend who talks about everything. He didn't care about this seat at all. The identity of the Ice Elves. What happened to you? Did you kill another ancient dragon? I wish it were. I was. It shouldn't disturb your rest. But get ready to go with me to meet Richie. He seemed to say that he had something to discuss with us. That's it. Snora took Frey on his way to meet Richie. As the queen of the great forest, is it really okay to leave the village without permission? Of course it's fine. As long as you don't get discovered. We've got to hurry. Richie, he doesn't like to wait for people. Are you going to go on a walk? The movement of the teleportation was too loud. We can't do it any other way. As soon as the words fell, Frey was directly at the feet of the two. Construct a teleportation magic. Snorra was curious. Why did Frey use teleportation magic? Want to pass it to Richie's residence. Don't you have to draw a magic circle over there? That's right. But I don't need to. With that, Frey and the two disappeared into the teleportation array. It didn't take long. The two appeared right in front of Richie's house. This kind of magic really surprised Snorra a little. He didn't expect that. Frey was able to teleport here with just the coordinates. Wait for Frey and the others to open the door. Only to find that Richie had already prepared space magic. Come and greet the two. Now come here. It just so happens that I have something I want to ask Richie about. Snorra couldn't help but wonder. What exactly does Frey want to do? You're here. Let's sit down and have a cup of tea. Snorra obediently sat down. But Frey had no intention of sitting down. You already know that. Oladin is not Nor's teeth. For this matter. How are you going to explain it to me? I just didn't think that would work. As he spoke, Richie placed the peeled apple on the table. Unexpectedly, Frey kicked the apple away. Frey, what the hell are you going to do? What are you kidding? Because of your word. The three of us nearly lost our lives. So you're trying to get me to apologize to you. Not that I want it. It's you who have to do it. Nora didn't understand. Why did Frey provoke Richie so much? To know. Richie is one of the 5 destroyers of Demi-Dut. Well, I'm sorry. In the future, I will analyze the reliability of the information. Noira didn't expect Rich to actually apologize. After the purpose is achieved, Frey sat down generously. That's when Snorra knew. Frey was trying to test Richie. Is it really betrayed Demi Knight? If it's fake, Strange must not have been able to tolerate Frey's insults to him. But in case Richie really is the enemy, Nefri and Snowa, there is a high probability that they will die on the spot. He is one of the 5 destroyers of Demigate. Just hook your finger, and you'll be able to wipe Frey to ashes. But Frey repeatedly provoked Richie. It turned out that Frey was wondering, did he really betray the Demigate family? Fortunately, the final result did not disappoint Frey. And Richie called them over this time. It was to show Frey something. What is it? This is the crystallization of Andra's explosion. The energy in this. And the crystallization of Lux before. Not a level at all. If you can absorb this, Frey believed, you can enter the realm of 8 stars in an instant. It is even possible to gain access to Andra's divine powers. But the price of gaining divine power is Frey loses his mana. This also means Frey was no longer a magician. What do you want to do with me? Drink that thing. After 3 months, join me for an internal meeting with Demigate. Internal meetings. It wasn't just Demigate and his minions. To participate. That's right. So Frey is my minion. Richie, what do you mean by that? Even if Frey uses the power of other demigates, gain divine powers, he can't be your fangs. His Holiness will also attend the meeting. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by them? Demigate is not an omniscient being. It's like I didn't find Oladin to be bait. His Holiness also makes some mistakes. So you're trying for me to drink this to gain divine power. Then pretend to be your teeth. I'm sorry, I can't agree to your request. Why? Because I'm a magician. I don't want to lose my magic for the sake of divine power. You're doing this for the dignity of a magician. I'm just doing this to deal with Gamegate. If you can have both divine power and magical power. So what will you choose? No need to ask. It makes no sense to assume at all. This is not a hypothesis. If it's you, it can definitely be done. Because you're different from everyone else. You are a member of the Black family. What did you suddenly mention about my family? I knew this a long time ago. The 3rd son of the Black family is uneducated. I don't know anything about magic. In the end, he was abandoned by his family. Actually, when I first met you, even I was taken aback. After all, the wife of the Black family turned out to be a strong man. He also shouted to punish Demigate. But you're Demigate. Why do you know so much about a human family? Not a single Demigate. I don't know about your Black family. In simple terms, Your black family is an experiment. Since a long time ago, we're just looking into it. A way to make divine power and magic exist at the same time. And the overall person in charge of this program, it's Frey the Destroyer. Although it is not known who Rein is, but he silently wrote down the name in his mind. After tens of thousands of failures and hundreds of years of research, eventually, he created the black family you belong to. Wait a minute. Could it be that the black family was created by Demigate? That's right, because the Gastwuk Empire was deeply affected. The influence of the Demigators. So, the information that Frey got earlier. It all makes sense. Sapler once said, Lit Black approached Demigate. Plus before Shaz. Say that Frey is also a member of the black family. And even proposed. Tell Frey to stop learning magic. So, all the puzzles are solved. All the puzzles are solved. Frey's black family. It turned out to be the product of the research of the Demigate family. Even if the people of your family become minions, nor does it lose its magic. So drink the crystals and join me in the meeting. Until this moment, Frey just knew. Crossing into this body by yourself. Probably not by accident. Too much information was accepted at once. Frey needed a little time to digest it. Give me a little more time. Let me think about it, said. Frey placed Andra's crystals in the space bag. I can give you time to think about it. But don't keep me waiting too long. Because I don't like to wait for others. The screen turns. Come to the Torkin Mountains. The immortal bird lived up to its trust and became the king here. The Torquan dragon as the predator of the undead birds. Now they can only prostrate at his feet. After completing what Frey had entrusted him with, the immortal bird shifted its gaze into the distance. It was a mountain towering into the sky. It is also the residence of Frey's friends. The immortal bird has been in this mountain range for so long. I haven't set foot on this island once. So he decided to come here to find out. But at this moment, the undead bird meets a human on the island. It stands to reason that no human being could set foot here. Suddenly, a stinging pain struck the undead bird's head. He remembered the woman, the fear that had once brought him something. The immortal bird is clear. Those are Talquay's memories. It's just that Torquay doesn't know what's in front of him. Who is this woman? In order to know the identity of this person, the immortal bird followed. Soon the immortal bird followed the woman. Came to the entrance of the Hughes dungeon. See what you're looking for. The woman was a little excited. Someone entered the last room. The immortal bird didn't understand it at all. What is the woman in front of you saying? Great. I've waited so long. You're finally back. What does that mean? Who is that person in your mouth? Tell me who you really are. What exactly is the purpose? But the immortal bird hasn't touched the woman yet. The woman turned into a cloud of smoke and vanished. The immortal bird was curious. What the hell is that woman who was sacred? If you follow Tolton's memory, then he has lived for at least 1,000 years. Meanwhile, Li Hong is still in the rhizome of the world tree. Absorb the magic of the fruit. And here is what Frey can think of. The only place that won't be disturbed. If you want to absorb the crystals of Demigate, Frey will have to spend at least a week or so. There is food and water next to Li Hong. You can rest assured that you can cultivate here. You're really excessive. He's a carnivore. I think it's kind of fun. I'll go first. Hopefully you will survive. Frey is well aware. This body can have both magic and divine powers. It's no longer human. If Frey absorbs Andra's crystals, then he can no longer be called a human being. But as long as you can kill the Demigate family, even if it becomes a monster, Frey was also willing. Almost at the moment of swallowing the crystal, a powerful divine power poured out of Frey's body. Meanwhile, Snorra was staring at the world tree in the distance. He couldn't understand it. Frey, who can hold both divine and magical powers. What kind of existence will it become? He didn't expect it either. A human with a lifespan of less than 100 years can be given to him. So much fun. Gain the power to defeat Demigate. Frey gave up his dignity as an archmage. From the moment he swallowed Andra's divine power crystal, Frey can no longer be called human. A few days later, Li Hong woke up, finally suppressed the restless magic. I'm exhausted. But Snora really didn't lie to me. I feel like I'm getting stronger. That's when it happened. He spotted Frey behind him. Do you want to have some too? Lao Tzu would rather starve to death. Anyway, I've been sitting here for a few days. 9 days later, Li Hong suddenly discovered Frey at the moment. Although it looks like a normal human, but I can be in him. Seeing the figure of his master. You seem to be getting stronger again. That's right, I'm 8 stars now. How old are you this year? I'm about 20 years old. Then remember to call me Big Brother in the future. It seems that our mission this time has also been accomplished. 20-year-old Brazilian magician Li Hong. Unexpectedly, there are more demonic beings in the world than themselves. Maybe Frey can really succeed in his crusade against demi-dut. It's almost time for me to do my own thing. What's up? I've been looking for Kaskin's relics before. Listen to the master. Want to surpass Kaskin? You have to find the 3 artifacts he left behind. Who is the master in your mouth? The heir to the previous Wu King's power. He was an old man with a violent personality. The strength is also very great. Looks like you're following him. So what are your plans for the future? Li Qi asked me to pretend to be his teeth. Attend a meeting of the Demigate family. That's too surprising. The time to come. Frey told Spirit what had happened in the past few days. Other words, you now. It is a hybrid that can use both divine and magical powers. You're right. Now it seems. I am indeed a mongrel. I didn't expect it to be like this. You're really miserable. Not long after. Frey was about to part with Li Hong. Siros, this fool, will trouble you. Actually, nothing. I'm just taking him out of the forest. That being said, Siros blushed and glanced at Li Hong. 1.5 years later. There is a meeting between the major organizations. When the time comes, a large group of important people will come. What are you talking to me about? I'm going to make a big fuss then. Didn't you say that? Now the major organizations are such dirty places as pigsties. It's going to have to be a big cleanup. And then you don't have nothing to do all day. How do you always like to be Riddler? What the hell are you trying to say? Let's have a big fight. Let those who organize know. What the hell are you going to do? Hear Frey's words. Li Hong couldn't help laughing. That's it. We'll see you in 1.5 years. That's it. Frey looked at the figures of Siros and Li Hong fade away. But after the two left, Frey immediately changed his expression. What do you want to do, Snoa? As soon as the words fell, Snora jumped from the tree behind her. When wearing this dress, it's better for you to call this Sophia. I can't tell the difference. I didn't expect the change to be so big. Is this the power of crystallization? Are you now ready to go to Sword Ridge? Let this work accompany you. Soon, the figures of the two reappeared in front of Richie's house. Just as Frey was about to open the room, suddenly, he received a message from Richie. Don't come in, find a place to hide. Immediately abandoned the dignity of a magician. In the end, he chose to accept Demigate's divine powers. But when Frey finds Richie, Richie sent a message to Frey to hide. The next second, a monster that looks like Medusa walked out of Richie's house. It's weird. I've just met. Ming sensed the fluctuation of mana. I guess it's your delusion. There is no one else here but us. But I always feel it. You seem to be hiding something from me. The two Frey realized. The monster in front of him is also a demigate. Because I was too nervous. Noira stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. The movement in the woods was also discovered by Demigate. Where are you going? There seems to be someone over there. That's my minions. Didn't you just say it was my delusion? You don't know. Are we going to hide the identities of our minions from each other? You're right. That's what His Holiness taught us. But you seem to have forgotten one thing. My eyes are good. I didn't expect your minions to be elves. So what do you want to say? If memory serves. The bait that Nor made not long ago was also an elf. The moment he finished speaking, Richie drew his sword. Demigate was cut into 3 pieces in an instant. Finally found it. It turns out that you are a traitor. Great. I'm going to tell Anunta about this. Can be a second. Richie smashes his doppelganger to pieces. 7 Demigate's blood splashed in front of Frey and the others. They found. The blood of this demigate is strongly toxic. And Frey hadn't even seen Richie draw his knife just now. He realized. The gap between himself and the destroyer is too great. Ran away from 2. Hear this. Frey's pupils shrank suddenly. One fled to the south. Another fled into the woods. Leave the one in the woods to us. Hydra is extremely vital and toxic. Be careful. His blood, if he accidentally got a little bit on it, it instantly turns into blood. His weakness is fire. Even if it was cut into 9 sections. He's also demigate. Wait until I'm done dealing with the south side. I'm going to look for you. Meanwhile, Hydra found I. The traitors of the Mage clan seemed very happy. Frey and Snorra were in hot pursuit. Spread out and find it. There was no battle plan. Just do your own thing. Soon, Frey spotted Hydra in front of him. Because his weakness is fire, Frey immediately used smoke hell. But to Frey's surprise, Hydra escaped from the smoke hell. Merely, his body had been burned by the magic he had just had. Can be a second. Hydra's right body grew back on. Almost at the same time, Snorra slashed at Hydra. But Hydra's tenacious vitality renders Nora's slash useless. Hydra even had time. A cloud of venom spews at Snowa. If at the current distance, Snorra simply didn't have time to dodge. Moment of truth. A magical barrier blocked Hydra's venom. Just a few minutes of effort. Hydra grew a second head. Snorra was clear. He now has to work for Frey. Fight for time to unleash the magic. The next second, Hydra's 2 heads. It slammed right into Snorra. Fortunately, Snorra reacted in a timely manner. He put a knife in Hydra's mouth. After the weakening of Hydra's power, Snorra stabbed both of his heads back. Snorra couldn't imagine. Even Demigate has been cut into 9 sections. But he still has such a strong strength. Della has only 1/9 of his strength left. But he can still crush the Elven Queen with ease. The only thing Snorra's can do now. It's about buying time for Frey. It's really Richie's minions. But I don't know if you can stop it. As soon as the words fell, Hydra spat out a burst of snake whispering. Every snake in it. All possessed the toxicity of Hydra's horror. Once one is missed, Snorra would turn into blood on the spot. Minutes and seconds passed. Snorra began to become overwhelmed. His mask also fell off. The dense snake language made him take care of himself. Although Snorra is eager to avenge her people, but the difference in strength between him and Demigate is too great. Snorra was completely out of energy. All that awaits him is death. Moment of truth. A familiar magic shield appears on Snorra again. And Hydra. At this time, he also discovered the anomaly behind him. He wondered why the sun was in the north. But he soon found out. The real sun is slowly setting. And this sun to the north is slowly approaching himself with a person. It turned out that this was an 8-star magic that Frey had been preparing for a long time. Eternally scorching. As Frey pressed his hand down, Hydra was swallowed by the sun in front of him. Intense glow. It also made Nora on the ground open her eyes. He saw Demi Night, who can't resist even with all her might, dissipated in the air. He couldn't imagine. Frey used only one spell. Kill the mighty Demi Night. Snorra suddenly realized. Perhaps in this war, yourself is just a liability. But Snorra didn't know. Frey for today's moment. It took 4,000 years. In that dark abyss, Frey studied the magic path. Nothing else can be done. Now after breaking through 8 stars, Frey was finally available for 4,000 years. The result of his own research day and night. Now there is even confidence that he can beat Demigate. After one group was picked up by Frey, Snorra also slowly recovered. He couldn't imagine. Frey after defeating a Demidet. I didn't even look tired at all. That's when it happened. Richie also after taking out the clone in the south. Rushed over. Seen Frey take out Demigate's doppelganger. Richie was also a little surprised. Although only 1/9 of the strength of Demigate. But this is still not something that humans can easily do. Soon after, Beechcraft took the two back to his home again. News of Hydra's killing. Ananta should find out soon. Ananta is the destroyer who is good at using poison. That's when Frey knew. Demigate, who fought with himself 4,000 years ago. It's called Ananta. Look at the way you look. I think I've already decided. The crystals you gave me have been absorbed, but I haven't tested the divine power in my body yet. Unexpectedly, you can easily grasp the power of Demigate. It's not as hard as you think. The meeting will be held in 3 months. You can't use magic during this time. You have to become proficient in using your divine powers as soon as possible. His Holiness is not an all-knowing and all-powerful God, but his eyesight is good. You must not let him see that he can use magic. Then start training now. I'm going to have to say something ugly. The training process can be very hard. Can you hold on? Frey finally decides to pretend to be Richie's minions. Attend a meeting between Demigate. In order not to be discovered by his Holiness, Frey must quickly learn how to use divine powers. Just as Frey followed Richie to leave, Snorra suddenly rushed over and hugged Frey. I've heard that humans were separated from their best friends. We'll hug each other. That being said, but there was a flush on Nora's cheeks. But he had already betrayed him. That's a shame. If you are holding Li Hong, I guess he'll pull it himself. But Richie was curious. I haven't heard of it myself. There is also such a ritual among human beings. Today's separation. I don't know when we'll meet again. I hope you're all well. Time flies. 2 months have passed. This time, Frey had been training his powers with Richie. The content of the training is simple. As long as Frey can use divine powers, just force Richie to draw his knife. That being said, but during this 2-month period, Rich didn't even touch the hilt. All he had to do was wave his hand. Can be easily dispersed. Thunder and lightning created by Frey with divine power. But Frey was not without growth during this time. He used Andra's divine powers. Created a lot of new moves. Nowadays he uses. That's what he can do at this stage. The most powerful attack. It's a pity. The lightning still didn't touch Richie's body. But the purpose of the training has been achieved. Richie drew his sword. Great. You've finally drawn your sword. You're qualified. This concludes the training. Actually, Richie didn't expect it either. Frey was able to meet his requirements within 2 months. Now it seems, his talent is even stronger than that of Snorra. No one comes to me these days. It seems that Hydra's affairs have not yet been discovered. It's about the same time now. It's time for us to go out to the meeting. We'll be in pilot. Use the portal to travel to the kingdom of Luyanov. Ua Damigate also uses a portal. If you want to turn into a puddle of blood, let's use the time-traveling spell now. That's it. Frey followed Richie and began walking to pilot. But Frey never thought of it. This kind of thing will happen to you one day. I planted this tree. I drove this way. I want to live from now on. Leave to buy road money. Met our red-eyed bandits. Count you both out of luck. Hand over all your belongings. Then we may be able to spare your lives. Even if you want to kill me, too. Bastard, you guy is as skinny as a bamboo pole. The knife in his hand is not bad. Give us the money and spare our lives. Are you the legendary heroes of the Green Forest? Crooked. If you die, you won't take the money. I'll kill you. I'm sorry. I don't know much about the world yet. Just as Richie was about to shell out the money, Frey reached out and stopped him. With a snap of Frey's fingers, the terrifying thunder and lightning instantly engulfed the red-eyed bandits. Almost in the blink of an eye, the bandits who were still menacing just now, they were all lying on the ground. You've used your divine powers. Why didn't they be killed? Because it's just this group of goods. Killing them is too dirty for Lao Tzu's hands. With that, Frey continued on his way. But Richie had no intention of leaving. What are you doing? Why don't you go quickly? You humans are multifaceted. It's really interesting. Hear Li Chi's words. Frey turned his head. What do you mean? Not sometime. It's not early, let's go. The meeting between gates will begin in a month's time. Meanwhile, a secret organization on the human side is having a conversation. I think I've heard that the knife is in action. Yes, that's why we're together. Miss Charl. Cheryl is Pissaman's second-in-command in the night, although it looks like a girl. But she's actually a vampire who's hundreds of years old. Do you know where she's going? The news we got was Pilot. So, it's up to a few of us to deal with Gamegate. Have you forgotten that we dealt with Nalsh? At the expense of Traumen's roundtable. But in the end, only Nors was obtained. Is Demigate, who manipulates death, a broken piece of information? Rest assured, we're not here to crusade against anyone. To be exact, our purpose this time is to track. You seem to be very young. What's your name? My name is Shaz Black. He is the second son of the Black family. Straw insurers will be the smallest cadres. I think you seemed pretty famous. I've heard that Demigate is going to get together. How do you know? Hear Cheryl's words. Shaz was silent. I know. Could it be that you eavesdropped on your father's conversation? You don't have to be afraid, little one. I heard that it was you who killed your relatives in righteousness. Denounced his father in person. But it's hard to hear. You're the most suspicious. After all, who would want to believe in a rebel who sells his belly for glory? After a moment of silence, Charles began to continue sharing information. The meeting place is somewhere in Luyunov. The knife will use a portal and Pilot. Travel to Luyunov. Doesn't Demigate teleport? Mr. Jerome, you mentioned it. Demigate uses portals. It's to bring the apostles who can't teleport in space. Heard about this meeting. The Demigates would take their apostles with them. Are you sure? That's what we do at all costs. The cause of this matter is also investigated. Dozens of Demigate gathered for a meeting. This is the first time. There must be some conspiracy among them. Even so, stalking a Demigate is no different from committing suicide. Be a little careless. We could be wiped out. But only the words of the apostles. If discovered, it's better to just kill it. Meanwhile, Frey and Richie have arrived at Pilot. This time, Frey is still using Carl's identity in order to avoid those unnecessary troubles. Rich also faked a fake identity. But Frey didn't expect that. Richie's fake identity actually uses his real name. After entering Pilot, the two for the first time, I went and applied for the right to use the portal. But unfortunately, they won't be able to ride the portal until 3 days later, since there are still a few days left. Then I'll go out first. Frey was curious. What can Beechcraft do in Pilot? I'm going to Black's house. They already knew I was coming. Even if I don't go, they will also send people to me. Even if you change your face. I don't want to give it to you because of that. Cause trouble. And I'm over now. Maybe you can find out about the Rhine's movements. Because I think your father is the fangs of the Rhine. To be honest, I don't want to talk about it. Although the major organizations already know. He and Demigate were in the same boat. But no one doubted that he would be teething. Because he's been using magic until now. We are the Black family. It can contain both divine and magical powers. Probably the most fatal weakness for organizations. Report Lit's movements to the people of the major organizations. It's Char's, but Frey is curious. Char's. Why the secrets of the Black family were not revealed. He couldn't help but be suspicious. Could it be that there is another conspiracy in Zayas? Lot is the domain of the Black family. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble to Frey, Richie decides to take the initiative to go to the Black family. Before leaving, Richie told Frey, someone is stalking them. Frey was curious. Why didn't I notice it at all? Someone is using the beginning and end to observe secretly. It turns out that Richie was living in the forest. He was always watched. Now these people see Richie take back the barrier. In person, we'll definitely be secretly tracked. I kind of know. Those guys in your mouth. It's supposed to be a member of a big organization. If nothing else, they should all be cadres-level masters. After I left, they're definitely going to have their eye on you. After all, compared to Demigate, they prefer to face a minion. What are you going to do? If you want, I'm going to go out and kill them now. Still don't use it. I'm also curious about the strength of the people in these organizations. It's kind of interesting. So you're trying to test their value. You'd better be careful. I don't want our plans to fail because of these people. After Richie is gone, a moth flew into the tavern. Meanwhile, someone from the bell tower secretly observes Richie's figure. Where is this kid going? That direction seems to be the Black House. I'm from the Black family. Leave the task of monitoring the knife to me. Before leaving, Charles glanced at Cheryl, who had her eyes closed. Originally, the person who used the demon to spy on Frey was none other than Cheryl, who was the man next to the knife. He is a mercenary named Carl Rackdun. Disappeared about 2 months ago while on a mission. There is no need to investigate his identity anymore. At first glance, it looks like an imposter. I'll reopen my investigation. No need for me to do it myself. Time is fast. In the evening, Cheryl was sure. There is no one around to follow you. Then he didn't hesitate to bite his finger. After this, Cheryl drew a summoning circle on the ground with her blood. It didn't take long. I saw a surge of demonic energy in the summoning array. A demon appears in the summoning circle. It's been a long time. Charl Lilith, I have one thing I want to ask you for. How could I possibly refuse? What about our cute little bats? I want you. Go to the 3rd floor of a hotel in the west side of Pilot. Help me investigate a guy named Carl Rackdun. You summoned me, the Queen of Succubus. Is it just to investigate a human being? No clues can be left in the investigation. Now I can believe it. It's only you, the Grand Duke of the Demon Realm. You're really good at talking. It's not in vain that I love you so much. Say, what do you want me to investigate? You check it for me. Did the Demigate have a meeting? If any, what is their purpose? Rest assured, my cute little bat. I'll be back soon. After Lilith left, Cheryl began to pass the time reading a book on the sidelines. It didn't take long. Lilith's figure appeared right next to Cheryl. I'm really sorry. My cute little bat, I failed. Is she really human? General, as long as my ass is cocked, no man can stand it. But the kid didn't pay any attention to me. What kind of man is he? No wonder he became a magician. Investigate intelligence about Demigate. Cheryl sent the Grand Duke of the Demon Realm, Succubus Queen Lilith. But here's the surprise. Frey actually resisted Lilith's temptation completely. I've heard. Humans remain virgins until the age of 30. You can awaken your magic and become a magician. But he doesn't look like he's in his 30s. Originally, I wanted to forcibly seize his memory. But because it's too dangerous, I just gave up. That kid. He also signed a contract with the Grand Duke of the Demon World. Hear this. Cheryl was also taken aback. Although I don't know who the other party is. But keep looking. We will definitely be exposed. Meanwhile, Azura was sitting next to Frey, who looked scared. I really didn't expect that. The other side will send the Succubus Queen into my dreams. I almost couldn't help it. Thank you. If not you, I might have to go to the bathroom to wash my underwear for the night. Even without me, shouldn't you be able to hold on to it with your mental strength? If only he had been a little stronger. I'm probably going to surrender right away. Just a succubus. I can actually sit in a position of great achievement. What else does he have to do besides that mouth? It's disgusting. After the Azura left, Frey began to analyze the approximate strength of the people sent by the organization, able to summon the great feats of the demon realm. If nothing else, it should be the vice president of Pizaman Knight. Li Hong also told Frey before. Vice president of Pizaman Knight. It's a vampire named Cheryl. So Frey had a headache. After all, We will have to fight side by side in the future. It definitely can't hurt his heart, and now even if Frey explains, Cheryl won't stop either. The next day, Richie is finally back. But it's a pity. He didn't find anything. I didn't find Rhine and Lit Black. Then why are you only coming back now? I met your second brother. He was the one who helped me lead the way. Originally, I wanted to come back directly, but I happened to meet him at the door. Frey was clear. This is a good thing that they have arranged a long time ago. Ridge goes to Black. Family organization. We'll definitely send a little bit of the smallest chars to keep an eye on him. However, Frey did not tell Richaz who he was. After all, in Frey's eyes, Richie is also demigate. As it stands, organizations are already joining forces. How about your side? Someone must have been sent from the other side. I don't know very well, but they look very deliberate. I guess when the time comes, they'll get close to me. Richie knew very well what Frey was hiding from him. But Richie didn't ask much. Soon after, the two of them came to the largest city in Luyanov. Lupe Frey was curious. It's hard to do it. This is where the demigates chose the meeting place. We're just here to do something first. I didn't expect that. They came with them again. Frey didn't expect it either. The people of that organization would be stupid enough to be like this. He was curious. Don't those people know? Is it dangerous to track demigate? In the future, we may be able to join forces. So I don't want to kill them here. So what do you want to do? It occurred to me that I had an idea. Humanity is faced with this situation. There's a very good way to do it. Otherwise, this time, I'm going to learn from your human methods. After speaking, Rich suddenly sped up and ran through the crowd. The destroyer of Rigate has been discovered by humans, but Richie's first choice was to run away. Originally, in order to be able to kill Demigate together in the future, Rich didn't want to kill these people in the order, although Cheryl and the others followed as soon as possible. It's a pity, though. They eventually lost it. Meanwhile, Frey and Richie, already in one of the alleys of Lupe. It looks like we've got rid of them. It's quite fun to play with once in a while. You go in and get the mask. There will be a man in an old hat to receive you inside. What to do with the mask? He can hide the divine power in your body. You can't reveal your identity. Otherwise, you will not be able to participate in this meeting. Don't you have to go in? The man inside was His Holiness's subordinate. If you go in together, he will see that you are my minion. After entering, Frey found that inside was a long flight of stairs. Frey didn't expect that. On the backside of the kingdom of Luyanov, there is still such a place. After a long time, a room appeared in front of Frey. Look at what's in the room. It's like an ordinary antique shop, and except for antiques, there are only a few dilapidated magic chests here. Welcome. Please, is there something wrong with you? Frey discovered. This girl in front of you. There is no breath of a living person on his body. This means that the clerk here is also a magic chest. I didn't expect you to look young. The eyesight is not bad. I saw a man with green hair open the curtain. Walked out of Ellie. You stand down. I'm going to entertain this guest myself. Welcome to the grocery store in Hart. I'm the boss here. Hart saw the hat the man was wearing. Frey knew that Hart was His Holiness's subordinate. I didn't expect you to be quite tight-mouthed. As he spoke, Hart pulled out a mask. If I'm not mistaken, you should have come to get this. Frey didn't say anything. Directly reached out and prepared to take the face from Hart's hand. But at this moment, Hart saw it. The great sage's staff on Frey's wrist. Hart jerked to his feet. Wait a minute, can you show me your bracelet? Nothing in the world can fool my eyes. Not sure what it is, though. But certainly a treasure. I haven't seen it in a long time. Such a rare magic item. If you guessed it right, that should be a product of the Age of Light. I'm sorry I can't show you this. Even I don't have the confidence to make such a treasure. Let me take a look. I appreciate your craftsmanship, but I can't let you see it. If you say so, then I'll have to make a ruthless move. I advise you not to be impulsive, in case something happens. I can't guarantee your safety. But Frey didn't expect that. Hart actually knelt at his feet. Please, just let me take a look. Scared the hell out of me. Is this what you call a ruthless move? No matter what Frey says. Hart grabbed Frey's clothes. Won't let go. By the way, I just wanted to ask you a question. Okay, just ask. Can you make a golem with 1 million mana? Halter's eyes widened for a moment. Does that really exist? No, I'm just curious to ask. If it really exists, it should be difficult to make too. Behind the wooden door is a mysterious antique shop, and the owner of the antique shop. He is also a man who has studied alchemy a lot. Frey asked Hart, is it possible to make a dream with a value of 1 million? But the answer is still almost impossible. And so it was. The number one alchemist I know said the same. But Hart, who heard this, laughed. The world's number one alchemist. Are you kidding? Listen up. A person who is qualified to call himself the number one alchemist in the world. There are only 3 in the entire continent. The first is the Tower Master of the 11-story Magic Tower. Isn't the highest of the Magic Tower only 10 floors? There are 11 floors of Magic Towers. He's gassed. One of the secret keepers of the Yuk Empire. I can't tell you anything else. The second is Aksu in the northern snowy region. Although this man is a magician, but in terms of alchemy, it has already surpassed the 11th floor of the Magic Tower. After all, that guy is an old monster who has lived for thousands of years. It's understandable. That is to say, he has the best craft. But you don't want to move this person at all, because that guy spends all year round in an underground cave. Immerse yourself in the study of magic. His personality is also very weird. If you rush to look for it, maybe you'll suffer a big loss. You don't have to worry about that. I'm pretty good at dealing with these kinds of people. And this last person, far away, sight, it's down there. Didn't think about it. Frey was now shopping for antiques in the store. Generally the kind of people who like to sell themselves and boast. I don't have any big skills at all. You're right. I'm really just a little person. Since changing this body, after being reduced to a marginal person, it's not as humble as it used to be. It's not your body. Don't look at me like I am. I was once a member of a noble race. Hard scales that can't be cleaved with any sword. A huge body that can hide the sun. And also, that's a stronger heart than any power plant. It's a pity that these were taken away by Demigate. Although my profound knowledge allowed me to survive. But I think, those demigates just want to humiliate us. Actually, my real identity is a dragon. Hear Hart's words. Frey couldn't help but remember what Benin once said to himself. According to the records of the time, the battlefield is in shambles. Not even the body of the dragon was found. The only dragon left. It's a half-dragon that hasn't hatched yet. People Benin want to know everything on the dragon. Almost all of them are rare treasures. So it's normal to not find a body on the battlefield. And in that case, the only one who could take the body was Dinadet. But Frey was puzzled. The corpse of the dragon was to Demigate. There shouldn't be any value. So he was curious about what exactly was going on. Are you really a dragon? I almost forgot that you were a minion of Demigate. I'm sorry I was talking too much. You just don't say anything. Now it seems. It's likely that the dragons weren't wiped out. Instead, he was enslaved by Demigate. And according to what Frey knows about Demigate, this kind of behavior is more in line with their style. I didn't expect you to be a good person. What do you think? What is the reason Demigate asked me to stay here? Every tooth in Demigate. They'll all come to me to take this mask. Most teeth will laugh at it in order to survive. And I succumb to Demigate. Because of these people. All are traitors who choose to follow Demigate. The purpose of Demigate. I just want to take advantage of my down-and-out appearance. Tell those teethers. How right they were. Stuck in an antique shop. A man who makes masks for the teethers every day. It was once the most powerful dragon clan. The reason why Demigate didn't kill Halter. I just want the teethers to know how the right choice to betray humanity was. You don't look like any other teether. I don't care what other people think, though, but I appreciate your compassion. No, I don't have sympathy. It's in awe. Originally, 4,000 years ago, the dragon was the first to see Demigate for what he really was, and fight the race to the end. In that war, it's more about dragons and Demi-Gate's battle. Humans can only play a supporting role, and the only one who can go head-to-head with Demigate. It's only with Frey. A group of dragons like the Master is gone. Actually, we didn't lose. The battle is not over either. See what Frey looks like. Hart understood that he was not joking. I understand. It seems that you also have something unspeakable. Are the other dragons like you? There are a few that do, but most of them are already dead. Don't be so serious. It's just some old stuff. Let's take the mask and go. Your host should still be waiting for you nearby. Do you want to stay here? No way, you can see it too. I'm just a prisoner now. Then I can ask you. Make a golem with 1 million mana cores? Just let me see the bracelet. You can't pay the golem. After all, I'm also a businessman. So what do you want? Just give it to me. Yes, but you have to promise me. In dragon language, it seems that you really know me. Won't ask for your bracelet. Don't get me wrong, I'll use dragon feathers. And the bracelet is just to test you. It's satisfying to be able to take a look at it, because it didn't do much to me. Do you have any other requirements? For example, the appearance and so on. As long as you can install a core of 1 million mana, you can do it. I see. Then I would like to ask you to come back again in half a year. Today's guest is truly special, and you look as if you're having fun. I didn't expect to be imprisoned here. You can still meet such people. I'm so excited. Meanwhile, Richie took Frey with him. Continue on your way to the kingdom of Luyanov. Have you been lost before? How did it take so long? Pretty much. It's too deep. What are your plans now? Distance meeting. Isn't there still a month or so to go? The kingdom of Luyanov is called the Land of Nights, but it is also the most corrupt place in all human kingdoms. They also make a lot of nonsense, said to help the man stay alive. In human society, it's strange that there is no corruption. Look at that mountain. Originally near the kingdom of Leonov, which was mainly flatland. There can be such a big mountain. It's rare. Marquis of Dalamon. He is selfish. Any means will be used to achieve the end. He was the most greedy of the nobles of the Leonov kingdom, and on that mountain, there was the slave camp he opened. How can it be? Great kingdoms. Didn't slavery be abolished a long time ago? Who are we human? You're such a simple boy. Slaves have always existed. On the contrary, it is still in a state of short supply. I've heard that you like to kill such bad guys. Exactly 1 week left. You need to drain all the divine power in your body. You go to the concentration camp on that mountain. Destroy them all. The kingdom of Luyanov, known as the Land of Nights. It is the most corrupt place in all human kingdoms. It's Demigate, whose life is like a mustard. Let Frey save the slaves. But Frey, who heard this, was unmoved. I'll wait until I'm done investigating it myself, because I made you kill your kindred. So there is pity? I just don't trust anybody else. With that, Frey set off towards the mountain in front of him. In the depths of that mountain, there is a brightly lit castle. But these guards guarding the city doesn't seem to be worried about someone intruding at all. Meanwhile, Frey was in the grass. Watch their every move. Since there is nothing unusual on the periphery, Frey sneaked into the castle. But as soon as I came in, he discovered the meaning of the castle's existence. Cages everywhere here. Slaves from all races were held inside. It's a terrible weather. Where have you just been? The soldier did not answer. Instead, he threw the slaves in his hands outside the castle. It was a beast girl. It seems that life has long been lost. You're such a pervert. I didn't use much force. He just died. Frey didn't understand. Why are there so many corpses? Slaves should be precious to them. Don't make too much of a fuss. Recently there have been many days of dead slaves. All alarmed the Marquis of Dalamon. As long as it doesn't move, The expensive elven marquis didn't bother to care. And that one wasn't an elf just now. That's when Frey knew. These people used slaves as an outlet for their bestial desires, and a tool to relieve boredom. That's just at this time. The guards heard movement behind them. As soon as they turned around, I saw Frey, who was no longer hidden. You bastard! Where did you come from? I heard that Luyunov is known as the country of knights. And what about your chivalry? Where did neuropathy come from? That being said, the guards still blew their horns. Really? It's a waste of tongue to talk to you junk people, said. Yellow lightning began to appear around the guards. A terrifying energy burst out in the castle in an instant. After feeling the change, the rest of the castle arrived. They raised their weapons. Surround Frey. Frey didn't understand. Do these bastards think they're wearing armor? Is it a knight? He was a little curious. If it's lucid, what would be your thoughts when you see such a scene? That one was called a spy. A man who believed in chivalry all his life. He won't regret it. Sacrificed his life to protect this group of people. As a former best friend, Frey decides to help Lucid put the bastards on trial. Meanwhile, a wine bottle smashed into the guard's head. You just told me you're dead again. I'm sorry, Lord Dalamon. I'm not Jean. Don't you touch the elves? Do you really think that Lao Tzu's money is blown by the wind? Get out of here. If that happens again, you know the consequences. I don't know what I want this bunch of garbage for. Lord Dalamon. What to do with the corpse of the elf? What else can I do? Handle it according to the old rules. Also, today I suddenly wanted to eat basil sauce. I want to eat it hot. The villain will do it. Human corpses were casually discarded outside the castle, and the owner of the castle. But they didn't care whether these slaves lived or died. Compared to the lives of those men, he cares more about whether he can eat hot basil sauce. Lord Dalamon. Big things are not good. What's wrong with it? Is there another elf who is dead? There was an enemy attack, and we were attacked. This little thing will also come to me. What have I done for you with so much money? Won't handle it yourself? That Dalamon lady. The knights of the assistant were all wiped out. Just when Dalamon was taken aback, the ceiling above him began to crumble. The next second, something fell straight over his head. Sudden change. It was a little difficult for Dalamon to react for a while, but soon his face was completely overtaken by horror. Who are you? How would you guys know here? Are you a pig? Can you lose weight? Why are you still stunned? Kill him. The chef heard this. Without saying a word, he took out a kitchen knife and rushed forward. It's just that the kitchen knife is shielded by Frey's body, easily blocked, and a bolt of lightning traveled through the cook's body along the shield. Almost instantly, the cook's body turned into a mist of blood. See a scene like this. Where would the soldiers dare to be the enemy of Frey? You bastard. Where are you going? But Frey just snapped his fingers. The soldier was reduced to ashes in an instant. It all happened so fast. Dalamon didn't have time to react. He is also well aware. You must not be an enemy of Frey. What do you want? I can give it to you. Anything goes. Frey didn't say a word. A foot on Dalamon's body. You ask me what I want. I'm upset right now. So I want to torture you slowly. Where to start? Eyes or tongue? Flashes of lightning flashed. The sound of wailing was constantly heard in the castle. Soon after, Frey took everyone in the camp. Kill him and stand alone by the castle. I don't know what I'm thinking. Richie's figure slowly appeared behind Frey. It seems to be over. It's not over yet. Next comes the most troublesome part. Slaves here. They are still in cages. Richie didn't say anything. Just put your hand on the hilt. Almost instantly, all the cages were severed. You're free. Now it's time to get out of here. But the slaves had no intention of leaving. What is freedom? I don't know what freedom you mean by that. My family and my clan are dead. I don't have the meaning of being alive anymore. You might as well just kill me. Richie was a little puzzled, but he didn't ask the question in his mind. As you wish. As he spoke, Richie pulled out the knife from his waist again. You will be liberated in an instant. There will be no pain. Just as Richie was about to swing his knife, Frey reached out and stopped him. Put down the knife. I'll take care of that. I should be sympathetic now. Still be angry about what happened to you. Unfortunately, even if you die, you won't be at ease. But don't get me wrong. I didn't come to my rescue because I felt sorry for you. It took so much effort for me. You want to die. Now your master is me. It is also for my personal purpose to save you. From now on, I'm going to do it in a month. Kill all those who torture you within. There are many people in this area who are just like you. Became a prisoner. It is estimated that they also feel that they are better off living than dead now. What you think doesn't matter to me. I just want to kill all those greasy faces. Greedy pig dad. You want to know what freedom is? It's up to you to find out. Slaves in cages were freed, but they demanded that Frey and the others kill themselves. It turned out that the families of these slaves were all dead. They no longer have the meaning of living and a long cage life. Let them forget what freedom is. Moment of truth. Frey stepped forward, became the master of these slaves. He's going to kill all the corrupt people here. Take this group of slaves to find the meaning of freedom. You have the face of a wicked man. It gave them a glimmer of hope. Do you want to be a villain hero? That's all I have to say. They can accept it. For those who are desperate, hope is only a bone-bound body. A slave is suddenly freed. It is equivalent to sentencing him to death. Now for them, what is needed is not freedom. It's a time to think alone. Maybe every time they rescued a person who was suffering from the same disease. Maybe you can understand the meaning of freedom. However, Li Qi, who heard this, was indeed a little disdainful. Free for the rest of the time. Frey took the group of slaves with him. Crusade against slave concentration camps. He was hands-on from the start. Later, I only watched from the sidelines. The slaves began to take up arms against the soldiers. One slave after another was freed from their cages. Their ranks are growing. The eyes of these people have gradually become colored. And just like that, all the concentration camps of the Kingdom of Leonov are all destroyed. Your mission is over. It's been a month of hard work. I didn't expect to end up with so many people. So are we free now? Trust your own judgment. Buck, now we have a lot of brothers. I want to feed this group of people. I'm probably going to die of exhaustion, but there is no way. I'm not alone anymore. You said you wanted us to determine for ourselves what freedom is. After this month of ordeal, I finally understand what you were saying. Get such an answer. Frey was also very satisfied. What are your plans for the future? We're going to the Eden Mountains. Because it's a place that is inaccessible. We are going to build a village there. There are a lot of monsters in that place. The process can be very arduous. It's better than being a slave. There are no more terrifying monsters than humans. Except for Lord Tar. Actually, you're right. It seems that they finally understand what freedom is. Did you have guessed that this would be the end? I'm not a god. It's just that I'm convinced that they won't give up. More vicious than demons. But sometimes it's kinder than the angels. In Richie's heart, the surprise that humans brought to him was a little more than that. By the way, it's time for us to go. Magic and part of the divine power in the body. It's almost exhausted. The date of the meeting is approaching soon. If you don't go, it's too late. I forgot to tell you what we're here for. This is where our demigate meeting place is located. As soon as the words fell, the sky above the two of them, a huge crack appeared. Frey didn't hesitate. He immediately took out his mask and put it on. The first to appear is Demigate. Is a giant fiery giant. This is the destroyer of fire. Yagni starts now. You don't have to say another word. Getter and his fangs freed the slaves. As a member of the Big Four organizations, Cheryl and the others were curious. What exactly does Richie want to do? Be a member of Lucid's megaship. Jerome clearly didn't expect that. There will be slave camps near your own country. It was at this time. The sky in front of the 5 people cracked. Trouble us into the crystallization of Demigate. Before the end of the meeting, There is simply no way we can leave. But that's fine. Let's listen to it. What the hell are these bastards up to? I saw that the size of the fire giant in the sky was shrinking. In the end, he took on the form of a human being. Am I the first to arrive? Frey clearly didn't expect that. Debigate is actually free to change forms. I didn't expect you to be brave enough to be brave. What a surprise. After all, I'm the closest to them. Is he your minion? Looks pretty good. Agni didn't expect you to have minions too, because I finally found a suitable person. At the moment of seeing Yagni's minions, Frey froze. He didn't expect to see him again in such a place. It was at this time. 3 figures appeared again in the sky. Demigate. All the destroyers are here. The only female demigate. It should be the Rhine who single-handedly built the Black family. Noel is in charge of the power of death. I also had a relationship with Frey before. Finally, there is Anunta. He hasn't changed anything from 4,000 years ago. The power of 5 heroes was gathered that year. Didn't hit the old guy in the end. It looks like everyone has arrived. Why did the 3 of you come here together? We found an interesting phenomenon. We just want to check it out. Interesting phenomenon, you will soon know. Hear Rhine's tone. Richie didn't follow any further. The destroyer has finally assembled. The only one who hasn't shown up yet is His Holiness. But at this time, nor seemed to notice something. There are still rats here. Hear this. Several people from the 4 major organizations also broke out in a cold sweat. They've hidden their magic. Frey couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that the people from those organizations really secretly followed? His Holiness's enchantment can only be entered and not exited. These poor fellows are right outside the door. That's when Frey felt it. There were a lot of human soldiers outside the door. It doesn't look like a person from a big organization. If nothing else, that's Leonov, sent to erase evidence of slave camps. Soldier Richie, with your strength, you should be able to spot them. Of course I do. It's just too much. I'm afraid I'll be punished by God. Case. Then let me take care of it for you. Aren't you afraid of killing so many people? Will it be punished by God? Noel didn't answer. After eating what you have in your hand. And he disappeared from everyone's sight. Richie, what the hell are you going to do? Leonov is your area of responsibility. But Richie didn't answer. He doesn't seem to take Anunta seriously at all. You'll get snacks later. His Holiness called us to a meeting. Just want to get rid of some garbage. Meanwhile, Noel had come to the Black Dragon Knights. Little cuties, this is a gift for you. The 5 destroyers of Big 8 come together, almost at the moment of arrival. Nor discovers the Black Dragon Knights hidden outside the door. After eating the mysterious object in your hand, Nor came before them. Little cuties, this is a gift for you. Saw. Noel snapped his fingers at the Black Dragon Knights. Almost instantly, a divine power that contains the breath of death attacked every member of the Knights. So far, the mighty Black Dragon Knights were completely destroyed. They were reduced to Nor's army of the undead. I don't know if you guys are satisfied with this gift. It's so cool. It's been a long time since I've killed so many people at once. People see this scene. Frey realized his weakness, even if he has already gained divine power. But in the face of these destroyers, he's still no different from an ant. Frey couldn't have imagined. He actually killed a doppelganger of Hydra. Just get carried away. That's just at this time. Frey heard a familiar voice. Come in. It's the first time in 4,000 years. Frey was finally going to meet him again. Long time no see. My kindred. Cheers, Richie. We don't have to fear punishment anymore. Noel, what do you mean by that? But maybe it's the reason for His Holiness's appearance. Noel didn't answer Richie. I saw His Holiness wave his hand lightly. The surrounding collapsed houses were instantly restored to their original state. After doing all this, His Holiness looked at Richie. Long time no see. My most loyal and dear friend. His Holiness finished. Ben hugged Richie in front of everyone. Frey clearly didn't expect that. Richie and His Holiness turned out to be such a relationship. Nor, What do you mean by that sentence you just said? Bastard! How dare you ignore His Holiness? I didn't think that the Venerable would stop nor. Go on. The status of Noel and Richie in the heart of His Holiness. Glance. That's it. As long as there is this Illinois gang, we don't have to worry about it anymore. What is Illinois gang? The first time I heard about it. This is the metal we developed and named ourselves. Now it's unremarkable. But you see it. As he spoke, Ryan broke a small piece and put it in his mouth. After eating Illinois gang, the power of the Rhine is hidden. What's going on? The divine power is gone. Yes, it does. In fact, my divine power is still there. That's the magic of Illinois. Actually, I started researching this thing. It is to hide the divine power in the body, so that the major organizations can't find us. Although the results of the study are different from our original intentions. But luckily, this thing can be used in the case of concealing the divine power in the body. It does not affect its use. Just eat it. We can temporarily circumvent the heavenly Tao. Other words, it doesn't matter how many people we kill. We'll not be punished by heaven. But this thing is still in the research stage. It is not yet available for mass production. Now this small piece of metal is very cumbersome to make. Materials are also hard to come by. Just eat a small piece and it will work. But it won't be long. We'll be able to mass produce. If Illinois can be mass produced, this means that Demigate no longer needs to teeth. So Richie's expression was a little solemn. Richie, why are you this reaction? We can finally slaughter humanity to our heart's content. Aren't you excited? Big 8 has developed a metal that can hide divine powers. This means they no longer need the power of their minions in the future, even if they wantonly slaughter human beings. Nor will they be punished by the heavenly Tao. And Richie, a plan to assassinate Demigate with the help of minions. Will fail. Richie, you have changed. After you destroyed the kingdom of Araka 4,000 years ago, it's starting to be a little weird. That's when Frey knew. The one who destroyed the country of Araka was actually Richie. You must know that Lucid is there to protect Araka. In the end, he chose martyrdom. This means Richie kills Frey's best friend, Lucid. It's been 4,000 years. On the contrary, I think it's even more strange that you haven't changed at all. Sling the bull. We Demigate are eternal beings. You are wrong. We are not eternal beings. Richie, you bastard. Why are you against me at every turn? By the way, you guys calm down first. I found out that Hydra was dead. When was this happening? I don't know, I just found out. Although Anunta said that he just knew. But the three of them still agreed. Looked at Richie. Don't say it. Don't forget. We are compatriots. I'm sorry, His Holiness. We were just impulsive. Sorry for the lately. Everybody is a little sensitive. It doesn't matter, actually. The few remaining destroyers are also well aware of one thing. To His Holiness, Richie was no different from his brother. After all, His Holiness is a huge mass of energy from what is known as the law of the world. The first self-aware individual born, and then came Richie. So, even if Richie doesn't care about Luyunov, who is responsible for himself, His Holiness did not ask him for his responsibility. But such a distinction is given. Also let other destroyers. I can't get used to what Richie is doing. All right, His Holiness. Let's get straight to the point. The meeting. It's to find out the traitors hiding around us. And the object of their suspicion was me. You don't have to take Richie's words too seriously. Although there are still many demigates who did not come to the meeting. But it's boring to keep waiting. Do you want to take advantage of this opportunity? Let's play a game. Your Holiness, you said you were going to play a game. That's right. Let's just reveal the identity of our minions. Time. Frey couldn't imagine what His Holiness was thinking. In the case of mutual suspicion internally, expose your identity as a minion. There is no difference at all from suicide. What's more, once Frey's identity was revealed, after that, he will definitely not be able to move an inch. Frey wondered what Li Chi would choose. But look at Li Qi's appearance. He didn't seem nervous. Your Holiness, we don't have time for jokes right now. Although I think that traitors cannot be among us. But if that's the case, I'll open up my minions first. Hear this. The destroyer present. I couldn't believe my ears. But for Frey, this is a great opportunity in front of us. I just need to know who His Holiness's minions are. Then he will find an opportunity to kill His Holiness. His Holiness should forget it. We don't care. But you're at the heart of our demigate. You can't disclose the identity of your minions. Offered by the people. Let everyone reveal the identity of their minions. For Frey, this is the best chance to find His Holiness's weaknesses. But the moment of truth. Agni rejected His Holiness's proposal. If traitors are really among us, that's when something big happens. Because he risked his life to attend the meeting. There is only one purpose. That is, he wants to know His Holiness. Who the hell are your minions? That's not going to work. That's what I proposed first. How could I not say it? Yagni was right. I also agree with Yagni. Me too. Venerable, you can't make your minions public. You're all like that. It's embarrassing for me. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye can see it. This is a game set against Li Qi. The purpose is to force Li Qi to make a statement. So Frey was curious about what Li Qi would choose. I certainly don't have a problem either. But His Holiness does not make the words public. Then I won't make it public. Crazy. You really think that you are in equal relationship with His Holiness? You're wrong. All demigates are born equal. His Holiness. Just represent the firstborn demigate. In addition, there are no other privileges. You're a big rebel. His Holiness's existence is supreme. He's on a mission, right? And our existence is to help him do the dirty work. Hear Richie's words. Noel subconsciously wanted to refute. Enough is enough. Don't stop me, Your Holiness. Including me. Everyone thinks Richie is suspicious. Hydra is not something that anyone can get rid of. If you don't take this opportunity to investigate clearly, Noel I mean, before the investigation is clear, don't doubt yourself anymore. His own compatriot Noel was angry, but he still obeyed His Holiness's orders. Do you know why I'm so angry? He knew the situation was not in his favor, but it still looks like it doesn't matter. It was as if we didn't take our suspicions to heart at all. As soon as I saw his righteous attitude, I hate it so much. I know that before the end of the meeting, I will find out if Li Qi is a traitor, unless a result is obtained. Otherwise, it doesn't matter if it's a month or a year. This enchantment will last forever. Okay, then I'll open up about my teething first. As he spoke, Agni let the black-robed man behind him. Take off your mask. The moment I saw this person's face, Frey also knew he wasn't wrong. Agni's teeth. It was the immortal bird that Frey had saved. Frey was curious. Immortal birds. Is it really a minion who volunteered to become demigate? What is this human-in-human thing? He's an immortal. While traveling in the Eden Mountains, it was found that he was dozens of times stronger than other undead birds. That's why they were recruited under my command. It's kind of interesting. Then it's my turn now. Ananta's minions was an assassin named Zelta. Well, then it's my turn this time. The moment when you can see Nor's minions. Everyone froze. Because his minions are a demon. And it's also the essence of the demon. You know, it's hard for a demon to appear in the human world. This means Nor and Elise are inextricably linked. Now that you're all public, that's my turn now. The minions of the Rhine must have been members of the Black family. But look at the size. He's not a little. It turned out that he was Leet Black. That is, Frey's mother. Under the leadership of His Holiness. One by one, the destroyer revealed the identities of their minions. Very good, very good. It seems that everyone's minions are excellent. Thank you for risking your lives to share your secrets. Unconsciously, these people have surrounded Frey in the middle. It seems that as long as His Holiness gives an order, they would forcibly reveal Frey's identity. Richie's minions. You came early. Should know the castle better than they do. You can find a place with the rest of your minions. Before I gather my compatriots, get a good rest. Richie, let's talk about it too. With a wave of His Holiness's hand. He and Richie are in a separate space. Don't overthink it. You're sure to be curious about what we're talking about. That's all I have to do. It's okay. You don't have to tell me about such a trivial matter. Actually, until now. The scene when I first met you. It's still vivid. When I am separated from the will of the world. After having self-awareness. The most unbearable thing is endless loneliness. The world had not yet blossomed. I knew I could conquer anything, but I still can't arouse the slightest interest. Because even though I have absolute power, if there is no goal, that would also be meaningless. In the will of this world at this time, another fragment of self-consciousness was born. It's you. Definitely not expected. How excited I was when I first found out about you. Because it means I'm not alone anymore. Finally has its own purpose. After you were born, other demigates have also come into this world, and you have become my reason to live. My power will be used to protect my fellow citizens and create a world that belongs to us. You suddenly start saying these things. It's also normal for Noel and Anunta to have a grudge against you. You say demigate is born equal, but on the other hand, I didn't treat everyone equally. Because you are a gift from heaven. It's also the reason for my existence. So no matter what you do, I turned a blind eye. Even if you choose to live in seclusion, there is no jurisdiction to administer itself. Even if you treat me with a provocative attitude and outright rejected my request. Even if you kill our fellow citizens. Richie, can you tell me, why choose betrayal? Until this moment, Richie finally met His Holiness in the eye. Richie is well aware. His Holiness already knew the answer. When His Holiness said that he wanted to uncover the identity of the minions, Richie began to get suspicious. That's why Richie wants to provoke Noel. If His Holiness is not convinced, it's going to be a big fuss. Stop the two from strife. But it can be seen from His Holiness's bland reaction. He already knew it in his heart. Li Chi, you obviously know that killing a compatriot is a capital crime. Can you tell me why? As my most loyal friend, I really don't understand. Why should you choose betrayal? The reason is simple. Because I was so wrong. Can face Li Chi's answer. His Holiness, on the contrary, did not lash out. Are you still haunted by what happened 4,000 years ago? When you were fighting that night? I shouldn't have chosen to intervene. It was the first time I'd ever seen you so angry. I heard His Holiness bring it up again. Li Chi's expression became gloomy. His Holiness seemed to have made a great deal of determination. Well, I won't pursue your betrayal. As Li Chi expected. His Holiness knew early on that it was Li Chi who had killed his ancestor. But what he didn't expect was this. His Holiness actually said that he would not pursue the matter anymore. Such a change. Apparently something that Li Chi did not expect. I'll act like nothing happened. After all, 4,000 years ago, I was bent on going my own way. Spoil your good deeds. I've killed a lot of my countrymen. Is that really it? Now go out and tell everyone that there are no traitors in the ranks. Then they wouldn't want to believe it. Especially Noel and Anunta. Plus you've been provoking just now. I was helpless. They can only be promised to find out the traitor in this meeting. Just look at the way His Holiness looks. Say these words. He had made a lot of determination. I need one with a black pot on my back. Don't worry, I've picked it out. It won't be long. That demigate will come over. You will frame your own countrymen. I didn't expect to see you for a long time. Even you have changed. The rule of equality outside the body of demigate. But you said it yourself. Enough is enough. You still don't know. Because you are important to me. Wait to get out. You kill your minions in front of everyone. By then you will be asleep for about 100 years. For us who are immortal, anyway, that's not much time. Think you're on vacation. I'll keep you safe when the time comes. In a few more days, there's going to be a demigate named Wall. Wait until he comes. You just do what I say. A question suddenly sprung into Richie's mind. Could it be that the Demigate clan can really change? If you kill Frey, you will get the gold medal for avoiding death. Richie can be with his holiness. Change the entire Demigate family from within. That way, Richie wouldn't have to go it alone. As long as his holiness is on the same side as him, then all the difficulties will be solved. Meanwhile, Frey is taking the rest of his minions with him, waiting for Richie's minions in a room. Yes, take off your mask. If only I had the ability. Then pick it yourself. If enough is enough, I'll kill you too if I make any more noise. Do you have human food in your backpack? Can you give me a little bit? After getting the food, the demon went around the corner, began to gobble up. Is there anyone else who wants to eat a little? As he spoke, Frey silently looked at the immortal bird. At that moment of eye contact with Frey, the undead seemed a little nervous. No surprises. He had already recognized Frey's true identity. However, he did not reveal Frey's identity. I was able to meet Frey again. It's already a thing that makes the immortal bird very happy. But in order not to be recognized, they didn't say much. It was at this time. Richie made his way to the minions' room. Look at his gloomy expression. It seems that a big decision has been made inside. And so Frey followed Richie out of the place. As you can tell from the conversation just now, the man who killed Lucid was Richie. Although Frey had been mentally prepared for a long time. But now it seems, Richie really wasn't one to be trusted. Danigate. After coming to the end, Richie waved his hand and shattered the wall in front of him. Frey just stayed behind Richie, silently walked into this room. In the end, he couldn't help it. Where are we going? Do you know what His Holiness is capable of? He can control the space. Do you know what I mean by saying this? Even if your strength reaches 9 stars. Nor could it be his opponent. What do you do all of a sudden? We're looking for his minions. Isn't it because you can't beat him? Have you forgotten? Demigate has already invented Illinois Gang. As long as there is him, Demigate will never be afraid of punishment again. This also means that the minions will lose the meaning of existence. And then what exactly do you want to say? I'm sorry, I think it's time for us to say goodbye. With that, Richie drew his sword and slashed at Frey. His Holiness in conversation. Richie learns that he has changed. If Richie can kill Frey, join forces with His Holiness, then he might be able to change Demigate sooner. Intentions, so he called Frey out alone. Without hesitation, he slashed at Frey. But to Frey's surprise, there were no wounds on his body. Originally, the man Richie just attacked. It was Anunta who was hiding behind Frey and eavesdropping. I didn't expect it to turn out to be Richie. You really are a traitor. It's not a good habit to eavesdrop on other people's conversations. It's you who killed Hydra. You guessed it right. I'm going to kill him. As soon as the words fell, Richie swung his knife again at Anunta in front of him. Anunta's figure was also completely reduced to ashes. Disappeared in front of the two. Richie, that's what he's doing. Could it be that it was a phantom just now? It won't be long. They're going to come here. With that, Richie made another gesture of drawing his sword. Begin to mobilize the divine power in your body. With a roar, Richie drew his knife and stretched out to the wall in front of him. Frey was a little stunned. Because of the swordsmanship used by Richie, he was very familiar with it. After a slash, Richie quickly retracted the knife into its scabbard, and in front of the two. At this moment, there is already an extra spatial rift. He is worthy of His Holiness. I used all my might. There was only one crack cut out. Just when Frey was surprised, Richie kicked him into the gap in the barrier. What does 7 mean? What the hell are you going to do? Li Chi is about to open it. Where are you going? Didn't I just say that? It's time for us to say goodbye. Are you kidding? When did I promise you? I'll wait for you to come back. You can't die. As the gap gradually shrinks, Richie's figure eventually disappears before Frey's eyes. Almost at the same time, the 4 remaining destroyers in Demigate all appeared. Richie, you bastard. You damn traitor. finally revealed his true colors. Richie, why the hell is that? Are you really a traitor? His Holiness, why didn't he come with him? Do you think His Holiness will continue to protect you? Excuse me. His Holiness did not come. And it didn't say let's let you go. It's a pity. But all that. You can only blame yourself. You're right. It's a bit of a shame indeed. I just said goodbye to Fang's life and death. Now it's embarrassing for me. Since His Holiness did not come, then I wouldn't have died here today. You really think you can beat us? Are you cornered after being cornered? It's not even good to use your head? I really thought His Holiness was looking at you differently. Do you feel like him? You're only second in command at best. And they were right. Richie has always been Demi-Dut's second in command. His heart was empty. And the only thing that made Richie was the full-hearted Void Boss. The people of the major organizations put us 5 apart from His Holiness. The most powerful Demi-Dut became the Destroyer. I didn't expect that group of bug-like guys. You can get so much information. But this statement makes me very unhappy. They're taking me and you like that. On a par. I can't take it anymore. Where the hell do you get your confidence? Because of you guys. I don't know what faith is. After Richie's identity is revealed, for Destroyers and Demigate, rush to the scene as soon as possible. As the second in command in Demigate, Richie didn't hesitate to draw his knife and slash at the 4. Although Richie behaved extremely arrogantly, but his strength is indeed worthy of what he just said. He is also the destroyer of the Demigate family. The other 4 are too far behind him. Such a fight did not interest him at all. Unconsciously, Richie remembered something from the past. He still remembers the first time he opened his eyes. What I saw was the joyful face of His Holiness. His Holiness said to him, I finally have a goal to live. Also said that Richie was his everything. Since then, Richie had a question in his mind. The purpose of one's own life. What is the mark? Although His Holiness has his own goals. But Richie had nothing. That's why he chose to follow His Holiness in the first place. He made His Holiness's goal his ambition. Can go with time. His heart gradually became occupied by a sense of emptiness. Whenever this happens, Richie always felt the knife in his hand asking him, what the hell is fighting? Why do you want to make yourself stronger? And these problems are nightmares for Richie. Because he was afraid that he would find the answer. You will be completely disappointed in His Holiness. What the hell is going on? I was crushed by a knife. He obviously hasn't recovered his true form yet. Why is the strength so strong? Unconsciously, Li Chi felt that the knife in his hand had lost its former edge. He didn't want to admit it. His Holiness is not on the right path. Until one day, a human gave him the answer. A knife without faith is no different from scrap metal. You say my knives are scrap metal. Isn't this kind of thing only the strong qualified to say? Your strength is indeed very strong. I'm destined to die here today too. But it's not about winning or losing. Now you are a weakling, rather than incomprehensible. Because he is the first knife in this world. Are you kidding? Only the strong can be the final winner. Have you ever wanted to live your life even once? Something to protect. Lucid's eyes were clear. Not at all like a dying man. Faces questions. Li Chi didn't answer a word. In fact, Li Chi also knows it in his heart. What you really lack and want. He knows it well. He is no match for the man in front of him at all. Whether it's the power belief, or the most important person to yourself. When a person wants to protect something, when you're ready to risk your life, he will understand what it means to be truly strong. I finally understood why he didn't change himself. What does the form mean? That kid is now using a human swordsmanship. It's not that he doesn't want to change. It's completely impossible to do, because it goes back to its original form. You can't use human swordsmanship, but so what? It's still going strong, except for appearances. It also has great limitations in the flesh, and the human body simply can't withstand it. My flame. We don't have to attack its body. As long as I spread this area with flames, it will soon be burned to ashes. It uses only the human body. succeeded in suppressing the two destroyers. It's just a pity that the limitations of the human body are too great. He will soon be burned to ashes by the flames of agony. What Richie can do now, it is to constantly cut off the flames that are being extinguished. But the fire was just too big. Ricky had already begun to show burns. With your current body, there is no way to resist my flames. Let's hurry up and change back to the original form. It's just then. If you can't use a knife, you'll still be killed by us. Beach knew it very well. Agni's words were not a bluff. If it goes on like this, Beechcraft will soon be burned to ashes. Look at the knife in your hand. Beach suddenly remembered what Lucid had said to him. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He already had the answer in his mind. Richie no longer resists. He let Yardney's fire take his way. What's going on? Could it be that this kid has given up? Whether it's for life, or for the people who matter most to you. When a person wants to protect something, when you are ready to risk your life, he will understand what it means to be truly strong. Richie slashed at the flames in front of him. He used. Lucy learns that the sword has ordered the heavens to be broken. Face Richie's slash. None of the four destroyers dared. Try to resist. Richie's knife split the Venerable's knot. Split the whole sky. What a powerful force. He cut it in two pieces that day. Is this really a mere human swordsmanship? Don't wait for them to react. Richie grabbed the hilt of his knife again and rushed forward. Just a knife. Noel in charge of death. Half of his head was decapitated by Richie. The two Damadettes next to Wall. For a while, there was no time to react. The next second, Agni, who was in charge of the flames, was chopped to pieces by Richie. And it doesn't end there. Ananta, who was in charge of the poison, was also frozen through the abdomen by Richie. It all happened so fast. The three destroyers were killed by Richie in an instant. It was at this time. Richie grabbed the hilt of his knife and rushed towards the Rhine. It's a pity that His Holiness still rushed to the battlefield. Enough is enough. It was the saddest day I've had since I was born. Richie, why do you have to push me? Venerable, you might as well kill me. After Richie uttered this sentence, there was a violent explosion at the location of the two men. I saw that Richie's right hand was covered with Yagni's flames. His left hand was possessed by Ananta's poison. His left leg was being cut by the Rhine wind. His right leg. It is also suffering from the erosion of Nor's death breath. This is the first and last time I will punish you. You carry with you the resentment of your compatriots before they died. Repented in the last days. But even after suffering like this, Li Qi's eyes were still full of disdain. His Holiness's eyes welled up with tears. This is the last thing he wants to see. The Rhine is still too late. Help me resurrect the three of them. Wait a minute, His Holiness. So what about Li Qi? His Holiness did not answer him. He left the place with heavy steps. Anyway, Li Qi is already dead. Rhine wanted to deny that he had betrayed his people. Traitor, but I don't know why. He couldn't make a move just now. What are you still hesitating about? Don't kill me yet. Seeing that Richie in front of him was still provoking himself, Rhine was furious in his heart. But in the end, he didn't give up. I don't want to die for someone. Dirty your hands. You'd better find a place where no one is left to fend for yourself. After saying these words, the Rhine vanished into a gust of wind. Beachy used the mutilated body. Slowly crawl towards the end of your life. One of them killed 3 destroyer-level demigate. It's a pity that he was finally defeated by the Venerable who rushed over. Time goes back a few minutes ago. Frey, who was kicked out of the enchantment. I came to a cave. He was curious. What exactly is Richie doing all this for? That's when it happened. He saw a tomb in front of him, and the crumbling cocoon in front of the grave. This is Lucid's grave, and this is Richie's space. At the moment of seeing this sword clearly, Frey knew the answer. This is Lucid's sword during his lifetime. The Godslayer stuck his sword next to the grave. It is the highest blessing for a knight. Ray was sure he was not mistaken. It was indeed Lucid's sword that Richie had used just now. Sorry, Mickey. I shouldn't have doubted you. Unexpectedly. You really chose betrayal for the sake of a human being. I don't know when. A figure appeared behind Frey. Tell me it's you. Hear this familiar voice. Frey felt like his heart was going to stop. Did you influence my dear friend? The man standing behind Frey was the Venerable. You committed the Holocaust. I won't let you go easily. His Holiness's tone is very different from what it was 4,000 years ago. It was clear that Richie's betrayal hit him hard. Frey was curious. Now I have my own divine power. Is there a chance to escape from His Holiness's hands? But the moment His Holiness stretched out his right hand, Frey had the answer in his mind. It's the same as it was 4,000 years ago. Frey couldn't find the slightest chance of escaping. Moment of truth. A purple wave of magic appeared in front of His Holiness. Stop, Your Holiness. At the moment of seeing this magic, Frey's eyes widened. There was no way he could be wrong. It feels exactly the same as it did 4,000 years ago. How did you end up here? Get out of the way, though the woman in front of her has changed her appearance. But Frey can be sure. He was Elise. His Holiness Pisa man. Stop, please don't kill him. Elise, what do you mean by that? It's better not to me off. But in the face of the threat of His Holiness, Elise didn't flinch in the slightest. I understand. Then I will fulfill you. That oath. Have you forgotten, Venerable? The moment I heard this, His Holiness stopped his hand abruptly. You used to say that. Well, promise me one condition. Now I beg you to let him go. You're going to use him on this human being. Why not? You promised me that time. Forget it. I'll rely on you this time. But see you next time. I'm going to kill him. See His Holiness give in. Elise finally breathed a sigh of relief. Richie's minions, I'm getting more and more interested in you. I didn't expect to be except for Richie. Even Elise wants to save your life. I'm particularly curious right now. Why are they so sad about you? Then we'll see you again. Hopefully you'll be alive by then. In this way, the figure of the Venerable disappeared in front of the two of them. Elise defended it. Frey's hand was finally lowered. Although all the previous indications suggested, Elise may still be alive. But until now, Frey was finally sure. Elise clenched his fists. It seems that a lot of determination has been made. He slowly turned his head. Look at this old man 4,000 years ago. Can you please show me your face? Leith did not hesitate to consume the oath. Also to protect Frey's life. And his only request. Just wanted to see Frey's face right now. Can face this old man 4,000 years ago. Frey was not grateful. At the moment, Frey was inside the face under the mask. It's cold all over. He couldn't forget it. Illis kills Hughes with his own hands. No, I'm sorry. I can't trust you. Elise didn't expect it. Waited 4,000 years on their own. That's all I got in exchange. These 4,000 years of doubts and grievances. It seems that at this moment, it all came to mind. But his plan is not yet complete. Even if Lucas doesn't trust himself these days. Elise, why did you save me just now? Elise didn't answer. Instead, he turned around and opened a portal. It's your business. Elise. At the moment, she is like a childish little girl. After all that said, Elise left without looking back. I recall the moment when His Holiness raised his hand just now. Frey was once again outraged by his incompetence. In the face of absolute strength, once again, she experienced the fear of death. If not Elise, he must have died in Huangquan. Lucid, you can even change Richie. I lived for 4,000 years. But I can't even change myself. I'd love to know how the hell you changed him. It's actually quite simple. He woke me up. Frey turned around. That's when Richie was found covered in scars. Richie's body was able to hold on to it. It's already the limit. Please, help me. I want to lie down next to his grave. Frey regretted it. He regretted that he had doubted Richie before. It seems that you have already met His Holiness. I'm sorry. It's all my fault for underestimating His Holiness. Halfway through the conversation, Richie coughed up violently. Bloody Ridge, don't speak. I'll help you bandage it first. Darajat's body is not the same as a human. If His Holiness does not personally help to heal him, we can only wait for death. I'm running out of time. Listen up to Frey. I wounded Null, Anunta, and Yagni. Unless healed, they could not have been born again. So you still have about 1 year to prepare. Did you defeat them alone? Only Demigate could move His Holiness. He knew I was a traitor, but he still didn't do anything to me. At least for Demigate. He's a philanthropist. And this is His Holiness's greatest weakness. Then why did you betray him? Because there is no knife of faith. It's no different from scrap metal. 4,000 years ago, Lucid said something that changed me completely. I'm trying to fill my emptiness. Constant pursuit of power. It even took away a lot of human sword skills. Use it for yourself. That's when I found Lucid. It's also to snatch away his knife skills. And the balance of victory was as expected. Slowly fell to my side. But even if there is no chance of winning, nor did he choose to give in. That moment, I finally learned what it means to be unyielding. It is also understood that there is no absolute power. Just about the knife technique. He is no match for him at all. Oddly enough, though, at that time, it dawned on me. I instantly understood what I was missing. What to fill the void in your heart. The cause of Lucid's death is learned. Frey had been suspicious of Richie before. You can see what Richie looks like now. Frey knew it was his fault. Looks like I've been misunderstanding you all along. It turns out that you didn't torture Lucid. Instead, I want to fight him. You are wrong. The one who killed Lucid is the Venerable. At that time, I only fought him with a knife. Completely useless with the power of Demigate. But the Venerable one, who was worried that I would be defeated, suddenly struck and killed. He has been until now. I still remember his resolute look in his eyes. At that time, I asked him what true belief was. And he smiled and said to me that he was a friend. As long as there are trustworthy friends around, why not send me to hell? His words made me suspicious. This is the first time I've heard the word trust. This is not the same as His Holiness's vain fraternity. To be honest, I envy him. At that moment, I finally understood. All life in this world cannot be trampled on. Frey, it's time for you to get back to the Black family. You're going to be there. Find the clues that stop them from making Illinois. If Demigate starts mass production of Illinois gang, then it was too late. Then you're going to the snowy fields to the north. Go find Demigate named Elijah. He has a positive interest in major organizations. There was no interest in the fight with Demigate. Even His Holiness has given up. Freak. The only Demigate who can be on your side right now. I guess it's just him. I can say what is in my heart before disappearing. I have no regrets. Demigate is not like a human. Once we die, we are gone forever. It's a pity. I'd love to have a few more fights with him in heaven. I don't know if Lucid sees me now. What kind of evaluation will be made? You are excellent. Richie, congratulations, you got it. In this moment, Richie sees Lucid's shadow in Frey. If it's him, would definitely say so. Looks like my time is coming. For a moment, I thought you were Lucid. Lucid is my most trusted partner. My real name is Lucas Traumen. It was to defeat His Holiness and recross back. Archmagister. It turned out to be you. No wonder it finally makes sense now. Lucid and I are proud of you. Li Chi, you are the most trusted partner of both of us. It's been a hard time for you. Rest in peace at the end of your life. Li Chi smiled. He's right. I feel like it's all worth it. Li Chi once said, Demigate is different from humans. They are an extremely pure energy in their own right. Naturally, no body will be left behind after death. The only proof that Richie was in this world. Only the box in Frey's hand. Same as before. Frey will face the mighty Demi alone. Bite didn't have time to be nostalgic. He also had to complete 2 things that Ridge had entrusted him with. But before leaving, Frey left Richie's sword next to the acolyte. Because Lucid once said, stick a knight's sword in his grave. It is the highest respect for this knight. Battles based on the destroyer. The castle was completely destroyed. Until Demigate is all gone, talent from major organizations is finally showing its shape. After seeing the battle between the destroyers with their own eyes, Shirel got it. The gap between himself and Demigate. Even if all the people from the major organizations join forces, it's definitely not the opponent of this group of Demigate. But at this time, they saw Frey, who was still in the sky. Charl they remember. This man was the minions of the previous swordsman. The other party is just a minion. Everyone grabbed him together. Let's get some information. Jerome's thing isn't that simple. Leave it to me first. Compared to simple-minded Jerome, Sapel is confident that he can do better. Carl Laketon, you should know where we come from. I just want to ask you one question right now. Are you our enemy or our friend? Faced with the problem of Sapler, Frey didn't answer. We already know you're the swordsman's minions. But he had just slaughtered his own people, even before it was. Here the innocent slaves were freed. I can't figure out if you're friend or foe now. Carl replied to me. Are you really our enemy? Frey still didn't answer his question. At this moment, his eyes were already looking at the crowd below. Looking at his second brother, Shadsbrick. Just now Richie asked him to go to the Black family. Now he has a plan. The next second, Frey directly released the divine power in his body. Almost at the same time, Jerome directly picked up the broadsword and rushed up. But his attacks were completely unable to break through Frey's defenses. See this scene in front of you. And all the people of the earth were astonished. You must know that the person in front of you is the minion of the swordsman. But the divine power he uses is the thunder and lightning attribute. At least until then. Tissue encounters minions. This has never been the case. But not wait for them to be surprised. Something even more amazing happened. This man named Carl. I actually used the space control skill. This means, this minion in front of you, still an 8-star great magician. Cadres of major organizations know it. Divine power and magic cannot coexist. At the moment, Xiazi was the only one who felt something. Soon he received a message from Frey. Let's talk about it separately. Shez realized. The person in front of him should be his younger brother Frey. But this time, Cheryl bit her finger directly. Prepare to summon demons. Just summon Lilith. Then their combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. But to their surprise, Frey is actually with Charl too. The same action was made. Degenzer clearly didn't expect it. This guy can actually summon demons. I saw 2 huge waves of demonic chi surging. The great work of the 2 demon realms. And appeared in front of everyone at the same time. Let me see who this is. We haven't seen each other in almost 100 years. Shut up. Didn't you just attack my contractor not long ago? Azura, what the hell are you talking about? I don't understand it at all. It doesn't matter. I've wanted to teach you a lesson a long time ago. How can a succubus be in a position where he can do great things? You're still so rude. Then satisfy my hunger and thirst with your blood. People from large organizations. I have never encountered such a powerful minions. He doesn't just have magic and magic at the same time. He can even summon the Grand Duke of the Demon Realm. Use it for yourself. As it stands, Lilith for a moment, unable to separate the winner from the Azura. So Cheryl and the others can only rely on their own strength. Human fights. You are now a burden. Get out of here. Charl, sir. I don't want to say it a second time. This is not a battle that you can meddle in. Get out of here, we know. You need to take care. Charl, sir. After saying that, Sapler fled with Jerome. I didn't expect you to let them go so easily. Looks like you're pretty confident. Because my goal was you from the beginning. Truthfully recruit Demigate. What exactly is going on inside? Don't make a fuss. Haven't you tried it once before? It didn't work for me. Last time. After all, I had only heard about it from Lilith. Now see Shirel with your own eyes. Only then did I know how perverted Frey's mental power was. You just said your target was me. What does that mean? Vampire girl. Oh no. You should be called Auntie or Grandma. I remember you vampires were about the jungle. The strong are respected. So I want you to serve me. What a little guy who doesn't know how thick the sky is, said. Cheryl directly unleashed all her power. After transforming into a vampire form, Cheryl's combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. And more importantly, he can use the power of demonics. I didn't expect them to be hundreds of years old. I actually like to fight a war of attrition. That being said, but Viewer was still surrounded by Charlotte's bats. But this time, he quietly stretched out a hand. Almost instantly, terrifying thunder and lightning erupted from Fule's body. The bat summoned by Charal. It was also reduced to ashes in an instant. Meanwhile, His Holiness came to the snowy fields in the north of the world. Richie once told Frey, "There's also a freak from Demigate there." I don't know how long I walked. Finally, a figure appeared in front of His Holiness. If it weren't for the precedent of Richie, almost no one can see it. The woman is a Daride. Long time no see. Arya, didn't I warn you not to come to this place? His Holiness has something important to tell you this time. Richie is dead. What, this is possible? How could Richie have been killed by me? What nonsense. How could you possibly kill him? For he has slain countless of his kindred and betrayed our beliefs. So I can only punish him. After being stunned, Arya's eyes were full of coldness. Then you tell me, what are you sad about now? Arya, you take Richie's place. You should know exactly what my answer is. Get out of the way and face Arya, who is outrageous. His Holiness was unusually calm. I will come back. When the time comes, no matter what you say, it will be useless. After expressing your intentions, His Holiness left without looking back. After His Holiness left, Arya stood alone in the cold wind, until the figure of His Holiness disappeared from sight. Arya felt like she had been drained of all her strength. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. He couldn't believe that Richie was really dead. The Vampire Queen does not hesitate to reveal her identity. Kill Frey here too. But to his surprise, his own attacks had no effect on Frey. The Bat Arrow Demon he summoned. It didn't even play any role in procrastinating. As a last resort, Cheryl could only urge more magic. I saw only a Cerberus. Suddenly appeared next to Frey. It's just a pity that his offensive. It was still blocked by the protective shield around Frey. But at this time, Frey noticed that the shield was actually showing signs of breakage. Next 1 second Cerberus. He actually bit through Frey's shield. But Frey didn't know it. Cerberus is really just a means to attract attention. In that time, Cheryl had already summoned 2 more. A more powerful demon. You granny can summon so many things. It's amazing. Shut up. You megalomaniacal fellow. Almost at the same time, the 3 demons all rushed towards Frey. Frey, on the other hand, retreated on one side, while accumulating the divine power in the body. In the next second, a terrifying thunderbolt divine power hit straight into the center of the battlefield. Wait for the smoke to clear. All the demons were destroyed. Cheryl watching from the sidelines. I don't know when I disappeared without a trace. It turned out that at the moment when the thunder and lightning fell, he had crept into Frey's shadow. You can see Frey's expression. He seemed to have guessed Charlotte's intentions a long time ago. Almost at the moment when Cheryl appeared, Frey stomped on his chest. You're a good old woman. It's just that the strength is too poor. Stop. I didn't think about what would happen to you guys from the beginning. What do you mean? You're the one who provokes first, right? I just want to see what you're capable of. It's enough to fight against Demigate. What do you mean? Do you want to fight them? Are you kidding? Aren't you Demigate's teeth? I'm not asking for your opinion. You just have to accept it, because I'm better than you. You are not in a position to refuse my offer. Cheryl was upset though, but he understood. That's just the way it is. And judging by the battle of the demons, Lilith is no match for Azura either. Lilith, go back first. Why, I'm about to get the upper hand. Well, I recognize your strength. Didn't you say you were going to teach me a lesson? It's me who lost. From now on, You are my master. Hear this. Azura and Lilith also stopped what they were doing. What a pity. I just warmed up. Goodbye, Azura. Let's go back to battle it out next time. That's it. The great achievements of the two demon realms disappeared in front of the two of them. What's the matter? I'm also a vampire queen. It is impossible to give in easily to anyone. You want to make a pact with my blood. It's really cunning. If my strength is not enough, isn't that being manipulated by you? How did it get to this point? On the contrary, are you scared? How can it be? Then come on. With that, Frey took the initiative to unwrap his clothes. Almost instantly, Cheryl took a bite out of Frey. Then Frey's consciousness was dragged into a wonderful space. That's what you really are. Is this the space you made? That's right, it's the void. There is no concept of time here. In simple terms, I can lock you up here until you give in. Cheryl, on the grounds of the contract, dragged Viewer into the void. He was going to keep Viewer here until he succumbs. I don't want to laugh at you. It's more than the one I know. It's no different from heaven. After all, my flesh is still insensitive. Nor was it deprived. And you're with me. Cheryl was curious to see what Frey was talking about. But looking at the way he looks, he's not lying. In his cognition, no matter how strong a human being's spiritual power is, it is also impossible to hold on here for 1 year. Cheryl finally couldn't help it. Tell me who you really are. Since that's what you want to know, then I'll tell you the answer. For a moment Cheryl's consciousness followed Frey, came to the bottomless abyss. That's where Frey was imprisoned by his holiness for 4,000 years. Frey will feel how he feels tortured in the bottomless abyss. Through a contract between the two. Passed to Cheryl. Are you okay? And that's just what happened to me for a year. 100 years later, I've completely lost consciousness. When I woke up, only to find out that 4,000 years have passed. Cheryl couldn't have imagined. How can a human being endure such suffering? A figure popped into Cheryl's mind. A man who suddenly disappeared 4,000 years ago. This vampire queen who has lived for hundreds of years. Without warning, he began to cry. Could it be that you are the great Magus? Master Lucas Traumen. It's your mom. It's really your mom. I'll ask you again. Do you want to obey me? After adjusting your emotions, Cheryl made a vow to die. Wait for the sun to set. Call Shazbrick here. Remember to let him come by himself. Did you come back to bring down the demigate? Cheryl, who lived for hundreds of years. For the first time. So hopefully a human affirmative answer. Yes, I'm back this time. It's to completely destroy the demigate. After all that is said, Frey left without looking back. For the first time, Cheryl felt that there was finally hope. Can defeat demigate. After leaving here, Frey came to the Torquay Mountains. This was the place where he first saw the immortal bird. He needed an answer. It didn't take long. A flame slowly coalesced behind Frey. The two had not communicated before, but the immortal bird still came. You're finally here. I've been waiting for you here. I didn't expect you to change so much during this time. I just wanted to ask you a question. Tell the truth. I didn't expect to meet you there. Tell me why you're a minion of Agni. That's what you intended. Or is it because of other hardships? Tell me the truth. I'm ready to eradicate all of Demigate. If your answer dissatisfies me, then I'll have to get rid of you. No kidding. It's up to you. If you have the ability, try it. That's my answer. After that day, I've been waiting to eat you alive. Are you Tolka? The eyesight is good. It's weird. You're supposed to be an immortal. Why aren't you dead yet? Before twisting your neck. I'm never going to die. It was at this time. The immortal bird suddenly clutched its head and screamed. The undead became Agni's minions. Frey was curious. Is there something else hidden in this? It turns out that I am using this body at the moment. In fact, it was Tolka, whom Frey had killed. It was at this time. The immortal bird suddenly clutched its head and screamed. My head hurts. Got it. Got it. I'm sorry to live with such a madman. It's driving me crazy. What's wrong? Are you sick? It's when that bastard of the dead bird absorbs my corpse. I absorbed my consciousness as well. So in order to snatch the dominance of the flesh, we fought against it for a long time. It's a pity, though. In the end, I still lost. Now I'm a prisoner. Immortal birds as long as they want. I can erase my consciousness at any time. I'm Torquay. But now I have to keep my voice down every day in order to survive. I have to be taught a lesson by him. Then why is it your immortal birdman who is coming out now? Because I am the one who became the minions of Yagari. He's afraid he'll find out if he's been in contact with you lately. Just let me out. When looking for teeth. The reason is simple. I was absorbed later. This bastard. He waits. Can you not call yourself a bastard? Let's talk about it. Isn't it okay to be polite? He doesn't have a name. How could a chick like him possibly have a name? Wait a minute. It's disgusting. What the hell are you shy about? He just told me to ask you to help him build one. Let me give me a name. That's right, that's what he said. The name Nyx is not bad. He said he liked it. You're endless. Shy fart. The story of the matter has to start from that time. After I died, the Nyx took control of the region. But suddenly one day, Yagni appeared. It almost scared me to death. Lived so long. For the first time, I felt what fear was. But the Nyx actually wanted to fight him. I knew he was a madman. But I didn't expect to even care about my own life. He didn't have any plans at all. At the last moment, I stopped the Nyx. Gave him a suggestion. I advised him to surrender obediently. Let's save my life first. You've met a person. Is there a situation where the expression and the speech do not match at all? Yardine at the time. To the powerful immortal birds. There was a lot of interest. Of course, it was thanks to him who ate my heart. If we want to live, can only become Agni's minions. It's really unproductive. You're the king of Drake. What about you? Aren't you also Richie's minions? But that guy is really good. I actually killed 3 high-level by myself. Demi-dead. You were originally a chatterbox? I haven't spoken in a long time. You know what? That's right, Richie. How is he now? It's a shame to die. Richie's goal is to eliminate Demigate. Because our purpose is the same. I'll be his minion. Sounds good. Then let's join in. What is there to fuss about? Actually, we don't want to be Agni's minions. And I know. Where is Yagni hiding now? He's hiding somewhere in the Gallic Desert. You're pretty good, kid. Is it the Nyx Femdom? It will take at least a year for him to recover. We need to hurry up. I'll let you know as soon as I have any other information. Be careful. This is what Nixtao told you. Be careful, too. It's better to stay in the mountains in peace. After writing about the immortal birds, Frey returned to the kingdom of Leonov. Charlotte came alone on Cheryl's orders, although he had already guessed some of the truth. But I was still a little surprised when I saw it with my own eyes. The tusks we've been tracking are really you. Frey, it seems that you have finally absorbed the crystallization of Lux. I heard that you met with the president of the Traumen Roundtable. Suddenly vanished. But why did you become Demigate's teeth? I've heard the secrets of the Black family. I heard that the family has become the richest man in the Rhine. It has become an experimental field for the study of the fusion of divine power and magic power. Xia Zi's expression was a little complicated, but he clearly knew the truth. Charles, you tell me. Which side are you on? I'm neutral. I just wanted to save my life. You're so cunning. I actually want to survive this way. I'm ready. Take me back to the Black family. Why go back? I'm looking for something. What is it? It's none of your business. But listen up. The Black family. It will definitely face extinction in the future. Why do you insist on walking with me? That's your home too. Because if I go back suddenly, the minions of the Rhine will surely doubt me. Xiazi suddenly became curious. Is the Frey in front of him really his younger brother? I know I'll take you back. Lord Charles also said we fully cooperate with you. And he didn't let us ask more. What the hell is going on? I really didn't expect that. The haughty Shirel will think so highly of you. It didn't take long. Charles took Frey back to House Black. I don't know why. Frey had a strange feeling in his mind. He seemed to be afraid of something. He finally took on the role of Frey, back to the family that made him choose to give up everything. At the moment of seeing the two of them, the guards at the gate all saluted Shaz. But they were all curious. Who is this person who is following the second young master? I've only been gone for a long time. Have you forgotten about me? Are you Frey? The young master is finally back. It was at this time Char suddenly saw it. A carriage that does not belong to the Black family. What's going on? Is there a guest at home? That's right, not so long ago. Her Royal Highness the Third Empress has just arrived. After a little understanding, Charles took Frey and walked to the mansion. Since recent years, our family is very close to Her Royal Highness the Third Princess, but he usually only communicates with his mother. To know, Rein's fangs are Frey's mother, right? The words of the Third Princess. It's not called pure. That's right, everybody's over there. Let's hurry over too. Her Royal Highness the Third Empress is smart and distinct, deeply favored by the Emperor. Although she is 25 years old this year, but in order to strengthen their own power, he has never been married. It's a shame to be 25 years old. Be quiet. Don't just talk about women who are past marriage. If he is 10 years older, I'm definitely going after him. It was at this time Frey's eldest brother saw the two. Xiazi hasn't seen her for a long time. Xiazi didn't say too much to greet. He simply saluted pure. Why did you come back without saying a word? What's going on? Why did you come back with Xiazi? Frey finally returned. The Black family, who once abandoned themselves. Just look at the way they look. Frey's arrival doesn't seem to be welcome. His parents' attitude was also extremely cold, as if Frey was just an inconsequential person. Long time no see. My father's distinguished guest came to visit. We'll talk about family things later. Hello, I'm Pialidia Castella, Her Royal Highness. You don't have to worry about this kid. But the next scene. Indeed, let all the people of the Black family. They were all a little surprised. I'm Frey from the Black family. Her Royal Highness, the Star of Glory who can meet the royal family. It's my pleasure. Although I'd love to show you around, but I just got home. It has not been dusted. Shameless to face you. In order not to affect the mood of Her Royal Highness. Can you allow me to retire first? The people of the Black family could not have imagined. This is actually Frey, who was once kicked out of the house. Missar who saw it all. His complexion became extremely gloomy. Charles was as aloof as ever. Then I'll step back too. That's it. The four watched as Charles and Frey walked into the mansion. Unexpectedly, Duke Lit also had a son. He was far worse than his brothers. I don't think so. Meanwhile, Charles and Frey came to the room. What's next for you? Since I haven't been back for a long time. Of course I want to take a good rest. You don't have to act. Just keep it as it is. Rumors about you have reached here. Many people already know that you have defeated pirates. He also became friends with Farron. Even went to the magic tower. If you're going to keep acting now, people will definitely doubt you. Got it. Thank you for reminding me. That's it after leaving next time. Frey cultivates alone. In the evening, suddenly, a sudden sound of the door opening interrupted Frey's cultivation. The head of the family, please. It's time for dinner. As a servant of the Black family, the man didn't even look at Frey. Because in his opinion, this garbage, it simply tarnished the reputation of the Black family. It didn't work out. The next second, Frey suddenly appeared behind him. Don't forget to knock on the door before you come in. I'll let you go this time, but not necessarily next time. Men somewhat do not understand themselves. Why be afraid of this garbage? Isn't he the same Frey he used to be? It didn't take long. The Black family finally came together at the table. Father sent someone to the magic tower a long time ago. Why are you only coming back now? Because there are so many things going on during this time. Frey didn't take that to heart at all. You ignored your father's recall order. Do you know what that means? Enough to tell me. After you leave the tower, where the hell has this time gone? I just traveled around without a purpose. Use this to boost your magic. Do you deserve the word travel, too? It seems that you have become as complacent as rumored. But there is no strength. Those imaginary things alone still can't achieve self-fulfillment. You have been ordered to drop out of school. I can't even stay in the magic tower anymore. Aren't you just a deserter? Do you really think we can't guess? But no matter what Missal says, Frey was just calmly drinking tea. He had only been home for half a day, was treated like this by his family. So he decided, help the owner of this body fight back a little. I'm not a deserter. Then tell me about it. What did you gain from this period of travel? I don't know, but at least I'm better than you. Back to the first thing about the Black family. Turned out to be the eldest brother who provoked himself. To know Missal, always the most wonderful child of the Black family. So here's something like that. Leek couldn't help it. Laugh out loud. It seems that you have indeed gained a lot of knowledge. A coward who didn't even dare to look at me before. I'm a lot braver now. Even I, the elder brother, am happy for you. But you don't seem to understand the difference between self-confidence and complacency. It's been a long time since we've eaten together as a family. Can you stop arguing over this little thing? Hear this. Missal was visibly unhappy. He immediately looked at Rick. It's a matter between you. You don't have to ask for my consent. Well, think of it as an after-meal exercise. After coming with me to Missal, the rest of the Black family rose to their feet. Aren't you going to go to Shaz? I'm not interested in this kind of thing. Char's thought. Frey is trying to find out who is really teething. And in the eyes of Shatz, Missal could never have been that person. So he didn't want to see the misery of Missal with his own eyes. But he was still a little worried. Worried about whether Frey would kill him. At this moment, Missal was a little curious. A few years ago, Frey, who falls to the ground if he is touched by himself. At this moment, he put on a smug expression. He wondered if Frey was pretending. Still really crazy. You strike first. Hearing this, Frey was a little curious. Do you really think I'm going to fight you with all my might? I just want to teach you a lesson. But Frey also had a lot of scruples in his heart. Because the minions of the Rhine were also present. He can't reveal his full strength. Ultimately, he decided to use the magic he had used most often. The moment when the Olympiad saw the Olympiad bomb. Missal was a little disappointed. I thought you'd use 3-star magic. But not wait for him to finish. The Olympiad bombs came straight at him. Missal, who was still distracted just now, could only dodge in embarrassment. You can see the power of the Olympiad bullet. Missal was a little surprised. An ordinary alien magic can really have this. What a terrifying power. But even more surprising things were yet to come. I saw Frey rushing straight over. The Black family, a family of magic. It stands to reason that there will be no such way of fighting. But experienced Missal. Or use the ice blade for the first time. But Frey actually used his fists. He shattered all the blades in front of him. Missal could not have imagined. How exactly did Frey do it? Don't wait for him to think about it. Frey's offensive struck again. As a promoted magician, Missal simply had no chance to resist. He's like a little chick, picked up by Frey. That's how little knew. Frey actually learned the Demon Dao martial arts. You stinky boy. How dare you be disrespectful to me? Saying that, Missal used the Vulcan technique. In an instant, his whole body was enveloped in flames. Take away one of your arms. It should be the price of disrespect to me. To Missal's surprise, surrounded in flames, Frey was nothing out of the ordinary. Are you worthy of being called a flame too? It's not hot at all, said. Frey punched Missal in the face. With a punch falling, the battle between the siblings also came to an end. Ray only relies on Olympiad bullets and physical skills. Successfully crushed his eldest brother Missal. He didn't know. Will the real Frey feel a little better at the moment? Now no one will treat Frey like garbage anymore. In order to make up for the innate deficiencies, I actually learned the Demon Dao martial arts. That's pretty good. According to the memory of this body, this was the first time my father had complimented Frey. Because I feel like I'm magical. There will be no greater development. But magic is also used in demonic martial arts. Your mana sensitivity should have increased a lot. You do get stronger. This time, Lead also walked over. My baby. I'm so proud of you. You know, these people are kicking Frey out of the house. One of the culprits who killed him. Even if you feel nauseous. Frey still had to pretend to be happy. Thank you. Next. Leet led Frey into the courtyard. Do you remember the pure princess? Of course, I forgot to tell you. He came to our house to get engaged. Later, the third princess who was deeply favored by the emperor. I'm going to be my daughter-in-law. After all, both Missal and Charles are of marriageable age. Frey believed. The Black family is married to the royal family. Certainly not for the sake of politics. There must be some conspiracy in it. So many years. I didn't even care much about you. How do you feel about yourself? Although the third princess is not young, but she is indeed a talented woman. Even I don't think you're worthy of her. But it was too sudden. Mother thinks the princess seems to have a good impression of you. Think no further. After all, you've been recognized by your family. Frey only thought it was a little funny. It turns out that there is still a need for recognition among family members. Does it make a difference if you are recognized? For example, of course. You can share our family secrets. Give you 3 days to think about it. Think about it during this time. In order not to make Ladier suspicious. Frey didn't immediately agree to his proposal. Before finding out the truth, he had to disguise himself as much as possible. But with him defeating Missal, the attitude of the people of the Black family towards him, and that changed. Young master, you're finally back. When you are away, I've cleaned the room. For such a bully who is afraid of the hard. Frey didn't want to talk to them much. I'm going to sleep. You go out. I'm a sensitive person. No one is allowed in until tomorrow morning. In the dead of night, a black kitten appears next to Frey's bedside. If someone approaches with hostility, wake up immediately. I'm here to learn more. Frey decided to use soul magic to explore. Although the average person will never be able to spot Frey, but he still has to be as careful as possible, because Right is a minion of the Rhine. So it is quite possible that the Rhine is hiding in the Black family. In the underground of the Black family, Frey heard Little's voice. No way. Do you really want Frey to marry the royal daughter? It can't be helped. You can't let Missal, who has a broken nose bone, pass. Why do you have to be the princess of Pioret? Be your own daughter-in-law. Don't forget. He's been keeping it up. We must get the pure princess. Because only he can give us what we want. Something we wanted. Lord Rhine needs him. Sule uses the spirit technique. Sneak into the Black family's underground. Here he met his parents, who were talking. Something Lord Rhine needs. You're talking about Illinois. Beware of partition walls with ears. Lord Rhine has given the order. Let's keep this a secret. But I still can't understand it. Isn't that an alloy made by Lord Rhine? Why do you need the help of the pure princess? That's it. Leet didn't want to hide anything more. We need Ohar. Ohar is the core material used in the manufacture of Illinois. And only the royal daughter can get this thing in large quantities. Although he doesn't know why we want Ohar now. But if you want to increase orders in the future, maybe he'll find out one day. So, as long as he becomes a member of our Black family, then we can rest easy. Frey finally understood at this moment. The weakness of the Black family is the royal daughter. I have one more question for you, though. Lord Rhine. Where is he now? Hear this. Frey hurried up as well. Earl, immediately. It's none of your business. Leet finished. After that, he left without looking back. As the titular head of the Black family, I immediately felt very humiliated. It didn't take long. Frey's soul returned to his body. The results of this investigation in this case are very significant. He already knew the real weakness of the Black family. Leet was following Rhine's orders. Mass production of Illinois gang. And judging by Leet's reaction just now, the real leader of House Black is Leet. And he wants the royal daughter to marry into the Black family. It's for the core material Ohar. So want to stop demigate. The key to producing Illinois steel. It's whether or not pure can be controlled. Frey now needs to make one. An opportunity to chat with him alone. But Pure was a princess. It's not going to be easy. But to Frey's surprise, Pure came to the door early the next morning. And he seems. I also wanted to take the initiative to create opportunities to be alone with Frey. Look what I'm talking about. The princess must have a crush on you too. I came to visit you so early. Isn't it a bit abrupt? You're overthinking. Didn't say hello to you properly yesterday. I've always been concerned about it. So Frey took Pure alone. Start with a visit to the Black family. In order to complete Demigates' big plan. Leet felt that the wait was worth it. I heard you're a friend of Firen. I used to hang out with him when I was a kid. But halfway through the conversation, Pure suddenly pretends that she is tripped up. Frey couldn't stand it anymore. I could only reach out and hug him. Are you okay? Thank you, Frey. Frey thought Pure wasn't as good as she had been rumored. But he suddenly felt it. There was something else in Pure's palm. Excuse me. I suddenly forgot. I have to go to an important meeting. Lord Frey. I'm looking forward to working with your next meeting. This series of changes came as a real surprise to Frey. Only through this one contact. And he concluded. Pure won the Emperor's favor by virtue of his strength. The note Pure left behind reads. Friday at 2 a.m. Wake up to Mirage Hostel. 3B Raj Hostel in the room. Pure is touching up her makeup with a makeup mirror. I didn't expect Her Royal Highness to touch up her makeup at night. It seems that the man is not simple. You should dress up once in a while. Cool tones should work well for you. Be your bodyguard. I can't leave any trace of the enemy. A woman's face is the most powerful weapon. Sometimes 100 words are less than a smile. It was at this time. There was a knock on the door of the hotel room. Lord Frey. I've heard that you're now at the top of the Traumen Roundtable. I didn't expect you to be interested in the Traumen Roundtable. Actually, the person who is interested is my master. And I know it too. Thanks to the originally declining Traumen Roundtable. To rise again. But I didn't expect that. You, a great hero, have abandoned the organization again. Hang out and about. It was a surprise. If I'm not mistaken. I guess you should have some plan. Meanwhile, the crowd of the Traumen Roundtable. Small organizations in the vicinity are being reclaimed. Let's defend ourselves against foreign enemies together. You don't really think of yourself as the leader, do you? Just kill you, the president. The Traumen Roundtable will be the same as before. Moment of truth. A bolt of lightning struck the assassin in the air. Someone who just made a move. It was Frey. Isabel who remained at the Traumen Roundtable. Listen up. Our Traumen Roundtable will be different. Either give up being human. Either fight alongside us. I just found someone who could replace me. There can be one. Trustworthy companions are a lucky thing. Isn't it? Her Royal Highness the Empress Pure. Whether it's a companion or a subordinate. As long as there are trustworthy people. What do you mean by that? I'm just expressing regret. Didn't we say we would meet alone? There were just the two of us here. I see. Her Royal Highness the Empress Pure. I misunderstood you. Look, there's still an intruder here. The moment of exposure. Bolonica immediately rushed at Frey with a knife. Frey blocked the attack with a shield with one hand. The other hand was placed on Bolonica's head. Stop, he's my bodyguard. Yes, why didn't you say it sooner? If only it had been a few seconds later. This woman is about to die. I didn't expect the assassin to be a guard. Her Royal Highness Pioret has a unique vision. Pure was a little curious. Who exactly is Frey? Is he really only in his 20s? There was a little hiccup just now. Let's move on. About Leet's plans. How much does Her Royal Highness know? You can tell the truth. Because I'm not in the same league as the Black family. He wanted me to get out of the royal family. Join the Black family. And then wanted to get some kind of material from me. Materials, why do you think so? These years. The Blake family has already tripled its order book. Although they claim it to the outside world. This is for the study of demonism. But it doesn't fool my eyes. Giant's blood. There are also 10 years of ginseng as well as ohar. These are all orders that they have increased. It's just that I don't know. What kind of material exactly do they want? You're smart. You were talking about these materials. There really is something they want. Because of the appearance of just a young man. But Pure took it from Frey. I felt the calmness of the old man. On Frey's body, Pure saw his master's shadow. Could you please tell me what that material is? Her Royal Highness the Empress Pure. Do you still want to be neutral? Please answer my question first. Demigate. The conquest of the entire continent is about to begin. Minimum 1 year. The longest is only 2 years. If you don't resist, at most, they will only live for 2 years. You dare to threaten Her Royal Highness. Frey just snapped her fingers. Bellonita felt a terrifying pressure. The gap between the two is just too great. Pure. Knowing that this conversation has been dominated by Frey. Do you have any proof? Demigate has been impressed for 4,000 years. Why are they going to have an accident now? Because they have no worries. What Leet wants is Ohal. I've heard that only you can get your hands on it. I see. That stuff will push them to plan ahead of time. So if I'm not on Demigate's side, Leet will definitely threaten me to get Ohal. I know. Do you mean you want me to join an organization? How can it be? Today's organizations simply can't keep you safe. If you don't belong to an organization, do you have any plans then? Join forces with me. I'm here to be your guardian. The moment I heard this, Pure blushed. As Leet said, he did have a bit of interest in Frey. See this? Was reminded by Ronica in a whisper. Pure, even if I'm in danger, I don't have to bother you with the big fight. I'm afraid of death, or I'd have retreated into the background. I chose a comfortable life. If I'm not mistaken, you should have a backstage. Let me think about it. Could it be the 11th Magic Tower? Tower Master, you are really powerful. If you can you arrange for him to meet with me? Sorry, it's hard, because I don't know where he is. Could it be that even Her Royal Highness the Imperial Daughter is in contact? Not to him. This is the only way I can communicate with my master. But this thing, only the master can contact me unilaterally. But Pure had just taken it out. The ball in his hand reacted immediately. The Tower Master of the 11th Magic Tower appeared. Hello, Frey. Black. The man used a magic prop to hide his face. Frey couldn't see him clearly. I've heard all of your conversations. You think up to 2 years. Demigate will begin his crusade against the world. Actually, I think so too. Listen to your tone. I seem to know something too. The Master's strength is much stronger than both of us. Don't be rude. Excuse me, Her Royal Highness. I don't want to talk to sneaky people. Peel doesn't matter. He's right. This one's strength is actually beyond your imagination. Not long ago, Lyanov's Order of the Black Dragon wiped out overnight. I suspect this was Demigate's doing. You're right. It was done by Demigate, who manipulated death. Noel, this guy deserves to be a destroyer-level powerhouse. You shouldn't be eavesdropping on this beat a lot. But why do you know everything about the major organizations? You are very smart. So who do you think I am? The Master of the Ori Princess. It is actually the Tower Master of the legendary 11th Magic Tower. After hearing Pure's conversation with Frey, he finally showed up. Who do you think I am? You are the president of the former Destillan Laborers Association. This bead and the magic props on you. It's the technique of the Straw Riskers 50 years ago. At that time, the Straw Risky Association happened to have a change of president. And a master like you is definitely not willing to be resigned. It's amazing that you can tell who I am at a glance. That's right. I was the president of the Straw Insurers Association 50 years ago. Then why did you leave the organization in the first place? You know Pisa Asimo. Every had heard the name. That's the former president of the Traumen Roundtable. That is, Benin's father. He is now the president of the Traumen Roundtable. Benin's father. And my dear friend. His death. It exposes how much alignment there is within the major organizations. At that time, the four major organizations used the crusade against His Holiness as an excuse. Weaken the increasingly powerful Traumen Roundtable. Eventually, they killed their president. As the former president of the Hughes Sage Society, didn't stop this. At the beginning we said it was good to start with Demi. Save all humanity in the hands of Gate. But it's all my fault. If I had been president at the time, if only I could have been stronger. I'm so happy to meet you. Your eyes are a lot like Osser's. If you can, I'd like to ask you to bring Traumen to the round table. Join us. Say we don't mean you have other organizations now. In the 50 years since I left the organization, I found people who inherited the will of the heroes of the old era. Together, an alliance was formed. It's not the same as those corrupt organizations. Our goal is to defeat Demigate. Although it's nice to hear that. Thanks for the offer, though. I refuse to join you. The reason why I joined the organization, it's about revolutionizing them from within. Frey Blake, do you really think it's possible? What matters now is not the question of impossibility. Actually, the goals of those organizations that are just starting out. It's the same with you. But with the passage of time, when the backbone of the Lord leaves people one by one, they will become as corrupt and depraved as they are now. The end result is an internal problem. Or start anew, as you did. Rest assured, we won't change our beliefs. But it's human nature. You can't forget that. If you don't reflect on it, accept your imperfect self, then it's hard for us humans to get out of it. Demigate's control. It looks like you're exactly like Osar. I hope you can stick to this belief. Don't worry, that's what I'm supposed to do. Pure, you can help him. Nice to meet you. I'm talking to you. It's like seeing a friend I haven't seen in years. It's gratifying. You haven't told me your name yet. My name is Kalilo Wellsman. My proposal is still valid. If there is a need, we are willing to be your strongest ally. After Kalo finished speaking, disappeared in front of Frey. But Frey was a little surprised, because Kalo is from the Wellsman family. This is the letter that Hwesh has hidden. This means that Kalo is a descendant of Hus. After Kalo came forward, Free and Pure were on the same page. I would like to ask you for 3 things. Say it, since the master has already said it. Then I'll try to satisfy you. First things first. Postpone our engagement first. But you can't be too indifferent to me on the surface. You can rest assured. I'm the best at acting. Then for the time being, Ohar can no longer be sold to the outside world. If you don't want the Countess to find out, then I need some excuses. But it's easy to do. So what's the last thing? But Frey's next words. Pure was indeed a little surprised. Just look at Frey's expression. He's not kidding. Time flashed to the next day. Pure. Still not from the last thing Frey said. Come back to your senses. Her Royal Highness. Did you really decide to say yes to him? Of course. After all, the master also told me to fully cooperate with him. I don't know if it will be achieved in the end. Balanica. You remember. Sometimes it's a deviant. In order to make the most accurate judgment. And this kind of person, they tend to change the world. Meanwhile, Frey. He also expressed his willingness to marry Pure. You are now eligible. Become a part of our black family. Now tell Frey the family's secrets. After you guys are done, I'll wait for him in the basement. It doesn't feel like there's much to say. Stay here for an hour or so before going down. Let Sherelle come here. I'll help you communicate. It's just that I don't know if he's going to come. You don't have to worry about it. He'll definitely come over. Looking at Frey in front of him, Charles suddenly felt a strangeness that he had never felt before. But even if the words have already reached the lips, but she still didn't ask. He was afraid to know the truth. He was afraid that the person in front of him was not his brother. It didn't take long. Frey went to the basement. How it feels to know the truth. It's a bit hard to believe, to be honest. Understandable. But don't worry. You'll understand after a while. The moment you walk into the room, Frey was completely stunned. It's full of human corpses. They were the subject of experiments by the Black family. No fuss. They're just test subjects. In addition to these experimental subjects, Frey also saw some strange people. They are the magicians of the Black family. And alchemists. Also a researcher here. How I feel that their state is a little strange. Yes, because I erased their ability to think. The thoughts of the individual can seriously affect the interests of the collective. Let them turn into thoughtless puppets. In order to manage effectively, unconsciously, Leet led Frey to the end of the room. Frey felt the power from inside the door. And it's also a particularly powerful divine power. Remember to be a little more restrained for a while. The one inside is our master. Got the news. Frey was completely panicked. He didn't expect Rein to really be in Black clan. Frey was afraid of being recognized by Rein, because he still has Andra's divine power in him. And he also has Heart's mask in his hands. And the core of Richie. Once met, Rein will surely find himself. Frey didn't know what to do for a while. Frey, what's wrong with you? Your face doesn't look good. Frey suddenly thought. Just take out Le here. Then all the problems will be solved. And now he has no way back. Once it fails, all plans were ruined. The door slowly opened. Rein was sitting inside waiting for Wright's arrival. Le, you're here pretty early. Who's that kid next to you? It looks a little bit eye-catching. It takes Frey to meet the Black family. Real hosts. The supreme master of the Rhine. Your most loyal servant. Greetings to you. Frey didn't want to be like Leet. Kneel down to demigate. But for their own plans. He finally gritted his teeth and knelt down. His name is Frey. He is the third son of his subordinates. I just came back a while ago. Let's put it this way. You have 3 sons. Then this. How's it going? Half of the amount has been collected. You shit. It's only been half of it for so long. Sorry, but our home Frey. Already ready to get engaged to the 3rd princess. Just turn him into our man. The materials will be ready in no time. The 3rd princess is a troublesome woman. If there is no 11th Demon Tower Lord and Baragon. Frey couldn't help but wonder. Who is Baragon? Could it be that he is a member of Kalo's alliance? This kid of yours really doesn't talk much. But I appreciate that about him. Raise your head and let me see what you really look like. You humans all look the same? It was at this time. The Rhine seems to have discovered something. He grabbed Frey's hand. A handful grabbed Frey by the neck. Just look at Rhine's expression. He must have discovered Frey's identity. Frey, if he doesn't take out Ladier here, then there is no chance of winning. Can be a second. Rhine pressed Frey to the ground. Is your name Frey, Stinky Boy? You're such a rare genius. With that, Rhine let go of Frey's neck. Lord Rhine. Frey's talent is even better than Misa's. Very well, I have something to say to your mother. You get out of here first. Frey is well aware. Rhine must have discovered his identity. Otherwise, he wouldn't stand between himself and Leet. It's just that Frey doesn't understand. Why did Rhine let himself out of here? What's going on? Are you deaf and dumb? There is no such thing. Until Frey left, Rhine was always in front of Leith. Cute little guys. We'll see you later. After Frey left, Rhine immediately changed his tone. Did he get his powers? Not yet a second. Rhine choked Wright's neck. This idiot. If you're not my minions, I'd have eaten you alive. With that, Rhine directly threw Leet aside. I remember telling you before. Only waste does the wrong thing. Tell me about Leet. Are you a trash? Am I working with trash? No, no, no. Meanwhile, Frey was in the room. Build a magic circle that summons demons. He knows. Rhine must have discovered the divine power in his body. And there was only one reason why he let himself go. That is, the Rhine can't do anything now. The other destroyers were seriously wounded. The Rhine is giving them divine powers. His strength has definitely dropped significantly. The Rhineland is actually buying time. This means, now is the best chance to kill the Rhine. But at this very moment, Hoshazi suddenly came in. He found everything. What the hell is going on? What are you guys going on underground? Xiazi, I have to kill Ladier today. Frey draws the magic circle. When you are ready to fight to the death with the Rhine. Charles found out all about it. Zaz, I'm going to kill Leet today. Charles was surprised though. But nothing was said. Compared to his own mother, Le, he seemed to care more about Frey in front of him. In the end, he asked the question in his mind. You're not Frey, are you? Tell me where my brother is. Brother, you still have the face to say that Frey is your brother. He was long dead. It was you and your family who killed him with your own hands. Do you know what kind of life he lives every day? He was bullied by a lot of people. It was tossed around like a rag. He was even abandoned by his family. He was tortured. Things that can be done. The only way to end your life is to end your own life. How could this be? You say he killed himself. But at this time, it was as if Frey had heard the voice of the real Frey. Don't pick my brother. He must have had his own struggles. But Frey still pushed Natsuki to the ground. You don't have the right to grieve for him. You don't deserve to be an older brother at all. You're right. But I've always hoped that Frey would get out of this hell. As she spoke, Xiazi pulled open her clothes. Seeing the scars on Xiazi's body that go deep into the bone marrow, Frey was also stunned. What the hell is going on with your body? Why did it become like this? Because it can hold both divine and magical powers. I've been treated as a test subject since I was a child. Want to be recognized within the Black family. I want to be an experimental subject for the rest of my life. Is that Missar too? That's right. Missal's personality became distorted. It's also related to being a test subject. If he doesn't think of himself as God's chosen one, humanity is estimated to have collapsed long ago. I deliberately used some tricks back then, so Frey couldn't use his magic. What you do? Why would you do that? The day Frey was born, he grabbed me with those little immature hands. I saw a big smile after seeing it. I swore to protect him, because I don't want Frey to suffer as much as I do. So I deliberately used some means. That's when Frey knew. Why did I enter this body at that time? Unable to use mana. I thought he just had to leave the family. You can have a free and happy life. He was a kind child. But after being called a family disgrace, in order not to disgrace the family, he tried a lot of things. But why kill yourself? You stupid boy. Brother, I'm sorry for you. I thought you were leaving the family. Can escape from a tragic fate. It's me who was too rash. Frey could feel it. The real Frey was crying inside him. He was thanking his brother for his dedication. I also hate my weakness. Tell me if you're not Frey. So who the hell are you? Even if I say, you won't believe him either. It is your pleasure that the host is willing to talk to you. Charles didn't expect it. I just got in touch with him. Cheryl came at once. And why did he call this man his master? What the hell is going on? Why did he become your master? You'll know when the time comes. So don't talk nonsense. Follow him. Charles finally got the answer. His brother had long since died. The man in front of him was not Frey at all. Who are you? However, in the end, Xiazi still did not learn the truth. Because Cheryl has arrived. It all happened so suddenly. This man is not only using his brother's body, or the owner of Cheryl. Don't talk nonsense. Follow as much as I do. That's all there is to him. Charles had no other choice either. Zayas, I want to ask you for one thing. Something. There is a metal called Illinois steel. It was demiguy costume world time. Something that must be used. And Rhineland is processing Illinois steel through Luth. Charles, you're going to help me find a processing location for Illinois steel. If it's about the mother, there are a few places that are really questionable. I'll check it out later. Charles, you help me track down Leet's location. Be careful. Leet is a minion of the Destroyer. You can rest assured that it is not difficult for me. But I need some clues. He seemed to have received the message. Has hidden its tracks. If only there were some clues. You say you want leads. Isn't that simple? There are so many people in the Black family. Let's just find someone to ask. Said. A loud bang rang out from Frey's room. Time goes back a few minutes ago. Mount Rosewak in the Raiwandak mountain region. His Holiness is here. Take care of the 3 destroyers who are seriously injured. It was at this time. A wind-attributed divine power suddenly appeared behind His Holiness. Something has happened to His Holiness. What's wrong? I met the humans who had absorbed Andra's divine powers. Although I don't know where he is holy. But do you think he has anything to do with Richie? That's right, so. At that time, I didn't dare to take him back rashly. It's lightweight. In order to heal their wounds. My divine power has long been depleted. To be honest, I'm a little scared right now. I didn't expect that either. I'm going to be scared of a human one day. Calm down the Rhine. I'll send someone over. There are 3 in the vicinity of several Gaster empires. I asked them to come and support you. But they don't move in space. You have to wait at least 3 days. 3 days is still a bit of a stretch. Looks like I'm going to have to find a way to get Lair out first. Time comes back to the present. Frey is already in the Black family. There was a lot of movement. If he guessed correctly, Lion will definitely call for reinforcements. So time is running out. They had to find Illinois as soon as possible. It was at this time. A figure rushed out of the Black family's mansion. Frey, you stinky boy. What do you want to do? Tell me what you mean exactly. Can't you see it? The head of the Black family. How dare you be so arrogant? But without waiting for Litlet to say more, Frey directly opened the magic force field. For a moment, Wright couldn't use her magic anymore. He couldn't believe that Frey was an 8-star magician. And he is also an 8-star magician who can master space. Rit was about to adjust her body and land. Another icicle came at him. Ice magic. I didn't expect you kid to have some strength. Frey, in order to sabotage Demigate's plans, decided to make a big fuss in the Black family. Rit, who was the first to rush to the battlefield. Obviously, I didn't expect Frey's strength to be so strong. Without waiting for Wright to stand still, Frey's attack struck again. Losing her footing, Rit fell straight to the ground. And Frey seems to have expected all of this. Looks like I'm looking down on you. Is the 6th Demon Tower Lord this kind of strength? You stinky boy. It turns out that you went home for another purpose. You're right. Otherwise, why would I go back to this home? I shouldn't have kicked you out of the house in the first place. Rather, they are to be put to death on the spot. Because you weren't supposed to be born into this world. With immediately raised hands. Something is constantly pouring out of the ground. It was a bunch of monsters that looked like flies. Is that what you did to your son? This is also an artificial creature made by the Rhine. He's a bad taste. Is this a fly or a human? Don't wait for an immediate answer. The monsters began to spew black liquid from their mouths. Frey subconsciously summoned an ice wall to block. To his surprise, the ice wall disappeared in an instant. As a last resort, Frey can only use his magic to dodge these attacks. For this strange liquid, Frey had a guess in his mind. You stinky boy. You dare to use ice magic in front of me. I didn't expect you to use divine power. I thought you were just a puppet master. But the next second, Frey was surrounded by these monsters. This is the power of God. No matter how much you struggle, nor can it be my opponent. Keelite wasn't done yet. I saw thunder in the air. The power of God. Don't be funny. With a loud bang, all the monsters that had just gathered around Frey were destroyed. That's impossible. Why do you use divine powers? Frey didn't answer little. He stood silently in the air. Electricity is constantly lingering all around him. If you get closer, you'll know. At this moment, Frey's eyes were extremely cold. Meanwhile, Cheryl is taking advantage of rats. Come and find the trail of Leet. After he gave the order, all the rats scattered and ran away. At the time of the destruction of the Black family's mansion, Cheryl sensed Leet's faint breath. Just search with these mice. He believed he would soon find his traces. It didn't take long. Cheryl walked through the eyes of the mouse. Saw Leet. In that hidden room, quite a few people were trapped by the planks. Leet was kneeling in the middle of Magic Town at the moment. Strange incantations were muttered in his mouth. After coming here, Cheryl found that he seemed to want to sacrifice a living person to increase the efficiency of magic. With the end of the spell, in the space in front of Leet, there was a strange fluctuation. I saw a foot slowly sticking out of it. "Welcome, Lord Yapel. My name is Leet Black. I am waiting for you here on the orders of Lord Rhine. It's disgusting. Hey, I'm sick of it. I'm sorry for snubbing you." Lord Rhine ordered him to hide. "So, did you call me with these living people as sacrifices? If I come by myself, it can take up to 3 days. Rhine's minions. You're good. Let the reinforcements arrive early." Wright activated the teleportation array with a human being as a sacrifice. "I'll summon the other 2 adults before dawn. The target is my 3rd son. Got the news?" Cheryl decided to tell Frey about it. "He's already on the move. We've got to stop bothering me as soon as possible. Before that, I'm going to catch a disgusting rat first." As he spoke, Yapel slowly raised his right hand, and with it was Charl hidden in the shadows. Cheryl couldn't have imagined. He was unexpectedly discovered by Demiget. Meanwhile, in another place, Charles also discovered something, although he had been mentally prepared for a long time. But I still didn't expect it to be so miserable. Over here. That's where the Black family made Illinois. After lifting the blood-stained curtain, Charles came to the depths of the room. If nothing else, these books contain information about Illinois. In order to find relevant information, Charles began to flip through the notes. Finally, in one of the books, Charles found a way to make Illinois gang. But he couldn't believe it. The Black family turned out to be such a place. Soon after, the battle on Frey's side ended. He's already suppressed little. It was at this time Charles came over with what he had gathered. "I found this space in the bag. There is something you want. I think they're Illinois Gonchad. Why should even you do this?" Frey didn't expect it either. "There are so many Illinois gangs in the Black family. Charles told me. Why betray the family? You know. Is Illinois steel made of what material?" "I only know that Ohar is the most important material." "Tell me, what exactly is the magical power of Illinois steel? Do you know what Demigate's only fear is? That is the power of order in this world. They call this Force God. It's ridiculous, isn't it? The Demigate family has always claimed to be gods, but they are not really gods. And God, the indiscriminate massacre of the Demigate family. Divine punishment was laid, but they just need to absorb it. Can hide the divine power in his body. So this is what can make the Demigate family a panacea for evading divine punishment." "Wait a minute, do you mean to say that's right? Demigate wants to pass through Illinois, flee God's punishment, thus conquering the whole world. I didn't expect our family to help the abuse. I just saw that. Illinois steel is made of human hearts in its material. Manufacture of 0.1 grams of Illinois steel. It takes 108 human hearts. However, I found dozens of kilograms of Illinois steel there. Other words, we, the Black family, are Demigate's chopsticks. Tell me how many people my family has killed." "Bastard, you white-eyed wolf. How dare you talk to me like that? Answer me. Where the hell did you find so many people?" "It's actually quite easy. After all, there are many parents in this world. They were willing to sell their children for a silver coin. Anyway, they have been slaves since birth. Even if it disappears, no one cares. No one expected it. Illinois just needs a human heart to refine it. This means the Black family. Tens of millions of people have been killed for Demigate. Charles, don't pretend to be a good person here. Don't forget, you also have the blood of our Black family in your veins. So what? I'm just like him. He is also from the Black family. But so what? What a person does. Will it be limited by origin? That's right. The Black family shouldn't be here. You white-eyed wolves. I'm going to kill you with my own hands." But Litlet had just pounced. He was pressed to the ground by Frey again. "Tell me quickly, where did Lying go? Even if you kill me, I won't tell you either." "That's fine. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the pleasure of torturing you." But at this time, a black figure flew towards Frey. Frey could only let go. Lit hurriedly caught the person flying over. The powerful force made Frey's whole person retreat again and again. The master runs away. It turned out that the figure just now was Charlotte. You have something to do with the Rhine. Actually, I can tell you. Be careful, host. His power is darkness. Even if I hide in the shadows, it's useless. You'd better run away. There will be 2 more demigates coming by before dawn. After a hard work, you can rest well. I'll take care of the rest. Charlotte will leave it to you. Wait a minute. Do you want to face demigate alone? That's right, wait a minute. You can't be alone. Frey didn't answer, but the look in his eyes says it all. I understand. Promise me not to die here. This is my brother's body. It's boring. Let me come over in such a hurry. I thought he was a master. Frey didn't say a word. The staff of the great sage was immediately summoned. The other party is Demi-Beat, who has the power of darkness. Frey had to be careful with his methods. You are a magician. It seems that the Rhine has indeed weakened. He would be afraid of a human. Frey did not answer. Immediately summoned an icicle and attacked. But Yapel only waved his hand lightly. He shattered all the icicles in front of him. The surroundings become as bright as daytime. It's as if absorbing all the darkness. That's it. The strength of Demigate, who has mastered the power of darkness. Yapel slowly raised his left hand. The darkness around them immediately condensed into small balls. Frey didn't hesitate. Immediately summoned the shield of the gods with divine power. To his surprise, even with divine power, he couldn't resist Yapel's attack. As a last resort, Frey could only use his strongest magic again. Smoke hell. But the flames dispersed. But Yapel used darkness. Wrap yourself tightly. It's boring. I can't get any interest in it at all. As a last resort, Frey could only think of a countermeasure while escaping. After finding an opportunity, Frey immediately released icicles to block Apel's view. If all other magic doesn't work, Frey had to try it out with white magic first. Take advantage of the moment when the icicles are shattered. Frey used the Holy Dome. At such a distance, Yapel had to absorb the darkness to fend off. Frey didn't know either. After the 2 opposing forces of light and darkness collide, the impact force generated. Can you do him harm? It's kind of interesting. I'm optimistic about you. Ray uses white magic to inflict a heavy blow on Demigate. Can be a second. Darkness all around. It gradually rushed towards Yapel's chest. Just for a moment. Yapel's injuries were fully recovered. Absorb the power of darkness from all around? It's amazing. Yes, as long as there is darkness in this world, then I will never wither. Even if you beat me. There are also 2 other demigates to help. Are you desperate? Said. Japel continued to throw dark energy at Frey. After the previous temptation, Frey already knew he couldn't block the attacks. However, he also found that Yapel liked to attack with his left hand. Defend with your right hand. So Frey wanted to be before he defended. Block his right arm first. But Frey suddenly thought, as long as it's not dawn yet, I can't kill Demigate in front of me. Even if he survived until dawn, 2 more Demigates will arrive soon. Meanwhile, Xiazi didn't expect it either. Frey has been able to fight Demigate for so long. Shaz, you bastard. What exactly do you want to do? I'm thinking about what I'm going to do with you. White-eyed wolf, I can give you a chance. As she spoke, Shirel slowly crawled towards Right. This is your punishment for betraying the whole world. Little hadn't reacted yet. Cheryl bit him on the neck. Wait for Shirel to let go. Little's body was literally turned into a dried corpse. Charles, sir. What are you doing? Rest assured, he's not dead. I'm going to have to help the master. The rest of the work is up to you. I'm so disappointed in you. You were deceived by Frey. Betrayed the entire family. Be sober. Frey is lying to you. I'm the one who should be disappointed. I'm very disappointed in my family and myself right now. Looks like I'm not wasting any more time. At this moment, Frey is still desperately trying to deal with Yapel, but he knew it in his heart. This is not the way to go on at all. The master will leave it to his subordinates. Are you all right? For the first time today, the subordinate congratulated himself on being a vampire. But you are no match for him. Rest assured. Subordinates have their own methods. If the plan can be successful, maybe you can kill him, but not before Cheryl could finish. Yapel's attack is here again. The two of them could only dodge on one side. While discussing the next plan, how do you want to do it? His subordinates are going to teleport him to the demon realm. Just let Azura, the deity, can deal with him. Although Lilith is difficult to deal with even in the demon realm, but the Azura Buddha figure may really be able to do it. So ask the master to draw a reverse summoning illusion array. Teleport it to the demon realm. There's no time now. After daybreak, there will be 2 more demigate tubes. At that point, we won't have any chance of winning. Although this plan could theoretically be implemented, but it needs the support of a very large amount of magical power. Even if it's as strong as Charlotte, it may also be necessary to give one's own life. It was at this time Frey remembered Isabel, the girl who used to make him believe in other people. I'm ready to sacrifice. Okay, but I have one condition. You must not die. Rest assured. Then the subordinate will go first. But I've just finished speaking. Cheryl was hit by Appel's attack. Frey could only watch. Charlotte falls into the Black family. He wanted to go over and check on Cheryl's condition, but Yapel's attack was already close at hand. As a last resort, he had no choice but to dodge Appel's attack first. I don't know what you're going to do, though, but I'm not going to sit idly by. I thought you guys could make me happy, but now it's feeling more and more boring. Let's do it quickly. Frey kept calling out to Cheryl with a voice, but he never got a response. Cheryl at this time. He hadn't recovered from Yapel's attack yet. He couldn't move anymore. Available as planned. He also had to ask Frey to help draw a reverse teleportation array. Cheryl, who came back to her senses, suddenly found out. He was now lying on top of a summoning array. That's when he first came. Frey had already drawn the demon summoning array. And at the moment, Frey was also distracted, was choked by Abel by the neck. Fortunately, he finally waited. Cheryl's response. I'm going to start reversing the teleportation array. Please bring Demigate to me. Frey suddenly thought. Where Cheryl fell, there is a summoning array that he drew before. If I'm not mistaken, you like to defend with your right hand. Attack with your left hand. Other words, seal your left hand. Your left defense. As he spoke, Frey pointed directly at Abel. Unleashed the divine power in the body. This is Andra's divine power. How could you have this? Because of the attack. The surrounding balls of dark energy were all gone. Frey took advantage of the opportunity. Directly threw Yapel in the direction of the teleportation array. During the fall of Yapel, Frey made up another shot of eternal blazing. You want to use light to eliminate darkness. It's a beautiful thought. After the smoke clears, Yapel still wrapped himself in darkness. Just a human being. It can't be my opponent. Now is the time. I'll do it. At the moment when Frey finished speaking, the teleportation array beneath Yapel, immediately it lit up purple. Their plan worked. Cheryl also survived unharmed. Here's what's next. It has nothing to do with Frey. In the hell sky of the demon realm, which is ruled by Azura, the black clouds are constantly surging. Cheryl's help. Yapel was transported to the hell of the Azuras. Souls floating in the air. It was like welcoming this uninvited guest. Yapel was a little curious. What the hell is this place? I didn't expect that. Frey, this kid really sent him over. Welcome to hell. You're just a minion, though. But I'm still glad I was able to take out a demigate with my own hands. Am I being sent to the demon realm? Azura did not answer. The excitement on his face was palpable. On the other hand, Abel Pellet. He no longer had the ease with which he had fought against Frey. Once Frey's never been able to break through the darkness. Now in the hands of the Azuras, it is like a piece of paper. Face the Grand Duke of the Demon Realm. Abel could only lament that he was too unlucky. As the hammer in Azura's hand fell, the last shimmer of darkness dissipated. It's boring. His strength simply cannot be compared to that of the Destroyer. The divine power is gone. That meant Frey they won over Demigate. But at this time, blood kept spurting from Frey's mouth and nose. Seeing this, Cheryl hurriedly flew up to catch Frey. Fight Demigate in a human body. It's a blessing to be hurt by this. Cheryl had thought that the legends about Lucas were all made up, because he is too strong in the literature. But now, after seeing it with my own eyes, on the contrary, he felt that the literature was a bit conservative. To know, Frey's current strength has not yet reached the level of 9 stars. Charl was getting dawn. We're running out of time. Kill Leb before the other Demi-gates arrive. Right is, after all, a minion of the Destroyer. Xiazi is not his opponent at all. You white-eyed wolf. How dare you betray your own mother? Your own mother. Have you ever fulfilled the duties of a mother? He threw away his clothes. It shows the world the true face of the Black family. I have been an experiment in your hands since birth. And you gave birth to an heir just for experimentation. What kind of mother is this? Don't you know? Only swear to follow Lord Rhine to the death. Can our family be redeemed? I didn't know until I was older. It turns out that parents can represent love and devotion. But both are symbols of pain and terror for me. The reason why I have been able to hold on to it until now has not collapsed. It's because I think I've given Frey a great future. I firmly believe that my efforts will get Frey out of this hell. Could it be that you blocked the magic in his body? I later learned that it was all useless, because we couldn't escape this hell in the first place. Did you know? Frey eventually chose to cut himself off. Self-disconnected. Isn't he alive and well? He's right. We Black family are not supposed to be here. Salvation can only be achieved by perdition. If you really want to be saved, then you can only die. What are you talking about? How do you decide the future of the Black family? Let me do it anyway. I don't want to get your hands dirty. It looks like you're seriously injured. What about Lord Abel? Yapel. Is that the name of that demigate? He's dead for something. What did you say? Are you deaf? I killed Japel with him. It's up to you. How could you possibly defeat Lord Yapel? Are you kidding? Leet could no longer perceive Abel's powers. It's just that he doesn't want to admit it. At the moment when Leet unleashed his divine power, Frey and the others felt the tremendous pressure. Are you okay? Can you still withstand this force? I did get seriously injured, but just give me a minute. I'll be able to cast one last spell. Give him the fatal blow. Don't worry, host. We're here to buy you time. We're going to get rid of him. Can you do it? Presumptuous, it's up to you how you can be my opponent. Rest assured, please use this body to help me cut off this evil relationship with my own hands. Mothers have renounced human dignity. As a son, we have an obligation to prevent tragedy from happening. After seeing Xia Zi's enlightenment, Frey didn't say much either. He flew aside. Begin to prepare the magic wholeheartedly. You white-eyed wolf. How long do you want to last? But at this time, Lee felt a splitting headache. It turned out that Cheryl had attacked his spirit with mind control. You damn vampire. Stop struggling. Needless struggle. How embarrassed are you to say such a thing? You're a demigate dog who's at the end of your crossbow. A white ED just wanted to fight back. But I felt a terrifying magic. I see. You're trying to stall for time. Let him deal with me. See how Leet saw through the strategies of several people. Cheryl was ready to go up and stop him. But Lady's figure appeared behind Frey in an instant. There are no surprises. Frey's charge is interrupted by Ladier. However, Cheryl and Charles also got in front of Frey in time. Give it up. It's useless to have any more of your kind of waste. The moment Char's attack hits Leet, Leet vanished. What's going on? Is he so fast that I can't even notice it? No, not really. He just blended in with the trend. All the magic around Xiazi disappeared. Instead, it has the same divine power as Demigate. As Xiazi's hands opened suddenly, a chill burst out with him as the center. A snowman appeared in front of everyone out of thin air. Found you. Xiazi didn't expect you to use divine power. I don't usually use divine powers. It's because I can't let go of human pride. But now for all humanity, I'm willing to use it. It looks like you've indeed grown up. As he spoke, Leet unleashed his divine powers. Compared to Xiazi's divine power, Leet's power appears to be extremely domineering, the same as divine power. But the two of us are not on the same level at all. Your mother is a minion of the Destroyer, and you're just an experiment. Originally, I wanted to spare your life, but it's a pity. I can only kill you now. But the next second, it was right who was pierced in the chest. Divine power is not right. It's magic. But the magic was right. I haven't had time to name him yet. It's something you created. Are you kidding? So far, Rhine's minion, Rater, was killed. Xiazi immediately picked up Le, who fell to the ground. After all, how to say, she is both the mother of Shaz. She doesn't feel any pain. There's only so much I can do for you. I'm sorry. Never mind. Thank you. It is enough to be able to die without pain. It was at this time, a flash of light flashed. Just for a moment, Xiazi and Cheryl were sent flying. Too late to react. Frey was also pierced through the body by an attack. He forgot something important. It's dawn. This means that the other two demi-gates have also arrived. It's dawn. Two other demi-gates rushed to the Black family. Frey was pierced in the chest by the sudden appearance of Demigate. Cheryl and Charles were also knocked to the ground. That's the end of it. But at this time, a rift appeared in the space in front of Frey. The bones of countless skeletons suddenly appeared, caught two demi-gates. Because of this sudden attack, Demigate let go of Frey. At the time when Frey was about to lose consciousness, a man caught him. That's great. You're not dead. Looks like I'm not late. Frey was a little curious. Why Isabel is here. I said it below. As long as you are in danger, it's going to come over nonstop. Came with Isabel. There's also a team led by the Lich. I'll explain the situation to you later. Please lean on me first. Who the hell are you guys? Baragon. This is the alliance that Kalo mentioned before with Frey. Didn't you say that there were 3 demi-gates? Could it be that they have already killed one? It seems that Kalo is not lying. You damned mortals. The leading Lich slammed his staff to the ground. Just as he was about to attack, Demigate was torn to shreds by the skeleton. Until this time, it was only then that Demigate remembered the reminder His Holiness had given them. Don't be careless. Occasionally, there are a few cases among the perishables. Even if there is no righteousness, didn't look down on each other either. There will always be some outliers among those who will perish. They will threaten your life. When Frey wakes up again, he was already on his way to the headquarters in Baragon. Frey was a little curious. Why did Isabel know about Baragon? Not long ago. Mistress Kalo has looked for it. He also said that he had seen your excellency, and he wants me to pull the strings, putting you in contact with the people of Baragon, because he thinks that in this way he will be able to get your excellency to join Baragon. So you accepted his offer? Who the hell are you heading for? Because of Lord Kalo. His full name is Kalo Wellsman. Your excellency did not say this in the Hughes transcript. Is Wellsman the savior of Hughes' law? Maybe Lord Kalo is his descendant. So under the thought it is necessary to sign this Zebragon? They also invited me 10 years ago. It's just because they're too mysterious. So I just refused. It didn't take long. The group came to a modest hut. Before, the others were waiting here for Frey Blake. You go in. After entering, there was only one man in a cloak in the room. Welcome to Baragon. Isabel, let's put Frey on the bed first. Good? Lord Kalo, Isabel sat aside to heal Frey's wounds. Kalo continued to look through the magic book. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I'd be dead. I'm the one to say thank you. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had a chance to slash Demigate. Frey then realized that Talo looked a lot like Hughes. There were 2 Demigates on the other side. Can your men beat them? If the destroyer forgets. But the 2 ordinary Demigates are no match for Diab in Kalo's mouth. It was the lich that Frey had just seen. The lich can't be a lich from the northern snowfields. I didn't expect your intelligence network to be quite extensive. It was Hart who told me. Halt! Is he doing well now? You know Hart. Then you should know what he's in now. Frey, do you think you can defeat the Venerable when you reach the 9 Stars realm? It is absolutely impossible to hear this. Kalo froze. What's wrong? I was just a little surprised. After all, human beings have not reached the realm of themselves. It will be full of longing and fantasy, because only those who have reached the 9th star will have this kind of thought. But I didn't expect you, an 8-star magician, to be in such a state of mind. This also surprised me very much. Actually, you're right. As the research deepens, we do believe that the 9-star magician is no match for his holiness at all. So we're desperate, because no matter how much humanity struggles, none of them can push the limits. Are you scared because of this setback? So we finally decided to create 10 stars, a realm beyond the limits of human beings. What are you kidding? The 9 stars are the limits of what humans can reach. You probably know that too. Solid is not a legend, at least theoretically, because we found an ancient book of records in an ancient book. That's what it is. The moment Lucas Traumen heard the name, Frey froze. He didn't even know there was such a thing. But Kalo's appearance doesn't look like a lie, either. This plan is still too far away. Let's change the subject. If you join us, when the time comes, we will fully support you to reach the realm of 9 stars. We at the Traumen Roundtable are in crisis. How can it still be like this? What you've been doing all this time. The vitality of the Traumen Roundtable is slowly recovering. But this has also attracted the envy of many people. The Sage of Straw and Lucid Greatsword. Now, I just want to be alone, and do not want to seek development. And the rise of the Traumen Roundtable is a threat to them. I'm always welcome to find fault with them. They're going to use the next 3 tricks you can't imagine. Maybe they will also use the same tactics against the previous leaders of the Round Table. To get rid of you. What's so hard about this? Wouldn't it be nice if I didn't just go? But with the character of Benin, it is certainly not going to refuse. It is impossible to give up the opportunity to be ashamed of his father. If you want the Round Table to develop steadily, survive this difficult time, you have to help. Looks like I'm going to have to give those guys a kick. Let's rescue Halt first. Kalo, can you help me? You say you want to save Halt. Benin is a descendant of the dragon family. This is also the biggest symbol of our Traumen Roundtable. We need to rescue Hart, who is also a dragon. Let him join the Roundtable. Then announce it to the world. The dragons were not wiped out. They still stand proudly in this world. Let's go now. You need to rest. Don't push yourself too hard. Push yourself. The minions of the Rhine are dead. His Holiness should have been aware of this news as well. If we don't strike first, it's better. When the time comes, but Frey hasn't finished his words. He was pressed to the bed. You don't want to die. Stop being stubborn. You've lived for 4,000 years. How can you recover first like a child? Then we'll make plans. Hurry up. Don't lie motionless in bed. Are you a newbie? How long do you want me to wait? According to intelligence. Frey was unruly, though, but he listened to Isabel very much. So Kalo was glad he had called Isabel this time. It was at this time Diab returned with his teammates. Those 2 Demigate have been wiped out by me. 5 people were seriously injured. 2 people were slightly injured. Simone and Ahid were killed, able to take out a normal Demigate. This shows that Diab has reached the realm of 9 stars. We're going to rescue Hart. Can you come with us? It's been a long time since I've seen him. No problem. Get ready to go now. Charles, I would like to meet Pizaman, President of the Night. The President has never asked about the world. I don't know if he will choose to see you. He was only interested in the demon realm and signing contracts. If there is no benefit, then I'll teach him the formation to summon Azura. That's easy to do. That was enough to pique his interest. And Charles, from now on, you're the head of House Black. Even if you get Illinois gang, there must be a lot of valuable information within the family. Then to destroy the door directly. I would prefer you to be the head of the house. Keep digging into those secrets. Thank you for your trust. But I'm afraid I won't be able to do it myself. You can rest assured. The third princess, who has promised me my full support. When you get back, you can go straight to him. You'll understand when the time comes. After the admonition, Frey took Kalo and Diab with him. Soon the figures of the three appeared in the alley of Lupe. Although there is no demigate around. But don't be careless. Maybe they're hiding in the grocery store. I'm really happy to be honest. Because I'm just like you. It's a pity for the decline of the dragons. They were the strongest against demigate before. But now he has become a slave to the enemy. It made me sigh a lot. This must be worse than death. Halt certainly hasn't been able to let go of it until now. We must save him. Without any hesitation, the three Freys pushed open the wooden door in front of them. But what caught my eye was Hart's smiling face. It's been fantastic. Ellie got me another cookie. It would be better if I could be fed with my feet. See what lies ahead. Frey hesitated, whether to save him or not. Halt, who was imprisoned by demigate, was enjoying life. But three uninvited guests suddenly appeared here. After reacting, Hart was startled by the three men with serious expressions in front of him. Frey saw this. It's also the same as when I first met Hart. It turned out to be you. Is this what you are? My name is Frey Blake. You're too anxious. Isn't there still a lot of time left until the day we agreed? Hear this. Kayla was a little curious. Today, I came to you. Not for the golem. We're here to get you out. Because I thought you were living in dire straits every day. But now it seems that I misunderstood you. After Frey finished speaking, the three of them were about to leave the place. Wait a minute. You're not kidding. Can I really get out of here? 3 destroyers were mortally wounded, and His Holiness is healing them. No wonder I feel that His Holiness's influence has decreased lately. What the hell is going on? Because there is a traitor in the Demigate family. Supreme Knife tricked Richie. He betrayed the Demigate family. Hear this. For a moment, Kalo and Diab were in disbelief. So how is he now? With his strength, he can definitely help us a lot. Frey's expression was a little sad. He's dead. This is an opportunity that Li Chi has exchanged for his life. We must cherish it. Yesterday, we took out the last of the Destroyer's palm prints. And it won't be long before the Rhine goes into hibernation. The conversation between the two contains a lot of things that only Demigate knows. So Kalo is a little unclear. So after killing the minions, its owner will go into hibernation. It will sleep for about 100 years. According to Richie, when the time comes, even a dinner knife can be easily killed. Those Demigates, so they were. No wonder after the death of the minions, Demigate will suddenly disappear. Rich finally told me. Let me go to Arya for help. Arya, are you talking about the northern snowfields, that Demigate? That's right. He said Arya could help us. Arya found it 100 years ago. He also wanted me to be his minion. That's right. You probably live in the northern snowfield. I refused at the time, because my goal is to achieve a high tribute to demonism. I'm not going to give up my magic for the sake of divine power. It can't be good. I didn't expect you to survive the Destroyer's true body. I almost lost my life. For healing, it took me 20 years. He probably thinks you're going to be a danger later. Without him, he was completely angry at the time. He was like a little kid. It doesn't make sense at all. Of course, Demigate didn't make much sense. I'll do my best to convince Arya. If only he could join. We can indeed be a great force. If only he can be persuaded by us. Halt! We're here to save you. What are your options? I've been waiting. I can get out of here on this day. Why not? There's a formation on the stairs. Because there is the power of His Holiness. It will take me some time to crack. Do you want to take this time to check it out? Golems that are made. Didn't you say you weren't done yet? Although the inside of the golem is empty. But the bones and appearance are already done. Now that you're here, then give some opinions. It just so happens that I want to ask Halo for something. That's it. The two entered the golem workshop under the leadership of Halt. Frey suddenly discovered. All the golems here are all made outfits. My golem won't be like them. How can it be that I have always been clear about public and private? I'm not going to put my personal orientation into your golem. That's good. Soon the trio saw the golem that Halt had made for Frey. I'm going to retract that sentence. But he didn't wear a maid's outfit. You specifically asked me for help. Is it for him? Halter. He can really hold up. Won't it crash? Absolutely. He can at least load a magic box with 1 million power. What did you say? Wait a minute. Could it be that there really is a magic box with 1 million powers in this world? Frey didn't answer. Just calmly pulled out altos from his clothes. It's unbelievable. It seems that Hughes is indeed a peerless genius. It seems to have a name in it. Altos. What did you say? Is there anything wrong with altos, Kalo? It's okay. I guess it's just a coincidence. Hughes left a message on the last page of his diary. He said, let posterity finish Aletos. Maybe the box he left behind. There is a risk that it will become a huge threat to Demigate. I hope you can help Hart with this work. If you're there, it is estimated that it will be completed in 2 months. It was at this time, Diab returned. I've unlocked the ban, and we can leave here at any time. Then let's go. Halt. Do you have anything to take? No. I'll just go myself. By the way, take all the golems with you. There are also various tools. And after this workshop rescued Halter, Frey and Isabel returned to the great forest of Lanos. I knew it was going to be you. Long time no see. Frey Isabel was a little curious. Who is the woman in front of you? She is the Elven Queen. See Snora in front of you. Isabel, who is also a woman, couldn't help but blush. Li Chi, is she really dead? Yes. Can you tell me who killed it? His Holiness heard this answer. Snora fell silent. My people were wiped out by a demigate. Later I learned that the murderer was Rhine. At that time, it was Li Chi who saved me. To this day, I remember the hand he stretched out to me. For me, Li Chi is my reborn parent. Actually, it's the same for me. Can you wait for me here for a moment? With that, Snora walked alone into the forest. I didn't expect your excellency to treat a demigate as a reborn parent. It seems that the next time is not by your side. A lot has happened. It didn't take long. Snora is back. I have abdicated. I knew it would be so easy. I should have just abdicated. You're too childish, aren't you? The elders kept admonishing me. In order to convince them, it took me more than an hour, because they've been nagging. So I just ran away. Didn't you succeed in convincing? Anyway, it's just a temporary abdication. And a surrogate has been found. Just go back when you're done. Start today. I'll help you deal with Demigate with all your might. Then please. Frey stepped forward and shook Snora's hand. But he didn't expect it. The next second, Snora threw herself into her arms. What the hell are you doing in the morning? Is this the etiquette of human beings? We humans don't pay too much attention to physical contact. It's noisy. Who are you? I thought you were her maid. Definitely not. Then you tell me what your relationship with Frey is. It's bothering me that you're asking that all of a sudden. What is the relationship between your excellency and her? Quick answer. I asked you first, Bisnola. Isabel didn't know how to answer for a moment. I'll tell you something. I don't care about age under it. It doesn't matter if it's 4,000 years old. But Isabel wasn't done yet. Frey had indeed left with Snora first. After getting to Snora, Frey took him back to the Round Table's premises. Benin, who got the news. I waited at the door of the round table early. After all, the three of them are old acquaintances. Benin was just a simple pleasantry, and at this time he saw Snora in the crowd. "Who is this beauty?" "I am the queen of the elves." "Haven't you already abdicated?" After a brief introduction of yourself, several people also went straight to the point. "I have heard that the round table is in crisis. I really don't have the face to see you. It's all because I, as the president, am incompetent." "Don't say that. It's you who make your organization bigger, only to provoke the eyes of others. You are a good president. Those in power who boast of their achievements will only perish. But you are very humble. Know how to change your mistakes. I finally understand why Frey joined you. Don't underestimate him, President Benin." But the dragon heard this. Smala was a little unsettled. "I see. What's next for you?" "Enemy, but two of the three major organizations. In the absence of evidence against us, if we act without permission, instead it irritates them. There's no need to be so troublesome. Just let them understand. It is no longer possible to contain the round table." The night before coming to the round table, Snora built a tomb for Richie in the forest. "I didn't expect you elves to have the habit of mourning. All the elves come from the forest. They also return to the forest after death. I'm just imitating you. In fact, there is no point in mourning. And this is not Li Chi's sword either." It was at this time, Cheryl's messenger flew over. "What's wrong?" "President Cheryl Yarkhan has agreed. He said he wanted to talk to you in person." "Where will we meet?" "The president says he'll go to you. It seems that Azura's summoning array has succeeded in piquing his interest. Then let him come to the Round Table's residence. After getting to Flanders Forest, I'll pick him up. Count the time. It's almost time for Yaren." "President Benin, there will be guests visiting tomorrow." "Got it. I will treat him to the highest standard." "Not necessarily, but you'll have to come forward then." So on the next day, Benin with the crowd of the Round Table began to be arranged in full swing. "President Benin, the guests have arrived. Frey, you're here." You could see the person at the moment. The bowl in Benin's hand was thrown directly to the ground. He didn't expect that the guest in Frey's mouth turned out to be Pizaman, president of the night. "Benin, are you a president now? It's been a long time." With that, Yarkin passed by Benin. "I've said it all. Don't be so grand. Why are you preparing so much?" It didn't take long. People from both organizations sat in the conference room. "Let's get straight to the point. I heard you'll show me the Azura summoning array. What do you want?" "He is worthy of being the president of Pissaman's Night. It's refreshing enough." "Then I'm not going to sell it. I want you to form an alliance with the Round Table. It seems that the rumors are true. I've heard that you've been targeted by the Straw's Mages and Lucid's Greatsword." "Excuse me. I refuse. Now I am in an alliance with you. It is equivalent to being the enemy of two major organizations. As the president of Pissaman's Night, I can't get everyone involved in a senseless war. Are you right? It seems that you are not the same as rumored. He is an excellent president. I thought you didn't care about the life or death of the organization. Focus only on the demon realm. You'd better be enlightened. If the two organizations work together, even if we take care of you secretly, you won't last long. Take care of us. You seem to have misunderstood something. I just said that. But an alliance. This means that we are in an equal relationship. You're saying that the Round Table is as strong as we are. I don't want to make any more senseless attrition from major organizations. It doesn't matter who it is. Just mess with us. I will not be spared. So you are invited to form an alliance. In fact, I want to let you go, but you'll have to go with us first. Youngster, I don't know where you got your confidence. This is the crystallization of Demigate. I killed it. You said you killed Demigate. And our organization has suffered nothing. That's the power of our Round Table. No kidding. Who knows if you're lying? And there is no guarantee that it is genuine. You probably know best if this is an imposter or not. It was indeed his own hand. And I'm a witness. Mistress Frey wasn't lying. Otherwise, I wouldn't be the middleman. I feel in league with them. There are great benefits for our organization. I came here to summon the Azura Array, but I didn't expect to see something more fun. President Benin. I agreed. P1-5 night starts now. The Traumen Round Table is an alliance relationship. Soon after, round table in the forest near it. The Azura was summoned. That's pretty much it. You bastard. When I was your dog, they called me over. That's it. It turns out that the Azuras really exist. Don't you know that according to the regulations, you can't provide summoning arrays to third parties? Can you please be less rigid? This man is worth believing. Rest assured, I just wanted to see for myself, and I'm not going to tell anyone about you. But Frey will tell others. Azura, this is also to crusade against Demigate. That's it. In the end, Azura didn't dwell too much on Frey's violation of the rules. However, after Frey returned, he was questioned again by Benin. Starting today, anyway, the Traumen Roundtable and P1-5 Night are allies. Please also inform the following members of the President's opinion. Doctor, explain what the hell is going on. Master, I've already bid farewell to the President. You're here. Benin is curious. Why Cheryl was unceremonious to her own family president. But he had a lot of respect for Frey. Thanks to your help. It can be so smooth today. You're overrated. Thank you for your kind attention in the future. Fast forward to the next day. Frey is ready to ask Hall to teach you how to use the power of the dragon. But they were at the round table. Blocked by a child. Who is this kid? Do you have something to do? Frey at the moment he saw him. Li Hong's figure appeared in his mind. I want to ask you a question. Why do you know how to dance king boxing? Frey couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. How strange are you? The king of dances, Quan, has only passed on one person in his life. Frey immediately realized that the person in front of him was Li Hong's master, the previous heir of the warrior throne. His master was an extremely tyrannical man. The reason why Frey can dance King Fist, it's because he has a particularly good relationship with Caskin. The master of the Dance King power cannot have two disciples, if it is other than the heirs designated by themselves. Another person who could dance the kingship appeared. Even if you kill each other, they will also uphold their own traditions. My heir is only one Frey Blake. If your answer doesn't satisfy me, then I'll kill it right away. You were taught to me by Li Hong. It seems that you're the master mentioned by Li Hong. I see. Please forgive me for my rudeness. Mr. Frey Blake introduces himself. My name is Nora. It is Li Hong's master. Bra met the third person who knew how to dance the king of the king. He was a little curious. What is the relationship between Frey and Li Hong? I guess it's a friend. We met in the great forest of Lanos. Although a lot has happened in between. But in the end, they worked together to take out Nor's minions. You said that Li Hong, he would cooperate with you. It seems that he has grown a lot too. Now he's finally ready to be taught by me? Where has she been now? He said he was going to do what you commanded. Go to Gallic to find Caskin's gear. I didn't expect this kid to be quite obedient. He's not as bad as Li Hong said. On the contrary, he looks like a good master who loves his apprentices. But I didn't expect Li Hong to teach a magician. King of the Dance Fist. King of the Dance Fist. Only one person per generation. But he probably didn't want to train you to be the next generation. I guess it's just to relieve boredom. It's all my fault. The next time I see him, I'm going to have to teach him the rules. Meanwhile, Li Hong, who was far away in the Gallic desert, sneezed. He felt a terrifying, murderous aura. Have you joined Baragon? How could it be that I was just a simple relationship with them? It's the same as me. Don't you already have an organization that you belong to? That was a long time ago. It seems that we are in a similar situation to Kalo. After all, the major organizations are now rotten. I listened to Kalo. You are ready to carry out internal reforms. I appreciate your enterprising spirit, but you trust others too much. I don't feel like there's much hope of success. We've just met. Do you really think of me as a virgin? I suddenly became interested in you. I'll be with you all this time. Let's see if your so-called reforms are reliable. although there were some hiccups that appeared. But Frey has not forgotten the real purpose of today. He wants Hart to teach Benin to use the power of the dragon. I will now go and invite President Benin to come over. He really doesn't enjoy it. Life is short for decades. You have to live a little more chic. You're wrong. He knows that time is more precious than anything else. Is your name Nora? I want to ask you for one thing. What's up? Do you want to be my model? The unique charm of a woman before she matures. Pitiful softness. You're the perfect model for my golem. Will this help you eliminate demigate? Of course. Then I refuse. But at this time, Benin arrived. Are you really a dragon? I am the president of the Traumen Round Table. Benin Halt put away a rare, cynical expression. There was a faint sadness in his eyes. My name is Hart. You should be able to help the president a lot. I'll leave it to you next. Hart looked at Benny carefully. The dragon's heart in his body is indeed very stable. Let's go. I'd like to confirm your ability to wield your magic. Then do the dragon with exercises. And test the sensitivity with the sprite. We're going to be busy. But before I can do that, I got to get something. You can accompany me to the workshop first. I'm going to visit the Straw Sage. What are you telling me all this for? Didn't you say you were going to follow me? Come with me. The top of the organizations knew who I was. Could it be that you want to use me to show off the strength of the round table? We just want to avoid unnecessary trouble. I hope you understand. It just so happened that I was looking for someone from the Straw Sage Society. Before going to the Straw Sage meeting, though. But they got a message. Stanford is gone. The Demigate family didn't hold back in the end. They were wiped out overnight. Frey was a little curious. Why Demigate chose to do it now. The Rhine went into hibernation. His Holiness was also healing the other 3 destroyers. The current situation is clearly not in their favor. The top level of the countries demanded that the major organizations explain the matter. And organizations aren't going to sit idly by. I heard that an emergency meeting would be held in the Skartic Empire in 3 days, including the 3 major organizations. All high-impact organizations will participate. Where's the location? The military family's mansion in the capital city of Karaponi. Then we have to leave as soon as possible. There's no need to rush. I know where the June family mansion is. You won't be late even if you depart on the day. Do you have anything to do in the past 3 days? That's right, it's okay to leave a few days that night. Other cadres are also ready. Get a good rest before you go. Frey after leaving the round table premises. I came straight to Dia, where I am. I want to go up to 9 stars. So need your help. Your tone. It was as if he was saying that he knew how to ascend to the realm of the 9 stars. Come with me. I'll take you to a place. Let's go to the northern snowfields to meet Arya. Then let him join us. As long as you can. I'll be able to help you get to 9 stars. What are you hesitating about? Aren't you ready to meet him? There is a person who knows the northern snowfields very well. Looks like I'm going to have to invite him along. And the person in Frey's mouth is the ice elf Nora. Look at the blizzard getting bigger and bigger. Frey was a little curious. Nora, are you sure we didn't get lost? What do you think of me? This neighborhood is no different to me than my own yard. It's obviously not polar, but there are constant blizzards here all year round. So from childhood, adults don't let children in. But after listening to what you said, I think it's Demigate named Arya. I should live around here. What did you say? I can't hear clearly. Did you say that the blizzard had anything to do with Arya? The blizzard is getting bigger. This means that we have come to the heart of the blizzard. In the next second, the terrifying blizzard was completely gone. This is because we entered the center of the blizzard. And not far away, Frey saw Diab, a woman standing there alone. Could she be right? She was Arya. Who is this? What did the bastard lich do here last time when he decisively refused me? It seems that you are living impatiently. Then I will fulfill you. As Arya raised her hand, countless icicles appeared out of thin air around it. Oh no, he's going to do it. Prepare for battle. Mickey asked me to come to you. The moment I heard this, Arya froze. The icicles just now were all empty under his control. You guy, do you know what you're talking about? Li Chi told me before he died. You may be able to help us. The moment Frey said Richie's name, Arya froze in place. You just said it was Richie's last words. He asked you to come to me. Arya burst into laughter. That bastard was so messy until he died. At the moment when the laughter stopped, Arya's eyes were already filled with tears. In the next second, the terrifying divine power struck towards Frey and the others. Whether it's His Holiness or you who are perishable, give me all the death. You don't deserve to sacrifice Richie at all. I'm going to tear you to pieces. Die to me. The chill around Arya can freeze everything, but she couldn't freeze the hot tears in her eyes. The crowd had no choice but to fight Arya. After slashing his sword, Snore discovered the ice around Arya is as solid as a city wall. But at this time, a ball of flame erupted from Frey's hand. He attached fire magic to the sword in Nora's hand. Under Snora's slash and Frey's magic, the ice around Arya is broken. See the strength of these humans. Arya was a little happy. With a wave of his hand, several ice spikes flew towards the crowd. He decided to play with the people a little. At this time, Snora had just stabilized his body. There was no time to dodge the attack in front of you. But at this time, Nora smashed the ice spikes with a single punch. And in an instant, he came to Arya to attack. Take advantage of landing early. Nora kicked out again. It's a pity that Arya bowed her head in time. Dodged his onslaught, just as Arya was ready to fight back, only to find that he has been trapped by Diab's magic. When he came back to his senses, Nora had lifted her left foot. With a loud bang, Nora's attack shattered the rocks beneath the snow. To his surprise, Arya had fled at some point. Did you work well together? Looks like I'm underestimating you, especially the Lich and the 5 of the Demon Path. It is indeed a rare talent. Forget it. You, a human being, have reached this state of mind. And you are Li Chi's minions. Your swordsmanship is good with his shadow. I'm useless. You can even see the divine power. Don't be funny. You're not useless. Instead, it was used. After Richie's death, his power is yours. In other words, your flesh cannot carry his power. If your realm has been stagnant, the great power in your body can become the poison that kills you. But the most speechless thing is the one that makes me speechless. You kid has little magical ability, and there is actually Andra's waste divine power in his body. But the combat experience is very rich. Look at the tactics you lay out and the ability to command. Not at all like a 20-year-old. You made me wonder a little about who you are. Who are you? In fact, I occasionally can't figure out my identity. Very good. I'm going to turn you into a 9-star great magician. But if you dislike me, I'll kill you right away. It's a rarity. Unexpectedly, Demigate also knew the word 9 stars. But as Demigate, how do you know the way to enter the 9-star realm? I do not know. So how can you help me? Although I don't know, but there was experience. Because there are a few people who have entered the 9-star realm after fighting with me. The obnoxious Lich was one of them. That's why I brought you to meet him. Although I don't know what the conditions are for reaching the 9-star realm. But there is one thing in common. That's how they all almost got killed by me. But in the next second, Arya grabbed Frey's head and pressed it down. Do you think I'm joking with you? From now on, you could lose your life at any moment. You want to put an end to this, or become a 9-star great magician, or die at my hands. Yagni, who had been asleep, opened his eyes. The wounds he had suffered from being badly wounded by Richie had all recovered. Yagni, you're finally awake. Anantanor, how long did I lie down? It's been less than a few months. Yagni was curious. I shouldn't have woken up so early. It was at this time. His Holiness has arrived. You're all awake. Rejoice. Rejoice. Our plan can finally be realized. With a burst of glare, His Holiness disappeared with the 3 of them. Wait until they reappear. It has reached Tarhatan, the capital of Gallic. His Holiness, what you're going to do? Can you explain that first? His Holiness did not answer. He pulled out a piece of Illinois steel knoll. This is for you. This is the Illinois gang that Rhine swore to protect to the death. You can cherish it more. But at this time, a loud bang rang out over His Holiness. It's Demigate. Why are you violating our airspace? First Stanford, and then there's Gallic. Demigate wants to eliminate all countries that have ties to major organizations. After the smoke clears, venerable, they stood in the air intact. Poor ants. As he spoke, Knoll ate all the Illinois steel. It didn't take long. Talhatin was raised to the ground by Knoll with divine powers. It seems that our venerable is finally going to make up his mind. Eradicate these ants. But at this time, the only survivor of Talhatin held the sword in his hand. His Holiness looked back, only to find Agni's hand in front of him. This is your area of responsibility. Yagni, are you trying to stop me? Even if you destroy the kingdom? I don't care. But until then, I would like to ask you a question. Where is the Rhine? What stupid things are you talking about? Isn't he right here? As he spoke, the venerable pointed to Agni's body. The Rhine turned into a cloud of energy. Has become your source of life. Otherwise, how could you be back to normal in a short period of time? It was I who absorbed it, and then the energy is passed on to you. Hear this. Yagni was trembling all over. His Holiness, this is the area I'm responsible for. Let me take care of it. Please, may I? His Holiness saw the abnormality of Agni, but he didn't say much. Whatever you want, Patriarch Pollock and the rest of the men, get out of here. As a warrior, you have the courage to choose death. As a patriarch, he should protect his people. Get out of here right away before I change my mind. Are you disobeying His Holiness's commands? If you want to hit a small report, then whatever you want. I'm not a merciless person. It seems that the Rhine affair is hitting you hard, but I think it's a sparse and common thing. His Holiness knew that Li Qi was a traitor, but I still chose to forgive him. I'm not stupid, but you don't understand the rest of the story. The Venerable specially found a dime me with a black pot for Li Qi. Gates, what did you say? As a minion of His Holiness, I will give you a message of loyalty. In his eyes, compatriots also have dignity and humility, so you'd better not have any unrealistic illusions about him. His Holiness would rather let the others carry the black cauldron on your behalf. It is also necessary to protect Li Qi's reputation. But Li Qi still disobeyed His Holiness's orders. In the end, His Holiness had no choice but to kill him with his own hands. Do you think His Holiness is really for the so-called righteousness? I think it's just the importance of Li Qi. It's not as important as the righteousness in His Holiness's mouth. What do you mean by telling me this? Rest assured, I don't have any ideas. It's just that I can't understand the owner's intentions. All demigates are created equal. That's why Demigate revered him as a leader. But you now know everything later. Would you still like to think of him as a leader? Enough is enough to dare to say more. I'll tear your mouth apart. Elise didn't say any more. That's enough. After Elise left, Yagni stood still for a long time, unresponsive. You have to be enlightened. You want to put an end to this. Either become a 9-star Grand Magister, or die here. Wait a minute. There's an important meeting in 3 days. It looks like you're going to have to become a 9-star Grand Magister in 3 days. Can you do it? Within 3 days. Looks like time is running out, but I'm confident. Very good. If you can't reach the realm of 9 stars, it will become a burden to everyone in the future. But I'm not going to let you die easily. After all, you have inherited Li Qi's legacy. Li Qi, this woman you met is really not simple, right? Recently, the brothers said that there is not enough traffic. I've got a traffic card here, which is pretty good. 19 yuan per month. ADG is based on less than 3 cents. It's cheaper than buying a traffic package. Fast internet speed. Play games and watch videos without lagging. Carrier dropshipping. I've been using it lately. Very reliable. Hurry up and click on the link at the bottom left. Take home with free shipping. 3 days later, people from all major organizations gathered at the military family mansion. Prepare for an emergency meeting. Sapler, don't you look forward to it? A brand new round table. I'm going to make my first public appearance today. The capital has been ruined by demigate. You'd better be cautious and act well. After hearing that Frey had joined, it has made a huge difference to the round table. Have you seen him before? I do see it, but at that time he had not yet joined the round table. I used to recruit him. It's just that she felt very ordinary at the time. Just talked about them, and they arrived. It's the people of the round table. Isn't this Benin? It's been a long time. Hear this familiar voice. Arrow's face instantly darkened. It turned out that the person who had just spoken was called Swore. He is a former member of the round table. It's also collusion with other organizations. Almost ruined the garbage of the round table. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come to us. After all, we were like-minded partners in the past. Don't give me this set. However, Benin reached out to stop Arrow, who suddenly burst out. Long time no see. I'm glad to see you again. It seems that you have grown a lot in Benin. Swore, I'm going to give you a piece of advice. I am now the president of the round table. I hope you will be courteous. Otherwise, I'll make you the laughing stock of everyone. Forget it this time. After all, we used to be like-minded partners. Until a few people walked away. Swall was still in fear. I couldn't come back to my senses for a long time. President, you've really gotten stronger. I'm embarrassed to say that. Frey has no contact. Not yet. If he doesn't come, we're going to get into trouble. Never mind. We can't rely on him all the time. We already owe him too much favor. After the top management of the 3 major organizations arrived, the meeting is also about to begin. It's been a long wait. Let's move on to the meeting. First of all, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to participate in this meeting. Sapler, let's get straight to the point. There's no time left. You're right. As he spoke, Sapler opened up the illusionary maze. As you can see, that's where Stanford is right now. Stanford's national defense strength is already in the category of a strong country. But he was destroyed overnight. You should know that too. Demigate is already in action. They don't intend to continue hiding now. Organizations on all continents report to us on a daily basis. Intelligence about Demigate. We all know that. But why did they suddenly start acting? We are still investigating the specific reasons. I'm so sorry. I'll interrupt. Start with just now. There's one thing I care about very much. Why did the 2 people at the round table use their cloaks to hide their identities? President Lyle, I can vouch for them. Are you kidding? Benin, you are not qualified to do anything to make them lift their cloaks. I like to see who they really are. While you're still so suspicious. Nora, how did you end up here? Don't you care about the affairs of the major organizations? Why come to the meeting with the people from the round table? What a surprise. All right. Next, Lyle. Have you made enough trouble? We are not obligated to help you unravel anything. Are you going to be nosy again? A reminder. I didn't join the round table, but I was a partner of Frey Blake, a member of the round table. So if you insult the round table, it's an insult to me. I really didn't expect it. The previous heir to the throne of the dance joined the round table. I'm getting more and more curious about Frey Blake as a person. Stop talking about topics that don't matter. Let's move on. According to what you say, those demigate are still running rampant everywhere. Shouldn't we stop them now? Why a frivolous argument here? I didn't expect there to be a normal person in the major organizations. Who is he? Gomez, president of the fraternity. The Brotherhood is the most powerful of the large, medium, and small organizations. President Gomez. Precisely because of this, we can't afford to act rashly. We must first find out how many of them are strong. And the purpose of suddenly attacking humanity. Is it before figuring it out? Are we going to sit idly by like this forever? What does it mean to stand by and watch? I'm just trying to be cautious. Don't give me this set. Stanford has become hell on earth. You're still in the mood to talk cool here. President Gomez, you calm down first. Don't you understand? All of you here are the only hope for the entire continent. If we act impulsively, then the world is over. He's right. So we must not act rashly. We, the Straw Sage, agree with Lucid's greatsword. Are you all crazy? More than 100,000 people died in yesterday's battle. It's just 100,000. Even if it kills millions, we're not going to interfere either. So why are we holding an emergency meeting? What the hell do you crazy people want? Enro was a little curious. Although Lyle is a sinister old fox, but he does not provoke others for no reason. So he doesn't understand this old bastard. Why do you want to divide the major organizations? President of the Sisters of Straw, your insight really shines on my eyes. This is really surprising. In addition to the heir to the throne of the dance, even Sophia from the Guardian faction also joined the Traumen Roundtable. It turned out that the man was not Frey Blake. But why didn't he come to the meeting? You said that you would never interfere until you had Demi-Gates information. What if there are organizations that oppose the plan? There won't be. The Sage of Straw will show the great sword of Lucille. P1-5 Dark Knight. All three of our organizations have also agreed not to meddle in this matter. If any organization rejects the plan, you'll have to talk to us about that. That's what everyone knows. The real purpose of Lyle's emergency meeting is to find an organization that opposes itself. And in doing so, they will strengthen their position. Who told you? The views of the three organizations were unanimous. Almost at the same time, all eyes were on Yaren. What P1-5 thinks in the dark. President Yaren nodded. Then we could put an end to this farce. But Yarkin looked over to the round table. President Benin, what do you think? It's so much fun. President Yaren, are you looking for the wrong person? Quiet, the person I am asking now is the president of the round table, Benin. Asamer, do you have any objections? The leader of Lucid's great sword was visibly stunned. No. President Gomez, it seems that P1-5 Knight has indeed formed an alliance with the round table. I think we should prioritize stopping Demi-Gate. The moment I heard this, Gomez had a smile on his face. President Benin, you have to be careful with what you say and do. Haven't you understood the death of acting President Qian? Well, what do you mean by that? You are the one who should be careful in what you say and do. Thank you for your advice. President Lyle, I will not forget the sacrifices made by the previous presidents. But President Lyle, have you forgotten the original intention of the establishment of major organizations? We are here to protect humanity, an existence born out of the crusade against Demi-Gate. Instead of using humans as cannon fodder, the so-called hope that hides behind them. Asamer Benin, are you trying to teach me how to do things now? I'm just trying to correct your wrong thinking. Presumptuous, even if we are equal in position. But we don't have the same identity. Have you really figured it out? There's a lot of truth in that. But I don't know if you've ever heard the phrase courtesy. Lyle used mental oppression against Benin, and no one in the room noticed it. Since you still dare to resist me, then be prepared to be humiliated. I really can't stand it. Although I have known for a long time that the major organizations are rotten, but seeing it with my own eyes still makes me feel heartbroken. Lyle Wilsman, you're the most rubbish of all the people I've ever met. This insidious guy. When did he arrive? Youngster, I advise you not to overindulge. Are you impatient? I guess that's what I said. This is your punishment for dishonoring President Benin. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying pressure hit. Lyle was forced to fall to the ground. Very good. The way you knelt down won my heart. You are not qualified to use the surname Wilsman. Let's get down from that position. I didn't expect that a mere mortal brought me so much happiness. It's been a long time. Li Chi, you found an interesting guy. No wonder you're bullish on him. Experience, fame, and talent that is not bound by the world. Not to mention 3 days. He actually reached the realm of 9 stars in one day. Meanwhile, Lyle was magically pressed to the ground by Frey. There is no way to fight back. You say I'm not qualified. Do you feel worthy of carrying the future of this continent on your back? The only person here who knows Frey's true identity, Cheryl, was alone. He knew very well why Lyle was saying such things. I just don't know who the person in front of me is sacred. It was at this time, Lyle did his best to get rid of Frey's suppression. That moment, several terrifying elements appeared around him. Is it possible to use magic with different attributes at the same time? It's amazing. I didn't expect him to be able to unleash dozens of different kinds of magic in an instant. Is this the true power of President Lyle? President Lyle, do you want to blow the whole mansion away? In the face of such terrifying energy, Frey remained unresponsive. Are you already scared, silly? Looks like I'm going to have to teach you a good lesson. That's what it looks like. Maybe we'll get along. Because I'm just about to do that. In the next second, the surging magic in the air disappeared in an instant. What the hell is going on? Why is the magic all gone? Could it be that President Lyle has stopped? No, there is still a trace of magic fluctuation on the scene. President Lyle's magic was broken by the young man. Frey reversed Lyle's magic in an instant. I didn't expect Frey to really do it. He's already a 9-star great magician. It's amazing. It's impossible. You're also a 9-star great magician. Why are you so young? Why is that? Lyle Wilsman, you've disappointed me so much. Both of them are obviously 9-star great magicians. But Lyle didn't dare to move in front of Frey, knowing that he is no match for Frey. But he didn't know why it was like this. No matter what path you choose, if you don't have a strong determination, that will never reach the highest level. It doesn't matter if you choose the demon way or the martial Tao. The ending is all the same. Lyle Wilsman, you will never reach the highest realm. The moment Frey got off the table, Lyle was frightened. When he comes back to his senses, Frey has also gone far. Claire was also always immersed in the fear that Frey brought him. It didn't slow down for a long time. I want to ask everyone, why did you join the organization in the first place? As President Benin said, we don't join the organization to make a living. If you're still skeptical, I advise you to just leave. That's what the people at the round table knew. Frey had been hiding in the shadows, just to step on Lyle's head and make a splash. With the example of Lyle, he didn't need to convince everyone else. As you know, Demigate has already made a move. Do you mean that we want to take the initiative? They are gods. We can't be their opponents. If you can, we done it a long time ago. You say Demigate is a god. I think you're stupefied by them. Like humans, they have 7 emotions and 6 desires. They are now choosing to act rashly. It's because they've started to get scared. They call all races except themselves the perishables. It means something that must be destroyed. Even if we choose to avoid it, it won't help. In order to survive, our only option is to fight. I'm here today to find like-minded people. You only have 2 options now. Or fight for survival, or choose it for the sake of temporary comfort. Wait for death to come. Moment. Everyone in the room began to have a heated discussion. The impact Frey brought to them was too great. And at this very time, a hand slowly rose through the crowd. The owner of this hand is none other than Yeren Pizaman. The knight was on Frey's side. Gomez then raised his hand as well. Now I can finally have a good meeting. Pizaman Dark Knight is one of the 3 major organizations, and the Brotherhood is the most powerful of small and medium-sized organizations. With the example of these 2, more and more people in the room raised their hands. Lyle is also well aware. The meeting was completely dominated by Frey. He thought he could dominate it all, but all of this was ruined by Frey in front of him. After the conclave, Lyle ordered the straw sages to assemble in the middle of the night. But the people present disappointed Lyle a little. Is there only such a small number of people? Lyle was all around in the crowd. The look of disappointment on his face intensified. Lucid Greatswordsman. Isn't President Jacket here yet? Lyle's fist slammed into the wall. It's all the blame on Frey's bastard. He ruined all my plans. He was also ashamed to say it. Fight against Demigate, who he thought he was. That's not a role we humans can deal with. No matter how much we humans struggle, nor can it escape from the palm of their hand. This is the truth I realized after reaching the 9-star realm. Today we are breaking away from the organization. Disengagement from the organization. So what do we do in the future? Don't worry. I figured out a way back for you. Let's go to His Holiness. I didn't expect the rumors to be true. Sure enough, you have already started to contact His Holiness. I wanted to continue to grow the organization. In this way, when the time comes, the venerable master who surrenders will be satisfied. And we can be lenient. Are we going to officially break away from the organization starting today? That's right. What if Demigate forces us to do something we don't want to do? That has to be obedient too. Do you have to agree to whatever you do? I don't want to repeat the same thing again. But the next second, Lal froze in place. I really don't want you to get this far. Frey Blake. Why are you here, this guy? A terrifying coercion. Spread out with Frey as the center. He was able to produce this effect with just his magic powers. What a pity. Lyle Wilsman. Stupid guys. Don't think you're better than me and can do whatever you want. It's our home turf to kill him. Your strength is indeed very strong. But you shouldn't come alone. I'm sorry about that. I do plan to come alone. Frey wasn't done yet. He flew right behind him. A huge fist. The person who rushed to the front flew out upside down in an instant. Don't wait for anyone else to react. I only heard a few sharp sword swings. The two people standing at the front instantly turned into pieces of meat. The people behind did not dare to rush any further. But they feel that their bodies are getting more and more uncomfortable. The others watched as the two turned into dried corpses in an instant. It all happened so fast. Lal had no chance of saving these people at all. I really envy you to have these friends who listen to you. It's not like they like to go against me. The battle didn't last long. The difference in strength between the two sides is too great. That's it. Lyle Wilsman. Lal really couldn't figure it out. Obviously, they are both 9 stars. Why is the gap between himself and Frey so big? He even began to doubt, suspecting that you were simply a character who does not fall into the stream. You say that Demigate is not a supreme being. You're exactly like my brother. My brother Kalilo Wilsman's magical prowess. Stronger than anyone else. He said the same thing as you. Demigate is not a supreme being. Because that's what it is. You have only been deceived by the fear of your own hearts. Then let me ask you a question. Do you have the confidence to defeat His Holiness? How stunned. Isn't there a way to answer this question? Just now, he was ashamed to fight Demigate. Why is it silent now? You're right. Demigate is indeed not a supreme being. The major organizations have also successfully defeated them in the past. But His Holiness is different. In other words, He was no different from God. If only He had the determination to destroy us. You could do it with a flick of your fingers. Could this be the reason why you are ready to grovel to Him? So what? I'm just doing it to stay alive. Why don't you and your brother even understand this simplest truth? Because they don't want to be like brutes. In order to survive, let go of your self-esteem. That's just because you haven't seen His Holiness. I've seen it, and I know Him better than you think. I am His defeated man. That moment, Lao was stunned. What did you say? Locked in the bottomless abyss by His Holiness. I've been thinking about it for 4,000 years. What the hell can I do to take out this damn thing? I am Lucas Traumen. He was the great Magus who fought to the death with His Holiness 4,000 years ago. At the moment of hearing this, Nora and Nora's eyes widened, and Cheryl, who already knew the truth, was very calm. The most shocked at this moment was Lyle, who was sitting on the ground. His voice trembled. You turned out to be Lucas Traumen. What the hell is going on? Why Frey became Lucas Traumen? The master was indeed possessed by Frey. a hero of the Age of Light who traveled 4,000 years. So that's what happened. In this way, many questions can be answered. You turn out to be Lucas Traumen. Why? Why are you saying it now? Why is that? If you could have told me earlier. It's possible. But anyway, I don't feel like I'm doing anything wrong. Do you have no regrets now? It's really an honor to meet you. The Archmage didn't struggle at all. Lyle was pierced in his head by Frey's magic. It's hard to meet the legendary Grand Magister. How could Lyle be uncomplaining? He sincerely hoped that Frey could prove himself. Missed by a mile. It was at this time. Footsteps rang out behind Frey. It was Lyle's older brother, Kalo. No complaints. There was no scolding either. Kalo walked slowly over to his brother. I took care of your brother with my own hands. I'm sorry. Kalo, you don't have to apologize to me. Lyle died because of me. As his older brother, seeing that his brother had gone astray, I should have finished him with my own hands. It's just that I regret it. I regret that I didn't guide him properly. If you don't stop Lyle, he will definitely sell his soul to his holiness. Thank you so much. Frey, thanks to you, Lyle will be able to save his reputation. Frey didn't say much. Everyone tacitly left this place to Kalo and Lyle. The screen turns. Jacket was closing his eyes in the room. A sudden gust of wind appeared in the closed room. The candles were almost blown out. Jacket calmly looked at the uninvited guest in front of him. That man was Frey. Since you can come here, explain that you have already met Lyle. How is he? Frey didn't answer Jacket's question, but the answer was already given in his face. Jacket sighed. Slowly stand up. I understand. Let's get straight to the point. You're not trying to exclude dissidents. Ready to kill me. I don't need to. The choice is yours. If you think I'm doing it wrong, feel free to stab me in the back at any time. I'm looking forward to seeing what you do. I hope you don't disappoint me. Frey, the next day, Frey gathered the rest of the people together. The meeting was reconvened. Demigate is now in an unprecedented crisis situation. This is an opportunity for us that we must not let go. Frey is like a weathered bard, speaking to people from major organizations. Everything that has happened so far. He said that one of the 5 destroyers had died, and one fell into hibernation. And the hibernating demigate is very vulnerable. Any one person can easily end his life. And then he also announced, Demigate tried to use Illinois to avoid God's judgment and prepare plans to slaughter the perishable. The people from the major organizations all showed surprised expressions after hearing this. Everyone broke all barriers in an instant. The choice is united. This moment, mankind has finally achieved the long-awaited unification. If they start indiscriminate slaughter, humanity will be punished by the true God. It turns out that this is what Demigate fears the most. You're right. They were equally afraid of God's judgment. We now have to find the minions of the destroyer and destroy them one by one. Do you already know who their minions are? I know too. One was an assassin named Zelta. The other is a demon named Carded. Just kill the 2 of them, and the destroyer will go into hibernation. So we still have a big chance of a comeback. Could the Zelta you just mentioned be Zelta the Dark King? Including the royal family. Many nobles died at his hands. We can also prove it through the testimony of the client and the deed. Zelta is not a legend. If the intelligence is accurate, he was supposed to be from Situmical. We can go to that place first and look for clues. I know Carded. He had a contract with me. Although, according to the theory, the highest demons can indeed descend into the world. But at the very least, tens of thousands of lives are needed as sacrifices to successfully summon him. Can you find him? Of course, because demons can't hide their aura. Leave it to us to track down Carded. Frey has reached the realm of the 9 stars. The unification of the major organizations was also completed, and also found a group of like-minded partners. But Frey is well aware. The battle with his holiness has only just begun. The day of departure from the war is getting closer and closer. Benin is practicing its own unique skills. Frey didn't expect to be so far away. It still feels like the ground is shaking. This is the unique talent of the dragons. Their unique skill, Dragon Maiden. He was now able to use the Dragon Maiden twice a day. It seems that this woman is indeed a genius of 1 in a million. Frey sighed silently. Twice a day. It was still a little too little in his opinion. Long you of the President of Benin. It was a great help for us in our crusade against Demigate. To be honest, even I am a little envious of this ability. You just said crusade against Demigate. Aren't we going to take out their minions first? Although everyone knows about it. It would be easier to take out Demigate's minions first. But Agni's minions are the Nyx. And it was he who forced the Nyx to become his minion. In order to save the Nyx's life. Frey must take out Agni first. It occurred to me that something very important was happening. Our goddess of victory has been made. Look, Frey. Isn't Yanni-chan beautiful? She is one of the 3 strongest alchemists in the world. The supreme masterpiece made by Heli. And it is also the life's work of the genius of the Age of Light. It is estimated that there is no golem in this world that can compare to Yanni-chan. Give me the core. I can't help but want to see Yanni-chan move. After getting the core, Hart approached the golem in front of him with a lewd expression. As the core slowly melts into the body, suddenly, there was a strange heartbeat sound around them. For a moment, Frey was in disbelief. Could it be that this is the golem of 1,000,000 demonic powers? You actually said 1,000,000. What are you kidding? In order to make it, we've exhausted all the treasures. With current technology, it is difficult to determine his true magical power. The magic fluctuations on the demon elephant's body became more and more terrifying. If you just look at the power of magic. 9 stars Frey and Diab weren't even his opponents. It's amazing, it's amazing. I can assert that he will be my crowning masterpiece. A dazzling light flashed through the golem. Slowly landed in front of Frey. My Sinai-chan is finally moving. Didn't you just say her name was Yana? I changed my mind. Sinai sauce feels better. This is where it is. How my arms have become thinner. I see. Wait a minute, how long have I been asleep? Hear this incomparably familiar tone. Frey couldn't help but shudder. I saw Frey grab the golem in front of him violently. But somehow, Frey was a little speechless. Could it be Hughes? You're Hughes. Frey, what are you talking about? Huggesser is not the great sage? Hughes Zestra, 4,000 years, 7 months, 23 days. It's been a long time. Lucas Traumen. Lucas Traumen. What the hell is going on? Why is he called Frey? Lucas Traumen. Even if your appearance changes, I can also recognize it at a glance. I haven't seen you in a long time. You've gotten a lot more handsome. Until this moment. Isabel just knew. Hughes's copy was specially left to Lucas by Hughes. It was Hughes's gift to Lucas. It is also Hughes' only hope. I've always believed it. The moment I open my eyes again, I can see you. Welcome me with open arms. That thing on your chest is so soft. Can you stay away from me, you fleshy guy? What's going on with my voice? I thought I hadn't spoken for more than 4,000 years. Your voice will become more hoarse. And the skin also looks very white. It seems to be very different from my previous body. In order to see your current body clearly. Hughes, for his part, summoned a mirror with magic. After seeing your own appearance clearly, Hughes was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect you to be so nasty now. What are you kidding? It's that person who is wrong. It's all the dragon's handiwork. Are you really Lord Hughes Zestra? You're right. I'm Hughes Zestra. I also didn't expect the puppet's core to be the soul of Huggesser himself. You're only half right. It's not just my memory and personality. Is it really possible to have such a technique as memory and personality? Actually, I was surprised myself. I didn't expect it to be successful in the end. Frey, are you really the Archmage Lucas Traumen? That's right. Frey is none other than Lucas Traumen, who disappeared 4,000 years ago. It's unbelievable. It's incredible when the next knows about it. On the contrary, I feel very relaxed. You're right. The mood is really good. It's an honor to be in the same room as the heroes of the Age of Light.